Which Family Values? By Sammy Valentine. The Red Witch Chronicles is an urban fantasy series containing magic, paranormal adventure, and vampire mayhem, along with swearing, violence, and adult situations. Get exclusive reads, updates on my new books, and the skinny on the latest hot urban fantasy/paranormal titles by subscribing to my newsletter at sammyvalentine.com. Go there to sign up. Chapter 1, July 30th, early evening, Wilmington, Delaware, Polidori Hotel. The dead roamed the ballroom of the Polidori Hotel. Vampiric schemers and sycophants in business casual outfits politicked under the crystal chandeliers. Dozens mingled around Red. Yet when she looked up, she saw a different story. The brass-plated ceiling of the ballroom was polished to a mirrored shine and reflected a nearly empty chamber. Except for one mortal, her. Long ago, she had become accustomed to having the sole heartbeat in the crowd. The Petta Ballroom was the last in her security sweep of the hotel. As part of the Hex Prevention Squad, she started with the private rooms and less trafficked corridors because she knew plenty of people wouldn't want her nose or her third eye in their business, including one of the organizers of this vamp conference. She pushed the idea from her mind so she could focus on scanning the room and its occupants for danger. Arno Novak had called her in on this job as a favor, and she owed him, big time. He promised that she'd be safe as houses. Not that safety meant the same thing to a vampire as it did to a human. Thankfully, she was a witch. A few aches competed with her concentration, the final mementos of a car accident earlier in the summer. She had felt more than healed enough to work during this Blood Alliance conference, but her boyfriend Christoph Novak vigorously disagreed. He would call it risky. She called it another workday. He wouldn't be happy to see her. But as she saw it, he was in more danger than she was. That's why she was lurking around, to make sure there wasn't a hex waiting for him. Red twisted her blue sapphire ring on her finger. It had belonged to her mother and helped her focus her elemental magic. The gemstone caught the light like a bottled storm. It had survived theft, prison, and prophecy, and so had she. The enchanted gold ring always reminded her that she came from a long line of women who faced monsters and didn't flinch. A shout broke through the din of polite chatter. "Piss off, Brenda!" She glanced toward the shouting in the hotel lobby. A female guard in a helmet and tactical gear grappled with a pale guy in a lime green sports coat. The woman must have been Brenda, but Red didn't know the male vamp. He looked 20, but his power signature marked him as at least 15 years in the grave. Practically a kid in vamp years. Brenda had at least 50 years on him. Red ignored her first instinct to break up the fight in the doorway. It was a stupid one, considering how many guards were around, and how young in death the agitator seemed. She wasn't invited here by the other conference organizer to be a bouncer. That was her occasional gig at a supernatural diner back home in the little seaside village of Charm, Oregon. Still, she could be an executioner, if necessary. 2 crosses and a stake hid under her dark blazer. She'd been warned the summit would pull in traditionalists who missed the good old bloodbaths, and a handful who'd crack open a door to hell if you let them. Add some old grudges, and you had a petri dish for anti-alliance trouble. Her only job was to watch out for dark magic, but she waited on standby anyway. Brenda the guard brought the unruly vamp into a headlock. Blood dripped from his fangs. He wrenched himself free, smiling like he'd beaten the system. He limped quickly toward Red. "I'll kill Novak's girlfriend if you don't." The witch had seen plenty of dramatic baby demons before. He wouldn't come within 3 feet of her. She batted him away with her elemental magic, a charged burst of air, returning him like a tennis serve to the guard. Her ring helped her harness the power without breaking a sweat. Brenda waited to stake him with a sharpened wooden baton. He crumbled to bones and ash. A quiet hung over the chamber as the other vampires peered over. Some lifted their eyebrows and murmured to their companions. Yet none seemed unsettled by the disturbance as they returned to their conversations. Maybe his maker might care, but few others would. Life was cheap to these immortals. They came here to win the political game. That meant someone had to lose. Red wouldn't let it be her today. She ignored the glances that lingered on her. The only thing that annoyed her was that the whispers would soon reach her protective boyfriend. Her reputation preceded her, but she wasn't alone in notoriety in this crowd. The undead power players of North America had gathered in Delaware for what seemed half like a conference and half like a mob meeting. Her beloved Christoph had organized the proceedings with his brother Arno. He called this a knowledge sharing event. She thought the Vamps were really getting their scheme straight before the Blood Alliance's multinational summit in Mexico City. One of many hidden supernatural societies like the Brotherhood of Bards and Heroes or the Druid Guild, the Blood Alliance was only as strong as those who swore loyalty to it. These shindigs were opportunities for the savvy to gain new allies or cull their enemies. The meetings had begun before sunset. In myth, the undead were paralyzed in their coffins until nightfall. It was one of the many rumors that the supernatural had started about themselves. Vampires gossiped in pairs and groups on the plush rugs, specially brought in to dampen the echo on the hardwood floors. They loitered in the ballroom and hallways between conference sessions with titles like Creating a New Identity in the Digital Age and Hunting Through TikTok. The one on how artificial intelligence eroded faith in video evidence had created quite a stir. More than a few wealthy vampires had discreetly invested in the new tech. Red didn't understand it, but humanity seemed drawn to innovations that made them easier to hunt. A few vamps wore royal purple lanyards with name badges designating them as speakers. In the corner, an elderly black woman in a purple lanyard regaled her admirers with advice on how to lure humans through dating apps. Most attendees carried a tablet and a cell phone, or their assistant did. They were long dead, but their tech wasn't dated. It took serious logistics to conceal their kind from the human world. Some attendees possessed a wary, bewildered expression, as if they had learned too much. Red couldn't show weakness around any of them, especially since she wasn't physically at 100% yet. A demon hunter wasn't usually welcomed at a Blood Alliance party, even if she had an invitation. Not that Kristoff would be happy to see her. It wasn't that he didn't care, it was that he loved her so much. You'd think there would be more issues between a vampire and demon hunter, but her mortality was the only thing they argued about. He'd been more freaked out by her injuries than she'd been. Not that it had been a fun car accident, but she'd stuck to her conviction to just use mundane health care and remedies. Another taste of his healing blood could put her on an all-liquid diet for eternity. The conference goers didn't seem to mind the high-end blood bags handed out with black straws as light snacks. Better them than her. Most mortals would feel uneasy even if they didn't know that everyone in this room was a murderer. A cluster of vampires exuded a subconscious warning. Paranormal scholars debated on whether it was a smell or a vibration that signaled the danger. Anyone with decent intuition would have left, telling themselves they needed fresh air or to run off on an errand. She stood her ground. She had a job to do. Red opened her third eye to read the room. It wasn't a visible eye, but it looked deep. Her spirit gaze, as older generations, like her grandmothers called it, allowed her to see traces of magic and mystical energy. If she hadn't grown up in a witch family, she would have thought she was hallucinating when she first developed the ability to see what others couldn't. A few protective sigils glowed on the ballroom ceiling. Then something else tickled her senses. Oh no, it was the person she loved the most and had been trying to avoid all day. Christoph Novak entered the room with a brilliant smile like a politician on a re-election campaign. The house lights brought out the golden strands in his dark blonde hair and the clear blue of his eyes. Dashing in a dark Armani suit, he made her blink, returning to her normal vision to savor the sight of him. Their journey had taken them to unbelievable places and indescribable evils, yet he could still make her feel butterflies in her stomach like a girl. His smile soured when he spotted her. Instantly, he recovered his politician's mask as he walked to her. She would have only come to this place for love's sake. He probably wouldn't see it that way. Christoph kissed her on the cheek, murmuring in her ear. Worry lurked in his calm tone. His gaze dropped to the faded scar on her neck, his bite mark that signaled hands off to the other vamps, as if for reassurance that it was still there. What are you doing here, sweetheart? I warned you it wasn't safe here. I know, honey. A corporate vampire conference in Delaware isn't my idea of a romantic rendezvous. Your brother sent the company jet for me. Vic tagged along too. Please say I won't see his mullet behind me. He winced, adjusting his suit jacket cuffs. She held back a grin and the urge to tease him. He liked her mulleted best friend, but tossing Vic into this scene was begging for an unexpected outburst. Vic's vampire kill count was higher than her own. Too many attendees might recognize him. No, I left him at our hotel. I'm supposed to, and I quote your brother, check the vibes for your event. It's been trickier than I expected. Frankly, Wilmington, he corrected. Whatever. The city has a weird aura. I felt it as soon as the plane landed. I can't believe Arno didn't tell me that he conscripted you. He narrowed his eyes, scanning the room as if looking to box with his brother. I can. As far as she was concerned, she owed Arno for his help getting her out of a supernatural prison a while back. Yet her boyfriend would rather spoil her than trouble her to use her gifts. She knew her presence in his life could create friction between the Novak brothers unless she made herself useful more often than she needed rescuing. Red was a lot of things, but she prided herself on getting the hard jobs done. It's an inconvenience for you, and we both know that your doctor. Kristoff stopped himself before he revealed her injuries. He was too savvy to throw blood in the water around these sharks. She already knew what he wanted to say. They'd had too many discussions about her health since some idiot texting and driving had hit her while she'd been riding her bike. It was a little humiliating for a demon hunter like herself to have been brought down by a teenager in a Honda. An afternoon as a witchy volunteer is nothing. You two didn't just help free me. You helped me. She paused, unable to concisely articulate what it meant last spring when they finally defeated the low-life dirtbag of a warlock who had killed her mother, stolen her magic, and ruined her life once upon a time. A weight had been lifted from her when she'd restored her losses, and that dark chapter finally closed. She couldn't have done it without Kristoff. He gave her life again in so many ways. Let me help you for a change. A little grateful smile broke through his protective demeanor. Few in this room would suspect it, but he was a softy, at least where she and a handful of others were concerned. His skin was cold, but he hadn't lost the spark of his humanity. When they were together, she could see the man behind the demon. He asked, "Did you find anything?" "Your hex squad is pretty good. After their sweeps, I only found 17 hex bags and jars, 4 curse tablets, and 1 box that I suggest throwing into the deepest ocean." "I already warned Arno," she said. During her morning and afternoon patrol of the building, she'd burnt her entire supply of sage. One of the hex jars had spit flames at her. This gathering was designed to build alliances. Obviously, some folks wanted a little revenge on the side. He shrugged, unfazed. "That's less than last year." She shook her head, amused by his nonchalance. "Sometimes, I don't know how your kind stays unified to even have a blood alliance." Kristoff crossed his arms, his brows pinched together. "My kind? You nearly became one of us. And you think witches are better?" The Polidori Hotel wasn't the place to dive into the time she'd had a small case of vampirism. It had been a sore topic for months. Or maybe she didn't know how to talk about it. The incident had left her with a slight case of hybrid fortitude. It had helped her avoid a long prescription of physical therapy, but she only wanted the powers she was born with. She dug into his second question to avoid the implications in his first. "I'm pretty certain that witches murder each other less." "Sure," he replied as if she were naive. Red didn't know how he did it, but he could pack an argument into a single word. She didn't have a wealth of experience to disprove him outright. Her witchy career had been spent mostly solo or practicing with a sporadic partner. When she remembered her family coven, she remembered barbecues and birthdays with the vague gloss of spotty childhood memories. The fun times learning about makeup with her favorite Aunt Mara, or the times playing in a creek with her cousins Veronica and Jacob. Those days didn't last long. Her mother had grabbed her at 13, fled the coven, and never looked back. Your kind isn't so different from mine, he said softly. He had complied with her wish to stay human, but he hadn't created a business empire by giving up easily. If he was a vision board type, and she thought he secretly was, then he would have had one of them together forever. She would have married him tomorrow, but he wanted eternity. There was so much more to consider than the all-liquid diet. Many witches and mages lost their magic in undeath. She had struggled for years when her power had been bound by a vile spell. She had broken laws for Kristoff, and she'd do more, but she wouldn't risk her magic. She sighed. I know that you want me to see the merits of a nightlife. Something unexpected and unseen had arrived. Thank the goddess, she could change the subject. The presence grew more powerful. A chill licked up her spine. Whatever it was, it had black magic firepower. And lots of it. Chapter 2, July 30th, early evening, Wilmington, Delaware, Polidori Hotel. Red squinted her third eye to check for new magical signatures in the hotel ballroom. Adrenaline pushed away her fatigue from being on her feet and using her mystical senses all morning. If it came to a fight, she was ready. Honey, I think your party has another crasher. Kristoff asked, Where? She nodded toward the doorway to the lobby. Trouble came through that door. Bad vibes, worse magic. Neon crimson sparkles flickered by the lobby threshold and glowed like molten warning signs. The strange mass shimmered over a Caucasian vampire dressed like a wealthy rancher in an embroidered Western jacket, black snakeskin boots, and a cowboy hat the color of bleached bones. His smile was colder than a Montana winter. Cursed magic pulsed from him. It scratched over her aura like it was trying to cut her. He was a blood mage. Red had barely survived her last fight with one. Run! Her lover ordered, squeezing her hand. Go! The blood mage snapped his gaze toward them. His magic ran on the primal power of blood, his own or others. Only another mage could see what he did next. He drew his best weapon. Crimson claws of ether and energy spiraled around his face. Each one was made up of magic and malignant malice. It could puncture her skin, sucking her blood. He wouldn't have to physically touch her to kill her. The ethereal claws flailed in the air like they were grasping for a new victim. Red channeled her magic, opening herself to the sacred elements. It was her birthright, a gift from her late mother, handed down for generations in the St. James Coven. Every day she thanked the gods for it. The world was colder without the heat of magic. Magic crackled in a delightful shiver under her skin. The air answered her summons. It solidified under her will and intention like a dutiful soldier. An invisible punch to the nose knocked the blood mage's cowboy hat off. He recovered his footing with a brawler's stubbornness. Adjusting his crooked nose, he glanced around like he was checking if anyone at the conference noticed him. Kristoff hissed a warning to her. Stop playing. I can take him. I'll make sure it's a fairer fight. She gathered more of her energy, preparing herself to trap the blood mage. Her third eye alone saw the psychic claws ready to shred some unlucky sap. The networking vampires laughed and chatted with one another in the ballroom, too absorbed in their agendas to notice another fight about to break out. A new energy blew into the room like a furious blizzard. She shivered as the temperature dropped. It didn't feel like the other mage's work. This was its own creature. The chandeliers dimmed. A light fog with a threatening aura hung over the room. With her third eye, she could only see the vaporous outline of a faceless spirit. Its shadow swirled around the blood mage. He wrinkled his nose as if he knew something was amiss, but still hadn't figured it out. Red grabbed her boyfriend's hand and backed away. And now you have a ghost, love. Oh, fuck, Kristoff said glumly like a homeowner upon being informed a raccoon was pillaging the garage. He texted a message on his phone with vampiric speed and grumbled. We paid a lot for a spirit cleansing. I know, honey. She patted his arm idly, dividing her concentration between him and the clusterfuck about to begin. Vic had told her once that the hunter's life would never stop surprising her, but she'd learned the patterns. Ghosts didn't like vampires, and an undead gathering could awaken even peaceful spirits. There was only one thing a powerful poltergeist liked to do to vampires. The blood mage soared across the room as if launched by an invisible catapult. He bellowed wordless rage. Silence descended on the chamber as the other vampires turned toward the commotion. The poltergeist followed the other mage with a hound's focus. But why? Red didn't let her intrigue distract her. She whispered to Kristoff, "That ghost isn't fucking around. Clear this room." The shadowy spirit darkened, becoming a visible vapor mass even to mundane eyes. It enveloped the blood mage in a crashing wave. A cold breeze whipped through the room, shaking the chandeliers like a winter storm. Hate radiated from the spirit. It didn't merely have unfinished businesses, it must have had an unfinished hit list. Kristoff waded into the center of the ballroom, calling out calmly, "Exit into the hotel lobby. It's a poltergeist, people. The staff will deal with the annoyance." A chandelier exploded like an angry rebuttal. The poltergeist must not have liked being referred to as a mere annoyance. Broken crystal and glass shards rocketed over the chamber. Red instinctively summoned an air shield for Kristoff. She flinched, bracing for a hail of jagged glass as she belatedly tried to pop up her own barrier. Damn it. She was too slow and braced herself for impact. Jagged crystal rained down around her, slicing a nearby vampiress's cheek. It scored the rugs and hardwood floor as it landed. Shrieks erupted as the vampires scattered through the doors. Amazed, Red stared at the clean floor around her feet. Not a single shard had come within 2 feet of her. She glanced at the billowing shadow in the corner. It only wanted to screw with the vampires, she guessed. The blood mage hissed in Latin, thrusting his palm toward Kristoff. Malignant energy swirled around him. His eyes glowed crimson. Red reached magically for a chandelier above his cowboy hat and yanked with her mind. Sudden fury fueled her power. Air molecules rushed to do her bidding. The chandelier dropped on the fucking mage before he could finish his spell. No one hexed her boyfriend. 5 security guards rushed into the ballroom in SWAT gear. A 6th guard crawled on the ceiling like an eager spider. Kristoff pointed at the prone vampire under the pile of crystal like he was a minor irritation. The guards tackled the blood mage with silver-plated handcuffs and tasers and dragged him away into the lobby. The spirit faded like a nightmare in the morning. Maybe it had trashed the room to its satisfaction, or it only wanted to bedevil the other mage. Only the dead knew their motives. She strolled to Kristoff while the room warmed to a normal temperature, as if the heaters had turned on. Her boyfriend and his team could handle it from here. "You seem to recognize that cowboy." He nodded like their attacker was a familiar frustration. "He is one of Hilda Higby's less mentally stable children. My sources say he's been feeding on the Pennsylvania backroads since she died." "You remember Hilda?" "Her downfall was rather memorable," Red said. "On that California night nearly 2 years ago, a smart gambler would have bet on Hilda to win in her crusade to return vampires to their bloodier instincts. The drive for traditionalism had been a trend in other supernatural groups like witches and werewolves, too. Maybe it was a response to humanity's relentless quest for technological advancement. It seemed like more and more soups missed the old days. Her memory lives on as a martyr for those against the Blood Alliance. Whenever the Alliance holds a big event, you can be sure some dissenter will cause a scene," he said boredly. "You seem very blasé." He shrugged and flicked some lint off his suit sleeve. "I was honestly a little offended that we hadn't attracted more protests so far. If there isn't at least one assassination attempt, your guest list isn't infamous enough. A Novak-organized event is guaranteed to create a buzz. It's in my contract." She rolled her eyes but snuggled closer to him. Her magic ran hot through her veins. The adrenaline rush of a quickie fight kept her heart racing. "I was at your last summit. You don't need more buzz like that." Kristoff traced his fingers up her arm before taking her hand and kissing her softly. He grinned like he'd been wanting to kiss her all day. "No, I don't. I suppose Arno sent you to keep me out of trouble." She chuckled. "He thought a witch could come in handy. What can I do for the blood mage situation?" He shook his head. "That's my problem. You can tackle the phantom." "It's gone." Maybe the ghost really hated that one guy, or it exhausted its energy for now, she said. Its appearance of purpose and control reminded her of the most powerful poltergeist that she'd ever encountered, the Bell Witch. Hopefully, it buzzed off. The Bell Witch situation nearly killed both of them. She had accepted the danger of her work, but her beloved hadn't. Christoph crossed his arms, tilting his head, studying her as if he wasn't sure how to deliver bad news. Did Arno warn you about Delaware? She matched his pose, hoping she wasn't in for a rude awakening. He mentioned the sealed gateway to hell along the Brandywine River. Does that make the paranormal even less normal than usual? He sighed in relief. Well, at least my little brother did something right. Wilmington doesn't look like much, but that's why evil likes to hide here. Also, the tax benefits are insane. A smoky feminine voice called out from behind them. I heard I missed a scene. Red pivoted in surprised recognition and took Christoph's hand instinctively. In a suspicious voice, he said, Delilah Burns. Delilah ignored him to stride to Red. Clad in a light pink Chanel suit and pearls, the vampiress looked like a business Barbie down to her pink shoes and cascade of artfully curled blonde hair. A small smile warmed her coolly beautiful face. I heard you found yourself again. Red nodded. She remembered her past and the complicated place that Delilah had in it. Her grandmother's spell had dulled the trauma of her time travel misadventures, but it hadn't erased her life with Delilah's vampiric family. You're like a walking flashback for me now. Too many memories? 8 years worth, Red said, counting off the recollections with one hand. Burying victims, carrying your purse while you shopped. That one time you forgot me in an Egyptian tomb. Delilah snickered. Lucas didn't shut up about that for weeks. I sent a camel for you in the morning. I had fun camping out at that archaeology dig, Red conceded. It had confounded her then and now, but her travels through time weren't all bad. Distance and heavy therapy, both mystical and mundane, gave her perspective. Delilah had been an unlikely benefactor, more often a bad influence, yet sometimes a mentor. Their world had been very gray. It still was in so many ways. I remember how, on quiet nights, you would read plays aloud when you were choosing a new one to produce at your theater. I'm glad you still have your claws in show business. I miss those nights sometimes, Delilah said with unexpected softness, her icy bitch persona cracked to reveal the real woman underneath. She laughed sardonically as if she needed to hide the slight vulnerability. I wasn't chained to my cell phone then. Red wrinkled her nose, uncertain how to respond. Time hadn't made her nostalgic, even if she had made peace with her past. What else did you hear about me? Delilah pursed her lips and arched her eyebrow as if she knew a secret. Something about a prison break, but you really want to ask who was gossiping. I can already guess, Red said. There was only one person who could have known about her memories and told Delilah, her ex-boyfriend Lucas. She had gained perspective on him too, but she still didn't want him in her business. I'll still give you a hint. He isn't pleased about your new beau. Christoph crossed his arms, his fangs peeking from under his lip. My maker's feelings don't matter to me. Red thought that was debatable, but she wouldn't say it aloud. His connection to Delilah and Lucas was as fraught as her own. They had been a part of the gang even if they were low on the totem pole. It was their messy choice once upon a time, but a chosen family could warp you as much as your own blood. I'll quote you on that, Delilah said with amusement. I, for one, love a torrid saga. You're always welcome in my Los Angeles. Thanks, Red said dryly, uninterested in more drama. It was a pleasure to finally see you again, Juniper St. James. Or do you prefer Red? Delilah asked. Shockingly, she seemed genuinely concerned about Red's preferences. Red is fine. She had rejected her birth name once she remembered it. Suspicion flickered to life. How did Delilah know her real last name? Oh, and my condolences about your great-aunt Calliope. I saw the obituary in the paper. Startled, Red thought she misunderstood for a second. Her heart panged for a second as old memories of starry nights camping with old Callie and her cousins came flooding back. She'd almost forgotten. Sudden grief gripped her before a startling realization broke, though. She had a great aunt in Wilmington, but how did Delilah know that? She hadn't told Lucas or anyone outside a tight circle about Great Aunt Calliope. The elderly aunt had been estranged from the St. James coven for years. She wouldn't have ever been a topic of casual conversation. Who told you about my family? Lucas. I think Vic told him, Delilah said absently, before checking her watch and backing away. My next meeting is in 5 minutes, so I'm already late. Red seethed and poked Kristoff in her arm. What the hell is Vic telling people? He lifted his hands in a little surrender. I don't know. Sounds like you need to ask him. I think I will, she said, beyond annoyed with her friend before she belatedly remembered she was here to help Kristoff. Do you need me to spirit cleanse the hotel? He side-eyed the broken chandeliers and pulled his phone out as if ready to order replacements. No, my staff mages can earn their retainer fees today. She stroked his chin and leaned in to kiss him. He dropped his phone in his pocket and wrapped his arms around her. In his embrace, she knew she wanted to spend the rest of her life with him. It was a shame they disagreed on the duration. You're a handsome devil. I don't tell you that enough. He smirked. Call me if you need a body dumped. I know the best landfills. I can bury this body myself, she assured him. A junior staff mage hustled over to them, eyeing Kristoff nervously. Miss, I think you have a message at the front desk. Later, she said, already moving and too annoyed with Vic to care. Send it to the Byron Hotel. The staff mage blinked at the broken chandelier, nodded, and vanished back into the chaos. Red wouldn't harm Vic, but he'd get a very large and sharp piece of her mind. What else did he say to her ex-boyfriend? Chapter 3. July 30th, early evening. Wilmington, Delaware, Polidori Hotel. Ready to make war, Red marched through the Polidori Hotel and into the hot summer night. The humidity clung to her, evaporating the artificial chill from the interior air conditioning. A heat wave hung over the city like the sun was mad at the mid-Atlantic region. The smell of the nearby Christina River and the distant calls of seagulls reminded her of the city's proximity to the Delaware Bay, but unfortunately, there wasn't a single refreshing breeze to cool down the riverfront district. Her armpits grew muggy, and her mood soured more. She crossed the street to Polidori's sister hotel. The Byron, a modern brick high-rise like its twin, boasted views of the Riverwalk Promenade along the waterline to the east and the Frawley Stadium to the south. When Arno Novak hired her to come, she insisted on a room away from the scheming vampires. She had imagined something across town. Right now, she didn't mind the short distance since she needed to give Vic a piece of her mind. She strode into the Byron Hotel. A photo portrait of John F. Kennedy stared at her, along with an oil-painted Dolly Parton from a quirky gallery wall with mid-century frames precisely engineered to appeal to millennial hipsters. She grabbed the first elevator in the lobby and took it to the top floor. Her corner suite had a living room with giant windows that allowed her to admire the historical district on one side and the river on the other. Her annoyance couldn't prevent her from appreciating the sight. Arno Novak didn't skimp on her accommodation, that was for sure. Not that his brother would have allowed it. With luxe all-white and black decor, the suite cost a pretty penny per night. It was a Novak property, so she didn't pay anything. Just a perk of dating a real estate mogul. Another one was that Kristoff hadn't been joking about hiding bodies for her. Vic? She called as she wandered past the puffy cloud of a sofa. An empty can of Mountain Dew rested on the glass coffee table. She touched it. The metal was still cold from the fridge. He couldn't have gone far. Come out so I can kick your ass. Vic Constantine was the heir to a demon-hunting dynasty with a record that divine champions would envy. She didn't care. He dressed like the roadie for a Metallica tribute band and teared up every time Spock died in the Wrath of Khan movie. She wasn't scared of him, even if he still thought of her as his intern. She yelled his name again. Oi, let me pull pants up unless you want to kick my literal bare ass, he yelled back. Fine, Red paced as she waited. What did I do? He asked, strolling shirtless out of the bathroom and fastening his belt. His black hair stuck up like a cockatoo over his forehead, as if he'd tugged it up in frustration while the rest of his mullet was tied back. He pulled on an old shirt decorated with a faded Georgia peach. It had been a gift from his late mentor, Quinn, and he'd probably wear it until it was mostly holes. The sight of the shirt softened her temper. He'd worked with both Quinn and Lucas for years before she came along. It still didn't give him the right to dish about her life. Her annoyance returned as quickly as it abated. She crossed her arms. How often do you gossip with Lucas? I saw Delilah, and she seems completely up to date on my business. Vic groaned. It's not like we have a weekly phone date and paint our nails. When you were in lockup, I reached out to whoever I thought could be useful. It was months ago. He got the cliff notes of your life, not the full write-up. I don't need him keeping tabs on me, but I get why you did it, she said, suddenly frustrated with herself for reacting so strongly. He had tried his best to keep her from crossing the line in her search for revenge and then forgave her after she had. Their hotel was only across the street from the vampire conference, so it's not like she drove across town, but she still felt overly triggered. Maybe she was sensitive after her brush with an angry spirit. Delilah told me my great aunt Calliope died. News travels fast. I figured that I'd tell you over beers after your shift with the Hex Squad. I heard when I ducked into the local hunter's bar. People respected her power, he said with a politician's diplomacy, as if the truth needed polish. She frowned. Her mother had often spoken kindly of Great Aunt Callie, even if others didn't. She had called her on Sundays for years when Red was a kid. It was never a long call, nor was it ever returned, but her mother never seemed to forget a single Sunday until she left the coven. We didn't spend a lot of time together, but I feel like I should pay my respects, at least on my mom's behalf. They were close. We kind of owe her, I think. My mom made it seem like she helped us fake our deaths. She might have been the only relative who knew that we didn't die in a car accident. It was the excuse for why we couldn't have an open casket funeral. You never told me that. Surprise colored his voice. It's not something I like to think about. That was a hard day, she said, regretting the bite in her tone. That time was so confusing. She had lost her coven, her original name, and her old life overnight. Even now, she felt a strange grief about it, like someone had really died. She had asked her mom later as a teen how she had pulled off the fake out, but Brooke had only said that Callie helped, and that was the end of the conversation. No matter how often Red asked to know more about the curse and all those family secrets, her mother never budged. I know the undertaker at the Farrington funeral home, he said gently. The visiting was today. I can get us in after closing time if we're too late. You really want to come with me? She plucked at her dark blazer, accidentally dressed for a funeral. I don't want to talk ill of the dead, so I don't want to go into too much detail about what I heard, but it's made me curious, he said before smiling. I'm happy to drive anywhere in that sporty little ride from the Novak garage. Tell me all the dirt about my aunt on the drive and try not to speed. I promise nothing, he said with a laugh. She glanced at his hair again. His mullet was pulled back in a ponytail like he sometimes did when he was working hard at the computer. She asked, Are you okay? Were you doing hacker shit? He smoothed his tousled bangs on his forehead. Just research. I still haven't tracked down the guy that I need to give 5 Benjamins for my dad's debt. Red knew that his family drama was as complicated as her own. She had lost her mom and dad, but Vic had the bad luck to lose 2 sets of parents. He was born to a piously Christian family of Korean Americans before his parents and little sister were slaughtered by a rogue werewolf. His late adopted father had left him a hunter's kit and a list of unfinished business. Most had to do with monsters. She wondered why alone was on the list, but Vic liked people poking into his business as much as she did. So, are you sure that you're up for crashing a funeral? I've looked at my laptop for hours. I'm ready for the road, he said, as he gathered his wallet and keys, then pulled on a black denim jacket. What do you. A knock on the hotel suite door interrupted him. He shot a surprised look at her before he answered the door. A dark suited bellhop handed him an envelope with the announcement, "We think it's for her." Vic took the letter sized manila envelope and frowned before closing the door. He lifted it up to show her the block letters on its front, the red witch with the vampires. "It's definitely for you." She didn't sense any magic on it before she opened it gingerly. It wasn't a letter. What was it? A gasp escaped her as she dumped the contents out into her palm. A ripped photo of 4 teenage girls in crisp school uniforms on a sun-faded lawn. 2 faces were X'd cleanly out in red grease pencil. One was her mother's. Cold fear stole the warmth from her hands. The tear across the right edge looked like it had been ripped roughly off a bigger photo. "This is my mom with my aunts." Why are their faces crossed out, do you think? A new chill ran down her spine. Because they're dead. The only 2 left alive in this picture are the twins, Mara and Karenina. "Who sent this?" Vic asked as she turned over the photo. With shaky and spiky letters in red grease pen, the backside had a warning. Or was it a threat? "Watch yourself. It's happening soon. Someone wants me looking over my shoulder, and it's someone who knows where to find me." She snapped a pic on her phone, then slid the photo back into the envelope. If she told Christoph now, he'd freak out. Better after the funeral home. Hopefully there were usable fingerprints. Arno had confided the Novak brothers had their best investigators on call for the summit. Now we really have to go to the funeral home. Red and Vic locked eyes. After so long working together, she knew he was thinking the same thing she was. The creepogram and Calliope St. James's death wasn't a coincidence. He asked, "What do you remember about your great-aunt?" "Not much besides a camping trip or 2, but she mostly told us survival tips, not her life story." Red had recovered her memories of her real life and real family, but this was the closest she'd gotten to the St. James Coven in nearly 15 years. A new nervousness pinched at her. She twisted her mother's ring on her finger. Was she ready to run into relatives? She tried not to hype herself up. Her great aunt was 1,000,000 years old and unpopular. This could be an intimate affair, or a family reunion. Oh, goddess, she hoped not. Twilight deepened into night as Red and Vic left in a teal sports car that he'd already named Gloria. He played their wheelman gleefully and took over the radio, trying to find a classic rock station. She was happy to let him have his fun, even if he weirdly petted the steering wheel like a beloved dog at every red light. An unspoken tension soon filled the car after he finished debriefing her on his intel about Calliope. He knew how little she wanted to do with her family. Now, a creepy memento of the past arrived at the door. What did it mean? Where did it come from? Who had sent it? The questions hounded her, but one worried her the most. Did someone else in her family, besides her grandma Abigail, know she was alive? They drove from the riverfront where city officials and moneyed hipsters tried to gentrify the old shipyard on the Christina River. Wilmington felt smaller than it was. She'd noticed it on their earlier drive from the airport. Wooded parks and hills obscured its residential areas like each one was a secret. The few skyscrapers behind them faded into the horizon as they took the highway north. The GPS on the dashboard displayed unfamiliar neighborhoods called Quaker Hills, the Flats, and Little Italy. The feminine British voice of the GPS ordered, "Keep straight." Vic rolled his eyes at the screen. He usually protested her using GPS, but he kept quiet, still playing with the radio dial in an increasingly desperate search for rock music. He finally settled for a classic rap station. Maybe his silence was respect for her dearly departed. Maybe it was the city's vibes. Red broke the lull in their conversation for his sake. She didn't want him to worry about her after all her drama this spring and summer. The mystery photo had freaked her out, but she put on a good face for him. "Did you know this place was dubbed Murder Town, USA back in 2014? Badass. I'd put that on the license plates. It might put the Philly drivers in their places." They'd just take it as a challenge, she said absently as she checked the GPS screen. Our ramp is coming up. I memorized the map already. My old man, well, both of them, taught me to know my trail before I left home. Vic hadn't forgotten his roots after he'd been adopted into the venerated Constantine family of hunters. The church type, he remembered both families in his prayers every night. He understood her grief over her murdered mother better than most. Maybe it was why he didn't hesitate in taking her to a funeral home. Their destination was outside a district called 40 Acres. It used to be a suburb when the city was young. Back in the day, the Irish immigrants and the witches were segregated there on the banks of the Brandywine. The Irish eventually integrated into the rest of the city, but the witches stayed here. They were hidden if you didn't know where to look. The trivia appeared in her head, but she didn't know the source. Maybe her mother said it. Her chest felt tight at the thought, and the memory of the ripped photo haunted her. Spectral fog drifted from sewer grates and over the trees. A human eye wouldn't have noticed it. The haze reminded her of Charm's atmosphere when the mystical energy was ready to boil over. As they took an off-ramp, she squinted at a manhole cover. The radiating energy felt like a dirty urban puddle. It wouldn't kill you if you touched it, but you still didn't want your shoes soaked in it. "We're here," he said as he pulled into a small parking lot next to a stately historical brick house. The sign on the lawn read, "Farrington Funeral Home." Red and Vic parked and walked to the front door. He tried the doorknob tentatively before raising an eyebrow at her when it opened. They entered quietly, both glancing around for an attendant. Mothballs and frankincense scented the atrium. A distinct energy signature of a protection spell hung over them like a silent order to behave. He murmured, "Where is the undertaker?" Red shrugged and pointed at a sign on an easel in the hallway. "That's her." A portrait of a young Calliope St. James, stern and steely-eyed even in her youth, stood like a bouncer outside of an open door in the front hall. She had a pragmatic look with a square jaw. Her bouffant hairstyle and pearls dated the photo to the early 1960s. Didn't Calliope have any more recent photos? Red remembered her as an unfussy elderly woman in flannel shirts and old trousers. Her mother, Brooke, would have made sure to have paid her respects to her aunt. Maybe she had welcomed old Callie on the other side. Red hoped they were at peace. Her lip twisted, disquieted as she reflected on the ripped photo and the X over her mother's youthful face. Was that someone's idea of a sick joke? The visiting room was empty when they crept inside. A few rows of chairs waited around a closed casket. Red muttered to Vic, "Seriously, where is everyone?" He shrugged, then popped his head into the threshold to the hallway again. "It's all clear," he said, as if he expected an attack. "This is sad." She hadn't imagined that the room would be so empty. Hopefully a nice crowd of mourners had just left. It would be terrible to be so unmourned. Then again, Great Aunt Calliope had outlived her friends, most of her close family, and probably her enemies too. Well, not the supernatural ones. A longer life had its trade-offs. Red had weighed them all when she nearly became a vampire. Vic did a lap around the casket like he expected something to pop out of it. She waved him away from the casket. "Hey, stop circling. We're not investigating. We're paying respects. She isn't a ghoul." "No, but her reputation made it sound—" Red smacked his arm. She had gotten a summary in the car and didn't need him to repeat it by her aunt's body. "Hey, be respectful." "Don't fret," a new voice said from the doorway. "Callie isn't in that old box." Red instantly relaxed at the familiar voice. The sound always made her feel safe. She turned around. "Grandma!" Abigail Street James strode inside with a queen's regal gait in a black skirt suit. Her thick strands of natural auburn hair striped with gray locks which were impeccably coiffed. They had last seen each other in Red's near-death vision. Red didn't remember anything but gray in her hair before. The older woman looked at least 3 decades younger. Her skin seemed remarkably smooth for her age. Abigail's patrician beauty could seem icy, but her expression was full of warmth for her granddaughter. A small, happy tear beaded in the corner of her eye. They hadn't seen each other in person for over a decade. An astral visit wasn't the same. Red wanted to cry and throw herself into her grandmother's arms. Abigail smiled broadly. I expected a few surprising faces to pay their respects to my sister. I'm happy you're one of them. My girl, it's wonderful to see you. Red felt like a kid again and rushed to her grandmother. She hugged the woman that many deemed to be among the East Coast's most powerful witches. As a little girl, she empirically believed that nothing could hurt her with her grandma around. Most mages would have agreed. A familiar Chanel perfume tickled her nose, and she could have sworn she had time traveled to the past again. Grandma patted her back. I missed you so much, Junie. Red released her grandmother and smiled. You look fabulous, Grams. I wondered if I'd see you here. This is my friend, the bard Vic Constantine. Greetings, head witch, Vic said with a bow. He held himself straight-backed with what he called his church manners. It's a pleasure to meet you, Vic. I believe I met your grandfather in Nevada. He was tracking a darkling witch spending her 8 weeks in Reno for a divorce. The ruckus woke up the entire hotel. It made the conversation at breakfast quite interesting the next day. That sounds like a Constantine, Red said before touching her grandmother's arm. I'm sorry for your loss. Callie was many things that I won't say at her funeral, but above all, she was my baby sister. Few knew her like I did, and yet for so many decades, I felt as if I didn't know her at all. Red repeated her condolences, and Vic echoed her. Sometimes she felt very old, a side effect from so much time travel. And yet, she felt very young when she thought about the 80-plus years of what sounded like complicated sisterhood. Her mother, Brooke, hadn't really talked about her aunt's history or falling out with Grandma Abigail. A little memory tickled at Red's brain. Something about a rainy night and chicken pot pie. Brooke and Abigail had been arguing. Red hadn't heard much before her father had sent her to bed, but she could have sworn it was about Brooke's sister Petunia, who had died young from a sudden illness. For someone who once suffered from mystical amnesia, Red actually had a decent memory. Facts, figures, and foreign languages were easily organized in her head, yet swaths of her childhood were a milky blur. Her life before Charm, Oregon had a dreamy quality of a fairy tale. Vic asked, Is it true that someone tried a B&E at old Callie's place? Red narrowed her eyes at him. He hadn't mentioned a break-in earlier. Was that more Hunter's gossip? Her grandmother shouldn't be bothered with such talk at a funeral, but she was also curious. She didn't say anything, yet kept her arm ready to elbow him to shut up. The older woman nodded. I don't envy them. My sister delighted in booby traps and clever little hexes that could blow off a werebear's arm. Red and Vic glanced at each other. After so long as hunting partners, she knew what he was thinking. That was too specific a statement to be random. What beef did her great aunt have with shifters? Or was it everyone? Red asked. Was she a hunter? She didn't hesitate to kill, Grandma Abigail said simply with a pensive stare at the empty casket. Her regal composure returned in an eye blink. Red pulled her phone from her pocket and swiped through the interface to find her photo of the creepogram. I hate to show you this, but it was delivered to my hotel tonight. Gran, have you seen this photo before? My 4 girls, she said softly. A class year. They used to take those on the lawn at Foxfire Academy. 2 are crossed out. I see. Was that a flash of recognition behind her eyes? Red couldn't be certain. There was a warning on the back that something was happening soon. Do you have any idea what it could mean? Perhaps. You shouldn't worry, my dear. I have everything in hand, Abigail said, before narrowing her eyes in suspicion at the closed casket. I had the funeral director empty the building and leave the door ajar for any of Callie's enemies to make themselves known. But I believe I wasted my time. We'll wait with you, Red declared. No, I've concluded my dealings here. I have a reservation at the Endora Bistro. You both could join me. It would be my treat and invitation. Vic said, The Endora is supposed to be magically delicious. It should be, Grandma Abigail confirmed. The head chef is a culinary mage. Red smiled. Her grandmother's steady presence eased her worry. They were with a magical badass, after all. If there was anyone she could trust, it was her grandma. Abigail had saved her life only months ago, after all. She was the only exception to Red's anxiety around the old coven. I'd love to go. Splendid. The Endora isn't far from here. I took a cab from my hotel. Red offered. We can drive you, Grandma. Oh dear, the walk there is less than 10 minutes. Come now. My mother always insisted on a walk before and after dinner. She claimed it enlivened the constitution. Sure, Red agreed, as her grandmother pivoted on her short, chunky heels and marched through to the doorway. Vic leaned to Red. At first, she worried that he'd complain about not being able to use his fancy borrowed car. He whispered, Isn't your grandma nearly 90? She's pretty spry. Red shrugged happily. Her grandmother had always looked remarkable for her age. True beauty was hard to shake. Supposedly, Abigail had been scouted by Hollywood and taken elocution and movement lessons as a teenager. She'd never lost her finishing school training or her beauty regime, it seemed. She's one of those active seniors, I guess. Grandma Abigail called from the doorway as she texted on her cell phone. Don't dally, children. Now, my dear, you must tell me everything that you've been up to. Red trotted after her with a smile. Since my prison break and you kept me from turning into a vampire, it was actually a fun summer. Except for the Honda that ran you over, Vic pointed out. That was nothing, Red said before she jumped into the story. She didn't lose her grin even after the 10-minute walk turned into a nearly 30-minute jaunt through residential brick neighborhoods. The humid heat of the day had cooled, carrying a breeze with a hint of the earthy smell of the Brandywine Creek and a nearby horticulture center. As they walked, she sent a text message to Christoph to let him know what she was up to. He must have been too busy to write because he sent her a short voice message that she listened to on low volume. Give my best to your grandmother. Don't worry about rushing back to the conference. Stay out and enjoy yourself. Love you. Red conveyed the well wishes to Abigail, but she could read the subtext behind her boyfriend's words. He was happy to see her away from the other vampires. Tonight, he had gotten his wish after all. Hopefully, Arno wouldn't give him much grief about missing the services of their only witch, whose loyalty couldn't be bought or taken by force. Abigail said, It's so good to see you wearing your mother's ring. She never told me where she found it, but it has a strong enchantment. I can tell you've been practicing your magic, too. What elements can you call now? Air and fire, water once or twice, Red said, wondering if that time she summoned the blood out of Isaac Gruber counted. She'd been so furious that night, and the magic had flown out of her from instinct. He was a vampire who she had mistakenly thought was part of the conspiracy that killed her mother. He'd been guilty of other terrible crimes. She pushed that dark night out of her mind. Oh, we're here. If she had driven by, she would have missed the recessed one-story brick building and its hanging sign over the front door. Hidden behind two overgrown willow trees, it seemed like an overgrown cottage in the city. Rounded flagstones marked with protection sigils and runes guided them to an equally rounded door. Vic opened the door for them. Dried herb bundles dangled from the wooden ceiling beams. Botanical sketches adorned the white walls. Pillar candles burned in a great hearth, creating flickering shadows. Dim electric lights were disguised in hanging lanterns over the rough-hewn oak tables. A violinist played softly in the corner. The rustic ambiance and the gentle energy of magic created a perfectly cozy environment. This looks like a hobbit tavern from The Lord of the Rings, Vic said, impressed. Grandma Abigail smiled. A worthy tome. Gandalf was always a particular favorite of mine. I have a first edition copy at home. A freckled-faced blonde waitress greeted them with a bow. Madam St. James, welcome. We have added 2 more chairs to your reserved table. Red hid her shock. Did they have a psychic on hand for reservations? When she went to paranormal establishments, they were usually dingy hunters' bars, where you were lucky to find more than overly fried pub food. Effortlessly regal, Abigail said, Thank you, Jenny. I'll have the usual. but I suppose my guests will want a menu. Of course. I've eaten nearly every meal here since I came to town. You'll taste why soon, Grandma Abigail said. She guided them to a table beside the hearth like she was the restaurant owner and sat down gracefully. The walk hadn't seemed to fatigue her. She hadn't even gotten sweaty. Red envied her composure. After months in temperate Oregon, the evening's humidity was a little too much for her. Thankfully, the temperature in the restaurant was perfect, despite the absence of any visible air conditioning vents or units. Jenny, the waitress, poured white wine for them from a chilled decanter dewy with condensation before setting the decanter and menus on the table. The creamy paper menus were pinned to thin birch boards carved with witch symbols. She announced, "A splendidly fresh bouillabaisse with local seafood is our special tonight." "Thank you, Jenny," Grandma Abigail said before dismissing the waitress with a nod. She turned a pointed gaze to Vic like he was another grandson. "Get the special. You have a peaky, tired look like you need more fish in your diet, and your posture tells me that you spend too much time on the computer." Vic conceded the fact with a shrug. "Well spotted." Red winced from embarrassment. "Grandma, be nice." He laughed. "No worries. I had a Korean grandma, so I've heard worse about my posture. It makes me feel like family when I'm told that I need to eat more. Come visit my home and I will fatten you up. I promise I don't live in a gingerbread house." Red didn't want to sully the mood, and it wasn't as if she didn't trust her grandma's abilities, but that weird delivery to her hotel hadn't left her mind. "Grams, about that photo. What the heck do you think it means? I'm still creeped out." "I shouldn't say anything aloud just yet. Later I will. I promise." Abigail lifted her glass, gaze flicking around the room with a hostess's ease and a strategist's caution. "Try the bouillabaisse, darlings. The cook always outdoes himself." Red took the graceful conversation pivot for the message it obviously was. The room wasn't as private as it looked. She would obey the unspoken request for discretion for now. Was her grandma truly unbothered by it, or was it an act? Abigail was a skilled politician in her own right, as representative of the St. James family to the Council of the Global Covens. A middle-aged man, straight-backed and skinny like uncooked asparagus, approached the table wearing an apron and a wide grin. "Abigail," he said with a soft French accent, "it's a wonder to see you. I was told you arrived while I was out of town sourcing ingredients, but I couldn't believe it. How many moons has it been?" "Too long," Grandma Abigail said as she stood and kissed the cook on both cheeks. "Allow me to introduce my granddaughter and her friend, Mr. Constantine. This is the sublime Frances Durand." Red stood and put her hand out to shake, and the cook kissed it. She withdrew her hand in amusement and sat. It had been a while since she'd encountered such old-fashioned manners from a human. "Pleasure to meet you." "Likewise. It's a delight to meet another St. James beauty," the cook said, then raised his eyebrow at Vic. "A Constantine, eh? Henry still owes me $500. Vic looked at him agog, half out of his chair to shake the restaurateur's hand. "You are Frances Durand? I've been trying to find you. I asked at the Brandywine Bard and no one—" "No bard or hunter would ever reveal me," Frances said, as if scandalized at the notion, "and I don't take checks." "Of course not," Vic grumbled as he pulled out his wallet. "I got $50 and a coupon for a free car wash." Grandma Abigail assured the chef, "He can come back tomorrow." Francis lifted his nose in disappointment. "I would have expected his father to come himself." "He's in heaven," Vic said coldly and sat down. "Then the rumors of his demise weren't exaggerated," Francis said with a sigh. "My condolences. For your pain, I shall create a meal that will make you cry again, but with joy. Jenny will take your orders." He clapped to summon the waitress before bowing and retreating into a back room. Grandma Abigail smiled fondly after him as she sat down at the table. The waitress took their orders with a practiced polish, and Vic dutifully got the special while Red asked for a mushroom bourguignon. Grandma sipped her wine, then said, "Francis is an odd bird, but few are better with a kitchen spell. He catered at your Aunt Mara's wedding." Vic asked Red, "How many great aunts do you have? Is this one a stubborn recluse too?" Oh, she is my daughter. Indeed, she is stubborn, Grandma Abigail said. In her last sentence, her exquisite manners dropped for a split second as if she could have said something less flattering, but the moment faded too quickly for most to notice. But she has a very busy social life. Red had spent years in the Victorian era learning to read the emotions of the most reserved matrons. She noticed and wondered. Aunt Mara had always been Red's favorite, but she had set her mother, Brooke, on edge too. Grandma Abigail smiled politely. All my girls have strong wills. You'll know that, Vic, when you meet my daughter, Karenina. At Mara's wedding, she was the event planner. She designed the seating chart like a battle map, and everyone swore it was the best party of their lives. Vic nodded politely, oblivious to the subtext in the conversation. I heard that your sister Calliope was a firecracker, too. Grandma chuckled. She was the entire 4th of July. Age never mellowed her. In fact, I think she enjoyed being a crotchety old woman. It was a surprise when she called me last week to come and perform a rejuvenation spell on her. For so long, she called me vain, said that I added decades to my life frivolously like a debutante collecting shoes. Red asked, What do you mean by adding decades? Grandma gestured to her own face. Do you think this is Botox and hair dye? Of course, the spell is a bother and few have the power to achieve it. Yet I think the effects speak for themselves. Some witches decide to stay more youthful, but I thoroughly enjoyed my 60s. It's a gloriously wise and wonderful time in a woman's life. Vic asked, So is it like a glamour? Oh no, my boy. It's far more than skin deep. I turn back time. My own mother, Junie, has done it 5 times, and the dear soul is still with us. She walks 3 miles every morning when she doesn't have a tennis partner. 124 years old, and you'd think she was 80. Holy crap, Vic said, staring at Red like he expected her to announce she was over 100, too. Red couldn't say anything. Her mind was too full of possibilities. She could have so much more time with Christoph than she expected. They could have a century or more together. He wouldn't ever age, and theoretically, she didn't have to either. Chapter 4. July 30th evening, Wilmington, Delaware, the Endora Bistro. Red sipped her wine to anchor herself after her grandmother's declaration. It changed everything. She could have over a century with her lover. Applause broke out in the bistro as the violinist in the corner ended his song. The soft conversation from the other tables filled the silence. Vic stole a glance at her like he expected her to say something. She still could only think of one thing. She could stay young for decades with Christoph while still keeping her magic. It was the solution to the biggest problem in her relationship. She could have cried from happiness. Grandma Abigail sighed. I wanted to do the spell for Callie, and I had even planned the date for her. We were to meet by the banks of the Brandywine until... Oh, Callie, I will miss her. Many won't, but I certainly will, Vic murmured. I'm sorry, ma'am, and I should apologize again for a hunter's curiosity, but I have to ask... Grandma interrupted, How did she die? The question brought Red back to the conversion and out of her happier thoughts. You don't have to answer right now. I want answers, my dear. It's why I didn't return home. I can tell you that it wasn't natural, but my initial investigation disturbed me. I'd rather it not disturb our dinner, but tomorrow I would like your help, both of you. Where are you two staying in town? I can meet you there after breakfast. I'll take mine with Francis, but then we can be off to Callie's house. Of course, we'll help, Vic said before Red could. We're staying at the Byron Hotel. Ah, yes, the vampire one, Grandma said, before shaking her head with a smile. My great-aunt Akaitsa had quite the scandalous life, and maybe with more wine, I'll tell you about her affair with the vampiress who inspired the story Carmilla. Their meal came before Red could respond. The delicious fragrance wiped her mind blank. Each bite was as amazing as promised. Somehow she felt rejuvenated, both in body, spirit, and in her magic. Even the soft ache in her still healing ribs had faded. She wanted to lick the plate when she was finished. Vic leaned back in his chair and patted his belly. I wasn't really a fan of French cooking before, but now I want to kiss Francis on the mouth. That is the common refrain after dining here, Grandma said. She opened her pocketbook and handed them both a business card. A single phone number was printed on the ice white paper. Before I forget, this is how you can reach me. I dislike everything about cell phones except for this game where I match jewels. However, I carry it with me everywhere. Vic typed her number dutifully in his phone. Yes, ma'am. It's been a tiring day, so I will refuse more wine, but I will plant one seed before we retire for the evening. Next week, the family is gathering for a reunion in Laurelwick Red. Please come. Bring whoever you want. That means you too, Vic. He nodded as if ready to accept, but glanced at Red before he took a long drink of water. She tried not to grimace at the thought. A family reunion? Oof. It had been over a decade since she'd seen Laurelwick, the small Pennsylvania village where the St. James Coven held their family estate. It would make an old lady so happy to see her granddaughters together again, Grandma Abigail said before raising her hand to forestall any protests. Don't answer yet. Think about it. Okay, I will. Red didn't promise anything. Seeing her grandma was different than seeing the whole family. She didn't want to offend Gran, but she had already made a promise to her late mother about seeing the coven again. Grandma Abigail took Red's hand and squeezed it gently. Smiling, she said, I'm overjoyed to see you again, my dear, and to know that you have such a nice young man for a friend. Now I must see Francis. Don't worry about the bill. He owes me dinner. Thank you, Red and Vic said at the same time. This is goodbye for tonight, but rest up. I'll need your eyes open tomorrow. You'll learn everything I know then. And don't worry about that delivery. I have everything in hand, dearest. Red stood and hugged her grandma. She might not know what that ripped photo meant, but she knew she could trust Abigail to have her back. I love you. Good night. Vic shook Grandma Abigail's hand. I'll do everything I can to help, ma'am. I know. You are Henry's boy. She patted his cheek before she left for the back room into the bistro's kitchen. Vic smiled. I like your granny, and I think she's right about a walk after dinner. I'm stuffed. You might need to roll me in a wheelbarrow to the car. Get to walking, Red said, pushing him playfully on the shoulder. The night felt full of promise and possibilities as they left the restaurant. She couldn't stop thinking about her grandmother's youth spell. When they finally reached their car at the funeral home, a cold breeze made her shiver. The temperature drop made her skin crawl. Was there a ghost around? A startled yelp echoed from the trees on the other side of the funeral home's parking lot. Red switched on her spirit gaze. A vampire's aura flickered in the shadows before fading. She pointed toward the old oaks. Did you hear that? Vic clicked the sports car's key fob, turning on the headlights. The bright beams illuminated the trees. A skeleton sprawled on the tidy grass under the trees. They ran toward it. The bones appeared older, with a rusty hue as they drew closer. A branch impaled the skeleton's rib cage right where a heart should have been. She stopped on the edge of the parking lot's asphalt and pulled out a stake from her jacket. Scanning the yard with her third eye, she didn't spy any more auras. This was a vampire. I sensed its aura just a minute ago. Vic stroked his chin. I thought I felt a spirit when we got here. I'd guess it didn't take too kindly to a vampire skulking around. This funeral home is run by witches. Maybe they have a specter on duty. Then it's one hell of a bodyguard. Red didn't want to say it, but she wondered if her great Aunt Callie wanted one last hunt before her trip to the great beyond. She double-checked the area for the hint of another aura, but found only an owl in the trees. Thank you, Vic said respectfully to whatever spirits could be listening before he led her back to the car. Okay, time to go. If that vamp had a partner, it would have run by now. So should we. Agreed, she said as she got into the passenger side door. Vic had the car in motion before she belted herself in. Was that vampire following them, or had it been hunting in the area by coincidence? With a big undead conference in town, either option was possible. Kristoff's enemies had tried to take her out to hurt him before. Or had it been sent to check that her great aunt was dead? She hadn't heard of any particular grudge between Calliope and the undead, but the woman had been secretive for most of her life. Who knows what stories she could have told? Did any have to do with the dissenting factions at the Blood Alliance summit? Vic flipped through the radio until he found classic rock. He glanced over at her with a knowing look. You're going to find Kristoff and tell him the good news, aren't you? She pursed her lips. A slain vampire, depending on its affiliation, could mean trouble for him or be a complete non event. Either way, it was a skeleton when they found it. Not that it would stop someone from blaming them for the deed. He won't be that excited to learn about a dead vamp. No, Goober, I mean your grandma's spell. You love birds will chirp over it, I'm sure. A dopey smile spread across her face. Yeah. Don't tell me your plans. I expect that I won't see you until the morning. She chuckled. I'll be there for breakfast. Just don't eat all the donuts at the buffet before I show up. If they have bear claws, I promise nothing, Red. In the late evening, the traffic had thinned. The roads felt emptier than usual. Maybe it was the increased vampire population in town. Even if humans didn't know about real vampires, subconsciously the living seemed to react to their presence. The intuitive ones stayed home and decided to catch up on their TV shows. She texted Kristoff that she wanted to see him. Vic drove them back to the hotel and waved goodbye to her. Don't wake me up if you come home earlier. I need my beauty sleep. Not all of us can get magical facelifts. Sure. See you later, Red said before she walked across the street to the Polidori Hotel. She felt like skipping to her boyfriend. Hopefully, he wasn't occupied with business. She couldn't share this news over the phone. Kristoff appeared in the lobby when she crossed the threshold. A thoughtful frown lingered on his face. He took her gently by the hand and kissed her fingers. The touch sent happy shivers down her spine. Darling, things have gotten more complicated since you left. Maybe my good news will cheer you up, she chirped happily. You go first. My news can wait, maybe for decades. Curiosity brightened his expression. Is that so? Very well. My mages have sensed a connection between you and the poltergeist earlier. A familial connection. My theory is that it is your late aunt because you were protected from the shenanigans earlier. The broken glass and chaos missed you completely, despite your unfavorable position. Red nodded. Her mother had promised that Aunt Callie would always protect them and had helped secure their passage west even if she hadn't said how. How often her mother had been in contact with Calliope after they had left the coven? Her mom had acted like she hadn't talked to anyone from their past, but she had kept so many secrets. Would Brooke know where to start this investigation? Red didn't know, but she was certain that a strong personality didn't fade quickly from this world, especially not when it had been extinguished suddenly or by violence. It wouldn't shock anyone in the family that Callie hadn't decided to go into the great beyond quickly. Kristoff lifted an eyebrow. You don't seem surprised. I went to the funeral house for Aunt Callie's visiting. Another vampire had been waiting for Vic and me in the parking lot, but a spirit took it out before we could fully see it. Maybe that was her too. I'll leave an offering out for her in thanks. Another vamp? Who? It was just old bones when Vic and I went to check on it. Then we hopped in the car. I didn't sense any others. The vampire was old enough that only a skeleton and no other identifiers remained. It was at the Farrington Funeral Home if you want to send a collection team. Kristoff nodded and took out his phone to send a text message. What was your news? Let me get the weird part out of the way, she said before explaining the unsettling photo. His face froze as she spoke, and he texted furiously on his phone. When she finished, he said with deadly seriousness, That sounds like a threat. My people will collect that envelope from your suite and test for fingerprints immediately. The order has already been sent. I don't care how powerful your grandmother is. I can't allow anyone to threaten you. Listen, the good news will make you forget all of that. During dinner with my gran, she let me in on a witchy beauty tip, Red said before leaning closer to whisper. I know how I can look as young as you for decades. No Botox required. What do you think about another century or more with me? An awestruck look spread over his face. He blinked and shook his head as if shaking off a dream. What do you mean? My grandma has a secret to youth that every actress in Hollywood would kill for. Imagine if I stayed just like this for decades or even over a century. I've been searching for a solution to how I can keep both you and my magic for a good long while. Who the hell would have thought that I'd find it in Delaware? Christoph wrapped her into his arms. Raw emotion seemed to steal his words. A wonderful happiness lightened his gaze. He kissed her like she was a bride before brushing his lips down her neck in whisper soft kisses. Every inch of her skin felt more alive where he kissed her. She forgot the whole world and all of its problems when she was in his arms. It's real, my love, she said with a happy sigh. I know you want eternity, but what do you think? 100 years would still be bliss. She gripped him tighter. Tell me you don't have to go back to work and you can take me to your hotel room. This is why I have underlings. I'm a master of delegation. You're a master of more than that, she said knowingly, and led him to the elevator. As the door closed, she smiled wickedly at him. Do you care that there is a security camera pointed at us? No, he said, matching her grin. She tugged him closer by the collar, drawing him into a deep kiss. Her fingers ran through his hair, mussing the blonde strands. For so long she had felt like they existed on borrowed time. Something had always kept them apart for so long. Nothing, not even mortality, could separate them now. The fact heated her blood. She pressed against his muscled frame. He always had the penthouse in his hotels, and tonight they would thoroughly enjoy it. Chapter 5. July 31st after midnight, Wilmington, Delaware, Polidori Hotel. Red curled around Christoph in the high bed, her heartbeat still pattering faster after their boudoir gymnastics. The lights of the city filtered through the crack between the blackout curtains, illuminating the outlines of the antique furniture in the penthouse bedroom. When she had entered the room, she'd noted the delicate lines and curves of the Edwardian chairs and bedstand before Christoph, made her forget everything with his touch. The city glow dappled over the rumpled blanket across their naked waists. Only the soft whirl of a distant air conditioning unit hinted that there was a world beyond the two of them. His body felt as warm as hers in the afterglow of their lovemaking. She rested her head on his chest. Her finger traced a lazy pattern between the faint freckles on his shoulders. The sun had kissed him in life, and even death hadn't faded the signs of a boyhood spent in the sunshine. She couldn't stop touching him, and now she wouldn't have to for decades. Her grandma Abigail had again given her hope for the future. Christoph tilted her chin up to look at him. A question lingered on his lips, but uncertainty seemed to hold his tongue. He'd had that same quizzical expression before she had tidied herself up a little in the bathroom. He was thinking too hard about something. What is it? You know that I don't fear that you're aging. I only fear losing you. You'll always be a beauty to me. She smiled at his sweetness. He had once ripped out a vampire's fangs in front of her and had done worse in his life, but under it all, he still had a heart filled with love for her. That's a relief, but I worry about it for my own sake. I don't want people to mistake me for your mother in a few decades. Besides, with this youth spell, I could live for a century or more. My great-grandma is alive and well at 124. I think she still has her magic, too. Red tried not to think about how difficult the spell could be. Any witchcraft of that power required sacrifice. She didn't care what it was. Being with him was worth it. He nodded solemnly. I know you want to keep your magic, and I wouldn't ever want to take that from you. It's as important to me as it is to you because I want you to be happy. Of course I know that. I just never want to be without you. For 100 years I lived without you. My world grew more and more gray with every passing year. Since we reunited in Los Angeles, I see color again. It's a vampire cliche, but you brought life back to my dead heart. And I will do that for years and years. You're stuck with me now, babe. She kissed him deeply. Her sleepy body woke up with renewed desire. He pulled back suddenly and listened with his ear half cocked, then grumbled. My brother just walked into the suite. From the penthouse living room, Arno called out, Christoph, we have some rowdy Texans about to fight some suits from Chicago. Damn it, Christoph said, rubbing his face. Not again. Red asked, Do you need a witch? No, rest, he said, caressing her cheek like he hadn't decided to leave her side after all. Arno yelled again, Christoph, get your pants on. Red smacked her boyfriend on the bare butt. Get him moving, he's only going to yell more. Christoph wagged a finger at her. We're taking a real vacation after this. You promised me Greece, she said, then blew him a kiss. Arno's voice carried through the closed door. Some witchery might be nice. She stuck out her tongue and made a mock-annoyed face. I better get dressed too. Not a chance. Someone has already threatened you tonight, Christoph declared, and his fangs grew over his teeth. He jumped out of bed, naked and growling, and tugged the door open. I said no, Arno. Red wrapped the black blanket around herself and followed him out of bed. His protective act was wearing thin. He should have trusted her to protect herself by now. What could Arno need her for anyway? She had some theories, but she knew Christoph would hate every word out of his brother's mouth. Arno Novak stood in the sitting room of the penthouse suite in a designer tuxedo, with his silk tie askew, as if he had loosened it in frustration. His slicked back brown hair glinted in the light of the dim overhead lamp. The younger Novak, he didn't shrink before his taller brother. What? She can handle these undead cow humpers. Christoph stomped over to him. The conference is already too aware of her presence. I don't want anyone to get ideas. Arno looked over his brother's shoulder at Red. You've killed worse vampires, Duchess. I just need a witch's touch on the situation. Deal with me, Christoph said. Leave her out of it. She is a strong, independent woman, Arno said, before he shrugged at her. Am I the only feminist here? Red knew he was goading her to assert her abilities and force Christoph's hand. Sure, there had been a time where she had been so insecure as a female demon hunter that she always tried to show that she could keep up with the boys even when it was a boneheaded move. She had matured. That being said, she didn't want Christoph to walk into danger. She held her tongue to see how the debate turned out. It wasn't smart to get in the middle of a family fight, human or otherwise. Arno said cajolingly, Witches don't need to be present to help. Besides, that land development deal in Austin will fall if the Chicago boys go berserk on the Texans. I don't care, Christoph said glumly. You know the Prince of Austin will come gunning for us if his children die, Arno barked out, tugging his tie in exasperation. Don't say anything more. She is a part of this family, Arno said with surprising earnestness. She had grown closer to him, but she had never heard him express it out loud. We keep secrets from the world, not from each other. You taught me that, brother. Red appreciated the sentiment even as a lump of fear rose in her throat. Vampires weren't lawless demons. They had ancient traditions that required retribution when their territory was impinged upon. All I know about that guy is he's very gay and very dangerous. He has his own witches, too. She gets it, Arno said. Just because Prince Franz hosts his own drag brunch. Enough, Christoph interrupted. You've scared her. Babe, I couldn't live with myself if I could keep you out of danger, and I didn't. It was the truth, but another motive pushed her. The brothers' relationship and business had been strained by how often Christoph left Portland to be with her in Charm. The little town on the Oregon coast was in their territory, yet it was hardly the nexus of the operation. Keeping the peace between the Novaks was a part of the reason she'd agreed to help Arno here. Christoph nodded, sparing her a small smile even through his anger. They had both been outmaneuvered by his brother, and he knew it. Red, get dressed, then follow us and stay out of the fray. Arno crossed his arms. You need some breeches, too. She took her lover by the hand before he threw a punch at his brother. The two siblings were a united force, but Christoph had a protective streak wider than the Atlantic when it came to her. She could tell her last stint in the hospital had rattled her beloved. Maybe it had hit him harder because it hadn't been a demon attack, but random chance that had landed her in the emergency room earlier that summer. The delivery tonight had stoked his fear, it seemed. Red guided him to their bedroom, and they dressed quickly in silence. His dark mood made her step lightly for Arno's sake. Kristoff was ready to kick ass. She put on her earlier outfit of black slacks and a blazer, but she couldn't find her shirt, so she just buttoned the blazer over her emerald green bra. There was no time to tame her hair, so she tied it up in a high ponytail. The mirror assured her that she looked like a stereotypical vampiric hanger-on. Kristoff tossed on a black Nike tracksuit. It was the kind he favored when he was prepared for a messy fight. He said, "This could take a while unless I kill them all quickly, which honestly I want to do right now. I'll make sure my part is quick. I need my sleep anyway," she said as she took his face into her hands and kissed him gently. He needed a little sugar to sweeten his temper. Even if he wouldn't admit it, this conference stressed him out. "I love you, darling." "I love you too." He sighed before wrapping her into his arms. He rested his head against hers. "This isn't what I want for you." "I know, let's go anyway." Kristoff grumbled and opened the door. "Where are the bastards?" Arno turned and gestured to the suite exit. "The underground parking garage. We'll take the private elevator in the hallway down there. Red will keep an eye out for hexes. Something about this feud feels manufactured." As they stepped out of the penthouse, they were greeted with nods from very big and very armed bodyguards. A swordsman she didn't recognize with a katana on his back led the black-clad group. She noticed Gord, a First Nations vampire from Canada, standing apart in his jeans and denim jacket. He was one of Kristoff's most loyal minions. His yellow flannel shirt was the only color in the gray monochrome hallway. He nodded cordially to her, but he was the only one who made eye contact. The others seemed to sense Kristoff's foul mood. Red tried not to think about how they all could smell what she had done with her beloved before they'd been interrupted. Damn vampire olfactory senses. Not even a full shower would have fooled them. Kristoff pointed to the swordsman. "Takashi, take your crew down the stairwell. Gord, you're with us in the elevator." Red blinked and the hall emptied. Only the slowly closing stairway door at the end of the hall marked that the bodyguards had left. She wouldn't be surprised if they beat the elevator down to the parking garage. Vampiric speed was hard to beat. She had become faster after tasting Kristoff's blood, too. Gord pushed the button to the elevator, opening the door, before he pointed to the white earbud in his right ear. "I have the security team in the monitoring room broadcasting any developments to me now." Kristoff led them into the elevator. "Have they progressed beyond posturing?" "A fledgling was stabbed, but no one we care about." Kristoff nodded, his expression cold. "Arno, who can I kill to send a message?" "Balthazar von Trier. You remember that pissant who haunts the New York Stock Exchange? He is the one stirring up these idiots, especially the traditionalist faction from Texas. I believe it's a stock scheme because the head of the Chicago gang is—" "Understood. I can guess his gambit." Red kept her curiosity off her face. She didn't know Balthazar's gambit, but she was sure he wouldn't last the night now. Later she might ask Kristoff. Now she knew the value of stoicism. Gord and Arno were friendlies, but there were more eyes on them than she could guess. Curiosity could wait until they were alone. Her behavior reflected on her lover. It could get him killed too. The elevator opened to the garage. Chilly blood-tinged air blew against Red's bare stomach, reminding her that she couldn't find a proper shirt to put under her blazer. A bleeding vampire lay slumped by the elevator. Their crew walked past him without a second glance. As if by magic, the swordsman and the bodyguards appeared behind the Novak brothers. Two cliques of male vampires separated at Kristoff's approach. Both groups, one with 6 members and the other with 5, had their fangs out. Both sides were dressed for the conference in business casual slacks and button-down shirts, except for one guy on the left side in an orange Chicago Bears football jersey and shorts. He must not have gotten the dress code. The broken beer bottle in his hand proclaimed he was ready for the fight. Arno held up his hands. Boys, my people asked you nicely to return peacefully to the mixer hosted by the Undead Ladies Society. Why are you still down here? You're missing all the fun. The Bears fan said, "We have business, Novak." Arno pointed to a crimson Ferrari in the corner with a smashed hood. Does it include denting Madame Sakura's Ferrari? Because that is a fine machine you boys have ruined. Leave now and we can have it repaired before she notices and guts you herself. Red winced to see the damage. Vic would have cried to see a beautiful car wrecked like that. One man in the clique on the right in a cowboy hat growled, "We can settle this like vampires. They know why we demand blood." The Bears fan rushed him at lightning speed and tackled him like a defensive lineman. He jammed the bottle into the Texan's chest. "How's this for blood?" Blood called to blood. The two gangs clashed in a blind fury, fangs and fists. They were almost too fast to see as they pummeled each other. The undead could be quick to battle, but this was ridiculous. Usually the appearance of an elder could calm even hotheads. Arno roared, "Idiots! Guards, circle them! Use the tranq guns!" The other guards shot their tranquilizer guns into the fray, but the brawlers didn't flinch. Grim-faced, Kristoff gestured for Red to step back. "Gord, stay by her." A peculiar energy wafted in the air. Red opened her third eye to spot any magical mischief. Earlier, she had checked the garage for hexes, but had only seen the protection and anti-fire spells that the brothers had ordered. What was this new energy signature? She hadn't noticed it before due to the supernatural funk in the Wilmington atmosphere and the other spells, but it lingered in a slight haze over the raging vamps. If she hadn't been looking for trouble, she might not have noticed it. The energy felt like pure rage. Was it a manipulation spell? She hadn't felt this kind of magic in a long time. Was it druidic? The local druids were said to sell their wares to the highest bidder. She sensed the source hidden behind the Ferrari. It seemed to bolt toward the exit of the garage. Reaching out her hand, she summoned her magic to snatch the charm and whoever held it before they escaped. She visualized a column of air lifting the charm wielder up to the ceiling. Her will manifested. A struggling vampire in a navy blue suit rocketed into the air from behind the Ferrari. After dating Kristoff, she could spot luxury menswear on sight. This guy was in a Tom Ford suit that must have been at least $10,000. His charm was even more expensive. He clutched a totem of woven dried reeds that shined with angry energy. So this was the pot stirrer? She pointed at the hovering man. He is using a manipulation charm. Probably black market druid work. Arno chuckled like he had expected nothing less. "Balthazar, you should have run." Red dropped Balthazar before the younger Novak. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes to center herself. A sickening squish jolted her ears. She opened her eyes and recoiled. Kristoff stood behind Balthazar, but his arm jutted clear through the other vampire's chest and clutched a bleeding heart in his hand. That must have been the terrible squish. He tugged his arm clean out. Balthazar dropped into a fully dead heap and turned to ashy bones. The fighting vampires staggered, wavering on their feet like sleepwalkers waking up. They released each other with confused glances. The one in the Bears jersey said, "What happened?" Kristoff threw Balthazar's heart at his feet. "You're fools!" Arno nodded with satisfaction. "You heard him. Now, you morons will listen to my associate, Gord, as he explains the shit Balthazar did and how you now all owe the infamous Madame Sakura a new—" Kristoff didn't wait to listen to the end of his brother's speech. He strode toward the elevator, nodding to Red to follow him. She walked with him on his less gory side. Arno soon joined them in the lift. She could tell he was pleased with himself, but Kristoff still glowered as the door closed. A fight had ended in the garage, but a new one would begin in the elevator. Chapter 6, July 31st, after midnight, Wilmington, Delaware, Polidori Hotel. The elevator door closed, containing one vampire who grinned with smug satisfaction and another who was simply pissed. Red found herself in between them. God damn it. All she wanted was sleep. Could she defuse the situation between Arno and Kristoff? Should she even try? She decided to state only the facts. Balthazar started the fight with what I suspect was a charm to incite a feud. He was fleeing the scene when I detected it. Your hex squad might be able to tell who sold it to him, but I assume he got it from some black market stall that didn't ask any questions. We can't discount the possibility that he could have a connection with the blood mage, but the charm seemed like druid work. Arno crowed with glee. I knew you'd come in handy. Kristoff shoved his brother against the elevator wall with his clean hand. The other still dripped with Balthazar's blood. If she hadn't caught him, she would have been in a riot. Arno stared down his brother. His smile hadn't faded. And she would have been fine. This witch is a powerhouse. Don't test me, Kristoff grumbled. I know what she is. Arno chuckled. Don't be glum. Red did wonders today. She vetted all our mages this morning, double-checked their work, and ensured we set the right tone for the conference. You also managed not to take my head off. I have a present for both of you. I knew she'd earn it at least. Is it a trip to Greece? Red asked. Because I'm owed one. It's even better. Arno reached into his suit breast pocket and pulled out a blue velvet jewelry box. He flicked it open to show a pair of small gold hoop earrings. They weren't big enough to tug off in a fight, but were classy enough to wear to a nice dinner. It was a good choice for the demon hunter on the go. Kristoff glared at him. What? No diamonds! Diamonds are a girl's best friend, but you'll both enjoy these. Red, put 'em on. She took the box, sensing the magic instantly. What are they bespelled with? These earrings will connect you two. You'll be able to sense each other's emotions, vaguely I've been told, but enough to know when the other is in danger. Put them on. Red put the earrings on. The sensation hit her at once. She gasped. Oh man, he is pissed at you, Arno. I know. It's why I'm getting off on this floor, Arno said, as the elevator opened with a gentle ding and he backed out into the hotel lobby. The vampires milling about the lobby and sitting on the lounge furniture stared into the elevator, sniffing at the smell of blood on Kristoff's hand. Arno waved as the door closed. Good night. She took Kristoff's clean hand. It wasn't like his emotions overshadowed her own, yet they ran alongside hers like two programs on a computer. His anger and bloodlust felt like a live wire, but it was his fear that worried her. He feared losing her so much. Loving someone meant leaving your heart in another person's hands. If she was in danger, then so was his heart. Was he really that concerned about his conference attendees? Do you sense my emotions? Kristoff smiled wanly at her. Yes, but... What? I don't want you to sense mine. She wished he didn't feel like he needed to conceal himself. Their relationship first began in the Victorian age when she was a browbeaten servant, doing Delilah and Lucas's bidding during her tortured trip through the past. That still haunted her. Even her revenge quest last year couldn't compare. He had seen her at her very worst. She had nothing to hide from him. One day, she hoped he'd feel the same. Because you're angry and hungry right now, because you want to kill more. Yes. Loving you meant accepting you a long time ago. I'm not surprised. Are you surprised by my emotions? She tried to beam as much love his way as she could. Kristoff glanced at her thoughtfully. A sense of wonder radiated from him. It broke through his anger like the sun through an overcast sky. You really mean it, don't you? All I feel is love from you. And now you know. She kissed him gently because he was the most precious thing in her life. Hopefully, this gift from Arno would convince him that she loved even his dark side. Go do your vampire thing. Drink some blood. Take out an ally of Balthazar in front of everyone. Scare these jerks. I don't mind. I can't believe that you really do. She rested her head against his chest, her arms around his waist. Their shared love surrounded them like a hug. She didn't know what she'd do without him. Now she knew for a fact that he felt the same way. Arno gave us a good gift. Maybe I won't kick his ass tonight. Good. Now I need to sleep. I'll keep the bed warm for you. Just don't forget that I'm meeting my grandma after breakfast in the morning. He caressed her cheek. His love felt softer than his touch. Send my love to Granny then. I should clean myself up, huh? Nah, just walk around like that at the Undead Ladies Society party. You'll send a message. His amusement beamed out as clearly as if he had laughed, a little pride mixed with it. You'd be a fantastic vampire. I know. She was still glad that with her grandma's anti-aging spell, she wouldn't need to be one. He escorted her to the penthouse and left her with another deep kiss. Yawning, she undressed for bed. She sighed in contentment as she snuggled under the covers. Sleep came quickly on the expensive sheets. Then the dreams rolled in like the tide. Fog wrapped around four figures at a round table. A stained glass lamp hung over them, casting blue and purple light that speckled the shadowy figures like bruises. The light didn't penetrate the darkness of the room beyond the small circle of women. I've never been a quitter, an aged voice declared roughly, like a shot of cheap whiskey. It came from the figure on the left, obscured by the mist. For over 50 years I've stood guard. She's right, said a far more familiar voice. The fog cleared to reveal Brooke St. James. Red gasped to see her mother. She tried to move closer, but her feet wouldn't move an inch from the shadows. Somehow she knew she'd been summoned, but by who? Listen to your daughter, the first voice said to the figure in the middle. Was Abigail St. James the other cloaked person? Who was the fourth? We have business to attend, and your claptrap about the great beyond doesn't tempt anyone. You know who is to blame. If you weren't so sentimental, you'd have seen the snake in your nest before it bit me. Hell, if your eyes were open, you'd have taken real action decades ago. How many lives could you have saved? Brooke's, maybe. Brooke nodded, then pointed to the silent and veiled fourth figure. Or even her. Grandma Abigail emerged from the gloom. Guilt suffused her voice. No one could have predicted. The dead see far, Abby, farther than you. I know why that cursed child did it too. Jealousy. What a frivolous motive from that bitch. Bite your tongue, Callie. That is family. Brooke interrupted sadly. Wasn't I family too? Red didn't know what they were arguing about or who. The darkness curled tighter around her like a straitjacket. Mom, she tried to say, but her lips were glued shut. The fog cleared from Great Aunt Callie's face. Anger deepened the wrinkles in her gaunt face. I warned you, and you didn't speak to me for years because I told the truth. Now it comes for you. Run, Mother, Brooke yelled before she stared straight at Red. Save her! Red woke, heart racing and half off the mattress. She caught herself before she fell out of bed. Cold sweat beaded her naked body. She shivered alone in the air-conditioned room. The dream faded like mist, but alarm bells rang in her head. What the hell was that nightmare? It felt like a warning. Her mother and her grandmother had been there. Great Aunt Calliope, too. She didn't see or hear the fourth one. What did it mean? She struggled to remember their argument, but it felt like trying to catch vapor in her hands. She plucked her phone from the bedstand and made a voice memo about what she could remember. It felt like gibberish and nonsense as she mumbled her sleepy recollections. Yet she'd had portentous dreams before. It didn't feel like a dream so much as eavesdropping on a private conversation. Had Calliope tried to make another connection to the realm of the living? The clock on her phone reminded her that it was barely 7 a.m. She didn't want to sleep anymore, but what if the dead had another message for her? It had been a spookier one than the photo sent last night. The mystery delivery had promised something was happening soon. Was it something that could unsettle the dead? Chilled, she pulled the blanket up to her chin. Rolling on her side to get comfortable, she couldn't shake the feeling that the dream was something more. It was early, but she sent her grandmother a text message. Hey, Grams. I had a dream that I need you to interpret when I see you. Are you okay? Did anything happen in the night? I'll be waiting at the Byron for you. Call if you need me sooner. Red turned onto her back and rubbed her stiff neck. Could she even fall back asleep? Even as she closed her eyes, it felt less and less likely. Was Kristoff still working? He must have been if he hadn't come back to bed. Through their emotional bond, she could only sense that he was in business mode. serious, occupied, and a little annoyed. She sighed as she sat up. An outfit of dark jeans, comfortable underwear, and a black tank top with designer labels waited on the dresser for her. Her boyfriend was the master of thoughtful gestures like that. He must have sent for a personal shopper once he knew she was in town. She sent him a message that she was taking breakfast at the other hotel as she went to the attached bathroom in the luxurious Edwardian chamber. A hot shower didn't chase away her worry. She dressed quickly and blow dried her hair. Her dream convinced her that she couldn't dawdle with all 8 steps of the provided skincare regime on the bathroom counter. She slapped on the SPF lotion and left the penthouse suite with her bag filled with steaks and holy water. Her full hunter's kit was still with Vic. She left the Polidori Hotel as fast as she could to reunite with her friend at the Byron. A warm breeze welcomed her outside into the early morning sunshine. She jaywalked across the street, ignoring the sidewalk. What the hell was Aunt Callie trying to tell her? Every family had a bitch or a tramp. That didn't narrow it down. She assumed it had to do with Calliope's demise, but maybe not. Callie's ghost might have taken out a vampire and attacked another. It could be powerful enough to avenge itself. The comment about standing guard stuck out as important. What had Calliope been guarding? Red mulled over the question as she darted into the breakfast room of the Byron Hotel, figuring that she'd find Vic there. He stood at the coffee bar with a sugar shaker, pouring an obscene amount of sugar into his coffee. Hey, Red, good morning. I'm not sure it is one. Has my grandma come by yet? I haven't seen her. She was having breakfast with Francis, I thought. Eat. You look like you saw a ghost, he said before frowning. Oh shit, did you see a ghost? Maybe. Red checked her phone again, finding a good morning message from Christoph, but not from her grandmother. Her beloved asked her if she was okay. He must have sensed how unsettled she was. His emotions were fuzzy at this distance, but she could still tell he was concerned for her. As she texted Christoph back, she explained the situation to Vic. I had a weird dream. I can't remember everything, but I think something is after me, or will be. In the dream, my mother told my grandmother to save me, I think. Then you really need to eat. Get in the buffet line and load up on eggs and waffles. If you gotta fight, you'll need the calories. The name of the game is protein. You sound like my grandma now, she said as she poured herself a cup of coffee. He grabbed the cup from her after she had her first sip. I'll take that and find us a table. Then we'll switch places at the buffet. We have some time to wait for your grandma anyway. Go on and get in line. Okay, she said before filling her plate with more protein than carbs as instructed. Even if her dream meant nothing, they still had Aunt Callie's case to investigate. It was a new job, and for demon hunters, that usually meant long hours and missed meals. She returned to Vic, who sat at a corner table with a newspaper. Anything interesting? Your Aunt Calliope's obituary is weird. Did we ask your grandma if she wrote it? I couldn't think of anything but the food after our meal came out of Francis's kitchen. She shook her head. It had seemed odd for her family to publish a public obituary, but she didn't think much of it because she'd been blindsided by everything else she had learned yesterday. He handed her the newspaper. She read the brief obituary he had circled. Calliope St. James passed away peacefully, leaving behind a large family and 2 cats. The cats will miss her the most. She preferred privacy in life and will respect it in death. Vic stared at her expectantly before he said, That's fucking shady for an obit. No wonder Delilah noticed it. I can't see my grandma sending anything like that to the Wilmington Daily, even if we were the public obituary kind of family. Maybe they might put one in the Laurelwick Chronicle. It'd be nicer than that. Vic stood and patted her on the shoulder. Eat. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough. Red picked up her fork and started in on her eggs and sausage, but she barely tasted her meal. Her mind was too full of questions to savor the food. When Vic returned with a full plate, she asked, I want to go over the facts we know about Callie before my grandma gets here. Okay, shoot, he said before digging into his food. Calliope wasn't Miss Congeniality, but she was respected among the hunters, right? He nodded. She was said to have tussled with a few rogue shifters and tramped down on dark witches when necessary. They counted her as an ally, a grumpy one, though. She was known to chew out greenhorns at the hunter pubs and call them out on their shit. The veterans probably loved that. I'm imagining an angry Betty White who kills things. Sounds like her, Red said before she sipped her coffee. She lived along the Brandywine Creek between the old gunpowder mills. If I remember right, a bard had suggested to the DuPonts and others to put their gunpowder mills along that river in a bid to repel spirits. The Chinese invented the technique. Setting up a gunpowder shop on the gateway to hell would protect the city. Red dimly recalled her mother taking her to the museum on the site of the Eleutherian mills as a child. The gunpowder production ended in the 1920s. Only a few decades later, Callie moved to the area. Was she guarding that land? And from what? Her place isn't far from Wilmington, right? It's maybe 30 minutes away if the traffic is bad. The other hunters didn't exactly give me the coordinates, but I got the gist. That was her territory for sure. Not that they were eager to tell me much. I got the sense that they were protective over her. She was a crotchety old cuss, but they're old cuss. She drank more Java as an idea formed in her head. Christoph told me that there is some gateway to hell around here. Do you think that could make ghosts stick to the city? Like that one in West Texas? Sure. It could be like Hereford. Are you thinking about asking your granny to do a seance? Maybe, she said before falling into thought. Talking to the dead was harder than pulling out a Ouija board. If they didn't want to talk, not even an experienced medium could get a word out of them. There was always a chance that a tricky or a bored ghost might try to impersonate the real spirit that you wanted to call. Was the answer in last night's dream? She finished her plate while telling him about her dream, then asked, "Do you have any ideas?" "You've always plopped your ass closer to the veil to the great beyond than most. That's both a compliment and a criticism." "Very helpful." "Damn if I know who they were gossiping about." "It's your family," Vic said before he returned to the buffet for seconds and then thirds. An hour crawled by as they waited for Grandma Abigail. Red text messaged her grandmother again before calling. The phone rang before forwarding her to a voicemail. She tapped her fingers on the table, watching the hotel staff close the breakfast buffet. Where was her grandma? Vic crossed his arms. "I don't like this wait. Not after that cryptic delivery last night." "Me neither," she said, thinking of the warning. "Watch yourself. It's happening soon." "We're going to check in on Francis Durand." He shrugged. "I got his money. Let's go." She remembered her dream with a shiver. What if Brooke hadn't been telling her mother to save her daughter? What if she'd been warning Red to save Grandma Abigail? Chapter 7, July 31st, mid-morning. Wilmington, Delaware. The Endora Bistro. When they finally reached Francis Durant's restaurant, the place hadn't opened yet. Red hadn't seen the charming Endora Bistro in the sunlight, and it looked like the ideal place for croissants and fresh fruit at brunch. More importantly, it looked like the place where her grandmother should have arrived safely and left safely. She was very confused. She didn't like it. However, she admittedly didn't know her grandmother's routines very well. At 13, she had left the family home. Who was her grandmother? What were her habits? Perhaps it was normal for her to make an appointment, get busy, forget about it, or change plans without letting someone know. But wouldn't a murder case make her more punctual? Red sighed as they parked. She'd been caught up in a case plenty of times, then lost track of who she was supposed to contact. Grandma Abigail wasn't just a hunter. Her time could be split in many ways. For many years, her grandmother had been a representative to the global covens of one of the most powerful covens on the East Coast. Few would tell her what to do. Most witches would wait patiently for her because it was an honor to even meet Abigail St. James. On the other hand, Red thought she had a bit of clout as the long-lost granddaughter who was about to help on a mission to discover who had murdered another scion of the St. James clan. It seemed like an occasion that would warrant at least a text message. Her grandmother was older but still savvy, with a mind that was continually upgraded and refreshed by magic. She wasn't a doddering old woman, prone to losing her way to the post office. On the ride, Vic had been quiet, glancing at Red as if gauging her moods. He wasn't one to keep his thoughts to himself, but the issue of family was a touchy one for both of them. They had loved, lost, fought, and been abandoned in one way or another by family. They both knew the hurts that could come and the joys. This was also, at the end of the day, a situation where an assassin could be after Abigail, like they had come after her great aunt. Stepping out of the sports car, Vic patted it and murmured, "Take care, Gloria." Red ignored his love for the vehicle. She hoped it wouldn't be too hard for him to part with it once Christoph asked for it back. Walking to the bistro door, she ignored the closed sign and knocked roughly. "Hey, Francis! Mr. Durant, Francis, hello? It's Abigail's granddaughter." "Hey, Red, give him a chance to actually answer the door. I could kick it open." Vic raised an eyebrow at her. "What do you sense with your magic? Think like a bounty hunter. Use your training. Don't get too emotional. This is going to be a lot for you, especially the deeper we get into your family bullshit. But don't forget this. If you take a mental step back, it can be just another case. You can approach it as logically as any other." Red scoffed. "If it was your family, would you take it like any other case?" "Fair enough," he said in resignation. "Fair enough." The door opened on Francis Durant. He stood in the doorway with his sleeves half rolled up on his crisp white shirt, a loose apron thrown over his shoulder. "Well, if it isn't the newest St. James girl. Where is your grandmother? Abigail isn't one to tolerate lateness, and neither am I. Are you here to offer excuses?" "Well, that answers one question I had." She tried to keep herself calm, but a thread of growing panic tightened her heart. The torn photo turned in her mind. Watch yourself. It's happening soon. Had it already happened? "So you haven't seen Abigail, Mr. Durand?" "No, I created a lovely little breakfast spread for us. Just light nibbles to break her fast before she went to see you, as per her instructions from last night. But I have been left waiting, eating by myself. I haven't known her to be late, but I also assume this time she could have fallen into a busy schedule," he said slowly, as if he already realized that this assumption would be challenged nearly immediately. "She didn't meet me at our hotel." Francis gestured them inside to a table set with baked goods and a coffee carafe. "Sit, sit, partake in some coffee. I have freshly made bread, some jams from our late spring preserves." Vic sat down immediately, pouring himself a little cup and shoving a croissant into his mouth. He shook his head in wonder. "How do you do it, Francis?" "Magic, of course." Red walked more slowly to the table. "What did my grandmother say last night, Mr. Durand? Did she mention anything about a family photo?" "Francis is fine, my dear. She asked me about local politics, the paranormal kind, of course, and what I had heard about her sister. Regrettably, your great aunt maintained her privacy. Perfect for her lifestyle, but inconvenient when trying to find a murderer." "Do you remember if there was anything about Abigail's agenda? Maybe something that she was doing before she met you? I want to know if she was delayed. Did she already go to my great aunt's property?" Francis said. "No, she didn't mention doing anything else in the morning. In fact, she said that I would be her first stop of the day. Of course, as a chef, people assume I stay in the kitchen, but I wasn't always a restaurateur." Red guessed, "You were a hunter." "Oui. Your great aunt was someone I trusted, and I'd like to believe that she trusted me, which is why your grandmother, both last night and this morning, wanted to speak with me. We had much to discuss last night, but we reached an impasse where I needed to gather more information, ingredients, and reach out to your great aunt's assistant to see what else we could learn. If we didn't have that stopping point, your grandmother would have spoken to me until dawn, which would have made it quite difficult for me to bake bread this morning." Red hadn't heard of Callie's assistant before. Guess Calliope wasn't as isolated as they thought. At least they had some lead to follow today. Had Abigail already spoken to this assistant? "So she wanted to talk to you about my great aunt? What is there to know? We've done our own reconnaissance. I've tried to remember, but for everything that we've learned, my great aunt was a reclusive woman who never let anyone in." Even my mother said that Calliope stayed on her property with a series of booby traps and wards. She only seemed to leave to help the occasional hunter fight a demon or a rogue werewolf. Very true, Vic piped up from the table. Don't you guys get druids around here? Her ears perked up. Yeah, I had to assist in taking down a vampire with a druid totem last night. It was pretty powerful. Francis rubbed his face as he sat down at the table, gesturing for Red to join them. Don't mention the druids. Those Delaware breeds are intolerable. They will sell their craft to anyone with the coin. And yet, as I told your grandmother, I don't believe that the druids were necessarily involved, unless perhaps it was a rogue. However, others may disagree. She asked, Why? The crux of it is that many people, well, many things I should say, would want your great aunt Calliope to be dead. She had a secret, one that maybe the hunters at the local pub wouldn't tell an out of towner. It was one of those open secrets in the community here, among those old timers and those fortunate enough or unfortunate to be in the inner circles. Your great aunt Calliope was the guardian of the Brandywine. At least that is what some people poetically called her. She considered herself the keeper of a door that few understand and hopefully no one will ever open. It is my theory that she gave her life to keep this door sealed. Vic asked, Is that what Miss Abigail thought? Frances offered a French shrug that could mean anything. Red had enough poetics about her great aunt's work life. She needed a straight answer. So, where is the door? It is said that along the Brandywine Creek, in a place no one knows precisely but one will feel if you have even a slight bit of magical power. It is a portal to perhaps another dimension, a hellish realm, the blood world, some say, where the original vampires made their home. Others think a fallen angel is kept under the waters, buried and bound. Whatever is there, you can feel it even in the center of Wilmington. Your aunt guarded it nearly her entire life. I don't think she took a vacation. No distractions besides a dearly departed companion and her current assistant. I think her whole life was securing that evil, and I believe that is why somebody killed her. Red leaned back in her chair. She already knew that Calliope had a reason for being a recluse, a greater purpose, but she still didn't understand who would go after Abigail St. James or why. Perhaps her mother had been warning her via a dream about it. Still, it sounded like a one-way ticket to hell for anyone who tried. An attack would instantly activate the entire St. James Coven and all its cousin branches. Back in the day, the St. James family had been prolific breeders. They had cousins from coast to coast and in multiple countries throughout the Western Hemisphere. There were few, demon or otherwise, who would go and take a shot at the top. True, Grandma Abigail had not been the top of the St. James Coven that belonged to Red's great-grandmother, who was still miraculously alive. However, Abigail was the face. Her absence would send shockwaves through the witch world. Someone could take out Calliope, and it wouldn't disturb the greater clan. For all intents and purposes, Calliope had chosen her life and her mission, and it wasn't the family. The stir would be felt regionally at most. Going against Abigail meant going against the whole coven. Okay, so from what you're telling me, Red said, my grandmother is investigating the murder of a guardian of a portal to hell, and everybody who might want that door open would be watching her, or want to get rid of her for being the next person who could perhaps anoint a new guardian. Frances said, Oh no, your great aunt had already chosen and trained her successor, and that woman lived on the property as her assistant, as I've said. I believe she had been adopted by Calliope when the girl was a child. In the last decades, she has become as tough as your great aunt. You should still find her on the property. From what I have heard, she was out of town on the night that your great aunt died. Vic asked, Can this be verified? There were witnesses from a hunting troupe who had been tasked recently with rounding up a vampire who had been too interested in the portal. Only Calliope had been at home. Her successor would have been there if she'd been in Delaware. Who was the vampire? Red asked. I believe this one was a blood mage in a cowboy hat. I'm not sure. They only succeeded in chasing him off the property. She figured it was the blood mage from yesterday. Hopefully, Kristoff's people kept him alive. Is there anything else that my grandmother said to you? Abigail mentioned that the family coven is deciding who will be the keeper of the family grimoire, but we didn't quite speak on that. She was more interested in understanding what happened to her sister. Naturally, she said, setting aside her own curiosity about the family grimoire. The keeper essentially became the leader of the coven. Most assumed it would be Abigail. If it wasn't for the circumstance of Calliope's murder, Red would have assumed it was the most likely motivation to go against her grandmother. Or perhaps herself. She'd already been warned. Watch yourself. It's happening soon. Did the mystery sender actually write about the grimoire bequeathal? She put a pin in that idea for later. Frances said, I did a location spell when I grew impatient with waiting for your grandmother. I didn't find her. I didn't see any sign of her on the map. Not unusual, because if anybody could hide themselves, it's Abby. We can try again. I still have the supplies laid out in my kitchen. Red nodded. Yes, please. Frances guided them to the kitchen, a sparkling clean oasis of industrial appliances and stainless steel counters. Supplies for the location spell were arranged neatly on the island counter. The kitchen mage reached into a small bowl of flour. Intriguingly, he proceeded to put a pinch of flour in his palm and blow over the map. When Red did her location spell, she used a pendulum, but as she used her third eye to examine the map, she saw magical energy in the dusting of the flour. The flour dust covered the map and shifted like little white waves in a small sea before finally stopping. Frances tried again with another pinch of flour before he sighed. I can feel her cloaking herself. Thanks for trying, Red said, silently determined to try her own location spell later. At least it meant Abigail was alive. She texted Christoph to see if he could send a PI to her Grams's condo in Philly. His people had tailed her last year and should have the address already. Hopefully, Abigail was there. I will need to open the place soon. I have told you what I know, and if I hear anything, I will send word. When your grandmother left me last night, I had a feeling that she knew more about Calliope than she said to me, or possibly to you, and maybe that is why she seemed to be in a hurry when she left me. She did say that she didn't want to trouble you too much with her business. Vic agreed. She seemed like she held some cards close to her chest. Red had a sinking realization that her little chosen family of vampires and demon hunters were more transparent and had more faith in her abilities than her own grandma. Frances guided them back into the dining hall of the bistro. The one person who would know more about Calliope than your grandmother would be your great-aunt's apprentice. You can find her on your aunt's property, but I also know she often visits the gunpowder. Vic made a beeline for the breakfast treats again, grabbing another croissant as he explained quickly to Red. Local hunter's pub. The kitchen mage continued, I would assume in a time like this, she'd be there either to investigate rumors or to round up a hunting party to track down and kill whoever went after Calliope. Take a pastry before you go. You certainly don't want their greasy fries and overcooked burgers for lunch. The front door swung open, rattling in its frame. Two women stood in the doorway. The first marched in with a short, bobbed haircut, a scowl, and a pantsuit that seemed too warm for the weather. The other woman, a bleached blonde in a vibrant neon leaf print sundress, seemed to tiptoe nervously and sheepishly into the bistro as if embarrassed by the other one. Except for their hair color and fashion choices, they were identical twins. Red studied them closer and knew immediately why they looked familiar. They were her aunts, Karenina and Mara. Karenina, the more serious one, had always called Karen, while Mara had that bubbly zest for life that made her everyone's favorite aunt. Her mother didn't have the best relationship with her older sisters, yet they'd often visited her hometown where the twins still lived. Some of Red's best memories were with her Aunt Mara, who had acted like a big kid, playing with the young cousins. Frances, Karenina, the scowling twin, said, Where is my mother? Red kept quiet as the two approached the table, curious to see what they would say. She remembered them differently, younger and happier, but she supposed they would remember her differently too. Neither of them focused on Vic and Red at the table. Their attention was on the master kitchen mage. A part of her also didn't want to out herself so soon. Vic looked at her as if wondering when she was going to introduce herself. Red leaned back in her chair, crossed her arms, and looked to Francis. The ball was in his court. Francis bowed to the twins. Karenina, Mara, how lovely it is to see you again. I don't know where your mother is. I just did a location spell and found nothing. We were supposed to have a meeting this morning. I did a location spell, too, Karen said angrily. She looked thin to the point of gaunt. Back in the day, Red remembered her yo-yo dieting from a healthy weight to stick skinny. Maybe she was especially hangry today. Didn't find her. She didn't check in. She always calls me to check in when she's away, especially on such serious business with Aunt Calliope. The other aunt blushed and ducked her head in embarrassment. Karen, you nearly broke his door. You told me that we were going to be calm. Mom cloaks herself. She's in the middle of an investigation. She's not going to have time to send you a text message or call you every day. Could you be a little more friendly to Mr. Durant? Francis said, My dears, come into my kitchen and I can try to help you. We can try the location spell again. It is no problem. Mara offered him a shy smile. Mom will probably turn up when it comes to the grimoire ceremony. She has her own life. Sometimes that means that she's not always around. She won't appreciate us stomping after her connections. Karen said, Yes, yes, I heard it all in the car. You didn't have to join me in Delaware. Francis gestured to the back kitchen of the restaurant. If you ladies would go into the kitchen, I'll say goodbye to my guests and then tell you everything I know about what your mother told me. Karen looked at the two for the first time and raised her eyebrow. She looked at Red, and it almost seemed like a flicker of surprise entered her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it and nudged her sister into the kitchen. Francis waited until the two women were in the kitchen before he whispered to Red, One thing I forgot to mention is that your grandmother seemed worried about her family and asked about how one might disguise a magic-suppressing potion in food. Now I can only infer that something was going on in the St. James Coven. Your grandmother was always very good at not speaking out of turn about the family. Loyalty meant quite a great deal to her. However, part of me wonders if the rumors about her daughters were true. Red repressed the urge to curse. The suspect list would swell if she had to add relatives to the list. What rumors? Karen called sharply from the kitchen. Francis! Coming, Francis said before nodding goodbye to Red and Vic. Vic whispered to Red, It would be better for you to stay ahead of those two when it comes to the investigation. Once they speak to a source, I doubt that source will want to speak to you. Besides, maybe your grandma will show up at your great-aunt's house. Time to motor then, she said, before leaving the restaurant quietly in thought. What had the years done to her aunts? Karen had been so kind and patient with her. Mara had been the carefree wild card. Their family had seemed so happy, or had she only seen them through the eyes of a child? Chapter 8. July 31st, noon. Wilmington, Delaware. The gunpowder, a hole-in-the-wall establishment in a strip mall next to a burrito place, was full of people who had that nondescript look of folks who were desperately trying to stay under the radar, or be hard to describe for witnesses. It was fuller than a weekday afternoon at a normal pub would be, yet it felt too quiet. They all seemed to be waiting for bad news. This bar, according to the plaque beside the door inside, had been established in 1950. Under the plaque were enough crosses, mirrors, and silver and iron horseshoes to deflect a gang of supernaturals. The decor had that rundown vibe of a place that had been decorated in the 80s and then never updated. Red didn't know what the deal was with Hunter's pubs and why it seemed like they all had been renovated in the 80s or early 90s, but it seemed like a calling card. Maybe there was one in an Applebee's somewhere. Red walked beside Vic to the bar. Wilmington wasn't a destination so much as a crossroads, perfect for deals and ghosts. These hunters had the rough aura of veterans. What did they know about her great-aunt? The bartender looked up from wiping the counter with a raised eyebrow and an expression of mild annoyance at Vic. You again? Yeah, me. I've got some more questions for you. Didn't you ask enough questions last time? We almost ran you out. We still can now. Hey, don't be like that, Vic said. I'm just trying to figure out what the hell's going on here. Seems like you lost a good witch. Now there's another one who could be missing. Who? Abigail Street James, Vic replied. Red elbowed him for silence. She didn't need to tell all these people her business. The point of this meeting was to figure out what the hell happened to Abigail and Calliope and hopefully get information on how to contact Calliope's assistant. No way, buddy. Red interceded before Vic's natural charm got them 86th. Hey, we know that we're out of towners. We get the drill. We've been in enough hunters' bars before. But if you have any way to get a message to Calliope's assistant or successor or whatever you want to call her, I'd appreciate it. And I think whoever this is might want our information too. Either way, she's going to get a visit from Abigail's daughters. The bartender chuckled darkly. Zell wouldn't like that. Is it the bitchy daughter or the crazy one? Calliope only liked her dead nieces. Red frowned, thinking of her mother's little sister who had passed away as a teenager. Petunia had been the baby of the family. Vic said, "You seem to know a bit about that family, huh?" The bartender shrugged. "Been working here for a long time. Calliope was good people." Vic crossed his arms. "Then you want to figure out who went after her, right?" "Hey," Red said. "What do you mean about Abigail's daughters? What's the scoop on them?" A rough feminine voice murmured behind them, "Stan, I don't think you need to tell them anything." "Zell, I didn't say nothing," the bartender assured her. Red turned around to see a thoroughly unimpressed middle-aged woman with short hair tucked under a baseball cap. "So you're the new guardian, huh?" "I don't think I need to explain myself to you," Zell said. "No, you don't," Red agreed, "but I'd appreciate it if we could go look around and see what happened on the property. That is where Calliope was discovered, right?" Zell slapped some cash on the bartender's counter and walked silently away. The bartender said, "Well, I think she means no." Red followed Zell out into the parking lot, with Vic trailing behind her. Hey, I don't mean any harm, and I'm not a looky-loo. I know that this is a personal case and that you're probably already doing your own investigation, but we've talked to Calliope's sister, Abigail, and she just wants answers. Then Abigail can get them herself. Zell pulled out her keys and unlocked a rusted pickup truck. That's the thing. Abigail hasn't shown up for any of her meetings after last night when she got us on the case. It's like she's vanished. We can't even find her with a locating spell. I guess the witch doesn't want to be found. Take a hint, Zell replied gruffly as she opened her truck door and got herself ready to climb inside. Red ignored the cold shoulder routine. We were supposed to meet Abigail after she had breakfast with Francis Durand. Neither he nor us have gotten any word from her today. Not even her daughters have gotten any check-ins. And I got an eerie-ass delivery last night on a family picture, warning me, or maybe it was a threat. Zell stopped halfway in her truck door. A little bit of worry entered her eyes as she looked closer at Red. "Nobody turns down food from Francis. So which St. James cousin are you? I swear you people have more cousins than the Kennedys." Red hesitated before deflecting the question. "We just want to find out what happened to Calliope. That's what Abigail wanted." "Hey, I'm not going to spill my guts to you if you're not going to be honest with me. I've got shit to do. The lady who raised me and taught me everything I know was fucking killed, and now you want to go up to my property like it's some sort of sideshow?" Red fought the urge to remind Zell that they were actually family if she was really adopted by Callie. "We're hunters, not sightseers." "No, we don't play this game unless you tell me who the hell you are. I'm not going to take that red hair of yours as some sort of social currency. There's enough of you running around the eastern seaboard, and frankly, Calliope didn't like most of them. She didn't trust a lot of Abigail's kids either." Vic poked her arm. "Just tell her, Red." Red didn't know how to say it because the part of her that had been trained by her mother to keep quiet, to stay out of coven matters, was screaming at her. She had spent so many years keeping her word to her mom. It was a habit. It didn't help that the second she got close to these people again, there were already bodies and disappearances. Would this trip show her maybe exactly what her mother was afraid of? Her usually voracious curiosity didn't bite at the bait this time. A curse had killed her father and his parents. Had that mysterious peril claimed another victim? Vic grumbled and shook his head. "Fine. You're looking at Brooke's daughter." "Who?" Red said quietly. My mom was Adela Brooke St. James. Zell whistled low, almost impressed. Well, fuck, you're supposed to be dead. You certainly look like the pictures that Callie had. Is your mom really dead? Yeah, she is. But before that happened, we went into hiding. I don't know what Calliope told you about us, and honestly, I don't know how much I care. I only know that this is some sort of family business that my grandmother brought me in on, and now she's missing. Aunt Callie was always a friend of my mom, so it doesn't sit right with me that she was murdered, and I don't know what happened. I bet you feel the same things I do right now: confusion, worry, and also a sense that maybe this could be bigger. I don't know how big, but I'm here, and I don't think I can leave again. Maybe this shit won't let me leave. Zell nodded, as if Red had confirmed something she'd been wondering for a while. That's enough of a monologue. I can take you up there. You're going to need to follow me. Once we get onto the property, and I open the gate, you've got to stop your car when I stop. You're going to have to keep your eyes open and don't go wandering around poking into shit without my say-so, okay? Deal, Red said. Zell looked around. Okay, where is your car? Vic pointed at the little sports car proudly. That's Gloria. Well, Gloria ain't going to make it on the road to my place, so either you park her here or you risk blowing a tire. Either way, no skin off my ass. Vic groaned. Seriously? There's a place by the gate where you can park that fancy pile of metal you got there. Anyway, maybe it's best you take that, 'cause I don't really want to spend the whole drive with y'all poking and prying in my brain as if I've never been on a hunt before and need somebody from what? California to help me, she said, looking at the license plate on Gloria. That's a rental, Vic said, offended. I was born in Georgia, then raised in Texas and Louisiana. Great for you, Zell said, climbing into her car. Get on the road. I don't want to spend all day playing tour guide. Red nodded and got into the sports car with Vic. Once the two were behind the wheel, Zell drove out of the parking lot and turned right. Vic whistled, impressed. Damn, doesn't she have a lead foot? Well, so do you, so you'll keep up. He did as he was told, and the engine purred to life as they tailed the truck. Hey, I'm sorry if I broke the news about you too soon. It's just I knew she wasn't going to say anything to us unless she had an actual reason to. Unless there was some sort of connection, some honesty. That's just how it is among the hunters. Red grumbled. I am a hunter. I already know. No shit, I trained you, but right now I think you're thinking like a witch. I'm that too, she said sourly. Let's pray that she doesn't look too deeply into us, or she's going to hear about your boyfriend. Red sighed. Yeah, I get it. I've got a vampire connection. It's going to make some hunters a little wary. It makes most slam the door in your face, kid. Then we better drive faster before she hits up the grapevine. No digs at my driving. I don't need your boy toy to chew me out for getting a speeding ticket. Get the bug out of your ass, too. Oh, I know. You gotta understand that I got a bad feeling once I came here. I did it as a favor for Arno, but honestly, it's like I got a bellyache. Like my mom's gonna put me in timeout, even before I learned about Aunt Callie. Yep, being near a gateway to hell is like having a bad Taco Bell combo. It'll give you the shits. My mom didn't like to be mixed into coven business even before we left the coven. It's why she always took me on archaeology digs for months at a time. We breezed through for holidays like Beltane or Yule, but she didn't like to share family lore. You made it sound like she told you even less after you two split from the fam. Whenever I asked, the standard answer was, I'll tell you when you get older, you don't need to know right now. It's best if you don't know anything. It annoyed the piss out of me when I was a kid and annoys me even more now because I don't know what we're stepping into, Vic. I came here thinking I could do this stupid vampire summit deal with whatever malarkey came from the undead. I didn't think that it would lead to anything, especially not to my family. Vic looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Red, you know that you are like a stone's throw away from Pennsylvania. This is as close to your family as you've gotten outside of a time loop. You really didn't think in your heart there could be anything? Or that maybe a whim might lead you closer to the family compound? She slouched in her seat, holding back a very unhunter-like pout. No, be real. I know this is confusing and maybe a little frustrating or scary for you. As much as I don't want to talk about feelings, I acknowledge they exist. Wouldn't you say that a teeny tiny part of you wondered if your usual shitty luck would bring these people back into your orbit? Vic, first of all, my grandma doesn't have a compound like a Kennedy or something. Yes, they've got a big house, but it's in the sticks. So no. Vic gave her a look that spoke entire paragraphs about her bullshit. Red sighed. Maybe you're right. I hate leaving a stone unturned in a case, and this has been a stone that I've left alone for years. Eventually, the Coven is going to know you're alive. You have a reputation. You went against the fucking Brotherhood in London. You were at the center of the meltdown at the Los Angeles Vampire Summit, not to mention all our misadventures. I mean, this is all coming out anyway. Why not do it on your own schedule? She glared at him. Stupid Vic and his stupid logic. That's all I'm saying. I'm not telling you to go to that formal grimoire ceremony or the family reunion that your grandma talked about. But hell, if you did this on your own terms and you got the lay of the land, you might know exactly what you might be dealing with. My mom called it a curse. She didn't necessarily say it was a person, just a curse. Curses can be lifted. Curses can fade away. Vic nodded. And to quote some sappy crap on the internet, generational curses can be broken. They can be broken, Red. She nodded, but a part of her didn't believe it. Just keep your head on straight, kid. We're going to a place that they call the backyard of hell. Vic put on the radio, and they zoomed through the Wilmington traffic, trying to keep up with Zell until they left the city behind for what looked like a nature preserve. Something about the trees and even the very air, the aura of the forest, made her wonder if any developer ever wanted it at all. It didn't feel like a place you'd want to call home. Only the most determined or clueless hikers would want to spend time here. Zell turned onto a country road that turned into a country path that turned into a country nothing until finally they reached a rusted metal gate attached to a high barbed wire fence. It glowed with defensive magic to Red's third eye. Was it trying to keep something out or something in? A black Mercedes-Benz SUV waited by the gate, parked facing the road. Two men left the vehicle, wearing business suits and collared shirts, crisp and ironed, as if they had been freshly starched that morning. They wouldn't have looked out of place on Wall Street except for the mystical symbols shaved in the sides of their hair. Green magic suffused their auras. The one with Irish Ogham runes cut into precisely straight lines in his brown hair whispered to his shorter colleague. They both glanced at Red and Vic. She immediately blocked the probing magic that tapped at her aura. These dudes had power. She could take them in a fight, but it wouldn't be fun. Vic leaned over the steering wheel for a better look. Who are they? Rebellious bankers? I can feel the magic wafting off them, Red said as they parked behind Zell's truck. Zell burst from the driver's seat of her vehicle, already cussing and hollering. God damn it, I told you druids to never come back here again. What the fuck do you think you're doing here now? This is trespassing. Ms. Triste, we came with a new offer after really listening to your previous concerns, said the druid with the Irish runes. If you had, you wouldn't have come back. I don't need any druids to buy this land. The druid smiled before the first one spoke again. Is this really your land, Ms. Triste? With the unfortunate death of Calliope St. James, there could have been changes in ownership or in your means to maintain this property. We would allow you to keep residing here, but as a partner with our firm. Then we could help provide the security and mercenaries that these acres need. Zell pulled out a handgun that radiated angry magic. I think we're done talking now. You may address any concerns to the lawyers. You know who they are. Calliope told you where to fucking stick that offer, and I say the same thing. We'll call another time. Zell shot the ground next to the druid's feet. Red fought her urge to jump, but the man with the Irish runes didn't even blink. The druids didn't lose their polite, smiling demeanor and instead lifted their hands before they got back into their SUV. Red didn't open the sports car door until they drove away. She kept her feet inside, not sure if she should give Zell a moment to cool down. Vic puffed out a worried breath. Damn, Zell is packing some heat. Red nodded. Is it just me, or are those the most corporate looking druids you've ever seen in your life? From what I gathered at the Hunter's Pub, those guys ain't popular, but they do have some clout around here. More than vampires or any other supernatural faction in Wilmington. It's not hard to see why they'd want to own a plot of some of the most supernaturally charged land in the region. Should we consider them suspects now or later? 'Cause I'm happy to consider them suspects now. Money, love, and power. The oldest motives, and Lord knows, when it comes to a land deal, some guy in a suit is going to be your worst enemy, I bet. But let's keep an open mind. They seem like trouble. Besides, you never trust people in suits, Vic? Sure don't, but as far as I can tell, Calliope was a difficult person sometimes. That's a very politically correct way to say it. Fine. Let's keep moving then, and see what Zell has to say about this situation, Red said before leaving the security of Gloria the car. Zell cursed to herself as she opened the gate. Red sensed a new evil before she noticed the shadows move in the trees. Zell, look out. Chapter 9. July 31st, afternoon. Outside Wilmington, Delaware, the backyard of hell. A shadowy figure lurked in the tree branches. Beaten bloody, Red didn't recognize him at first until she saw the fangs and couldn't believe her eyes. It was daytime. How was a vampire, even with the partial shadow of the tree cover, able to withstand the sun? A patch of sunshine lingered on his cheek. The vampire dropped onto Zell, but she was quicker. A burst of flames shot out from her handgun, propelling the vampire back. It wasn't a big burst. Everyone knew that a fire in the forest would be a dreadful calamity. Fire could spread, taking the wilderness with it. The flames clung to the vampire's shirt. His clothes were torn and ripped, yet in the dark fabric, Red noticed the country western embroidery on his shirt, and suddenly she knew for sure that this was the blood mage from the vampire summit earlier. Holy shit, he escaped his guard. Was he gunning for her again? Red revved up her magic, sending a burst of air to surround the vampire. He couldn't run again. She needed to figure out why he was here. Why, out of all the places, would he escape to this forest? A smart vampire would have been lying low or gotten on the first train, plane, or cargo ship out of town. Then again, he was one of Hilda Higby's kids. They weren't known for their self-preservation. They were known for their single-minded devotion to their cause. The vampire leapt from the open top of the air magic shield. She cursed. Damn it, of course he'd be able to see her magic, not just where it began, but where it ended. He was a blood mage. A terrible grip tugged on her veins, as if he was sucking the blood from her while it was still inside her body. It grabbed her like a twilight tide, darkening, yielding. She dropped to her knees, reaching out with her magic, and uselessly tried to block his attack. Freezing cold settled over Red. Her breath puffed out in vapor like she was in a blizzard. The cowboy vamp froze, jerking his limbs like someone was trying to tackle him. Was it a ghost, or just the weird forest doing its thing? A crossbow bolt whizzed by her ear and pierced the vampire in his neck. He dropped to the ground, leaving Red free of his draining magic. The summer's heat returned. Vic ran past her with his crossbow raised, ready to take another shot. Flames sparked from Zell's gun. Red conjured up hardened air to pin the vampire to the ground. He'd been after Zell, not her, but why? I need to question him. Vic aimed his crossbow at the blood mage. Why the fuck do we have to do that? Zell said, Stop, bozo. We need to see why he's on my land. The vampire ripped the arrow out of his throat and jammed it into his own heart. With his last breath, as his body turned to bone, he declared, The first ones shall be free, and so will we all. God damn it, Zell said. He's not going to disappear like the other vampires do elsewhere. I'll have to haul this out. I'll save that for another day. Vic said, You don't seem too surprised that a vampire is running around your land during the daytime. Zell shrugged. It's a forest where they don't burst into flames during the day. What? Red exclaimed. That was impossible. Oh hell, you'd be surprised what the magic in this land does around here. They come, but most of the time they don't do nothing to me. I like knowing why they attack me, though. because generally they like to stay on my good side so I don't bust up their croquet games and the random old-timey shit they like to do in the sun. There's a creek bed nearby where they like to picnic and swim naked when the weather is nice. Seriously? Red could only imagine a date with Kristoff in the sunshine. You didn't know that? Vic shook his head. Well, I guess I've seen it all. Zell said, You haven't seen anything here. Let me tell you, if only all I had to deal with was some nudist vampires, then this job would be easy. Come on, get in the truck. Keep your eyes peeled. There's more things out here that want to kill us if we give them the chance. Red said, The Blood Realm is where the first vampires were supposedly locked away millennia ago, the original of their kind. That guy right there, if I'm not mistaken, was a follower of Hilda Higby, who really wanted to open the Hell Gates and bring back the bad old days. Yeah, Zell said. That checks out. He wouldn't be the first to come around here thinking we've got a portal to the Blood Realm. I wish they'd believe me when I tell them that's probably not what we're guarding here, but vampires bite first, ask questions later. Okay, what are you guarding here? Zell looked into the trees with a stare that said she had pondered that question many times before. You know, Red, I really wish I knew. I think Cal knew, but never gave me a straight answer. Just some of the theories. It could have been any one of them, but the one that she laughed about the most was the Blood Realm idea, that's for sure. Peachy, Vic commented dryly. Get in the truck, Zell said. We're wasting daylight. Not that it really matters much here. Weird shit happens day or night, and it doesn't really give me a holiday. I guess that trip to see my friend in Ontario was the last vacation I'll have for a while. Red climbed into the truck after Zell and Vic, then scanned the trees for any auras. She didn't see anything, human or otherwise, and yet, as they drove along the pock-marked makeshift road leading into the forest, she knew they were being watched. The truck rumbled along the road, but a weird hush came over the land. Not even a bird chirped in the trees. The silence was more eerie than the suicidal vampire. Don't be surprised by what you see or feel out here, Zell said. This place can play tricks on your mind. In the quiet of the forest, the conversation in the truck lulled. Red texted Kristoff about the blood mage vampire and his mission in the forest, with a warning that there could possibly be others trying to use the vampire summit as a cover for some larger scheme. She noted the druids, too. Maybe he had some insight into their land grab plot. She tried to home in on his emotions via her new bespelled earrings, but she could only glean a fuzzy sense of stress and annoyance. He felt safe, though. Hopefully, he stayed that way. She tried to send a lot of love his way to soothe him. The truck bounced along the rough road until they reached a clearing. In the center of the clearing was an old home that had multiple extensions and new rooms added to what seemed to be originally a small colonial farmhouse. It had morphed and mushroomed over the centuries. At the top was a small room that perched on the roof like a hat. A diagonal window, placed 45 degrees on the gable end wall of the house, shimmered in the sunlight. It was a witch window. Folklore said that witches couldn't fly their broomsticks through such windows. Pure superstition. If a witch had charmed a broomstick to fly, she'd be able to break through it. Red squinted at the broken glass of the tilted window. Had someone tried to break in? She opened her mouth to point out the breakage when Zell interrupted her before she could begin. I'll let you look around, but I'm certainly not handing over the reins of this hunt to you two. Cal was family to me. I'm not here to step on your toes or take anything away from you. I just know that my grandma wanted me to check things out too, and now she's missing, so I got to tell you, you don't know Abigail is gone forever. Honestly, from what Cal has told me, Abigail does what she wants and always has. Maybe so, Red said, shrugging. Vic, sitting between the two women, pointed to the home in the forest. Can you take us to where Calliope was found? Was it in the house? The rumor mill was confused on that point. Zell got out of the car and gruffly waved them on to the house. The place was locked when Abigail arrived and found her on the kitchen floor. Oh, it was my grandma who found Calliope. Yep. Abigail told me she thought it was some kind of curse. The doors were locked, the windows were barred. I don't even know how anybody could have gotten in here. Abigail had a key to an old side door. Honestly, if Cal hadn't told me that years ago, I would have wondered what the hell your granny was doing in this house. But then again, Cal was a softy when it came to family sometimes. A curse? Well, we can see if there's any hex bags. I assume that you already would have found any if you swept the house, Red said. She didn't like the idea of a curse. Was it the same one that her mother had feared? Damn straight, Zell said. I checked it top to bottom, but Calliope worked a long time with all these spooks and ghouls. She knew how to avoid a curse. The house has plenty of protection sigils on it. Hell, she was a goddamn St. James witch, so she grew up with magic in her mother's milk. If someone was going to curse her, they would have had to do something bigger than a simple run-of-the-mill hex bag. Red and Vic followed Zell into the house that looked more like a warrior's compound on the inside. Only the essentials and what looked like handcrafted wood furniture in the whitewashed rooms were tolerated. Protection sigils were on the walls, just as Zell said. From the mudroom to the kitchen, the place had been fortified as much as a house could be. The protection spells were old, seeped into the wood. They were still intact. Whatever could have gotten to Calliope in a locked house with this many protection symbols? The kitchen, which was clean and sparkling with 1960s appliances, had a tile countertop and a floor with old linoleum that peeled at the corners, revealing hardwood underneath. There was no sign of a body or anything bad that had happened. No overturned chairs or cups, just a single coffee mug resting in the sink. Zell broke the silence. I haven't changed or moved anything since she passed. No one has. Well, except for your grandma. Red asked, How did she look? Unmarked, Abigail said. I didn't see anything either. But apparently she looked annoyed, like she'd been interrupted in her workroom. She never did like anyone talking to her before she had her coffee. Vic inspected the window over the sink before he looked back at Zell. What did the autopsy say? That's the damnedest thing. The coroner's report said strangulation, but you wouldn't know it if you had looked at her. Red felt a knot in the pit of her stomach. This scene seemed too similar to what happened to her paternal grandparents. They had been found strangled in a locked house, too. Coincidences happen in real life, but this looked like a pattern. It seemed too eerie that 3 elderly people in her family had been murdered in the same way, including one who had spent decades fighting off any evil that this forest could throw at her. Can we see the report? I wish. Abigail has it. Zell gritted her teeth. I should have been here. Calliope had said something big was brewing in this week's astrology. I didn't drive back until she told me she'd seen the signs of a high demon lord's manipulations. Demon lord? Red and Vic said at the same time. Panic flooded through her. Demons walk the earth. She killed them. It wasn't a big deal. Those were the petty, low-level guys. High demon lords were big bads that lived in other dimensions. Few knew who and what they were exactly. Legends said that the old gods had thrown the high demon lords out of this world to protect humanity and magical creatures. If even one came to Earth, they were in trouble. Vic asked, What else did she say about them, Zell? Nothing. She didn't tell me if there were minions or an active scheme, just that the astrology was right. She didn't have a journal for me to check either. Jesus, that is freaking peachy, Vic grumbled to himself before he stalked into the living room. Red followed him, disquieted by the growing pile of omens in Delaware. No wonder the blood mage had come to town. The delivery to her hotel room warned her, Watch yourself. It's happening soon. What the hell was going to happen? Did Calliope know? The search continued in solemn quiet. In the common areas, they found mostly guns and other weapons on easy-to-reach wall racks. Between the kitchen and the living room, a magical storeroom held plenty of supplies that could have defended any witch from harm. It raised more questions about how Calliope could have been taken without a fight. Red wandered into the place Zell had dubbed the workroom. Above a desk hung a few maps with many pins on it in every color of the rainbow, some with tiny date labels attached. What had Callie been tracking? A few laminated family photos clustered by the left corner of the world map, along with a dry erase marker on a string. One was a large extended family portrait taken in the 1980s, judging by the permed hair and clothes. Black X's and red circles, made by a dry erase marker, covered some of the faces. Partially erased letters and arrows on the margins created a spotty border of green, yellow, black, and red marks. Her great-grandmother stood in the center, proudly standing with a cane. She was circled in the pale, streaky red, and so was Abigail. A laminated black and white photo of four girls posed in matching dresses in a garden lay under the family portrait. It was her mother and her aunts. A black X marked the ground under her mother and the littlest girl in the photo. The X's might have marked that they were deceased. A red circle outlined one of her twin aunts. Before the hairstyle changes, they were impossible to tell apart. Which one was circled and why? The torn edge of a class photograph on the lawn of a stately brick institution drew her eye. She swallowed back a gasp. The photo's thick tear had exposed the white surface under the gloss of the image, obscuring the face of a brown-haired girl that Red couldn't make out, but the edge was unmistakable. Whoever had sent her the photo last night had ripped it from this one. Vic nodded to her as if he'd spotted it as well. The same question must have flashed through both their minds. Did Calliope's killer send Red the photo fragment? A new fear raced through her. Was the cryptic message last night a warning or a promise to make something happen? Please, Grams, she thought, you better be safe. She took a video of the maps and the photo with her cell phone camera, zooming in on the faces. Carefully, she showed many of the date labels to her lens. She could make still photos of the video later to examine deeper. What's up with all the pins, Zell? Got a lot of different colors. I'm not seeing much of a pattern here. Well, some of them are just old cases that she didn't take down. She categorized them by color, but the blue ones are something she'd been poking away at for years. She was looking at house fires among witches. Callie always had a few projects going at a time. Red opened her mouth to ask about the house fires when Vic asked, "What are the green ones about?" Druids. Above the world map, look at the smaller map of Delaware and the mid-Atlantic. She tracked the location of things. Astrolocality was one of her interests. She tried teaching me the art, but to be honest, I never could grasp the details of astrology. Red had a hunch that the house fires were an investigation inspired by the death of her mother. Calliope and Brooke had been close. Maybe they had even been in contact after both had broken off the coven. It made sense that when Brooke passed for real that time, Calliope would take an interest in it. Or had that interest happened earlier? She leaned closer to examine the map, looking at the blue pin in Oregon and finding it where she expected, right over the town of Charm. A little suspicion pinched at her. Have you seen my great aunt in your dreams since she passed? Zell stiffened before licking her lips and shaking her head. No. Red wrinkled her nose, sniffing out the lie. It would have felt more honest if the other woman had mentioned nightmares. Had Callie visited more dreams with more messages? If she had been the source of Red's visions, then she would be powerful enough to visit others. Are you... Hey, Vic interrupted, pointing out the window at a retro dark olive-colored truck. Who owns that 1970 GMC Jimmy with the roll bar lights? It's a beauty. It has a modern engine and more mods. Zell leapt on the topic a little too eagerly. Callie loved it. She spent as much time there as she did in the house. There are some roads that she needed to take a four-wheeler on. We've got that out back, but most of the time she felt more comfortable in the truck. I don't know. Maybe that's why she was talking to your grandmother Abigail about having that youth ritual. It was getting harder and harder for Cal to get into her truck and get her jobs done. We should check that out, Vic said. If that's out and about, then that's going to be the biggest weakness in this operation. Sure, Red said, but privately she thought he just wanted to check out the classic vehicle. Something eerie about the house made her want to take a break. She didn't mind leaving and getting out to the sun for a bit. As they left the house, Red felt something off about the truck. It was more than the heat of the day that made her sweat. Does anyone else feel that vibe wafting off the truck? Zell shook her head. No, but there have been more energy vibrations in the area recently. I think things are stirred up because the old guardian is gone. Or because of that damn vampire conference. Vic kicked one of the tires before he asked. Zell, do you have the keys to this? Let's do a search. Zell tossed him the keys. No joyriding. He peeked into the empty truck bed before unlocking the door. Let me scan the cab before you hop in, Red said. She pulled on some anti-curse gloves that she'd taken from the workroom and went into the truck, careful where she touched. Using a mirror to look under the seat, she found nothing but double-checked around the cab before she got in. When it came to curses and magical warfare against a witch, you had to be savvy, quick, and create an opportunity. The truck was a likely source for a hitchhiking curse since the house was fortified. What do you see? Vic asked. Nothing yet. Red went over to the passenger seat, giving it the same scrutiny before sitting and opening the sun visor. A movement in her corner vision lifted goosebumps on her arms. She gasped as someone stared at her from the rearview mirror. Was that her mother as a girl? The face disappeared when she looked again. The resemblance was there, but it happened too fast to be sure. Her heart pounded. She opened her witchy senses to feel for a ghost, but felt nothing. He popped his head into the driver's side door. Are you okay? Just seeing spooky shit, but not what we're looking for. How the hell did Calliope live out here for so long? Red mumbled before calling out the window. Did my great aunt have any charms or amulets for the car? Zell said, No, Cal used to wear a protection amulet, but it wasn't on her when she died. It was in the bathroom where she usually put it before she took a shower. Red nodded as she continued her search. The car was pristine. It definitely looked like somebody loved this vehicle and made time every week to clean it up and scrub it out. It wasn't like Vic's van, where the floors seemed to have more Mountain Dew cans and wrappers than anything else. This would be a hard vehicle to hide a hex in. It would also be a hard vehicle to attack because right in the back was a gun rack. There was a stake in the cup holder, and in the middle console there was a cross and an iron horseshoe pinned to the ceiling. Open the hood, Red, Vic said. Wait for me. She triggered the lever to open it before getting out and lifting up the hood. Blood-red hex symbols hid on the underside of the truck hood. The scrawled marks looked angry. Even before she translated them, she knew only someone who hated Calliope would do this. Vic cussed to himself. Is that what I think it is? It's a bullseye, Red said, looking back at the broken window in the attic. The hex, at least some of the marks, was a lure to a nasty, evil spirit. She was willing to bet the sports car that whatever killed Calliope was attracted by this hex, and then allowed into the house by the cracked witch window. Then she died, just like Red's other grandparents in Newark. Brook Street James said a curse was stalking her family. Red knew in her gut that it had struck again. Chapter 10. July 31st afternoon, outside Wilmington, Delaware, the backyard of hell. The oppressive summer humidity beat down on Red as she and Vic returned to his car at the gate to Calliope's property. Not a single breeze broke the heat. The tension in the forest seemed to increase as they got into the car, as if nature itself wanted them to leave. She was ready to go. He groaned as if answering the call of the forest. I get it, we're going. Red checked her cell phone's gallery to look at the pictures and videos she had taken of the map in her great-aunt's home. She started to make screenshots of the workroom video, especially the maps. Calliope's investigation into the house fires of the witches was a surprise. She guessed it had to do with her own mother's death. It was a natural thing for Calliope to investigate, but she still didn't understand what, if any, conclusion her great-aunt had made about the different locations and the times. She had asked Zell before they left if Calliope had kept any notes, but Zell claimed that a diary, if there were any, would have been hidden. Calliope had a grimoire, but it was a secret she did not share with her apprentice. Convenient. Red didn't know what to think about their tour of the property, but it had opened up more questions. She had asked many of them before she left without many concrete answers. Her gut told her that Zell hadn't killed her own mentor. That was the only thing she felt certain about. Vic turned on the car, switched on the radio, and drove down the rough forest road with care for the sports car. He cleared his throat as if he was going to make a big announcement, then glanced out the window as if reconsidering. What? Zell was more chatty than I expected after she played hardball at the gunpowder. I appreciated it, but yeah, agreed. She's hiding something, but I don't get the feeling it was malicious. You must have noticed how she danced around the question when you asked about that ripped class photo before we left. That damage happened during the attack, Red. I'll bet my van on it. Definitely. And I think Callie has been in her dreams too. I don't think Zell plays well with others, but she gave us more than I hoped, and I get the feeling it's more than she would offer my aunts. Oh, yeah, she wasn't impressed by the other St. James witches. No, she wouldn't be because Calliope wasn't. Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if she got a dream message to roll out the welcome wagon for us. Red reflected on the picture of her mom and her aunts as young girls. It was affixed by a map that held pins noting multiple kinds of jobs. It could have meant anything, but maybe Calliope worried that the circled twin was next in line for the curse? Something had already befallen another circled person in the pictures, her grandmother. Then again, they could have both spent too much time in the forest. Can't imagine living there. I kept thinking I saw something out of the corner of my eye, did you? Shadows, Vic said. There's an urban legend about shadow people, and most of the time we know the score. It's a spirit or spell, but that place, even if I was normal, that place would still give me the creeps. She checked her phone as it vibrated with a text message from Christoph. He had someone check her grandma's apartment in Philly, and Grams hadn't been there in weeks, according to the doorman. She relayed the news to Vic before she asked, "Could you take me to Christoph's hotel? I still haven't gotten any word from Grams, and you'd think she'd at least apologize for blowing us off or have an explanation. I'm getting really worried, Vic." You've been worried all day. Honestly, I don't blame you. She's a bigger badass than both of us, but that spooky ass photo last night was totally a threat. Damn, I was hoping we'd find the old lady in the forest. Red sighed in frustration. Me too. What happened to Calliope was not normal. A witch like that wouldn't be taken down in a locked house with that much fortification on it, even with that hex on her car. It would take a group to bring her down. It ain't a one-man job. That's for damn sure. You know what I'm thinking, right? What? Her mind was awash with all the eerie clues they had uncovered today. Lots of those traditionalist vampires that Arno was worried about have ties with folks like Hilda Higby and those types who want to open the blood realm. If this week's astrology is right for high demon shit, then the traditional vamps might want to make deals with one. Then again, astrology is wibbly wobbly. You can do a lot with it, especially if you got a lot of magic like those druids. Vic tapped his fingers on the steering wheel in agitation. I don't like how this case could be really big, end of the world stuff, or someone finally just ganked Calliope for being a pain in the ass. We need to narrow the field and eliminate some suspects. Maybe Kristoff can give me information on these druids. I got a gander at a druid charm last night, and it wasn't pretty. Yet they seemed more corporate than the ones we've met before, Vic. True dat. They seem like the type that would take you down with a lawyer, not with a curse like that, especially if they want some sort of land rights. Killing my great aunt would only put her successor on edge or end the balance of power in the forest, unless they were mega desperate. Or very close to a big payday. I've heard a little bit about the druids around here. They might as well be MBAs with a magic specialty. They aren't the hippie type that try to protect the forest for altruism. Not that they need to own the land to siphon off natural power. Proximity would be enough. Did Calliope try to stop them too many times? Maybe. Either way, Christoph might have some idea about the local political scene. He doesn't step into a place without getting a dossier on the who's who of the magical community. Plus, I figure with that Fanger fight caused by a druid manipulation charm, he's put more feelers out about the local druids. She hoped he had a clue or two for her. It wasn't so early in the day that he'd be resting, because he was an earlier riser even on vacation. She sent him a text message with an overview of what they found out. I can get to the hotel quickly then. I don't know about you, but I'm tired. It was like that forest was sapping my energy. I could sleep for a couple of hours. Red touched her side gingerly. I hear that. I still have some internal bruises on my ribs, and I feel all of them. Too many people now know what we're investigating. Stay sharp. He coughed, looking away from her. I'm not implying anything, but what do you think about your aunts? Are you going to reach out to them? Eventually, I will have to. I can't avoid them forever, Red said, but she kind of wished she could. It wasn't right since they might be in danger too. That photo of her mother and her aunts with the crossed out faces implied that the twins were next. Had Grams already figured that out? Abigail had said she had it all in hand. Did she? Life was spinning Red back into the orbit of her family. What would happen when it all finally collided? That After they returned to their lodgings, Red walked across the street to the Polidori Hotel, where the Vampire Summit was held. A few seagulls honked overhead as they flew toward the river walk. The breeze from the river thankfully eased the heat. With every step, she felt Kristoff's emotions more clearly. He seemed busy, but not overly stressed. Did he feel her approach? The guard at the hotel entrance looked dressed like a simple doorman, but his suit jacket draped over a gun holster. She flashed her ID to him. I'm a guest of the Novak brothers. I need to see Kristoff. He's super important, but he'll want to talk to me. I know, you're the witch they hired. Come on in, but be quiet. Not everybody will know who you are. Red walked into the hotel lobby with a nod, ignoring the urge to tell him that she could take care of herself where vampires were concerned. She didn't want to test her luck today. There was something in the wind that made her want to look over her shoulder. Last night's delivery had proved someone was watching her. The air conditioning was in full force in the hotel as she entered the elevator and made her way to the penthouse where Kristoff had his headquarters. She used the key card to open the door and called out, Kristoff, babe? She pouted when she didn't hear an answer. Where was he? She missed him. A mystic, emotional bond was great, but it wasn't the same as being in arm's reach. All she wanted was a cuddle. She had known him during the last Vampire Summit, but obviously she wasn't tracking his movements as a lover, only as a murder suspect. Yet his work ethic couldn't be denied then or now. Sometimes she wished he was a slacker. Sitting on the couch, she leaned her head back on the cushion and sighed before checking her phone again for a message from her grandmother. She texted Kristoff to let him know she was in the hotel suite, but she didn't expect a message quickly. Not if he was in a meeting or staking a troublemaker. There were plenty of things for him and his brother to do, especially if there were more vampires looking to open a hell dimension. It wasn't a common pastime, but looking for the blood realm was as traditional among vamps as searching for the Holy Grail among humans. That was a twist in the case no one needed, especially if these traditionalists were seeking a high demon lord. She didn't think her grandmother could be taken down by a single vampire, but a coordinated group of them looking for the secret to the mystery of the Brandywine. That could keep her busy for a couple of hours. Abigail Street James was tougher than a bunch of zealous vamps. Red hoped so. She rubbed her face and closed her eyes, sinking into the comfortable sofa. It was only when the door to the suite opened that she realized she had fallen asleep. Kristoff sat beside her with a smile before she fully opened her eyes. Darling, she murmured sleepily. He kissed her cheek before looking into her eyes. Love and concern emitted from him. On a scale of 1 to 10, how stressed are you? Because you seem like at least a 7. That sounds about right. My grandmother's a big girl, but I just have this feeling. Then again, maybe I'm just on edge since we came to the East Coast. I saw my aunts today, my mom's twin sisters. Why do I think the operative verb here is saw? Red admitted sheepishly. No, I didn't talk to them. I don't know if I can trust them, which for most families would be strange. I think you overestimate most families. Yours is particularly strange if we judge them by humans, but this is to be expected. They seem so different from when I was a kid, but they were looking for their missing mother after all. Not that my Aunt Mara seemed all that worried, more embarrassed about her sister yelling at a master chef. Maybe you should take Mara's nonchalance as a clue. Maybe we both should, he said thoughtfully. I will admit that yesterday I was on edge from that delivery and too hot-tempered. We don't know your grandmother very well. Maybe she can be like this. Few people of her power and status send out Facebook notifications about their every movement. True enough. I know that worried tone. What happened? I went to my great aunt's house, and I saw something weird. Well, I saw many weird things. You saw my text message about the blood mage who escaped, but there was more. Red then filled him in on the rest of the details of her investigation and showed him the video. What do you think of the torn class photo? Have you considered that your grandmother or another ally might have sent that as a discreet message? You have shied from contact. Maybe she tried to send something untraceable in case an enemy vampire intercepted it, he asked, but she could tell he didn't fully believe his own theory. She wanted to cling to hope. Maybe. Send me that video so my people can analyze the dates and locations on the map of house fires, Christoph requested as he rested an arm on her shoulders. His love for her overshadowed his stress, she could tell through his bond. He nuzzled her cheek. Babe, look at me. I can help even if I am tied up with idiots squabbling over power. You can trust me. Red closed her eyes and relaxed against him. I do. Can't you feel it? It's still so strange that I do, he said with a little awe in his voice. You know that my analysts tried that house fire angle before, when we wanted to discover more about Maxwell's plans and what happened to those other witches he had kidnapped. This gives us more to work with now. Maybe my great aunt found some links to his other victims. Maxwell Baldacci was responsible not just for the death of her mother, but also for her own kidnapping through time into the Victorian age. Unbeknownst to her then, he had taken 2 other witches to harvest their magic along with hers. Red managed to escape his clutches before he eventually stole her magic. She hadn't seen the other witches before they died. Their memory still haunted her anyway. Even after death, Maxwell managed to exploit them by handing them over to a necromancer who turned them into zombies. It was a grisly fate. His punishment, to be encased in a metal shell under Stone Tree Prison, was hellish, but still didn't feel like enough for what he'd done. She sighed. The families of his victims would want to know that he was languishing in Stone Tree Prison, but it was a hard angle to track without names along with the locations and dates. Most witches don't announce that they're witches to the authorities who track house fires, and most covens don't like to announce that their coven members were attacked. Christoph rubbed his chin, looking into the distance. He said softly, What did Calliope know that we don't? Zell said she didn't know if Calliope kept a journal. I'm not sure if that's the truth or if she's trying to feel us out as allies. Red shifted the topic and sat up straighter. She wanted to fall into his arms and let him comfort her, but worry prodded her to focus. I wish my grandma told me what hotel she was staying at. Waiting for her to call is driving me nuts. I've already set my people on that. Really? You always think of everything. She leaned against his chest. He was wonderful, wasn't he? Thank you, babe. Abigail wanted you on the Calliope case, even if she seemed determined to shield you from other truths. If she is merely busy, you'd serve her better by not getting distracted. Besides, I want to stay on her good side. You're right. It'll be hard to ignore the question marks around my grandma, but I had some ideas of which leads to follow next. Do you know about druids, specifically the ones in this area? Naturally. In fact, they are doing a panel about land investments for the Immortal Jet Set in an hour. Perfect, Red asked. They didn't want to be here after dark, did they? He chuckled. Say what you will about American druids, they know how to strategize their movements. I'll need entrance to that panel, babe. If these speakers are in the druids' real estate division, then they have to know about Calliope's land. The place will be packed, Red. It's sure to be a popular topic, but I'll pull some strings. Just pretend you're my security. Everyone will be on their best behavior. You were right about walking around with heart's blood on my shirt sleeve last night. Could you do me another favor? I want a discreet bulletin sent out to your connections to see if anyone has spotted my grandma. Darling, I already did that too once I knew she was missing. Red kissed him deeply and felt so much love for him. He was truly a partner to her, and every day she felt so lucky that they had found each other not just once, but twice in the chaos of time and space. Her heart seized, pained for a moment at the idea of not being with him. What if she never found her grandmother and lost the chance to stay young with Christoph? Red's pulse did a strange hop. A century with Christoph unfurled in her head like a ribbon. Weddings, arguments, movie nights, and then the cold thought, what would it cost me? As the decades went by, she might really have to choose between him and her magic. Chapter 11, July 31st, late afternoon, Wilmington, Delaware, Polidori Hotel. After a late lunch, Red followed Christoph to the conference rooms where the Vampire Summit hosted its earliest lectures. Half the attendees invested in deep fakes. The other half still wrote with fountain pens. It made for a curious mix of topics from modern relic quests to demonic uses for artificial intelligence. There was even a tech support learning lab to help the less savvy ones figure out their cell phones. The Druids were in conference room B120. A printed sign by the door read, How to Enjoy a Sunrise. Better. Living Through Druidic Magic and the Green Life Company. Red murmured to her boyfriend as she peered into the open threshold. Big claims. Big claims and a bigger sponsorship from Green Life. You're an investor, aren't you? Christoph shrugged with a mysterious smile. His pride shone through their mystic bond. Publicly, he ran nightclubs, but privately, he had his immortal fingers in many pots. For a poor boy from the slums, he'd certainly made something of his own life. B120 was one of the smallest rooms, but had a big window and an emergency exit to the outside, conveniently covered by blackout curtains, but still accessible for a quick getaway. Two obvious druidic bodyguards were in the back corners of the room. The Druids had set up a projector and a spectacular display of an illustrated meadow on a canvas taller than a person. The moving image showed what seemed to be two vampires frolicking in the daytime. Red raised her eyebrow at the image. While there were some rare spells and even rarer artifacts that could allow vampires to walk in the daytime, these methods were hoarded by select powerful vampires because their creation was forbidden by many covens. The backyard of hell was the only patch of land where she'd seen that sunshine trick happen naturally. If it were easy and simple to make a vampire walk in the daylight, she would have done it already to help her beloved Christoph. Even if it had been moderately difficult, she still would have done it. Arno came up to Red and Christoph as they lingered in the doorway to the conference room. We have a problem with the clan from Calgary, the one with all the oil money. They keep insisting on talking to you, Christoph. Is this about the blood orgy again? They can host it after hours. We have too much on the schedule as is, said Christoph as he rolled his eyes before he gave Red a kiss. I'll be back quickly. I'll be fine. The Druids have their bodyguards, and you have guards trailing me on the conference floor. Notice that, did you? Of course she did, Arno said, slapping a hand on his brother's shoulder. Come on. She refocused on the Druids in the front corner of the room as her boyfriend and his brother left. Even if she hadn't been informed beforehand, she would have known that they were Druids. Ritual paint in geometric patterns decorated their foreheads and cheeks, which contrasted strongly with their business attire. Two men and a woman huddled together beside the canvas. The first man was an elderly mage whose power filled the room and seemed to shine as much as his pure white hair, pulled into a dignified top knot. Irish runes were shaved on the sides of his head. He nodded to the two younger Druids he spoke to before joining a bodyguard in the left back corner. Red had the feeling that, despite his advanced age, he was the true bodyguard in the room, and the muscular Druids in the back were simply for show. She didn't linger her gaze on the aged one for too long to avoid his notice. It was a silly precaution. Once she stepped into the room, he would have sensed her as a witch. She was surprised to see Druids at this event at all. Generally, magical mortals knew better than to enter a den of vampires even with a guarantee of protection. But there must have been something about this presentation that would be mutually advantageous, or at least flashy enough, for Christoph to have given it a place on the Blood Summit schedule. The small conference room had filled up. A giant of a vampire sat in front of Red, blocking her vision of the front. She left her chair and leaned against the wall to get a better view of the show. The younger druids, a man and a woman, stood at the front of the room. G. Greensleeves and B. Harper were listed on their name badges, respectively. They must have been the ones giving the presentation, which was only listed for 15 minutes, plus 5 minutes for questions. Red knew it would stay on schedule. Kristoff was an absolute dictator when it came to time management. The two druids at the front looked like kids when standing next to the very old druid. However, the woman might have been in her late 30s, and the male druid was older than her by 15 years at least. He had the look of a man who'd been the handsomest athlete in high school and never forgot it even in middle age. Something about him was familiar, but he had too much paint on his face for her to place him. His hand lingered on his associate's shoulder, rubbing her more than would have been professionally acceptable. He whispered in her ear in a way that certainly would have gotten tongues wagging in any office. Red mentally dubbed him the creepster, but the lady druid didn't seem to mind. The druids separated to stand on opposite sides of the canvas. Creepster took a step forward and opened his arms wide like a showman as he announced, "Green Life welcomes you to the future, a future where you and your fledglings can take a vacation in sunny Brazil without skipping the beach. We can't promise you a tan, but I can promise you that we don't need the full 15 minutes allotted to us for this presentation. Tell them why, Becky." Red made a face at the name. Becky the Druid? Were these two going to sell the vampires a timeshare? Greensleeves had a sleazier quality the more she looked at him. What was so familiar about him? She could have sworn she'd met him before. Becky chirped cheerfully. "We only need 15 minutes because what we offer is so simple that even a child could understand, Mr. Greensleeves. We invite the vampire community to join us at Quarencia Gardens," Greensleeves said, gesturing at the canvas. Red leaned forward to study the projection. It had transitioned to a four-way split of video footage: vampires hiking in a forest in the top left corner, boating on a lake on the top right, sunbathing on a beach in the bottom left, and enjoying drinks on a sunlit patio on the bottom right. The quadrants were labeled Taradalen Valley, Sweden; Lake Adeo, United States; Bruxeria Beach, Brazil; and Druid's Keep, Isle of Wight. She had been to Lake Adeo in New York State as a child. It was a secret place in the Finger Lakes region. These were famously mystical areas. The Bruxaria Beach was near the Brazilian island of Colares, which had been known among humans for supposed UFO sightings in the 1970s. That had been a cover-up for the old dictatorship sparring with local witch covens. Greensleeves paused for his audience to absorb the imagery before he proudly claimed, "We have 4 locations with new havens planned in the next 5 years. The magic in these locations is harnessed by our druidic spells to provide a sanctuary for any supernatural being, but also an invisible barrier to the sun for our night-needing friends. We secure natural lands and save them from human development to ensure privacy." The screen changed to show a Bigfoot walking arm in arm with a 3-horned, gray-skinned humanoid Merker beast through a manicured garden. Red squinted at the idyllic vision. This might explain the druid's interest in her great-aunt's land, but while the backyard of hell offered the sunshine, it was also eerie and felt like something was constantly stalking you. These places actually seemed like a real vacation in the sun. Greensleeves continued, "Not only are we accepting guests to these locations, we are accepting investors." A vampire wearing a red tracksuit in the front row called out with a Slavic accent, "Investors in what? A fairy tale?" Greensleeves glanced toward the aged druid in the back with a sly smile. A sudden wave of intense magic rolled past Red, pressing her against the wall. She barely had time to gasp before the blackout window curtains blew open, and the nailed-down plywood on the window shattered into splinters. Sunlight shocked the undead audience from their chairs. They cringed in expected agony. "They aren't burning," Red whispered to herself in awe. Quarencia Gardens was going to be more popular than Disneyland. "This is what we offer you," Greensleeves announced gleefully. "This is the magic of green life. Join us in preserving these areas of natural abundance and turning them into sanctuaries for all supernatural beings." The aged druid didn't smile, but satisfaction curled around him like an aura. He snapped his fingers. The blackout curtains returned to their places. Greensleeve smiled at his stupefied audience. "Now, does anyone have any questions?" Every undead hand rose eagerly. Chapter 12, July 31st, late afternoon, Wilmington, Delaware, Polidori Hotel. As the question and answer session commenced after the Green Life presentation, Red understood exactly why the Druids were so interested in her great aunt's land, despite its eerie vibes. It would make a great new location for their sanctuary franchise right here in Wilmington. Initially, she had thought they wanted to take over the land to harness its power, or awaken whatever spooky ookie was sealed there. For some reason, she was a little disappointed that the answer was capitalism. A vampire with a volunteer pin stood in the doorway and tapped on his watch. "Sirs, we need this room cleared in 5 minutes." "And that is it for us," Mr. Greensleeves said. "You'll find literature for your perusal outside the door. Our toll-free call center is open 24/7. Thank you very much." His captivated audience stood between him and the door. One lady vamp draped in diamonds and furs held onto Greensleeves' hand like she wouldn't let go. She purred, "Can I build a lair at every location, handsome?" The volunteer vampire at the door hissed at the lingering attendees. "Move it along, or the Novak brothers will wear your spines for neckties." Red grimaced at the visual, but shook off the threat. All the volunteers had gotten an even more explicit warning from the Novak boys about even thinking of touching her. She needed a reason to delay the Druids so she could suss out more about their plans. Texting Christoph, she hoped he would see the message soon. He had to feel her excitement. She walked over to the Druids with a big smile for Becky. "Hello, wonderful presentation. If you have a moment, Mr. Novak would like to speak to you in the green room." The aged Druid murmured to Mr. Greensleeves in a thoroughly Minnesotan accent, "I have an appointment booked across town, you know. Make my apologies to the Novaks." Disappointment flashed across Mr. Greensleeves' face for a moment, but it disappeared under a look of professional resolve. "Of course. Becky and I can take your place." Red was equally disappointed because she knew the aged Druid was the real powerhouse and decision-maker. But with age often came wisdom and cunning. His subordinates would be more likely to reveal a clue or a hint about their deeper motivations. In popular culture, Druids were thought of as magical tree huggers. The reality wasn't far off in the modern age, but that was primarily due to the degradation of forests and green spaces. Druidic power came from the natural world. Their abilities in divination were also connected to omens and symbols from animals, especially birds. A loss of habitat and animal life could cripple them. Many ecological movements had Druids as members, or in some cases as leaders or financial backers. She had also heard that the Fae were quite keen on environmentalism. There were older, darker legends about the Druids, too. "Come with me," Red said, leading the two Druids toward a hidden door that led to a servant's hallway and a special green room for any non-vampiric speakers. She had initially found this room when she had done her first sweep for curses and hexes on the building. It was clean then, but she still sent out her witch senses and opened her third eye to double-check. The room seemed free of magical tampering. It was as she had left it, a beige-painted space with uncomfortable minimalist furniture in the Italian modernist style. Above the cream-colored sofa, an abstract painting hung that was either done by a master artist or a child in monochromatic beige tones. A chilled tray of water, juice, and Prosecco lay beside a covered charcuterie tray on the table, under a curtained window. Red asked, "Would you like any water, coffee, or Prosecco?" Becky shook her head and said tartly, "I find it's better never to be inebriated around vampires." Mr. Greensleeves rubbed Becky's shoulder again in that less than professional manner. "Oh, Becky, lighten up. Don't mind her. I'm always telling her to let a bit more fun in." Becky shook off his hand with a determined shrug. Clearly, her earlier pep and friendliness with him had been an act. At the moment, she looked every bit a druidic priestess despite her skirt suit. The white and blue paint smears on her face highlighted her no-nonsense expression. I'm very curious about the sanctuary you've developed, Red said, as if it were friendly small talk before her boss arrived. All the locations seem to be in areas that already have a strong well of natural power. Could you make one of these sanctuaries anywhere? Or does it need to be one of those locations? I bet the vampires would be more comfortable in a place they already assume is mystical. Greensleeves leaned toward her proudly, like the idea had been his. Indeed, the place has to be mystical. You couldn't imagine the energy expenditure to let vampires walk around in the daytime and hide a Bigfoot in the sauna. Not that we let normals onto the premises. It's what we have to do to raise money for nature preserves, after all. Becky glared at him as if he had said too much. It's none of her business why we're making the gardens. You're right, Red agreed good-naturedly. It's just that I haven't seen vampires so excited in such a childlike manner before. You know how they love day walking, and now they can go hiking like kids at summer camp. It's almost sweet. Greensleeves laughed. That is what we're most concerned with, investments. Buying up parts of the Amazon isn't cheap, you know. It's even more expensive trying to keep poachers and loggers off the land. Oh, you're interested in the Amazon rainforest? I'm also very passionate about environmentalism. Becky snorted. Well, of course you would be if you're looking to become a vampire yourself. There's no point in being immortal if the planet goes up in flames. Red smiled tightly. She tried to keep the bite out of her tone, but didn't know if it showed in her eyes. I don't want to be immortal or a vampire. I'm merely here on a job, sweeping the area for curses and hexes. Greensleeves looked between the two women and shot Red a winning smile, as if apologizing for his associate. Oh, please don't mind Becky. She can be a little nervous after a presentation, can't you, sweetheart? The other woman nodded reluctantly. Don't be nervous, Red said. The Novak brothers are straight shooters. They have more ties with the human world and more self-control than maybe you're used to. You're safe here under their protection. They care more about building their financial futures than anything else. Greensleeves shrugged. I've heard that, but I get the feeling these boys have more on their minds than just finances. That's why I believe they're so keen on this project. It's not just the novelty of walking in the sunlight. I think they know that, for any immortal being, we need to be stewards of the environment above all. That's why we druids switched from merely being fortune tellers and priests like our ancestors and became advocates for the natural world. We no longer merely read omens. Red watched both druids intently as Greensleeves made his little speech. There was something in Becky's expression that said she was a little amused by him and a little contemptuous. This wasn't a partnership built on respect. Greensleeves put his arm around Red and Becky. Anne, would you like to join us in the gardens, miss? I would be delighted to share more about our amenities over dinner. Glenn, a shrill voice, Aunt Mara's, called from the doorway. Her curled blonde hair seemed to bristle and rise like an angry cat. Red, watching the newcomer's reflection in the mirror above the refreshments table, stepped away from Greensleeves. She hid behind Becky the Druid. How had her aunt gotten here? Greensleeves said, Honeybush, what are you doing here? I'm working. Red whispered needlessly, Who is that? Becky winced, curiously unsettled. That's his wife. Red stifled her surprise. She had thought Glenn looked familiar, but she couldn't have imagined that he was her uncle. The druid getup and their years apart had camouflaged him too well. Aunt Mara demanded, Who is that woman, Glenn? Why is she hiding from me? She just works here as a contractor for the vampires. I'm here trying to sell the gardens. You know that. My honey bunches of oats. I have to make a sale. That's my job. Mara snapped, Oh, what else are you trying to sell here? I can tell you're on the prowl. And besides, you have Becky here. You promised you'd never work with Becky again. Greensleeves flushed red with embarrassment. That isn't my call, Mara. You know she's a co-worker. Oh, so you just must have dinners with your co-workers and clients? Red tried to keep the confusion off her face. Glenn had a sleazy streak, and judging by Becky's reaction to him, she'd gotten sick of this guy long ago. However, it wasn't unusual to have dinner with co-workers. What was he doing at the office? That being said, she didn't know much about her aunt's marriage. From this, she could guess that Glenn couldn't keep it in his pants and Mara knew about it. Red felt a pang of sympathy. From what she remembered, Mara had always been fun and vivacious. Now it seemed like she was at the end of her rope. Greensleeves led his wife to the presentation room and into a marital huddle. Red looked at Becky. Is that normal? Yes, unfortunately for them it is. I wouldn't have married him or her. Oh, goddess, Aunt Karen's voice carried from the other room. Red pretended like she wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but she tilted her ear toward the door. She hadn't drank any more of Kristoff's healing blood since he nearly turned her into a vampire, but her brush with vampirism had given her hearing a boost. She could hear everything that Aunt Karen said in the presentation room. What are you doing here, Mara? I turned my back for a second while talking with Arno Novak's secretary, and this is where I find you, with Glenn. What is he even doing here? Glenn grumbled. I'm trying to work, and I've been thoroughly embarrassed in front of my colleague. You know that the vampire representatives will tell their bosses about this. Mara snapped, What is there to tell? That he wanted to take her to dinner? That you were chatting up some vampire groupie? He hissed. Sweet Chernonos on a Sunday, Mara. Keep your voice down. Karen's voice took on a peacekeeper quality. We've done what we needed to do here. The vampires don't seem to know where Mother is. Judging by the auras, it seems like more or less the truth. Let's go. This isn't our territory, and a mistake could cost us more than Glenn's career, Mara. Red offered Becky an apologetic smile. This seems like a bad time for you to talk to Mr. Novak. If you'd like, I can tell him something came up and you needed to go. But if I could get your number, I can give it to him for any further questions. Blushing from embarrassment, Becky sighed in relief. I can do that, thank you. He should have my number. What do you think he'd want to know? Probably where your gardens will be located next. He likes being the first to invest, so if you have any clues you can give me, I'm sure he'd appreciate it. If all goes right, our next location will be just outside of town. We want to put in a train stop and track to connect with the night rail system. Red shook the druid's hand, holding back her disquiet. Thank you, Becky. I'll let him know, and I hope you have a good day. Your day will probably be better than mine now. Good luck with that, Red said, nodding toward Glenn in the open door, where he and Mara still whispered to each other. There's an emergency exit to the outside on the left. It might be better if you all took the discussion into the sunlight. I think so. Becky nodded a frustrated goodbye as she left. The druids didn't realize it, but they had answered more questions for Red than she had expected. Unfortunately, the answers directed Red's suspicions back toward the family home. Greensleeves seemed invested in his work. What would he do to make his boss's dreams come true? Did he have more ambitions than protecting the environment? A sanctuary in Wilmington would be more profitable than any other due to its proximity to an international airport, highway system, and rail lines. The profit could buy plenty of wilderness, along with the mercenaries needed to protect it. Hell, they could probably afford to air out its creepiness. What would the druids do to get that kind of cash, and the influence that came with it? Plenty of people would kill for it. Would Glenn? Maybe that depended on the state of his marriage. Red rubbed her face, resisting a long sigh. Every new turn in this case took her closer to the one thing she didn't want to do. Go to the family reunion. Fucking great. Chapter 13. July 31st, late afternoon, Wilmington, Delaware. Byron Hotel. Red trudged into the hotel suite she shared with Vic. Her emotions bounced between dread that more clues pointed toward her own family and being freaked out that her uncle might have hit on her. That Green Life presentation was really something else. You're not going to believe who I ran into today. Maybe we aren't dealing with the end of the world. Just a land grab. He looked up at her from the couch and rested his phone on the coffee table. A somber air seemed to cover him. He rubbed his face wearily. Huh? Are you okay, Vic? He shook his head. Don't worry about it. What's up? You got some news about your grandma? She sat next to him. Maybe, but I think it has more to do with Aunt Calliope. I wanted to check out the Druids for myself, and luckily they were speaking at Kristoff's Blood Summit. Apparently, the Druids are in the business of making vacation homes and sanctuaries for supernaturals, including vampires. You can get a timeshare completely protected from the sun for what I assume is not a low price. Let me guess, these sanctuaries are for the rich, and they need to be on land that's humming with mystical energy just to keep the lights on? You got it. And the druid who was giving the presentation was my uncle, she said, before giving the full details about the mini family reunion. His face twisted in disgust. Your uncle hit on you? Is that all you have to say? Oh no, they definitely have motivation to kill your great aunt and kidnap your grandma. And if your uncle is sick of your aunt, then there's a plausible motive for him to screw over the whole family. Except one thing. What's that? Your family is rich, rich, Vic said, rubbing his thumb against his index and middle finger. Money. Dollar bills, y'all. Working has to be this guy's eccentric hobby. Unless he pissed off my grandma or great grandma. That's where the money comes from. Vic shrugged. You'd know better than my broke ass. So you got to go to this family reunion next week. I know it gives you the wicked squiggles, and honestly, there's a chance your family is straight up killing each other over land and a fortune, like it's the War of the Roses, but you gotta do it. Red dropped her head, groaning in defeat. I know. I just hope it's not as bad as I fear. Don't be a sissy, he said, leaning back on the couch and scowling. I trained you to rush headlong into danger. What do you think is going to happen? An ambush, a curse. I don't know. All I know is that when my mom got us out of the coven, she seemed scared her whole life. All right, I'm going to suggest something I think you'll hate more than a family reunion, Vic said. I've been told that we are in one of the best places to attempt this kind of spell. I can't promise it'll work. I tried a spell like this before and it didn't work, but my parents weren't magical. What are you saying? I'm talking about a seance. Old school, no new age frills. Just us trying to talk to the dead. She cussed, throwing her hands in the air. Vic, you know that's dangerous, and most of the time, if you actually get in contact with a spirit, it can be some jokester or poltergeist or demon. It's not always the person you want to talk to. I tried this once when I was a teenager. All I got was a broken heart, and somebody had to perform an exorcism on my friend. You tried to talk to your mom before? No. I tried to talk to my dad. When it goes wrong, a seance really goes wrong. I was lucky. I didn't end up talking to a demon. Why do you even think this will work? You've warned me about this kind of seance in the past. He waved away her concerns with a flap of his hand. All true, but haven't you noticed something weird since we got to Wilmington? On 2 different occasions, I'm pretty sure some spirit tried to save you from a vampire. Yeah, I noticed a ghost at the summit, then at the funeral home. But vampires can awaken spirits when they gather in those numbers. His expression shifted like he was about to drop a straight flush in a poker game. What about when we were going up to your aunt's property? She nodded slowly, remembering that strange temperature drop in the forest again. It's a mystical place, and it was the same vampire. Who knows if that guy just has a spirit attached to him looking to rumble and piss him off whenever possible. But you've also had dreams about your mom, Vic insisted. And this has been going on for a while, since you got out of prison. Hell, it might have happened before. There's a good chance she's watching out for you, and she's gotten stronger on this plane since that time you nearly died. I want my mom to move on to the afterlife. I don't want to accidentally trap her in limbo for my own sake. Well, that isn't exactly your call, is it? If your mom is lurking around waiting for vampires to attack you and trying to help you out, this is a good time to give her a ring and see what the hell her sisters are up to. Shit, Red muttered. I don't want to go in blind to that family reunion, especially because I've no idea which relatives might be. Your enemies? Don't worry about it, Vic said, then clapped his hands and stood up from the sofa. I have everything we need. Already? I went out again after we were done with your aunt's place. Had a little chat with a Frenchman, too, before I went to a magic store that had a real medium working there. Red studied him closer before she asked, "Who were you trying to contact?" "I'll tell you later. Let's get you hooked up with the afterlife first. Do you remember how to do that seance?" "Yeah," she replied, "but we're smoke cleansing this suite first." "We're not doing it here. We're too close to the Legion of Vampires across the street. That medium will be at the bistro." "No, I'm not talking to my mama while people are ordering endives au jambon gratiné. We can use the hubbub with the vampires to get closer to the other side." He scoffed. "Now you're fancy with your French pronunciations? We can cleanse the place with blessed cedar. I'm happy to bribe this medium to come here, or I'll just use some tarot cards and a pendulum to talk with the spirits. Keep your St. Benedict medallion and salt ready either way." "I always have salt. I'll call this medium and see if I can get her here. If she says it's too dangerous here, then we go," Vic said. He picked up his phone. He dialed quickly, walking to the suite balcony and opening the door. Wind and water were natural cleansing agents before any ritual. She followed his lead by opening up a window on the opposite side of the room for a cross breeze. They'd do a deeper cleanse before they began the seance. Her hunting kit in her bedroom had blessed cedar, Florida water, and her divination tools. There had to be a broom in this suite somewhere. By the time she had fetched the supplies and ritually swept the kitchenette area, he was off the phone. She frowned at the concern on his face. "What is it?" "The medium never showed up for the reservation at the bistro, according to Francis. He sent his waitress Jenny over to the magic shop. It was left open and unlocked. I don't get it. She was just there." "Another disappearance?" Red didn't like it. "What else did Francis say?" "Apparently Jenny knew this medium pretty well, at least enough to know where her Filofax was. Your grandma had booked a seance with her for after our dinner together last night." "Last night? Don't tell me she wanted to talk to her sister. It's taboo to talk to the recently departed. You get them stuck on this plane if you don't know what you're doing." "Maybe that's why she went to a professional," Vic said, before he nodded determinedly. "Time to call up your mom." "Fingers crossed that she feels chatty." Red ignored the tension in her gut and sat at the kitchenette table. She unfurled a velvet divination mat embroidered with sigils, which she used primarily for crystal grids and tarot readings. In the left and right corners, the words yes and no, respectively, were embroidered in silver thread. She arranged the silver pendulum on its chain in the center of the mat, but didn't remove her cards from her bag. Divination wasn't her strong suit. Neither was channeling, even if she thought that it was a good idea. And generally, for non-professional mediums, it was a bad idea to invite any spirit to possess you. She trusted her mom's spirit, but not her ability to contact Brook Street James. Vic took her hands from his seat across the small round table. A Bible and battered St. Benedict medallion lay before him. "I'll start with an opening prayer to only welcome in your mother and your family spirits. In Jesus' name, amen." Amen. She wasn't a Christian, but she knew the power of his faith. There wasn't much she believed in, yet the top of the list always included Vic. She eased her psychic barriers. It went against her every instinct. After a lifetime of dealing with paranormal drama and fighting evil, she kept her walls strong. She wasn't fool enough to open herself to the spirit world completely. As he prayed aloud, quoting scripture from heart as he usually did, she tentatively offered an invitation to her ancestors. "I call upon my dash dash." A sharp burst of energy hit her, shaking her like a full-body muscle spasm. "Red, Red, who is it?" "It's not my mom!" Chapter 14. Somewhere in time. Cigarette smoke and an undercurrent of rose perfume irritated Red's nose. She flapped her hand to clear the fumes, opening her eyes to a warm summer's day. Her vision blurred and she blinked to clear it. Where was she? Manicured grass tickled her bare feet. She looked behind her at a manor house. Its stout walls, built with green shale, seemed impenetrable. To her right, a photographer huddled behind a tripod with a cigarette clenched between his teeth. It all seemed familiar, but she couldn't shake the fuzzy feeling in her head. Who were these people? How did she get here? What was this pressure on her chest like someone was sitting on her? Back straight, girls, an archly patrician voice called out from her left. The voice belonged to a red-headed woman in a lavender Chanel skirt suit, Grandma Abigail. She pointed at four ginger children, clad in identical white frilly dresses. The girls were standing to attention, from shortest to tallest, between two lilac trees. That means you too, Petunia. The smallest of the girls stood taller. With rose gold hair and a button nose, she looked like a perfect angel. An aura of goodness radiated from her winsome smile. Her chubby cheeks and frilled form were nearly transparent. Sunshine shone through her, and the slightly older kid at her side, who was half see-through as well. That one was fidgeting with a little smirk like she was planning mischief. Only the oldest two girls, twins, were solid. They were in that awkward stage between kids and teens. The opaque one in the middle seemed overly serious as she straightened her back. Red couldn't stop staring at the twin at the end of the line. A strange dark haze gathered around her auburn hair like a bruised black halo. Her demure smile contrasted with her malevolent vibe. An elderly woman in a conservative tennis outfit smoked a purple cigarette as she walked up to the photographer from the direction of the house. She said to him, "After this photograph, I want a nice big portrait of my darling baby Petunia. She'll grow up to be the beauty of the family, I'm sure." The woman in Chanel admonished her, "Mother." She wasn't the only one annoyed. The twin at the end of the line of girls glared at the old woman. Her dark halo elongated like a cracking whip to strike the littlest one, who winced and rubbed her struck arm. "Can I have a favorite?" the elderly woman asked coyly. The vision shattered in painful pieces. Red convulsed on the floor of her hotel suite, dripping wet with salt on her lips. Her back muscles spasmed painfully. Water again splashed her heated face. Vic stood above her with another vial of holy water at ready. The front door to the suite burst open. Christoph ran inside with a bespectacled man puffing and huffing behind him in a sweaty sprint. Fear radiated from her lover. The vampire growled through his fangs at Vic. "What the hell are you doing to her?" The bespectacled man, she wanted to say his name was Steve, one of the hired mages for the conference, wiped his brow and panted out, "They were channeling, I think." Red pushed herself to a sitting position with Christoph's help. His mix of fear and anger set her on edge. She wished she could turn off their mystic bond because her own emotions were enough to deal with right now. "It wasn't intentional. I was trying to use the pendulum." The mage peered around the room as if seeing far into the distance. "The spirit has faded. It's gone now." "Who was it, Red?" Vic asked, ignoring Christoph's bared fangs. "I don't know, but I think I saw my grandma and my aunts back in the day. It felt more like a recovered memory than a vision. What the hell was that vision trying to tell me?" Christoph helped her to her feet and grumbled, "You don't need to ask again." "No, I don't want to." "Ugh! My neck and shoulders," she said, rubbing the back of her neck. Christoph jabbed a finger into Vic's side. "I'm taking back the sports car for this." "Not Gloria." "Boys," she said, "no fighting. This wasn't the plan. I didn't even open myself fully for channeling. I know better than to invite a spirit into me." Christoph demanded to his mage, "How then?" The conference mage replied, "The blood summit might have emboldened the spirits." "Were you trying to connect with a specific spirit?" "My mother. I only invited my ancestors to speak through the pendulum. Well, I wasn't even able to finish the invocation before the vision consumed me. It didn't seem like an evil spirit," she said, as she grabbed a notebook and pen from the table. She quickly jotted down her impressions of the vision before the images faded. Whatever had grabbed her, it seemed intentionally trying to show her a family memory. There must have been something important about that day. That darkness around one of the twins seemed to be the key. Caught up in her writing, she didn't notice the mage scanning her aura until his hand hovered over her face. "Hey!" "She's clean," the mage said to Christoph. "I can't detect a hitchhiker." Kristoff patted him on the back. Relief wafted from the vampire. My thanks, Steve. You're dismissed. Find the magic team to perform another cleansing on the hotel and the surrounding area. We still have a few more days of the summit. I don't want any more ghostly visitations. Good, Vic said as the mage left with a bow. I guess my job here is done. I'll need to book a flight back to the West Coast. Red and Kristoff asked at the same time. What? Vic rubbed his hands nervously. You know how I told you that I visited the Frenchie at the bistro? He had a lead on the werewolf who killed my bio family. There was a rogue wolf spotted in Washington state. I gotta check this out. No, Kristoff ordered. Arno promised that you'd be her bodyguard. I need one that she won't ditch, especially if she goes to this family reunion. She laid her hand on Kristoff's arm. Her own disappointment matched his, but she couldn't show it to her friend. Babe, this is important. Vic, if you think this lead can wait a week or two, I can come with. My investigators can handle this, Kristoff interrupted. It could save you a trip. I can't risk a stranger missing a clue. Your people haven't seen this beast in the flesh. I have, Vic said grimly. Francis Duran told me that this rogue wolf often disappears off the grid. I could lose him to the wilderness even if I leave right now. She nodded. Of course, go pack. I'm sure that someone in Kristoff's army of personal assistants can arrange for a ride to the airport. You can take one of my jets. Give my people the coordinates of where you want to go, and they could parachute you in if you needed. Thanks, Novak, Vic said with a serious nod, then disappeared into his bedroom. Kristoff wrapped Red into his arms. She tried to keep her sadness at bay, but she knew he'd feel it anyway. He said, I'll go with you to this family reunion. With your schedule, you can barely sleep without someone calling you. I saw the kind of backstabbing you're dealing with. Someone literally got stabbed yesterday. That's not... His buzzing phone interrupted him. He frowned, annoyed with the instant rebuttal from the universe. Just answer it. She'd known when she accepted this job from his brother that she wouldn't see her darling much this week. After all he did for her, she wanted to support him. He needed all his attention on vampire power plays. She was more of a distraction than a help right now. Arno, Kristoff said sourly. He listened intently before groaning and rubbing the bridge of his nose. I hear you. I'll be right there. She waited until he got off the phone. What is it? That fellow who wanted to open the Blood Realm had a friend. We've captured him, but he made a mess, and now I must make peace. Is he being interrogated now? I have a few questions of my own. There weren't signs of an obvious vamp attack at my great-aunt's place, but I haven't seen her body, so I'm still in the dark about her exact cause of death. This bastard isn't pretty right now, but I can have my people put the irons to him to find out if he knows anything about Calliope or your grandma. She didn't want to see the gore of a vampire interrogation, but like Vic, she didn't trust someone else to do her questioning for her. Everything in the last 24 hours seemed designed to confuse. She had a murder without a body, a missing grandmother, a possible land development grab, a family reunion to crash, and an undead cult. What was connected? What was a coincidence? Actually, darling, I want to throw out my own questions. Come with me then, but afterwards rest in my hotel room. You still look a little pale. Yeah, I feel a little shaky emotionally, but I'm fine. She threaded her fingers through Kristoff's, then smiled. Is there anything that I can do for you? Stay healthy, stay alive, he said before leading her from the room. She could tell that his every instinct told him to lock her away where she was safe. How much did it cost him to compromise? She swore that no matter what skeletons that she found buried under her family tree, that she would return to him. Chapter 15. July 31st, late afternoon, Wilmington, Delaware, Polidori Hotel. Kristoff led Red into the interrogation room in the basement of the Polidori Hotel, with a hand on the small of her back. He gestured to the ghostly white man chained to a pillar in the center of the dankest part of the hotel's basement. Allow me to introduce you to Norman, who is a veritable piece of shit even by vampire standards. Norman hissed at her. His spittle was bloody, and he lisped due to his missing fangs as he cursed, "Fuck off!" Most people would have taken a step back at the hatred in Norman's eyes. Red wasn't impressed. He wasn't even the most creepy bloodsucker she'd seen today. Kristoff gestured to the right back corner behind them. "You'll notice my highly trained empath who can spot a lie from a mile away. In the left corner, be assured that Blitz will be happy to break anything you want off Norman." Red nodded to the heavy-set black woman draped in a fringed, embroidered poncho, whose outfit gave the impression of a regal if fussy lampshade, before she acknowledged the bald, pale bodybuilder in the corner. His lime-green neon tank top and striped parachute pants would have been de rigueur in 1992. But despite his dated clothes, there was nothing ridiculous about him. Vampires couldn't pump iron and change their bodies after becoming undead, so he must have been like this when he was alive. Even as a human, he could have popped someone's skull open with his bare hands. Kristoff crossed his arms over his chest. "Norman, you should consider this moment a reprieve from your tribulations. Our dear Blitz very much wants to torment you for a long time for the honor of his clan. After the stunt you and your cohorts have pulled at the Blood Summit, no one would disagree." Red had known Kristoff for a very long time, and she had seen the different faces he presented to the world. The face he wore today was his reasonable businessman and diplomat in the vampire community persona, though it came with an unspoken warning. "Test me, and I will make all your nightmares come true." What Norman didn't realize was that Kristoff didn't need Blitz to torture anybody. In fact, Kristoff could do that himself. It was one of his roles within his own vampire clan. She preferred the face he didn't show his vampire colleagues, a loving, sweet, and compassionate one. After all, being a sweetheart was considered a faux pas in evil vampire circles. Norman listened to Kristoff's oh-so-reasonable tone with contempt. "I don't really care if I die. I die for the glory of the original ones, our forebears, our ancestors. To die in the service of resurrecting them is an honor." Kristoff nodded mildly. "Then it would be an honor for Blitz to rip off your arms, and for us to connect enough blood transfusions to keep you alive, but never actually feed you for at least a decade, or until Blitz gets bored. I suppose that would be an honor too. But while we wait and pass the time, I'd like to know more about the land where we found your cowboy friend. You know, the one who was killed. The lucky one." Norman glared at Kristoff. "He was a martyr. He sought to awaken the beast that lives under Wilmington, the beast that sleeps at the gate to the blood realm. Much like all roads lead to Rome, all the roads under this cursed town lead to hell. We know this, not merely as a belief or faith, but as firm knowledge. This creature would help us if we could awaken it." "I'll take that bet to Vegas then," Kristoff scoffed. "The scriptures, both holy and unholy, speak of the angels, fallen and otherwise, as being fair in their own way. I believe it will fight. It would deal squarely with us. And to that end, I know my work won't be in vain, no matter what you do to me." Red fought a chill that rolled down her arms and back, raising goosebumps under her sleeves. "A fallen angel? That's what you think is under Calliope St. James's property?" Norman laughed as if he knew the source of her worry. He couldn't have guessed. She hadn't told anyone about the prophetic vision that Maxwell Baldacci had shown her long ago, that her bloodline would be responsible for raising a fallen angel. No one could know. Did Maxwell tell anyone else? "Oh, they've tried to hide its existence," Norman said scornfully. "They've tried to bury that fallen angel for centuries. Since ancient man first came to this continent, there have been guardians trying to keep that evil down. But we all know the truth." She asked, "And what is it?" "The wise know why the DuPonts and other families created their gunpowder mills along the banks of the Brandywine. We know very well why they were encouraged to do so. Simple capitalists, of course, have no comprehension of how they were being used. Not today, not in yesteryear. But they were part of the scheme to use gunpowder to suppress spirits, an old Chinese trick brought to the New World. Year by year, fewer and fewer blasts echoed over the Brandywine. Its meager guardians could do little as the land was developed around it. Calliope St. James was the last of a pathetic line of guardians. Kristoff crossed his arms. What do you know about Calliope St. James? Were you the one to kill her? Or was it your friend? Or another part of your cult? I'd like to know before the St. James clan comes calling. Are you sure you don't have one of those ginger bitches with you right now? Norman asked before laughing. The spots where his missing fangs had been looked even more ghoulish in the light. Red said, And what of it? Yes, I am a St. James, and your motley crew have been spotted near the murder site of one of the great witches of my great clan. Now, if you actually care about your mission, please understand that the women in my family are not just known for our power. We're also known for our pettiness. Every slight will be returned. It wasn't just a threat to sound cool. Her mother had told her that. I'll bet that in Vegas, then, he said in a mocking imitation of Kristoff. Red fought the urge to bristle under his insolent stare. If you think that anyone in your little cult will survive the hexes and curses we will put on you, you're mistaken. Right now, you might be a little nervous about Blitz, maybe scared. You should be frightened of what my family can do to all your brethren. Mere parlor tricks. She spoke over him without raising her voice. We will poison your fortunes like it's a fucking well. We'll guarantee that you have the worst luck, not just the kind of luck where you lose your keys or stub your toe. Your mission will never be accomplished. We will bury all of you in hexes and curses, so your every wish will crumble to ash. Your followers will fade into the shadows. None will join you again. Your dreams will die with you. That is what I can promise you and yours. Norman squirmed in discomfort. Was it due to his injuries or her words? Now, what have you done to my aunt? What have you done to my family? Tell me everything you know about my aunt, Calliope. Norman stared at her for a second with wide eyes, as if digesting her threats. She took it as a point of pride that he looked more nervous than he had under Blitz's threats. A desperate cast grew over his stony expression. I have heard of your coven. If you can get these brutes to leave me alive, I'll show you where we buried your old aunt. What about my grandmother? Oh, yeah. She's buried in the same hole, Norman replied. Those two shriveled, white-haired biddies. The sisters are together. That should be a comfort. Red glanced at Kristoff and knew he was thinking the same thing. For one, her grandmother was not a white-haired biddy. After significant magical beauty treatments, she still had locks of red hair, and Calliope had been a weightlifter of both physical and magical strength. Nobody would ever call her a biddy, and her body had been recovered. Norman was lying. Do you have anything but lies to give me? I'd be very happy to get just a shred of truth from you. We killed her. She's buried, Norman confessed confidently. Then how did my family get her autopsied? Red asked, wishing she'd seen the coroner's report herself. Her lover had tried to find it, but the records were missing. Norman gnashed his teeth. Witches! You can't stop my crusade, and neither can the Druids. Divisiacus is a bastard, and he knows now he can't protect the land now that Calliope is gone. Sure, we didn't kill her, and I don't know what's going on with your grandmother. I don't really care. In fact, if they're both dead, I'd love to shake the murderer's hand. Kristoff turned to the empath in the back corner. She nodded before answering his silent question. Mr. Norman isn't lying about his last sentence, but he is lying about killing the witch's relatives. Red asked, Is he lying about the fallen angel? The empath shook her head, a new worry entering her gaze. He believes that to be true. Red pushed aside that upsetting fact. Are you working with the Druids? Norman snorted. No. Truth, the empath confirmed. What about any of my more wayward relatives? Norman laughed. Sure. I'm working with every crooked cousin and slutty sister you have. Lie, the empath said dryly. Kristoff put a hand on Red's shoulder. Obviously, Norman doesn't want to take this seriously. Blitz, you may proceed. I'll escort the women away. There isn't anything more to be gleaned from Norman. The fallen will rise, Novak, Norman screamed as Blitz stomped toward him. He repeated it again before a meaty fist interrupted his yell. You can't keep a bad angel down, Novak. As Red and the empath walked out of the interrogation room, Norman's shrill laughter followed them. Kristoff slammed the door behind them, blocking the sound completely, but Red could still hear the crazed laughter echoing in her ears. Chapter 16. July 31st, late afternoon, Wilmington, Delaware, Polidori Hotel. Red walked away from the interrogation room with a sinking feeling of dread. The grimly dim and gray underground hallway suited her mood. She waited until the empath had left to ask Kristoff. Norman mentioned a name, Divisiacus. Who is that? I don't know if you met him, but you saw him at the Green Life presentation. He was the senior druid. I was worried about that, she muttered. Norman and his crew were certainly guilty of crimes, but not the ones she was investigating. She had really hoped the answer was vampires or druids. That had a simple solution. Now the clues were pointing back again toward her own family. You were worried about something else in there. I felt your fear when he mentioned the fallen angel. Red sighed, irritated with the curiosity that beamed off him. It wasn't his fault. Anyone would have wondered. Maxwell told me once about a connection between my family and that thing. I had hoped it was another lie. My mother didn't tell me so much about our history. It's left me blind just when I need to see clearly. I see. Kristoff nodded as if the matter was closed, but his curiosity hadn't faded. Maybe he knew that now wasn't the time to pry because he asked, "Why are you worried about Divisiacus?" Because it could mean that the Green Life leadership are actively trying to protect the land. If that's so, then killing Calliope, instead of just buying her out or hiring her on, doesn't make much sense. You can't build a hotel if demons and angels are escaping hell around you, or if the St. James clan puts a hex on you. It's bad for business and PR, unless they think they have better options, Kristoff said before stroking his chin. I've done a SWOT analysis on their organization. They have a legion of strong mages and can afford a troop of mercenaries. Ex-military, of course, many with magical powers of their own. She didn't need to see their spreadsheets or financial forecasts to know they had a moneymaker in their resort franchise. People would kill for less. Calliope was a small thorn in their side. Even the St. James Coven would hesitate to go to war with the Druids. Maybe they might for Abigail, but Calliope wasn't even popular with her immediate family. The feeble attempt to negotiate with Zell today might have been a smokescreen. They were still suspects, but she didn't want to be blinded by her dread of a family reunion. It would be easy to follow the more comfortable leads. You're not sure if you want them to be the villain so much that it blinds you to the truth. She offered him a rueful smile at his good guess. He understood her so well, even without a mystical bond. Yes, because at the end of the day, they could still wait for my great-aunt to die, or get too old to be a guardian. Their other properties would still make loads of money. However, they are still mortal. I could wait 15 years for her to go into a nursing home, but would Divitiacus? It'd still be a gamble for them. And if they didn't kill Calliope, then why kidnap Grandma Abigail? Unless she's missing by choice. Kristoff nodded. True, but this is an organization. The Green Life CEO must think internationally and might not want to make powerful enemies for one property. Yet a grasping local executive or an ambitious underling might. I think the only thing we can conclude from Norman is that his crew never got close enough to Calliope to do anything. On my end, I will have my people track the rest of his minions to keep them out of the new Guardian's hair. You'll be the first to know if they learn anything interesting. I'll still have my eyes looking out for your grandmother. Thanks, love. She kissed him, savoring the feel of him and wishing for more when his phone rang. He sighed and broke away from their embrace, as if it hurt to be separated. She waved him off. The last thing she wanted was for him to get too distracted and be an easy target in this viper's nest. Go on. I'm going to find Vic. Red called Vic as she walked down the hallway of the hotel basement. She was surprised about the cell phone reception, but wouldn't have been shocked if Kristoff had ensured there was a tech-savvy solution for his communication needs. It had been a long time since she'd heard his phone go off so much. That was the price of leadership, she supposed. Red waited as the phone rang and rang, but Vic didn't answer. She trotted up the stairs quickly to the surface level servants' hallway, where she could make a quick getaway to the parking garage and the street. It was getting hotter every day in Delaware. The summer seemed almost angry with the city. There wasn't even a breeze when she emerged outside the hotel. Her phone buzzed with a text message. Vic had sent a short statement. "I'm at the Endora. Join me for a goodbye dinner before I go." When she walked to the garage, she noticed a sign for rideshare services. She called for a ride and used the drive to resign herself to not having Vic around. In her heart, he was one of the closest things she had to family. They weren't blood relations, but he had found her when she had no memories, taken her in, trained her, and ensured she had everything she needed to survive. She didn't have any brothers, but Vic was close, and she knew he felt the same way. Going to a family reunion wouldn't have been a big deal to most people, but most people didn't have her history. It would have been comforting to have Vic by her side since Christoph was occupied. When she arrived at the Endora Bistro, she decided that as soon as she was finished on the East Coast, she would strike out west and help him track down the werewolf. Once her grandmother was located, the situation should settle down. In many ways, she wasn't exactly worried her grandmother was in true danger. Few witches and few supernaturals were as strong as her grandmother. However, Red didn't like the coincidence. She didn't know if her grandmother was hiding or what. Most likely, her grandmother was busy tracking the murderer who had killed her sister. That would be understandable if it took precedence over answering a bunch of text messages, particularly if her grandmother was in the middle of a spell or ritual, where being interrupted would damage the magic's effectiveness. That was the most likely explanation. And yet she couldn't shake the warning from the mystery delivery. Watch yourself. It's happening soon. Her aunts were looking for her grandmother as well. Was Grams dodging them too? Why would they be searching when Abigail hadn't been missing long enough to even file a police report? Why would they be searching unless something was wrong? Did they know something she didn't? She had too many questions to feel like she could relax. A part of Red admonished herself. If she had had the nerve to confront her aunts the last time she saw them, she could have asked why they were so concerned. Even just a little discreet probing could have told her something. But the little voice that encouraged confrontation was smaller and weaker than her instinct to remain hidden as long as possible. Her mother had bequeathed that instinct to her. When they had played poker as a kid, her mother had always played her cards close to the chest. Maybe it was good sense to avoid a confrontation, but she couldn't suppress the desire to investigate. Red trotted inside the bistro, putting on a good face for Vic. She didn't want him to worry about her, even though she was going to worry about him. Everything he had told her about his family's tragic death made her understand that this werewolf was a beast. This wasn't a werewolf who had accidentally escaped his pack under the full moon and gone a little buck wild to his own regret. The packs usually police their own people publicly enough to ensure that the other supernaturals knew it wasn't deliberate aggression. This was a very deliberate massacre. He was tracking one of the most dangerous prey in the world. She told herself Vic had tracked deranged wolves before. It was how he had earned his fearsome nicknames and reputation. Red found Vic in the back of the restaurant with his back to the wall and a mirror to his left, giving him a good view of the space. His training was faultless that way. It lifted her spirits. He knew what he was doing. She hugged him before sitting down. A couple of appetizers, mini tapas, lay on the table. "Oh, Vic, I'm going to miss you. I miss you already, especially since you got all my favorite treats on the table." He smiled. "Being possessed by a ghost has to make you hungry." She laughed. "Yeah, it sure did. Not gonna lie. It's not something I particularly like, but this time was easier, more pleasant than the first." Vic looked at her seriously. "Have you had any more contact with that spirit? Anything spooky or strange?" "No, but I did an interrogation with our buddies who want to open the blood realm," she said, before jumping into the full story. He didn't have much to add besides a fervent wish that this would be the last they saw of those blood cultists. He sighed. "We've mostly cleared the druids and the cultists from the suspect list, I guess. But I'm not crazy about you going to this family reunion without backup. Can't Christoph send a bodyguard? Someone packing a lot of heat? Maybe a grenade launcher?" Yeah, no. I can't imagine rolling up saying I'm a long lost relative while a vampire chills in my front seat is going to endear me to anyone. It might work with Kristoff because he's charming, but a random fanger? I'm not sure. Still, I know I have to get this done. Everything is drawing me toward this reunion. I guess it's time to rip the band aid off. Maybe, Vic said, but you could think about cooling your heels for a day or two. You never know. Your grandmother might show up with her sister's murderer already in hand. Everything about her makes me think she'd be the perfect main character for some mystery show about a lady solving crimes in a village. She definitely has a protagonist quality about her, but I don't know. So much about this doesn't make sense to me, Red admitted. If it were just one or two things coming together, I might order room service and see how things shake out. But I don't know. His phone vibrated by his water glass. He checked the screen, tapping on a text message. As his expression darkened, he kept his tone light. Well, here's what I do know. I need to take this call, and Francis assures me his most famous dish is coming. I know you don't mind surprises, so I'll let it stay a surprise. I'm excited to see what this goddamn wizard does next. Now, this is the kind of magic I wish you did. Holding back her curiosity, Red chuckled at Vic's enthusiasm as he left the table to go outside for his phone call. She nibbled on a tapa for a moment before a familiar energy hit her aura. She glanced into the mirror to her left and saw her Aunt Karen marching through the front door of the bistro. Her hope to stay under the radar was immediately dashed when her aunt pointed a finger at her and stomped to the table. Karen planted her hands on her hips. Now tell me, who the hell are you? Red stared at her aunt, her mind going blank. Every word she had ever learned or once knew flew out of her mind. Karen's voice sharpened. I've seen you at the Vampire Summit. I've seen you here. And I've heard, on good authority, that you had dinner with my mother last night. What do you know about Abigail St. James? Red found her voice. I know I'm her granddaughter. That's why we had dinner. Karen narrowed her eyes. Why are you looking for her? But, wait, you're her granddaughter? Yes, I had dinner with her, but I haven't heard from her. We were supposed to meet this morning. So, do you know where she is, Aunt Karenina? Karen gasped and leaned closer, studying Red's face, then glanced at the enchanted ring on her finger. Oh my God, you're Adela's daughter, aren't you? My mom liked to be called Brooke. Karen plopped down in Vic's empty chair, looking so shocked it seemed to go beyond surprise and into a numbed stupor. They stared at each other for a long moment before her aunt spoke again. Oh my goddess. Red nodded. Yeah, it's a shock. Not a shock to Grandma. We've been talking for a while now, but I don't know what she's told everyone about me. It's too bad because she also invited me to the family reunion, and now I'm getting the feeling that nobody knows about me. Karen paled and shook her head fervently. No, you will not come to Laurelwick. You will not come to the family home. You will not announce yourself. And I don't think you should talk to any of the family, especially not now. Red hadn't planned on passing through Laurelwick, but now she had the sudden urge to see what was up in the sleepy Pennsylvania village. Why shouldn't I talk to my own family? Karen glanced out the window, her complexion growing ghostly white beneath her foundation. I can't say more now. It's for your own good, she said stiffly. Red glanced at the window. It was empty except for the willow trees and the passing cars on the street. What had scared her aunt out there? How so? Listen, I'm glad you're alive and I want you to stay that way. Karen stood abruptly. She turned and power walked to the door, leaving almost as suddenly as she had arrived. Red's heart raced in her chest. She had wanted her reunion with her family to be joyful, full of hugs, welcome home kisses, and how are you moments. She wanted it to be a scene where she could think, oh, Mother, you've been so silly. We had nothing to worry about. She had longed for a sense of family togetherness. That's what she had always wanted. It had always felt strange not to be like the other kids who had cousins, aunts, and uncles they could talk to. Red remembered a time when her family had been close, or at least she thought they had been. Of course, her mother had always been a wanderer. They never spent much time in one place during their scholarly adventures at her parents' archaeology digs. but her mother had always gone home to see Grandma and spend time with their cousins. Until they escaped, until tragedy struck, until her father died. Red had felt like their family had been close once. She wanted that feeling again, and even though her good sense told her not to expect it, she couldn't help wanting it. God, it hurt so badly when Aunt Karen told her to stay away. And what was that? A warning? A threat? The woman had such closed off body language that Red couldn't even read the subtext. She got up and peered out the window, trying to catch a glimpse of Aunt Karen, but she had disappeared. It all happened so suddenly that Red hadn't had a chance to look at the other woman's aura. Was it normal? Or was there a dark haze around it? The cryptic delivery included Karen's photo with a warning for Red to watch herself. Maybe Aunt Karen had more up her sleeve than just words. Maybe she could back up her threats with something more dangerous. Red shivered from the memory of the dark haze around the twin in her vision. Was it Aunt Karen? Chapter 17. July 31st, late afternoon, Wilmington, Delaware, the Endora Bistro. Vic returned to the table at the bistro. He looked Red up and down, then made a confused face. Geez, what's your problem? She pointed to the front door, still processing her odd encounter. My Aunt Karen was just here. She told me not to come to the family reunion if I want to stay alive. Holy shit! Your aunt just walked right in here and threatened you? And then what? She went to get takeout? She left. Oh my God. I don't know what I expected from our first conversation, but I didn't expect that. He puffed out a wearied breath. Well, I can see why you didn't want to talk to them right away. I wouldn't have wanted to make small talk with them either. I'm not sure I'm going to get much positive reception at the family reunion now that, I've talked to these folks. But hey, fingers crossed, she said sarcastically, hoping for a better outcome. Vic leaned over their forgotten half-eaten tapas. Shit, Red, you know what I'm going to tell you? You gotta be armed to the teeth with anti-hexes out your ass. Or better yet, don't go. Keep running down the other leads. Your granny has been gone for a day. Keep doing her work here. I guess you can call me contrary, but when someone tells me that I can't go to something, it makes me awfully curious why I can't go. That makes two of us, he said before sitting and taking a sip of his water. He squinted toward the window as if fighting an internal battle. Fuck! I don't want to leave you alone with them. You have your own family business. Once I'm done with mine, I'll join you on your hunt. Don't get distracted by my bullshit. Christoph will be more than happy to send me backup to lurk on the edges of the family estate. I'm just used to being each other's backup. Figures this fucking werewolf would reemerge just when I'm flying solo. And no, before you ask, I'm not dragging LaShawn into this. My brother is in a wolf pack. I have no idea what kind of political shit show that this could become for him. Besides, he is planning a wedding with the sheriff. Yeah, Aisha will kill you if LaShawn is in danger. He rolled his eyes. I'm not worried about the bridezilla. It's just that I always assumed that the fucker who killed my folks was a loner, but they don't live so long without a pack taking them out. Who knows what kind of ties he has? It's a little weird. You're going after the one who killed your dad, and I get the feeling that I'll soon find out who killed mine. We got a really shitty club, don't we? Vic chuckled as the waitress brought them their absolutely delicious-smelling food. After the server left, he said, While we eat, I'll tell you everything that I know about fighting witches. I wish that you'll just face a family board game night at this reunion, but it's better to be prepared for the worst. Red ate and listened like her life depended on it. Unfortunately, she figured he was right. As Red returned to the Polidori Hotel, she felt more unsettled without Vic at her side. He had gone directly from the restaurant to the airport. Ever since they had met, she'd known he was a man who yearned for vengeance. She prayed he came out alive to enjoy the closure. Revenge was a bittersweet fruit. Some bites tasted worse than others, she knew from experience. Hopefully, he found what he wanted. It had been a busy day. She'd spent the morning unsuccessfully tracking down her grandmother, questioning folks at the local hunter's bar, and searching her great-aunt's house while the late afternoon was for meeting druids, channeling spirits, and interrogating vampires. The sun had only begun setting on the long summer day, but she was ready to sleep. She walked to the front desk of the hotel, hoping to finally find an easy answer. "Where is Christoph Novak? Is he in a meeting?" The dark haired vampire clerk typed on his conference assigned laptop, ignoring the hotel's computer system. Another security protocol instituted by her lover, who rarely missed a detail. "I believe so, Ms. Red. His brother is also with him." "Thank you," Red said, while suppressing the urge to tell the staff again that they didn't need to add an honorific to her name. It just sounded weird. They were only doing their duty as Christoph told them to. The adherence to protocol made her feel like she could rest easy when it came to her lover. He could handle himself without her. How would she do without him? She went straight to his hotel suite. It could be another late night for him, and as much as she wanted to wait up for him, she wanted to rest more. She got herself ready to relax, luxuriating in the feel of her expensive skin cream before lying down on the hotel bed to the sound of a sitcom on the TV. It had been a long day, to the point where she felt it in her bones. For many people, her day would have been exhausting enough to fall asleep in a wink, but not for a demon-hunting witch. She hadn't fought anybody, barely performed a spell, despite being mildly possessed by a spirit, and yet she was so tired. Still, she couldn't sleep just yet. Maybe it was because she had spent so much time grappling with her family issues. If there was one thing that had been drilled into her from the ages of 13 to 17, it was this: we can never go back to the coven. There had been many times in her youth when she begged her mother to return home, to the life they'd had, to the names they'd had, but her mother always refused. They couldn't go back to Laurelwick, their hometown. She insisted it wasn't safe. Some kids might have disobeyed their mothers, sneaking off to see their grandmas, cousins, and aunts. But Red never dared. Then again, most people didn't have their father and half of their grandparents killed mysteriously without warning. Today, she had gone against so many of her instincts. She felt burned, like she had been traveling too close to the sun. Red snuggled under the blankets, and finally sleep pulled her under like a gentle tide. She didn't even realize she was dreaming at first as she walked down an ornate hallway. A familiar face walked beside her. It was younger than she had ever seen outside of pictures. She smiled at her mother, Brooke St. James. Her mother's bright big eyes and wide smile had no lines at the corners, no creases, no marks of a life lived richly, or any sign of the heartache to come. Brooke, a teen in a striped shirt and jeans, walked with bouncy excitement. Was this the 1980s or the 1970s? Red smiled at her mother, feeling joyous at the sight of her, but in her slumber she didn't understand why she felt this echo of sadness at the sight. There was something hazy about the dream she still didn't know was a dream. Walking with them was another girl, a teenager like her mother, with red gold hair and a smile that could have been on the cover of 17 magazine. She was blindingly beautiful. Her aura felt pure and sweet, like her outside matched her inner beauty. Red stopped walking with them as a painful remembrance hit her. This was her aunt who'd died young. Everyone said the illness that took her had been swift. What was it? Brooke giggled. "Petunia! Oh, you're going to be in trouble tonight if anybody catches you." Petunia stuck out her tongue at her older sister. I know. You won't tell either. Just make sure Karen doesn't find out. You know she can be a tattletale." Brooke nodded solemnly. "Of course, I won't let anybody know." Both girls paused in the hallway. The sound of light footsteps didn't quite echo on the carpet, yet they felt ominous, resonating like the footsteps of some predator. The two girls took each other's hands. "Be cool," Brooke whispered to Petunia. An older red-headed girl, no, a woman really, college-aged, turned the corner and stared at them suspiciously. It was one of the twins. A haze covered her features, and an aura of darkness exuded from her. Yet, in many ways, her preppy clothes and the school books she carried made her seem like the kind of girl adults loved, but her peers loathed. The one who might win awards for good attendance, but also be infamous for making up mean, lasting nicknames for the other girls. Something about the haze around her face obscured her slightly. Was it Karenina or Mara? There was little in the body language of the two younger girls that made sense. As far as Red knew, her mother had gotten along with all her sisters. But the older she got, the more she understood that adults like to sugarcoat things for children, especially when it came to family matters. The twin in the hallway asked, "What are you girls up to?" On the surface, it sounded chatty and inviting, but there was a lingering thread of, "What are you doing? Because I want to know in case I can get you in trouble." It was that telltale sign of someone digging for dirt. "Nothing," Brooke said quickly. "We're just going to go to my room and chat with Cousin Nora on the phone. You know, she's found a new boyfriend on Long Island." "Okay," the twin said slowly, like she didn't believe them. "Well, have fun. Give her my love." The twin walked past the two girls, going between them and bumping their shoulders. Brooke passed through Red's body, as if Red were the ghost. The eerie sensation jolted Red, making her realize this was a dream, or maybe it wasn't. Was it a memory? A sudden terror overcame her. Was she being possessed again? Who had done this? Where was she? In her panic, she forced herself awake and cried out. Christoph was by her side immediately. He was halfway out of a button-down shirt and blazer before he threw both aside. Worry emanated from him as he sat on the bed beside her. "Darling, are you okay?" Red shook her head. I I don't know. That was weird. I thought I was dreaming, but I think something was guiding my dreams. Oh, I haven't felt like this since the Bell Witch invaded my subconscious while I was sleeping. He pinched the bridge of his nose and took a deep, unnecessary breath. Fear replaced the worry in his emotions. She felt it as clearly as her own. "I don't want to say anything that makes you think I don't trust you or your skills, but by the devil, I can't let you go to that family reunion alone. You need to take someone with you. They don't need to be at the house, but they need to be a phone call away. Honestly, it should be me, darling." She sighed, not wanting him to blame himself. He hadn't been so protective before she'd been hit by that car. Did it remind him that she was more fragile to random chance than either of them wanted her to be? He grunted as if she'd slapped him. "I said I trusted you. Can't a guy worry about his girl?" Red realized that he'd mistaken her sigh as one of frustration. She was frustrated, but not like he thought. Maybe these magical earrings didn't mean they would always understand each other completely. "It's not that. I would love it if it was you. Having you by my side would actually bring a lot of relief, but we both know what the stakes are for this conference. You're swimming in a tank of sharks, and if they sense weakness, it wouldn't be good for you or your brother. And this isn't just about getting fired. It could get you set on fire, or worse." Arno already said the same to me. "I wish you hadn't seen that brawl in the garage. You wouldn't worry about me so much then." "Babe, I know too much about vampires to think this shindig is the same as a regular human trade show." She took a deep breath before continuing. "I want you there, but I know you need to finish the Blood Summit. Knowing you, you have multiple business deals and political schemes, both your own and for your vamp clan, that are riding on this week going well." "True, but you need me." "When do I not? But this relationship isn't just about my needs. Ambition is in your DNA. So is loyalty. If I was selfish, I would tell you to drop everything. A part of me really wants you too. Maybe there's a compromise. I don't need to leave tomorrow. I can wait it out until the summit's end and be here for emotional support." Christoph sighed and rubbed his forehead. "Without a soul, I'm not supposed to feel like this." "What?" Red asked, concerned by the weird vibes of guilt and regret wafting off him. "I intended to tell you. Please believe me. I wanted you to get some sleep before you heard." "Okay, now you are worrying me." "I feel it." Christoph hunched his back as he sat on the bed, resting his elbows on his knees. Discomfort radiated from him. "You know how I sent PIs to find your grandma's hotel? They found it while you were sleeping. Her room was ransacked." Red gasped. "That isn't even the strangest part, darling. They took photos of the scene, then went to question the hotel staff. When one of them returned to the room, it was emptied of her belongings and completely cleaned. The change happened in a matter of 10 minutes. Her brain couldn't process the information. What did this mean? Even a vampire would have had trouble stripping a scene that quickly. The security cameras in the hallway and one across the street revealed nothing. No one came in and out during that time. I had a damn good psychic read the room. She could tell it was a hard fight, and she intuited that your grandmother won. However, she couldn't find a clue to where Abigail went. Could she tell who did it? Red asked as panic bubbled inside her. Something evil, he said tightly, like he wished it was anything else. She could feel that his concern was solely for Red. A thread of annoyance and frustration over the inconvenience lingered in his emotions. It hurt that he wasn't as worried about her grandma as she was, but she couldn't expect him to be selfless. He was a vampire after all. His emotions didn't show in his tone. Something that hated Abigail. The only thing the psychic could intuit about the perpetrator is that it wants to destroy your family. My people are still searching the city for her. The psychic says she is still alive, but her presence is completely cloaked. She let the news roll over her as her brain tried to untangle what this meant. So, she cleared out the room herself so she could shake off a tail, or whatever attacked her wanted to get rid of the evidence. Either way, she is in danger. I must confess that is why I didn't rush to wake you up. I had hoped my searchers would have uncovered Abigail by now. You'll find the hotel photos in your email. And you knew what this news would mean for me, she said as she grabbed her phone from the bedside table. Indignation pierced through her worry. He'd kept this news from her. She couldn't speak, or else she'd yell. Fear stroked her anger more. She went through the photos he had shared with her silently. Christoph steepled his fingers together. Everything about his emotions beamed that he wanted her to speak. She couldn't comfort or confront him right now. His photos stole her attention. Each one heightened her disquiet. The smashed furniture and the opulent decor of the hotel room clearly signaled a fight. Yet Red breathed easier when she only saw a few drops of blood on the edge of a broken mirror. That couldn't have been an injury that her grandma wouldn't have walked off. She almost thought it could have been a robbery until she noticed a simple amulet on the floor. Abigail was too clever to leave her important spellcraft or grimoires around a hotel room, yet every witch had some totem or magical ingredient with them. The fallen amulet would have fetched a good price on the black market. Any robber would have taken it, or the diamond necklace by the bathroom sink. Now she had to go to her family. Something attacked Abigail and was strong enough that she disappeared off the grid to run, Red guessed. If she was right, then the coven needed all its witches ready. Wow, she commented as she reached the final photos of the hotel room after the damage. She set her phone aside with a grimace. This changed everything. All day she had wondered if she'd been too paranoid. Now she knew she should have been more worried. The furniture is completely repaired. I wouldn't even have guessed anything was broken. He sighed, relief pouring off him as she broke the silence. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you sooner. I'm far more selfish than you, it seems. You were willing to stay here to please me. Red took his hand and squeezed it lightly. Her anger faded. Their magical bond confirmed he was being genuine. Before this might have started an argument, especially when she had amnesia, but they had built up so much trust over the years. He had wrestled with his demons and told her in the end. They hadn't lost any time since he already had his experienced investigators searching for her grandma. All he had really done was make sure she had a nap. Honestly, I hoped she would just pop up today and tell us she got distracted, but with everything that I learned today, that was naive. Everything's a little too weird right now. You don't have to go. I have the means to take care of everything. No. Not even your people could get into the St. James estate. Besides, I don't want to go, but I feel like I need to go. It feels like something is drawing me there anyway. I'd rather go in prepared. And yeah, I'd love it if you could send some kick-ass vampires with experience dealing with the magical side of things. But the problem with taking a vampire to a coven is that strength and speed don't always matter when it comes to curses and hexes. Indeed, he said, glancing out the window where Wilmington glittered below them. His body language told her he wanted to argue more. His emotions felt more sad than anything else. She paused, her voice lowering. And having a vampire come in half-cocked, getting trapped in the web of whatever spiders have invaded the family home, that's not going to help me. It might draw suspicion. I don't know. Maybe I will do that enough myself, coming in as this long-lost relative during a time of tragedy and confusion. Part of me wonders if I'm more likely to be blamed for this situation than anything else. Christoph hesitated before replying. I didn't want to say it like that to you, darling, but you might. Families are complicated. Tolstoy wrote that all happy families are alike. Each unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. Mine is certainly unique, she reflected on her dreams. They kept pointing her to her twin aunts. One had already warned her to stay away. If she wasn't already suspicious of them, she might have listened to Karen. Yet she still didn't know how they knew to be concerned about her grandma. It had only been a day since Abigail had gone off-grid. Had they gone to Abigail's hotel too? If they had, wouldn't Aunt Mara have been just as worried as Aunt Karen? It wasn't enough time to be alarmed unless you already knew about the ransacked hotel room or that the bodies were piling up at Great Aunt Calliope's house. I know you don't have a normal family, but neither did I. I simply worry the emotional side of this is going to hit you harder than anything else. You know that I can feel what you feel now. Arno made sure of it. So much for hiding, right? I haven't been this exhausted in a while. Literal demon hunts have tired me out less than this. I just wish I'd known more. When you're a kid, everything that isn't out in the open seems fine. My family, the adults, generally tried not to put it on us kids. They kept their fights behind closed doors, whatever the fights may have been. And now, you wish you weren't protected, he said slowly, as if it was a pointed message for him. That wasn't a hint for you, Red said, shaking her head. My mom left the coven like it was on fire, after all. So I know there were skeletons in the closet, but as a kid they made the house a magical play place. Roses grew in the snow. Leaves danced for us in autumn. You didn't care about watching TV. ... He filled in her sudden silence. Because magic was all around you? Every day, she said, smiling at the memories. It was my one stable home. My parents traveled for work, but I knew that I could always find my people there. My grandmother's country house was always full of family, cousins, great-grandma, passing relatives on road trips, even visiting dignitaries during global coven meetings. It was alive, and I thought it was protected, like a spell shielding it from the rest of the world. Then your dad died, and you lost the spell. It was like that for me when my father passed. Then I lost my paternal grandparents, and we knew for sure it wasn't safe. I didn't really, but my mother did. She drilled it into me. You can't go home. And now I am going. You'd think I wasn't a woman who's fought so many demons, literal and metaphorical. But I feel like that teenage girl again, wondering how a sanctuary became a place to run away from. Christoph cupped her face. Babe, if you go and don't come back within the day, I will follow. Arno can cover for me. You won't be far. Close enough for me to fly in, land on the front lawn with a team of mages, and pull you the fuck out. Red leaned her head on his shoulder, holding him close. He always knew how to make her feel safer. His love wrapped around her tighter than his arms. I know, darling. I know. He held her until she fell asleep again. Thankfully, this time she had no dreams, or if she did, she didn't remember them. Chapter 18. August 1st, morning. Wilmington, Delaware, the Polidori Hotel. Christoph helped Red with her bags as they left the hotel and rode the elevator down to the parking garage. Tension filled the air between them because he didn't want her to go. She didn't need the magical earrings to know that much. If it were up to him, she would have stayed safely on the other side of the country in Charm, surrounded by a pack of supernatural friends to protect her. He was still giving her that trust and grace to make her own decision, even though they both knew it could turn out to be a mistake. He trusted her completely. If she didn't already want to marry him, she would have known he was the one then. As the garage door opened, they entered the cool, dim underground parking area. A valet drove up with a dark green hardtop Jeep. He exited the vehicle and handed Christoph the key. Christoph waved the valet off before the other man could take his bags and set them down himself. "We're fine for now, Leo. Thanks." Leo the valet left with a curious backward glance. He wouldn't be the first one here to wonder about his boss's witchy girlfriend. At least her departure meant one less weakness for her lover's enemies to exploit. She smiled at Christoph as she set down her bag and took the key fob. He was so thoughtful, from taking care of her down to remembering the names of seemingly every hotel employee. She was a lucky witch. "Did you get this for me? If this is a rental, just know I'll pay you back for any damages." He laughed. "I know you're good for it. Don't worry. I didn't want you to stress about the car situation. You were furiously texting and emailing this morning at breakfast. Your vampires had booked out every rental in the city. In full disclosure, this Jeep has a tracking device because I don't want to lose track of you like we did with your grandmother. Of course, if you don't want to be monitored that closely, you can refuse and go with whatever car you want." She shook her head. "No, I'd rather someone knows exactly where I am on this trip." He grinned and handed her a gold necklace with a rose pendant and matching ring set with a small square-cut ruby. "Good. I was hoping you'd say that, which is why I also acquired this jewelry. The earrings that Arno gave us are fantastic, but it's not the same as knowing exactly where you are. Both the pendant and the ring have embedded tracking devices in case you get separated from the car. Each one can also be activated to send an alarm to me and my people if the worst comes to worst, things get sticky, and you need an extraction." "How?" He pointed to the small ruby in the center of the golden rosebud. "Press the rubies. It's not so sensitive that you can set it off accidentally. You must give it a hard press. My people will get the alert in a second. Don't hesitate if you really need it. It won't be a bother. I've worried about this blood summit and the possibility of some enemy, known or unknown, taking advantage of any distractions. This was even before I knew you were coming. I've made sure that this operation functions, whether I'm in a meeting or in a coma. Arno can complain as much as he wants about the optics, but I will still come." Red hugged him tightly. "Thanks, babe. You've thought of everything. I know this isn't easy for you, and I know you're putting a lot of faith in me, especially after the car accident a couple of weeks ago." Her voice faded at the accidental reminder. "Hey, I know you are tough as leather. It's a part of your sex appeal." She ran her hands down his back, lifting her eyebrows at him. "Sex appeal, huh?" Christoph remained serious despite her provocations. His worry for her hadn't dimmed in the least. Now that she could feel his emotions, she was more impressed by his acting skills. "You're so important to me, and I want to stay important to you. If I stopped you, you'd regret it, and eventually I'd regret it too. If it blows up in my face, you can be the first to say I told you so." "I will," he said, chuckling, before he opened the back of the Jeep and set her two largest hunting kits in the trunk. He patted them both. "I like that these are heavy. I assume they have plenty of things that could take care of a pesky relative if needed. You might get an inheritance quicker if you did." She couldn't stop a bark of inappropriate laughter. "That's terrible. I'm really hoping not to kill anybody, but yes, I could maim or dispose of plenty of people with what's in those bags." Over her shoulder, she carried a smaller hunting kit, the one she usually holstered to her thigh, along with a weekender bag that included a few normal outfits and one dressier dress, just in case this turned out to be a regular family reunion after all. She asked, "Who are you sending to watch me?" "They won't be watching you, per se. If your family detects vampire allies lurking around, it wouldn't reflect well on you. However, I will have my people, including Gord, in the surrounding villages, along with a heavy hitter who has access to a helicopter. Honest to God, I'll make sure no matter what an enemy does, even if we have to hover over the house and send down a rope ladder, we will get you out, Or in case everything's fine and you're just bored, you'll have an easy exit that could impress your kinfolk. She shrugged. I mean, hopefully I won't be killed or get bored. We'll see how it goes. Who's the heavy hitter? No one that is too trigger happy, I hope. Don't worry. Everyone I'm sending except Gord has a soul. They're all experienced with witches, and they know it's an extraction job only. No killing. Depending on how long you're there, we might have to cycle people in and out. They're folks we can both trust. She kissed him on the cheek. You've thought of everything. He tilted his head as if considering the situation again. A new flicker of concern and self-disappointment emitted from him. No, I haven't. I forgot to put road snacks in the car. She laughed and threw her arms over his shoulders. Her love might not be enough to totally soothe his fears, but she tried to beam it all toward him anyway. I can get my own junk food. Love you, darling. It'll take a few hours to get to Laurelwick, but I'll send you updates in the meantime. You're not the only one worried. Let's be real. You're in more danger than I am, Christoph. I could end up in a place where everyone turns out to be friendly, and my biggest struggle is a game of family charades. But you're dealing with the most dangerous political animals on this continent. Be savvy, like you always are. Don't underestimate these people. And if things accelerate with that Blood Realm cult, call me. Finding your grandma and discovering who murdered your great aunt are important, but if someone's trying to unleash hell, that trumps everything. Okay, babe? You got it, darling. Their final kiss was lingering and slow. With her mystical earrings, she could feel exactly how deep his love went. No one could have cared more. She almost told him that she wanted to get married when she got back, but it wasn't the moment. He'd been taking their relationship slow for her sake. She knew he was a true romantic in his non-existent soul. Traditionally, men proposed, but she knew it would melt his heart if she popped the question. When the time was right, she'd make sure that he felt as wooed as she did every day. I'll see you soon, she promised, as he put the tracking necklace on her, then she hopped into the vehicle. Christoph patted the Jeep's roof with a grin. It's top of the line, baby. Now you sound like Vic, she said, and turned on the engine. A custom-installed screen on the dashboard lit up, but instead of a Google Maps logo, it displayed the logo for an app the Novak brothers had recently invested in. He couldn't stop talking about it last week. The app was called Soup Path. She assumed Soup Path was a coy shorthand for Supernatural Path. He didn't approve of the name, but hoped he could convince the founders to rebrand. Essentially, it was like Google Maps for supernaturals, connecting and identifying mystical villages and places one might want to visit. Laurelwick, where her family coven had lived on the outskirts for hundreds of years, would never have allowed any human cartographers near their land. But as she typed in the name and the location popped up, she realized the Suitpath developers must have had an in with the townies. She put the car in drive, blew a kiss to Christoph, and drove out of the parking lot into the morning light. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself. It was a long drive home, but she was finally on the way. As Red left Wilmington on the highway heading toward Philly, a mixture of excitement and anxiety churned within her. But, as always, the open road, with its twists, turns, and the occasional distraction from annoying drivers, soon lulled her into a sense of calm. There was a lot that could happen at this reunion, but she was ready. This wouldn't be her first or last dangerous situation, and for all she knew, her worries might be for nothing. Vic wouldn't approve, but she settled for a pop station on the satellite radio. The glossy, high-energy songs from the 1990s made her think of her friend Stacy in Oregon. They always choose that genre for their group karaoke sing-alongs. Red wished she had a friend with her. Who knew what she would find in Laurelwick? Maybe she might come home and find her grandmother busy with some sort of spell, or engrossed in investigating Aunt Calliope's death. So much could have happened, and in the end, she wouldn't know until she got there. For now, she let the open road soothe her, turned up the radio, and let the miles roll by. Summertime on the East Coast was beautiful. The greenery of Delaware blurred into the greenery of Pennsylvania until she hit the city limits of Philadelphia. While her grandma maintained an apartment there, it wasn't her destination. Abigail hadn't been there for weeks, according to Christoph's PIs. The condo wouldn't have fit a family reunion anyway. When she was younger, before she fully understood the extent of her mother's family's magic, she thought her grandmother's country house simply appeared once they reached Philadelphia. In some ways it did, though not in the way she had imagined as a kid. On a humble street not far from the highway, she turned left into the driveway of an old, unassuming Cape Cod-style house. High fences and an unusually wide yard separated it from the neighbors. A small garage stood at the end of the driveway. Overgrown rosemary bushes lined the drive. If she could remember the spell, she'd be able to open the garage door to a vortex, which acted as a quick tunnel to the St. James family coven. She racked her brain, hoping the house would jog her memory about the spell. But it wasn't one her mother had taught her. There had never been a need. After all, she hadn't even gotten her driver's license before her mother fled the coven. She glanced at the small house, wondering if anyone might come outside. As far as she knew, a distant relative, a cousin twice removed on her mother's side, lived here. But at this time of day, the house seemed quiet and empty, as though everyone was at work. A security camera above the garage seemed to watch her. She kept her face turned away from the camera as she backed out of the driveway. Before deciding to take a more conventional route to Laurelwick, she thought the shortcut had been worth a try, but she wasn't too upset. A long drive suited her just fine. Another wave of gratitude for Christoph washed over her. If he hadn't put his own people searching Wilmington for her grandma, she would have been a nervous wreck. Her instinct told her that Abigail would return to the family estate if her coven was in danger. However, doubts would have eaten at her if there weren't PIs on the case in Delaware. Back on the highway, she set the cruise control and let her mind wander. As she bypassed Philadelphia's suburbs, the towns grew smaller, and the forests and rural areas expanded, taking her deeper into central Pennsylvania. The state was home to more than a few covens and magical communities. These secret, mystical settlements allowed the friendlier kinds of supernaturals to live in relative peace. Most of these havens had been established before the Revolutionary War, during a time when the ideals of tolerance in Penn's Woods, founded by the Quakers, drew more people than a siren's call. Supernaturals had come to the area to escape persecution, and the witch trials of the so-called Enlightenment era, which hosted more witch persecution than the medieval era had. Others sought a fresh start, free from the old world's factions and supernatural aristocracy, which gave little freedom to ambitious supernaturals. Here, they could carve out their own futures or experiment with governance, much like the Quakers had. This unique history gave the region a peculiar flavor that extended north to New York State's southern tier. As she drove, Red passed through towns that were hidden from census records: Elder Spire, Pine Grove Dell, and Wolf's Hollow. The roads she traveled took her through areas most humans would never see. As a witch, she could detect the magical barriers and wards that deterred humans from exploring particular forks or unmarked roads. These detours thankfully kept her off most of Pennsylvania's toll roads and allowed her to enjoy a driving tour of the country's most historic supernatural villages. Massachusetts had an earlier settlement, she'd heard, but the Puritans had swiftly wiped it out during an unrecorded witch trial. The survivors were long gone, and any immortals left alive were bound by spells to silence. As the road stretched ahead, she thought about how Vic would have enjoyed this trip. They hadn't done much demon hunting in the East together, so she wasn't sure if he had ever visited the area. Then again, some towns, especially those with large shifter populations, might not have welcomed him. He'd be tarred and feathered in Wolf's Hollow for sure. Thinking of him, she called his cell phone. Only his voicemail answered, so she left a quick message, letting him know where she was headed and that she was wishing him well. She asked him to check in when he could. Next, she made a call to Christoph, but his voicemail picked up as well. He felt mostly busy and stressed, but not unduly so through their emotional bond. She touched her earring to feel closer to him. Hopefully the conference would stay calm until she could rejoin him. She left another brief message before turning her music back on and letting the road occupy her thoughts again. Running low on gas, she stopped in a small village called Shadowburn. It was a quaint little town with Victorian houses and a picturesque main street. Total Hallmark movie material. She pulled into a gas station called the Crossroads on the outskirts of town and went inside to pay. The clerk, wearing a John Deere hat and light blue shirt with the gas station's Crossroads logo, was busy restocking the soda fridge as he called over his shoulder, "I'll be right there." "No worries, take your time." While waiting, she noticed a map on the wall next to a beer poster. The map highlighted magical regions in the mid Atlantic and the Northeast, marking safe harbors for supernaturals with stars and dangerous locations with skull and crossbones icons. One of the skull and crossbones marks was in Wilmington. She had a good idea what it represented. The map also showed a little seaside township in Maine where her family had often spent summer holidays. Those summers were beautiful, filled with laughter, spells, and the kind of close knit family moments that no one would have guessed would fracture years later. She sighed sadly. The clerk called her over to the shop counter. "What can I help you with?" "I just need some gas. I'll put $40 on pump 2." "Of course, young lady." He studied her for a moment with the keen interest of a small towner as he processed her transaction on the cash register. Maybe they didn't get many strangers. Very intentionally, she traded her usual black on black hunter aesthetic for a softer look of a light green cardigan with a simple camisole underneath, along with wide legged jeans. It would be impossible to notice ankle holsters when she put them on. He asked, "Are you just drifting through town?" "Yeah, I'm on my way to Laurelwick," she replied with easygoing friendliness. She still didn't want to assume that danger was waiting for her. But if she got separated from her tracking devices, she wanted Kristoff to have a trail to follow. It's why she also used a credit card. If she wanted to lie low, she would have only used cash. "I'm visiting the St. James Coven." He raised an eyebrow. "Really? I heard there's been a bit of trouble lately, what with Calliope Street James passing." Surprise jolted her. "You heard?" "The twins came through here a while back on their way south. The chatty one told me. I can never remember which is which." "I saw them recently, too. How many days ago did they come through?" The gas station attendant frowned as if the question was odd, but the small town congeniality must have been hard to resist because he said, "One a few days before, and then both of them today. I suppose the whole family was worried about Calliope." "Was it the blonde or the redhead who came through first?" "Ha, you sound like a cop or a hunter," he said jokingly, but suspicion colored his voice. "My part-timer was the one who told me about the first twins' visit. I don't know." Red smiled to seem less threatening. Demon hunters didn't have the best reputation everywhere, and she didn't want this guy to clam up on her. She said, "Calliope was tough and fair. I know she saved a lot of lives. I even saw her sister Abigail a few times this week. Class act." The man relaxed. "Now that one has known more than her share of tragedy. My second cousin, Fred, has been their landscaper for decades. He's told me a bit. Too bad about her daughters. Two dead, and then the twins. That old woman won't ever give them a chance to lead." "What do you mean?" Red asked when he trailed off. His silence held a lot of judgment. Which old woman? Did he mean her great-grandmother? What was his concern for the twins? "Oh, you know, small-town rumors can't always be trusted." He coughed, and after a moment of hesitation, he squinted at her hair. "You a St. James yourself?" "Distantly," she lied. "On my mother's side." "Well, best of luck. I hear there's a reunion happening. More gingers in one place than you can shake a stick at." Red offered a polite chuckle. She didn't think he had more to say, and asking more questions could make him more suspicious. "Guess I'll be in good company." "Have a good day." As she left the station to fill up her tank, she reflected on the small town whispers. The family grimoire might be passed to a new person at this family reunion. Did someone want their inheritance early, or was her great-grandmother struggling to stay in power? More importantly, which twin left town first and why? Mara might have a reason to go south to Delaware to visit her husband if he was on a business trip for Green Life, but she couldn't think of a reason for Karen to go, unless she wanted to see Calliope. Then again, would old Callie want to see her? It'd be strange for either of them to drive the full distance instead of passing through the family shortcut. Brooke once told her that the cousin who lived in the house in Philly always kept tabs on who passed through the gateway and never failed to share the info with Abigail or the head of the coven. Why didn't either of the twins want the coven to know of their road trips? Nothing said either were villains, but it was certainly odd. These were the little mysteries that spurred her north. She hoped all she found at the end of her drive was her cousin Carol's potato salad. It wasn't a bet she'd place money on, though. Before Red continued her drive, she strapped on ankle holsters and slipped two wicked daggers in the sheaths. Chapter 19. August 1st afternoon, Laurelwick, Pennsylvania, on the road. The sleepy town of Laurelwick nestled in a valley where the Allegheny Plateau and the Appalachian Mountains met. It looked like a postcard, as if taken straight out of a Grant Wood painting or a dream of 1950s Americana. But there was more to this town than met the eye. Much like Charm in Oregon, Laurelwick had its secrets. However, it had the benefit of not being at the center of a mystical convergence point. There was still a lot of magic if you knew where to look. When Red was a child and visited Laurelwick, she'd always felt like the town had grown at the feet of her grandmother's manor. It seemed like a safe haven nestled in the trees, its old-world European charm adding to its allure. Once upon a time, there was no place that made her feel more secure. Even now, as an adult, her body seemed to know exactly where to take her. She drove down the main street of Laurelwick, which seemed unchanged except for a few modern storefronts and an unfamiliar cafe on the corner. A new celestial mural on the side of the historic library added a pop of color. The town was known for being home to witches, with the St. James Coven among the most prominent. The locals lived and worked in the open, fully aware that nearly everyone in town possessed some magical power or ability. They also lived in the shadow of the St. James family estate on the edge of town. Without even reading the street sign, she instinctively turned onto Melpomene Way. Her jeep passed the old willow tree on the corner, near a spacious park by the school, and then up the hill to her grandmother's house. Instinct drove her, except this time, she wasn't exactly on the guest list. She didn't even know if she would be allowed through the front gates. Wards and more guarded the estate. Opening her third eye, a quick scan confirmed that countless sigils glittered like Christmas lights around the property. Indecision seized her momentarily, but her desire for secrecy took over, and she opted for a less obvious route. Her parents had usually parked in a side lot away from the main gates. They did it because her father always liked walking through the gardens. She had her own reasons to avoid the imposing ornate barriers now. Red parked her car and approached the back gate. As a child, it seemed so big. She remembered walking hand in hand with her parents, happily skipping with joy to see her grandma and her cousins. For a moment, she could almost feel them with her. Grief seized her heart so hard that she wondered if Christoph could feel it. The years since her parents died had been long, but seeing the manor again made it feel like time hadn't passed at all. A groundskeeper rolled a wheelbarrow full of leaves behind the iron-wrought fence. "Fred," she called, still recognizing his face despite the many years. He'd been movie star handsome when she'd been young, but time had roughened his weather-worn features. The groundskeeper paused and turned, recognition dawning on his face. A shimmer of magic surrounded him as if he were checking her out with his powers. He glanced at her heirloom sapphire ring as recognition bloomed in his gaze. "Little Junie, is that really you? By Zeus, am I seeing a ghost?" "Not today." She smiled, surprised he still remembered her. They had all called her Little Juniper, but he was the only one who called her Junie. She hoped she wouldn't give the poor man a heart attack after appearing from seemingly beyond the grave. Thank God it was daytime, or they might think she was the undead. He returned her smile, so she must have passed his test. "Fred, you're still here. I didn't expect to see you." "They haven't gotten rid of me yet." "Where have you been?" Fred asked. He seemed shocked to see her, but recovered quickly. It made sense. An employee didn't last long here if they couldn't tolerate the strange and unusual. You'll have to ask my grandma Abigail. Have you seen her? Not since she went down to visit Calliope. I'm sure those two are arguing as we speak, he said with a small chuckle. She nodded, keeping her smile even as a thread of disquiet ran through her. He didn't know that Calliope was dead. How did the gas station attendant know about Calliope's death, but not folks at the estate? Maybe the family leaders wanted it to be a secret. Then why had one of the twins spilled the beans to a rando? That also raised the question of why there had been an obituary in Wilmington. It certainly hadn't been written by someone who had cared for Calliope. He held the one side of the gate open for her. Want me to fully open this for your Jeep? Red shook her head. She didn't want to bother with the gate if she needed to dash later on. The fence would be easy enough to climb over if necessary. No, that's okay. I'll walk in. It's been so long since I've seen the gardens. Fred waved her inside the yard. You're just like your old man. Well, have fun, miss. You're not the first to arrive, but the rest will pour in for the reunion soon enough. Be warned, the traditional potato sack race has gotten cutthroat. I'll remember that. She hoped the whole family wasn't as ruthless as she feared. He crossed his arms and nodded happily. It's a blessing to see you again. You've grown up to look so much like your mother, and more than a little like your Aunt Petunia. A sadly wistful note entered his voice when he said her aunt's name. I'd walk you in, but your great-grandmother will tear into my backside if this yard isn't ready for the reunion. It's good to see you, too. Red waved as he walked away to his wheelbarrow. She strolled through the back gardens, inhaling the scent of lilacs and carefully avoiding the tulip patch. Her father had loved botany. A true scientific mind, he delighted in showing her the plants and making sure she knew each name. Her mother had mostly appreciated the fragrance. She touched the white petals of a tulip with a sad sigh. Last spring, when she had nearly turned into a vampire, she had seen her mother in the great beyond. Was Brooke watching her now? Had she been protecting her in Delaware? A psychic had once told her that her father, Russell, had crossed peacefully to the afterlife. She wished her mother had found that same peace. What unfinished business kept her? Was it due to Red's dangerous lifestyle that her mother's spirit wouldn't rest, or was there something else? Red studied the green shale walls and turrets of the manor. It had seemed like a Disney castle when she was a girl. Now, the stone seemed colder. Maybe her mother's unfinished business was inside. A text message from Christoph vibrated her phone. Darling, are you okay? You feel sad? She wrote back with a smile at his thoughtfulness. I'm just thinking about my parents, babe. I haven't even gone inside Grandma's house, and I still feel a lot of memories. He replied quickly, Be safe. I love you. She assured him with another message as she walked. Soon she found herself facing one of the many porches and verandas attached to the sprawling house. The estate seemed to have grown since she had last seen it, though her mother had often said it expanded when needed. With so much family coming into town, the extra rooms would certainly come in handy. Taking a deep breath, she prepared herself. Sooner or later, she would see someone more imposing than a kindly groundskeeper. What are you doing here? A sharp, familiar voice demanded. Red turned to see Glenn Greensleeves glaring at her. This is a private home. It has nothing to do with the Green Life Company or any of its subsidiaries. You're not supposed to be here. I'm not here because of vampires, she replied evenly. I'm here to see Karenina St. James. His frown deepened. He crossed his arms nervously. What business do you have with Karen? She's not involved with vampires or their summit. No, she's not, Red said, holding her ground. But she knows why I'm here and who I am. She'll want to see me. You should have listened to her warnings. My sister-in-law doesn't give them lightly. I'll take it up with her directly. So, she told you about me? Red suppressed her surprise about that. She didn't want him to notice anything but laid-back ease around her. He snapped, Who do you think you are? My name is Juniper St. James, she said, realizing that while her aunt had mentioned her, she hadn't revealed the whole truth. She lifted her hand to show off her heirloom ring to jog his memory. Her mother had never taken it off when she was alive. Most people call me Red. I'm technically your niece, though it's been a long time since we've seen each other. Karen would be a better person to explain everything. Glenn sputtered. This is absurd. It's you! Another voice cried out. Red turned to see her cousin Veronica running toward her in a yellow sundress. Happy tears glittered in her eyes. The bright blue eyes, heavy brown brows, and big voice were exactly the same as when she was a girl. She had a lot of her mother, Karen's, features except her hair was closer to apricot than red. A plastic surgeon or a glamour spell had modified what had once been a prominent eagle nose, courtesy of her father's genetics. They had been inseparable whenever Red had visited Laurelwick as a kid. Juniper, is it really you? You're back from the dead? I never quite died, Red said with a smile. You can just call me Red. Veronica hugged her tightly. You have to talk to my mom. She's the next person you need to see for sure, especially since no one can get a hold of Grandma Abigail. Red raised an eyebrow, the sinking feeling returning to her gut. The images of the ransacked hotel room rose in her mind. She's really missing? Veronica groaned. Not missing exactly. You know how she is, impossible to track down. And now, with our great-grandma thinking of retiring, it's chaos. Glenn interrupted. This is ridiculous. Is this really Adela's kid? Look at that ring. It's Aunt Adela's elemental charm, Veronica insisted. Red said, Yes, it is, but my mom preferred to be called Brooke after we left the coven. Veronica grinned widely, revealing the gap between her front teeth. It was a charming imperfection. Red was happy that a dentist hadn't changed it. Juniper, I mean Red, welcome back. Everyone's going to want to see you. Let's go. Red gave a nervous smile but followed her cousin toward the house. She hadn't planned on such a splashy entrance, but she couldn't have imagined being guided in by her cousin either. Wasn't it early for the reunion? It was why she wanted to come this weekend and get her investigation done before the festivities started. Veronica led Red into the sunroom, which had been decorated with cacti and southwestern accents since before either of them had been born. The room had hardly changed, except for more species of cacti perched on a new shelf along the wall. Memories of family meals flooded back. Her father had particularly loved this room. The totem pole cactus he had bought her great-grandmother still lived in the west corner. It had grown tall enough to reach the ceiling. Red tried to focus on the plants to avoid the sea of relatives who turned to look at her from the breakfast table. There were only a dozen or so people scattered across 6 long community tables, but it still felt like a crowd. She didn't want to imagine how many folks the room could fit. Veronica smiled and clapped her hand on Red's shoulder. It's the official cousins' breakfast, at least for the first arrivals. You have the best luck coming this weekend because everybody's coming soon. It's going to be a wonderful week with all sorts of stuff, so grab a plate, and just so everybody knows, this is Juniper. She's back. Whispers rippled through the room, particularly among the younger cousins. A ginger boy with a mop of curly hair looked up from his cell phone to ask a balding man in a Pittsburgh Pirates jersey, Who's Juniper? Your mom's cousin, Adela's daughter, the older man replied. Red could have sworn he was her third cousin, but the boy was too young for her to have met. Maybe that was his son? The boy asked, confused. Who's cousin Adela? A shocked blonde cousin at the far table by a potted barrel cactus murmured to another woman who looked like her sister, I thought they were supposed to be dead. Red took careful breaths through her nose to calm her beating heart. She recognized some people, but it had been over 15 years since her last reunion. Her feet itched to run from the room. She had wanted to make a low-key entrance. Maybe the front door would have been better. Veronica raised a hand to wave to a group at the end of the middle table, laughing. Hey, make some space, and there better still be some eggs and pancakes left for our long-lost cousin here. Red followed Veronica meekly to a buffet table where an assortment of breakfast foods awaited them. Her cousin was still as chatty as ever. Even as a kid, she had acted like the family welcome wagon. I know, I know. It's late in the day, Veronica said with a grin that was as bright as her sunny yellow dress. But who doesn't love a little breakfast for lunch? I won't argue. Red smiled faintly. She was hungry after her drive, but her nerves wrestled with her appetite. How could she have forgotten that people filtered in earlier for big get togethers? She thought the reunion might be a quieter affair, especially given Abigail and Calliope's recent misfortunes. But in a family as large as hers, there were always more issues and leaders ready to fill any void. Veronica nudged her as they lingered by a plate of croissants. You don't seem that hungry. I'm just nervous. My mom, when she took me away, her voice faltered. I'm just nervous. Ah, don't be, she said, linking her arm with Red's. Everybody here loves you. Everyone here is family. Yeah, Red said, trying to keep the anxiety out of her voice. She must have totally failed, judging by her cousin's sympathetic expression. Let me reintroduce you to the old summer gang. Remember when our moms got sick of us and just dropped us off with Grandma? Come on. Veronica marched her over to a nearby table. We've got all the tables organized by birth year and age order because you know us 90s babies got to stick together. Everyone, this is Juniper, but she goes by Red now. And we're going to respect that, just like Red will call you by whatever names you go by these days. Red nodded, curious about the pointed glance that Veronica gave her at the final statement. Veronica pointed to a group at the middle table, then ran through a rapid-fire burst of introductions that overwhelmed Red. So, we've got Stephanie right here in the corner. And, of course, you remember Tess. That's Bree. And then there's your second cousins, Lug and Rufus, who both promised not to pull any water magic pranks this year. Rufus in a trucker hat let out a guffaw. We promise nothing. Veronica mock glared at him for the interruption before gesturing grandly toward her brother. And who could forget the one we used to call Buckethead? Red held back her amusement as Buckethead, now a grown man holding a baby in his arms, scowled. He still had his original prominent nose, unlike his sister Veronica. Oh, come on. Can we retire the name Buckethead already? I have a kid now. You all know I'm Jacob. Red waved shyly. I remember you, Jacob. He looked her over, shaking his head in disbelief. His auburn hair, once distinctly red in his youth, had darkened into a brown. Surprise still lifted his thick eyebrows. He didn't seem to notice his baby drooling on his green t-shirt. Holy shit, I thought you were dead. Stephanie, whom Red remembered as a very effeminate male child, stood up in a blue maxi dress and an ornate boho belt, with a completely feminine silhouette and a wide smile. Her cousin had obviously embraced authenticity since they had parted. Red hoped all the family had evolved so positively. Stephanie exclaimed, This is a Lammas miracle, cuz. I'm going to give you a hug. It's been so long. Red returned the hug warmly. I know. The last time I saw you, I lent you those scrunchies. Stephanie grinned. Sorry, but I don't have them anymore. I can buy you new ones. Red laughed. That's fine. I guess I don't need them, but thanks. What are you doing here? Stephanie asked, then quickly added, I don't mean it like that. I just mean, when you and your mom died, you were gone, and now you're very much alive. Tess, who'd been the tallest of the first cousins once, but seemed to have not gotten an inch taller since they were 13, asked dramatically in her Long Island accent, Did you come back from the dead? Did you? Bree, who must have stolen all the height from her sister Tess, nodded eagerly, shaking her curly mop of hair. The sisters might have had mismatched heights, but their acrylic nails were equally long and bedazzled. Red shook her head. No, my mom has passed, but I'm very much alive. I met up with Grandma in Wilmington. We were both there on separate trips, but she never showed up for our second meeting. She invited me to this family reunion, so I came up here to check on her. I was worried when I didn't hear back. Jacob nodded knowingly as he absently cleaned up the baby spit from his shirt. That woman has a social life that would tire any of us out. Don't worry. She's probably knee-deep in some spell, or a game of pickleball. Red smiled. I hope so. In the meantime, I guess I'm doing this family reunion thing. No, you're not. Red turned to find Aunt Karen in mom jeans and a gray polo shirt, scowling at her. Mom, Veronica exclaimed, seeming to admonish her with one word. You were supposed to tell me if she arrived, Karen said curtly. Red, you're coming with me. Veronica put her hands on her hips. She hasn't even had lunch. It's okay, Red replied quickly out of discomfort. Everyone stared at them. She tried not to be overwhelmed by the sea of faces looking at her like she was in deep shit. She focused on Stephanie's ornate boho belt, Veronica's yellow dress, Bree and Mila's long glittery nails, Rufus's trucker hat, and Jacob's cute little baby. The worry in her stomach tightened like a knot. This would be the talk of the weekend, unless someone started giving birth in the garden like the last reunion she'd been to. Karen glanced behind her as a side door to the room opened, then took Red's arm with a whispered demand to hurry. As they walked away, she pointed at Stephanie. Don't tell your mother about this yet. Red shrugged at her cousin's questioning glances as Karen hustled her out of the sunroom. Guess the touching reunion is over. Chapter 20. August 1st afternoon, Laurelwick, Pennsylvania, the St. James Estate. Aunt Karen rushed Red out of the sunroom into a hallway. Red had always loved this corner of the house for the painted wallpaper featuring the Tree of Life. Her aunt didn't spare a moment for nostalgia. Karen shoved her into an open door, disguised with an attached grandfather clock as part of the wall. The threshold of the door blended seamlessly into the wallpaper. Red had never noticed it before. Her aunt closed the hidden door behind them. Red crossed her arms, biting her tongue so she didn't cuss out her aunt for shoving her. Silence sometimes prompted better answers than a question. A single green light bulb illuminated the narrow space. It cast eerie shadows over them. Her aunt's face seemed radioactive in the light. You weren't supposed to come, Karen snapped in hushed tones as if afraid they'd be overheard. I can't hide you any longer. If the family telephone tree hasn't started buzzing about your reappearance, it will soon. Are you happy now? I won't be until I know where my grandmother is and what happened to Great Aunt Calliope. Grandma Abigail brought me into this. I didn't seek you people out in the past for a reason. Then your mother told you everything, Karen whispered, wiping her sweaty brow in surprising relief. Red narrowed her eyes. What was the truth? It was hard to read the other woman. As a child, she hadn't spent much one-on-one time with her during a stressful event to understand if this was normal. Not that her memories would have given her a current picture. She stayed quiet to keep her aunt talking. Blessed be. I didn't want to be the one to drop those bombshells. I don't know where my mother is, and you'd do us more favors by searching Wilmington or Hell's backyard. I already have eyes and ears on Calliope's land and elsewhere, Red said, finally taking in her surroundings. They were in a dusty, thin corridor with paintings and framed pictures crammed on the walls. A stack of photo albums stood to her right. This looked like a servant's hallway, but what was up with the gallery? It seemed like a bizarre mirror to the portrait gallery in the main hallway that bisected the ground floor. She continued, What should I know about the situation here? My grandmother Junie is supposed to pass on the grimoire next week at the reunion. I think the commotion has stirred up trouble and ghosts. Like me, Red replied as she thought of a few literal ghosts. Karen jerked her thumb up, gesturing at the paintings. You can see from the shadow gallery that this family likes to hide its shame and its black sheep. Some are in plain sight, however. You've been safe for years, obviously hidden better than I thought Adela capable of. Thank God. What was my mother afraid of? Her fear is why we left, do you know? You were too young to remember, but it was... Karen's brow furrowed. Then her face went blank, her pupils dilating as if a thought had been plucked away, mid-sentence. She shivered, blinking as if waking from a dream. Go back where you came. Return to your mother. My mom's dead, Red said, surprised that Karen didn't know. Her mom had had 2 funerals, one fake and one real. Her aunt had been to the first. Did it not convince her? And what was she about to say? It was like Karen had a brain glitch. Red had seen something similar with someone who'd had a memory wiped by a manipulation spell, or was she just trying to hide something? Karen's eyes widened at the terrible announcement, glistening with unspent tears before fury hardened her face. Red took a step back, startled. Her aunt said gruffly, like she was holding back a sob, "You need to get the fuck out of here. There are." The hidden door behind Karen swung open to reveal Aunt Mara in khaki capris and a tight pink blouse. "Karen, why are you hiding my niece?" Red whirled around to find a big smile and open arms waiting for her. Mara gave a happy little scream and pulled her into a bear hug. Tears splashed onto her neck. Mara drew back and dabbed her wet eyes with her wrist, leaving a trail of mascara. "Little girl, how are you here? I'm so happy. We thought we lost you." "Grandma Abigail invited me." Red couldn't utter another word before she was practically smothered into another hug. "Come on out of this dusty place. Grab a bite to eat with me." "I still can't believe you're here," Mara said, holding her hand and tugging her back into the light of the main hallway. Red looked behind her shoulder at Karen, who glared with undisguised rage at her sister. "Where have you been?" Mara asked, swinging their hands as she almost skipped down the hallway. She passed the sunroom where the clinking of dining utensils and muffled conversation echoed after them. "Tell me everything." Red noted but didn't comment that they bypassed the lunch buffet. Maybe Mara forgot in her excitement. It felt good to have one of her aunts be happy to see her. However, instinct kept her on her guard. Where was her aunt taking her? "It's a long story. Granny Abigail can tell you. Is she here? She skipped town after we had dinner in Wilmington." "You saw my mom?" Mara stopped in her tracks. A dark cloud seemed to cross her features so fast that Red could have imagined it. "That silly Billy. She should have told me. Then again, you know her, she's a pistol. I bet she's on the case concerning Aunt Calliope." "Oh, poor Auntie. You've heard about that sad business?" "It's a shame." Mara shrugged, oddly casual about the death, like it was spilled milk. "That's the life she chose. Look at you. You've gotten so tall and pretty. Where have you been?" "I've always been a nomad. The road has been my home, I guess you could say." Red slowed down as they reached the great family galley, a wall of painted family portraits and framed photos. It made her think of the hidden ones in the corridor where they'd left Aunt Karen. Why were some delegated to the shadows and others displayed? A medium-sized photo in black and white drew her eyes. Of the 4 girls in the picture, only 2 were still alive. Her heart skipped a beat in dread when she recognized it. She'd seen the taking of it in a strange dream. Pointing to the picture, she smiled faintly like it was an unexpected find. "I remember this one. How old was my mom in this?" "Around 7 or 10 years, I think. But really, where were you? I can't believe you're here." Mara had always been the live-in-the-moment type. When Red was a kid, her aunt had been the fun one. At least something hadn't changed. "Grandma wouldn't want me to say yet. She wanted to be the one to share the tale," Red said quickly before asking, "Which one are you? I could never tell y'all twins apart as kids." "I can't remember," Mara said, gesturing her hand in an airy wave like it wasn't a concern. Red restrained her disappointment. That dream held significance if a spirit had bothered to show her. She lingered on it to see if any memories resurfaced. "Oh, Aunt Petunia was so adorable." Mara nodded, oddly sullen. "I guess. Everyone liked to tell her that. She was always everyone's favorite, but that's ancient history. You're the new gossip." Red didn't expect the hint of jealousy. Petunia had been dead for decades after a swift illness, or so her mom had said. She switched gears to keep the attention on Mara and avoid another question about her own origins. Goosebumps rose on her arm like a spirit's touch. An inner voice like her mother's told her to keep her cards close to the chest. "You've always been the glamorous one. Us girls would watch you put on makeup. I remember when you walked in that fashion show at the boutique downtown. Did you walk in any others after I left?" Mara smiled widely, shoulders back and hand proudly poised on her chest. "You know how I went to modeling school in New York City. I even did a photo shoot for a CoverGirl ad. I still get in front of the camera when I can. You might have seen me most recently on a Green Life brochure. That's amazing. Do you have another campaign for them coming up? Red asked. How closely had Mara worked with the Druids? Glenn hadn't seemed like he wanted his wife in his work life. Or was it just when he was giving presentations with the attractive Druid Becky? Oh, no, it was a little thing. Those Druids can't appreciate real talent. It was a favor for Glenn. I did a commercial in Cleveland last month after winning a local beauty pageant. Of course, my jewelry business keeps me too busy. I design high end pieces now. Red nodded, nearly forgetting that her aunt had been a pageant queen. Her mother had spoken only once about how annoying it was to help her sister on the pageant circuit when she was little. It seemed like Mara needed very little encouragement to talk about herself. Maybe it would be easier than Red thought to keep the focus off herself. You were in that music video too, right? With the heavy metal band Rat, back when rockers had big hair and spandex, their lead singer asked for me personally at the modeling agency. Ah, those were the days. I lived in Los Angeles and had so much fun. Glenn Greensleeves sauntered down the hall toward them. Mara, my love, there you are. You found the girl. Did you ask her why she is here? Red froze her face into a polite mask. We were reminiscing. I hope I can see your jewelry collection next, Auntie. Yes, yes, her collection is beautiful, but it can wait. Are you here for the grimoire ceremony, Juniper? Glenn asked, clearly harder to distract than his wife. His gaze hardened on his niece. He certainly was more friendly when he thought she was a business client to schmooze. Red shook her head, ignoring his use of her old name, despite her annoyance. I came just to check on Grandma Abigail. I wasn't even planning on going to that before she invited me. Good, good, he said. You wouldn't even qualify as a contender. Only St. James women in good standing and long service like our daughter Stephanie are truly in the running. Best of luck to her, Red said without thinking. She didn't correct him on the fact that the grimoire occasionally had gone to a male in the family line. It was rare, but certainly a possibility. Stephanie, in her bohemian dress and fancy belt, looked more like she was on vacation than in a competition. Then her mind fixed on his omission of her aunt as a candidate. Mara was older and more likely to be chosen as a keeper of the grimoire than her daughter. A sudden memory made her reconsider the thought. She couldn't sense any magical energy in her aunt's aura. I kind of forgot how the ceremony even goes. It's a stupid contest, Mara muttered before glaring at Glenn. I wanted to tell my niece about the rat music video. He hooked his arm around Mara's arm and led her away. If you would excuse us, Juniper, we must talk in private. Red didn't correct him on the name, only waved silently before walking back toward the sunroom. She glanced over her shoulder. He spoke in hushed tones too low to hear, but whatever he said to Mara seemed to crush her previously good spirits. What was that about? Red nearly walked into Stephanie at the threshold of the sunroom, almost stepping on her boho dress hem. She held her hands up in apology. Oops, sorry, I was distracted. It's okay, Stephanie said without taking her eyes off her parents. Worry furrowed her brow. Is everything cool? I guess. Your dad just asked me about the grimoire thing. Congrats on being in the running, Red said, feigning enthusiasm. She honestly didn't care who got it. Stephanie sighed, rubbing her temple as if a headache started at the thought. He has to stop telling people that. Why? He seems proud of you. Yeah, I guess. Stephanie pursed her lips before marching toward her parents like a battle awaited her. See you later, cuz. Red leaned against the sunroom door, trying to look like she was debating whether to go to the buffet. Instead, she discreetly spread out her witchy senses toward her Aunt Mara's family. Stephanie and Glenn shone with magical strength to her third eye. Only a whisper lingered in Mara's aura. How did that get in there? She glanced again and the magic was gone. Maybe it was just a reflection from Glenn and Stephanie's auras. Most folks in the coven knew that Mara didn't have any magic power. It was an anomaly that no one talked about out of polite sympathy. Red only knew for sure because she had eavesdropped on a conversation between her mother and Karen. Generally, magic was awakened by puberty. It was rare for a midlife awakening. There was something else that bothered Red about the scene. Someone was missing. Her musing was interrupted by a declaration by Veronica, standing in her yellow dress at the front of the sunroom by a small table at the door to the backyard. Framed photos stood at attention around a flickering white candle. Aunt Karen had so often been the host of family functions back when they were kids, it made sense that her daughter assumed that position. Red didn't know why her cousin was so serious. Usually, she always had a big smile. Before everyone scatters for games in the gardens, Veronica said as her thick eyebrows drew together in a sad expression. I'd like to have a moment of silence for the family who should be here. Red waited until the moment was over, and the scraping of chair legs announced the migration of the cousins into the yard. She strode over to the photo table. A prominent gilt frame in the center of the photo display grabbed her attention, the black ribbon draped on the corner embroidered with a single name, Glenn Jr. The teenage boy looked just like she remembered him. His features were so similar to his sister Stephanie. They'd been the only twins in her generation. He was dead? She couldn't believe it. Veronica put a soft hand on Red's shoulder. You didn't know, did you? Red felt a lump of sorrow growing in her throat. She swallowed back her grief. I wondered where he was. When did he pass? Only a year or two after we thought you died. Red grew cold. The family curse had struck someone else, but he hadn't dodged it like she had. Chapter 21. August 1st, afternoon, Laurelwick, Pennsylvania, the St. James Estate. Red followed Veronica out into the yard, her vision blurred, only seeing her cousin's yellow sundress. She felt desperate for some sunshine to melt away the goosebumps on her arms. The family curse had claimed more people than she'd imagined. When she was a teen in Charm, hiding from the world with her mom, she'd asked why the coven hadn't broken the curse. How could it have been a challenge for a group with so many powerful witches? Her mom only said that she'd tell her more when Red was ready. Brooke had died before she could reveal the truth. Her cousin frowned at her. You look pale. Are you okay? Did my mom say something to you? No, Karen was fine, Red lied. I didn't expect to have lost so many people. I always imagined this place staying the same as my memories. Too much to ask for, I guess. Things were never the same after the funerals. There were so many in a row when I was a teen. You, your mother, Glenn. Red offered her a faint smile. She had one surefire cure for sadness, distracting herself with an investigation. I saw something when I was talking with Aunt Mara. There's an old picture of our moms and aunts as little girls. They are in white dresses. Do you remember it? Cousin Jacob, with his infant strapped to his chest, waved to Veronica from a distant rose patch. Hey, sis, come here. You gotta see these baby rabbits. Ooh, babies! Veronica clapped her hands with glee, glancing over at Red. Wanna see? Sure. Juniper! Her Aunt Karen yelled out from the sunroom. Junie wants to see you! Veronica grimaced in sympathy at Red. Good luck with that. Thanks, Red said. Their great-grandmother Junie was the head of the coven. A summons couldn't be ignored. She forced back a sigh as she went to Karen. If only she was as pleasant as her daughter, Veronica. Her aunt had regained a neutral composure from her strange, volatile mix of emotions before. Karen gestured for her to follow, and maintained her silence as they walked through the empty sunroom and into the hallway. Glenn and Mara had disappeared from their huddle. Stephanie leaned against the wall, her expression as blue as her boho dress, before rushing into a bathroom tearfully at the sight of them. Red didn't like the vibes. Something was very off in this house. Was she the only one who noticed? The rest of the cousins seemed content to frolic in the garden. I should check on Stephanie. She seems upset. Later, Karen replied curtly. We can't leave Junie waiting. Call her ma'am, and don't expect to lie to her and get away with it. Remember that. Sure, Red said, studying the bathroom door as they passed it in the hallway. The muffled sound of crying drifted from under the door. She'd reach out to Stephanie as soon as she could. "What did Mara say to you?" Red wasn't fooled by the overly casual tone. "She wanted to know where I had been all this time." Her aunt winced. "Did you tell her?" "No, I'll leave that announcement for Grandma Abigail. We talked about her life. I asked about her music video era," Red said as she peered at the pictures on the gallery wall, placed with only a few inches of space between them, from below the waist to nearly the ceiling. They reminded her of Tetris blocks creating a visual history of the St. James family. Smaller photos and drawings crowded around larger oil paintings. "That could keep her talking about herself for days," Karen said, relief entering her gaze. She seemed to reassess her niece's intelligence in a look. "Stay mysterious for as long as you can." "I plan to, but I gotta admit, I don't know why you want me to. It's strange advice at such a cozy family get-together." "So cozy," Karen said drolly. Her dry amusement became serious. "It's the least I can do for my little sister?" Red wanted to ask more, but they soon approached Great-Grandma Junie. The white-haired woman stood with perfect posture and a proud demeanor. Many women shrunk with age, but she still seemed nearly 6 feet tall. She was over 100 years old, but she could have been mistaken for a very healthy 70-year-old. They said she still played tennis multiple times a week. A cane rested at her side, yet it didn't appear to be for support. Carved magical runes and sigils decorated the yew wood cane. She studied a map mural of the Americas that broke up the gallery wall as she smoked a purple cigarette. The smoke had an odd flowery scent mixed with the tobacco. Her raspy voice filled the hall with judgment. "Karen, you took long enough in fetching her." "My apologies. I present your great-granddaughter, Juniper." "Ah, yes, my namesake. Well, one of them. Let me look at you," Junie said, peering at Red through the yellow lens of her small rectangular glasses. White curls framed her lean face in a precisely cut bobbed hairstyle. She narrowed her eyes in a rough scan of her descendant, starting at her feet, lingering on the sapphire heirloom ring, and ending with a long gaze at Red's aura. "You're not fat like so many of the kids are these days. I can tell that you exercise. What sport do you play?" Red had an easy lie on the tip of her tongue, then remembered Karen's advice. "I hunt demons, ma'am." Junie nodded in approval. "That explains the knives strapped to your ankles and the amulet to repel hexes in your brassiere." Karen gasped. "You have weapons." "I have a full hunter's kit in my car," Red said as if it wasn't a big deal. "Most people don't come armed to a family reunion, but this wasn't the typical family. Her great-grandmother was said to be so gifted with divination, perception, and intuition that she could seem like a mind reader. Most likely she had a charm that alerted her to weapons. Her glasses would be perfect for such a spell. At least someone here knows how to prepare for the potential election of a new grimoire keeper." Junie turned back to the map and pointed to their location on it. A painted red heart marked the spot. Smaller pink hearts dotted the map in Pittsburgh, New York City, Chicago, Toronto, and other cities and towns too small to be labeled. "This is the family seat, but you'll find us spread to the winds. Some have merit, most are useless." Karen chided gently. "Grandmother." "Well, they are. This generation is soft like a bread roll," Junie said matter-of-factly. "Soon they will converge like floodwaters over the estate. You'll spot the ones with ambition by how close they cling to me. It'll be a week of lick-spittles in my hair. I've already had the good china and trinkets packed up. There is always one rolly-poly witchlet who knocks over something valuable." Her great-grandmother never minced words. That sharp tongue had scared Red as a child. She'd dealt with harsher dragon ladies since then. The vampiress Delilah came to mind. Junie took a long drag of her cigarette. "So do you want it? The grimoire?" Red shrugged. The keeper of the grimoire became the de facto head of the coven. "No, the spells would be interesting to see, but I don't want what comes with it. I heard that Stephanie is a contender." "Yes, Glenn keeps telling people that," Junie said with dry disdain as she took a long drag of her cigarette. A flickering smile crinkled the smoker's wrinkles around her mouth. I was right that she was a girl. Everyone told me I'd lost my predictive touch when Mara popped out male twins. Time usually vindicates me. So, do you have any questions for me? Red squinted at the mural, at the pale blue stars that marked some cities alongside the pink hearts, and also by themselves in the US and south into Mexico and Latin America. Yes, ma'am, I have two. Ask, Junie said briskly. What do the blue stars denote on the map? Junie peered over her yellow glasses at Red in mild surprise. Those mark other covens like the Jimenez family in the Yucatan and the O'Neills in Boston. And the second question? Where is my grandma Abigail? She was supposed to meet me after breakfast the other day so we could investigate Calliope's property and never showed up. Junie furrowed her brow, a thread of worry breaking through her cold demeanor. I don't know where my daughter is, she said through clenched teeth as if the admission hurt. My scrying glass is blind to her location. Red closed her eyes for a beat as dread rose in her. Few could beat the matriarch in divining or location spells. I see. I've made my own inquiries in the right places, Junie said, a cigarette perched on her lip, much like I have about you. And what did you learn? Red asked, meeting the strong gaze. You're not the first in our family to escape the bard's prison. Junie gestured with her cane for Red to follow her down the gallery hall. Her strong footsteps echoed in the hall. She pointed at an oil painting of a haughty woman with apricot curls and an antebellum dress. Cecilia St. James is the reason why the wardens in the Brotherhood of Bards and Heroes sniffed after our clan for decades. She never hesitated to curse a man. Why did they lock you up? Because I let them. Junie paused her strong steps and took a final drag of her cigarette, putting it out in an ashtray that Karen produced like magic. Amusement colored her tone. And why would you ever do that? To punish the man who killed my mother. He's currently encased in a statue in the bowels of Stone Tree. Karen covered her mouth, tears in her eyes. Did she not know? Or was this different from what she assumed? Red found her aunt hard to read even when she was emotional. Karen was so cold and angry in their previous encounters and seemed to exist as a henchman for their matriarch. Who was she? Aunt Mara was easier to read as the spoiled daughter of a rich family, friendly yet self-absorbed. Junie threw her head back and laughed. Maybe you should be a contender for the grimoire. I don't want it. My dear, everyone wants it. I have a life that I want. The only regret is not having family ties. Red shrugged. It wasn't quite the truth, but it wasn't a lie. She'd found a family she could trust back in Charm. This family was a mystery to her. Despite my childhood memories, y'all feel like strangers to me. Junie tapped her cane on the ground, continuing her determined walk down the hall, before nodding toward a painting of a round-faced redhead in colonial garb. This is Catherine St. James, painted before her wedding. She abandoned the family home to shack up with a New Orleans gambler, a werewolf of ill repute. I keep her picture displayed as a reminder. Red asked, Of what? Of what happens when a witch abandons her coven. She was torn apart by a wolf pack and her pieces thrown into a bayou after her lover was defeated in an alpha battle. You remind me of her. Wolves don't scare me, Red said, deciding to show bravado. An obtuse answer could glean more than an outright request for clarity. Yet she had a feeling she knew her grandmother's meaning. Be mindful of your poor choices in romance, Junie said, lighting another purple cigarette and continuing her long stride along the gallery wall. You could end up a bitter, overweight divorcee like Karen, or dead. Maybe both. You'd do better to be like your Aunt Mara. She can maintain her appearance and her marriage. Karen winced, and Red felt a pang of pity for her actually very thin aunt. How much casual cruelty had she experienced over the years? So, you know about Christoph? Red paused, stifling her discomfort by pretending to admire a full-length painting of Junie. It must have been created in the 1930s, judging by the Art Deco portraiture and green cloche hat on Junie's bright red hair. The hair color had faded, but the determined gaze was the same. There is very little that I don't know about this family. Red swallowed back a snappy reply that Junie didn't know about Abigail's whereabouts. She decided to forget subtlety and ask about the mystery that had bedeviled her for years. And what about a family curse? My mother firmly believed in one. She told me it's why we had to leave. Junie snorted. Her expression clearly dismissed the idea. Your mother wasn't the brightest of my witches. Sudden anger flamed through Red. How dare this crone mock her mom? Karen put a hand on her niece's arm as if trying to stop a biting remark before it began. Junie sighed, a raspy wheeze that revealed her real age more than her face. You should have matriculated at Foxfire Academy. I can sense your power is greater than your mother's. A proper education could have taken you far. Foxfire is by Lake Adao, right? Red asked, curiosity cooling her anger. That was one of the areas targeted by Green Life for their resort franchise. She wasn't sure if they had already broken ground or not. Yes, Karen replied, tapping on a small framed photo among the ones clustered around Junie's portrait. It was dwarfed in comparison to the painting. A nostalgic smile brightened her face. I attended it with your mother. You couldn't have asked for a better school. Red leaned in closer to the group photo, drawn not by the imposing brick school in the background, or her mother and her aunt's youthful smiles in white tennis outfits, but another girl in the posse. The face had haunted her when she'd first recovered her memories and remembered not just her life, but her grueling trek through the Victorian age. It was Helena. She had only met Helena once in the year 1900 at a necromancer's mansion. The poor girl, petite and pretty with big brown eyes, had already been turned into a zombie. All Red could do for her was give her the revenge of killing her necromancer master and burning the mansion down around them to put her out of undead misery. Helena had been one of the three witches brought back to the past by Maxwell to steal their magic. Only Red had survived. She didn't even know the other girl's real name. Helena had been a mystery that not even Kristoff's best investigators could uncover for her. Red hid her shock to ask, What year was this taken, Karen? You all look so young. 1985, I think. That was taken on a tennis team trip. I made my best school friends on that team. Junie encouraged us all to play her favorite sport. Junie nodded with satisfaction. Someone had to trim down those husky girls. Their mother certainly wouldn't. Karen gritted her teeth but said nothing. Red wanted to kick the matriarch on her behalf. She had never seen a picture where Karen could ever be described as husky. In fact, she often seemed uncomfortably thin-like now. Junie tapped her cane on the ground. I have other business to attend to, Juniper. You may stay for the reunion at the estate. Karen will see you to your room. Yes, Karen said. Come with me. Red nodded goodbye to her great-grandmother before following her aunt up a staircase at the end of the gallery hall. She waited until she couldn't hear Junie's cane anymore to let out a sigh. That had been a more surprising conversation than she could say. The clue to Helena's origins had been here the whole time. Karen walked with her hands on her hips like she was trying to smooth down phantom fat. She was skinny as a cornstalk. It was no wonder after being picked on for her weight since she was a kid. Her gaze narrowed with suspicion at Red. What are you thinking? Junie is a real bitch, Red said mildly. Karen cackled a true witch's laugh. You have no idea. I've been her assistant on and off since I graduated from Bryn Mawr. Red couldn't imagine decades working under that harpy. My condolences. This is your room. Can you collect your bag and find your way back? Red touched the blue threshold of the guest room doorway in the white hallway. A protection amulet hung over the door. The second floor had always been reserved for visitors. The longtime residents of the house had their quarters on the third floors and above. Sure, every step brings back memories of this house. I bet, Karen said as her cell phone rang. Before she answered it, she added, Be careful. The warning didn't set Red on guard. She'd been fully alert since before she spotted Helena's tragic face. She returned to the empty gallery hall to take a few pictures as if it was a simple act of nostalgia. There were more eyes watching than she could guess. If she trusted anyone here, she would have asked for the name of the girl in the photo. Years as a servant to Delilah in the Victorian age had taught her the importance of discretion. She sent the picture of Helena to Christoph with a request for his investigators to identify her based on the school and year. It killed her to admit, even to herself, but Christoph had been right about witches. They could be as treacherous as vampires. Chapter 22. August 1st afternoon. Laurelwick, Pennsylvania, the St. James Estate. Red knocked on the guest bathroom door in the gallery hall. Stephanie? No one answered, nor did she hear any crying. What had upset her cousin? In a normal household, she would have expected sadness over the death of their great aunt and concern over the missing Abigail, but she didn't get the feeling that anyone other than Karen was worried. It had only been a day without contact from her grandma. She wasn't even sure if Junie was worried or just annoyed by her daughter's absence. Intuition told her that something else bothered her cousin. Junie had dismissed the idea of a family curse, but Red still could have sworn something was haunting this family. Another thing bothered Red as she stood in the hallway. She hadn't seen a single picture of her mother besides the ones as a youth with her sisters. Roaming the hall again, she looked for one of herself or her dad. She distinctly remembered their pictures in this gallery once upon a time. They were completely missing, as if they hadn't existed. She crept to the hidden doorway to the hall that Karen had dubbed the Shadow Gallery and opened it. The dusty hallway somehow smelled even more musty. She closed the door behind her before turning on her cell phone's flashlight. A small thread of anger grew in her. Where were her little family's photos? They were as much related as anyone else here. Wandering the shadowy hall, she finally found a picture of her parents on the wall. Tears came to her eyes. It was their wedding portrait. They looked so young. Her dad looked so proud with her mom on his arm in their formal wear. With wavy brown hair and kind brown eyes, he was exactly how she remembered him. He still had that slightly professorial air even in a tuxedo. She only had a few of her mom in photos that her friend Stace Bonner had taken when they were teens in Charm. The house fire that had killed her mom had destroyed all the pictures of her dad, Russell. He had spent a lot of time here. They all had. There had to be more photos. She trotted to a stack of photo albums, determined to find some snapshots of her folks. If she got nothing else out of this trip, pictures of her parents would make everything worth it. The dust-covered albums were thankfully labeled with the year. She sneezed as she opened one from the 1990s. Her cell phone vibrated, interrupting her nostalgic quest. "Hey, Vic," she said as she flipped through the album. "Red, how was your road trip? What's the skinny? Did you find your grandma at her house?" "No, but I found something else very strange. Well, it's all been weird, to be honest. How was your trip?" "You know I always love a trip on Christoph's jet," Vic said. The distant sound of hooking car horns lingered in the background of his phone call. "I'm on the road now, stuck in traffic because of a car accident on the highway. Tell me about your family freak show." "Oh man, I don't even know where to start, but I think one of those witches that were kidnapped by Maxwell was a schoolmate of my mom. That's not the only eerie coincidence," Red said before explaining what she had seen and heard, so far along with what Christoph's investigators had found in Wilmington. She kept her voice low. The walls in the manor were thick, but she didn't want to risk being overheard. "That's a lot of relatives. I'm a little confused. Who are Veronica and Jacob now?" "Those are my Aunt Karen's kids. They have an older sister named Tiffany, but I haven't seen her yet." "And Stephanie is your Aunt Mara's daughter, right? Then the sisters with the curly hair and funky fingernails are from Long Island." "Yep. They are my second cousin Nora's kids. Their grandma was my grandma's sister." "Okay. I think I have the family tree straight now. My first question is, do you have a hot cousin that you want to set me up with?" She chuckled and shook her head. "Sure, once I figure out who isn't a possible murderer. I'm pretty sure it isn't Veronica. She's cute." "Are you sure?" Vic's voice became serious. You have a lot of suspects there, kid, especially now that we know that someone attacked your granny at her hotel. I know you don't want to believe it, but don't let your guard down. There is a reason why you and your folks aren't hanging with the other pictures. What's your read on that? As far as the family knew, y'all were dead. There's no reason to hide your pictures. You didn't die in disgrace. Of course not. I was like 13. Then someone hates your folks so much that they couldn't stand to see you, or someone cares so much that they want to keep your faces hidden. Out of sight, out of mind. I'm following you, but who? Nothing you said about anyone is screaming, I'm a murderer and a grandma napper. And yet, that picture thing is hitting my gut sideways, Red. Someone in the house or a frequent visitor had something against your parents. I gotta figure out who. Fingers crossed that I can do that before the family reunion and this house is packed. If it was me, I'd start with Stephanie. Why is she crying? Isn't she supposed to be a top runner for America's Top Witch or whatever your great granny calls that competition for the grimoire? She should be politicking and kissing ass. Her old man is up to something for sure. What about Karen? Maybe it's because I'm a grumpy ass man, but I get why someone might be prickly about having to play family event planner. Then again, she's the most hostile. When it comes to her, your job is to figure out if she told you to stay away to protect you or because she wants to put you in danger herself. You make it sound so easy. It won't be. Sniff out Stephanie while she's still emotional. That's your best weak link, Vic said before his tone perked up. I think the traffic is finally moving, thank God. I hope you don't have any more delays. Thanks for the brainstorm. Anytime. Just talk me up to your hottest cousin. That's all the thanks I need. He lost his joking tone. Make sure to check in with me tomorrow, okay? Tonight's astrology is prime for explosive action. I will. Love you, Vic, she said without thinking. They weren't usually that touchy-feely, but she could help thinking about how she didn't get a chance to tell either of her parents that she loved them one last time before they passed. Right back at you, intern. She sighed as he hung up. It made her feel better to talk to him, but they hadn't come to any real conclusions. All she could do was take a quick picture of the portrait of her parents on the wall before promising herself that she'd come back for more photos. Leaving the hidden hallway, she wandered through the sunroom and then into the garden before she scanned the yard for Stephanie without success. Only a few kids played tag in the distance. Veronica chilled in her yellow dress in a lawn chair with a lemonade in the cup holder, watching the children. Red released a wistful sigh at the sight. Her job meant that any pastel clothes could end up blood-soaked. It's why she wore so much black. Would she have a closet full of happy yellow dresses if she had stayed with the coven? Her cousin certainly lived a far different life. Red held back the slight jealousy before joining Veronica. Hey, have you seen Stephanie? She seemed upset earlier. I did, but I think she went off into town, Veronica said sadly. She had some big feelings about her brother. Yesterday was the anniversary of his death. I don't think I helped the situation by putting his photo on the memorial table. It seemed like the thing to do, but I guess she didn't want the reminder. Oh, wow, that's hard. Red would have thought that Glenn Jr.'s parents would have been as upset too. Then again, people show grief differently. Her behavior was proof of that. She went on a revenge mission for her mother. Off topic, I gotta ask. Is Junie always like that? Always. You have to remember how terrified we were of her as kids. They say that people mellow with age. I guess not in every case. She was really rough on your mom, but she must be processing Calliope's death. Red sat in the empty chair beside her cousin. Maybe she could learn a little family lore here while she waited for Stephanie to return. Maybe. She was devastated when her daughter Virginia died a few years ago. You remember Great Aunt Virgie in New York City? Tess and Bree's grandma. It was just before the last time we thought Junie might pass the grimoire on. Everyone thought Virgie would get it, even if Abigail is the one who does most of the work interfacing with the Global Coven Council. Damn, I didn't know about Virgie. I guess that's why Junie has been holding on to that grimoire. You'd think so, but I also don't know if Junie is ready to retire. Red could imagine that Junie enjoyed making them all wait in anticipation. What was the last grimoire ceremony like? To be honest, I barely paid attention. It's when my folks finally divorced. Veronica crossed her arms. Jacob appeared with a beer and his sleeping baby, taking a seat beside Red. He frowned at his sister. Oh, we're getting into that. I guess you did miss that shit sandwich of a situation, Red. Divorce is hard, Red said. Not that she knew personally. It was death that had separated her parents. Veronica shook her head sadly. They say you have to love your parents, but I still can't forgive him for that. Jacob interrupted. With fucking Mara of all people. I still don't get why Glenn stuck around. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to show my face around here. What happened? Red could almost see the steam coming off her cousin. It must have been something big for them to still be this angry and sad about it years later. A big blowout would have explained Karen's antipathy for her twin. Was it adultery, or a business deal gone wrong, or something more sinister? With a sleaze like Glenn involved, it could have been anything. This weekend is about enjoying family and celebrating Lammas, Veronica said before pasting on a worn smile, showing the gap between her front teeth. Jacob said without enthusiasm, Forget I said anything. Veronica put more pep in her voice as she continued. Red, we're going to make corn dollies with the kids later, then bake bread in the outdoor brick oven. It's too bad you didn't arrive earlier. You could have helped us make the dough. Aw, that sounds fun. I haven't had a proper Lammas ritual in years. It's not the same when you do it yourself. Oh, Jacob said, adjusting his sleeping baby to rest on his chest. Have you been a soul practitioner? Yup. Red nodded. It must have seemed alien to them, but most witches didn't have a large coven. The craft was often passed from parent to child. Her mother tried to make the Wheel of the Year ceremonies a little special for them, but it was hard since Brooke also ensured that they blended into normal society as much as possible. Red fell silent for a moment, looking over the yard. In the distance beyond the playing children, she saw a woman who looked so much like her Aunt Petunia that she thought a ghost had appeared. She rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was just tired. But the figure remained. The woman was talking to Fred, the groundskeeper. Which cousin was that? Veronica smiled at Red with a winsome look before glancing up at the partially cloudy sky. You know, sometimes I wish I was a solitary practitioner. It seems easier than dealing with so many personalities and expectations. I don't know how my mom handles it all. She's been Abigail's right hand for decades. Jacob added, and then everything she does for Junie, and all the house organizing, the events. I tell her to slow down, but she's too type A for that. Veronica shook her head like it was a shame. I help when I can. She's trying to teach me so much and guide me to take over when my time comes. But honestly, it seems like too much work. Red could only imagine. No wonder it seemed like Karen had missed too many meals. Oh, so your mom is kind of grooming you to take her position? You don't want to be the grimoire keeper, either of you? Jacob rolled his eyes. You gotta be a freaking prodigy like Glenn Jr. to be a male grimoire keeper around here. Red remembered their late cousin's skill with magic, but she'd always seen him as a loner type. He enjoyed being in the forest more than being under a roof. She raised her eyebrow at Veronica. What about you? Oh, God, no, that's a lot. I already have enough trouble keeping up with the stuff we do here at the house. Imagine having to do all the spells and rituals. Jacob asked, Do you know what Junie does, Red? Her whole day is spent maintaining protection sigils, doing blessings for the family, overseeing any threats, prosperity spells. And that doesn't even include all the random spells people in the family ask her to do. Red guessed. So, when you're the head of the family, that's your life. You don't have a career. You don't, I guess you could go on vacation, but everyone's request would follow you. The only reason she's able to do half the stuff she does is because Abigail and my mom help her out, he said. Don't look to me as a successor. There have been some guys in the family who were grimoire keepers, and they all had heart attacks. Veronica sipped her lemonade with an unimpressed expression. I know there are some folks in the family who want it. But my God, I have other stuff I want to do with my life. I mean, hell, I want to be able to take a nap on occasion. Don't get me wrong, you know I love being a witch. I love doing spells. I love learning that stuff. But yeesh. Red nodded. I'm exactly the same. Junie asked me if I was interested, or if I wanted to be a contender, or however she phrased it, and oh God, no. Jacob scoffed. She spoke of it like that? Red shook her head. No, Glenn did. He talked about how Stephanie was a contender. It made me think of Rocky or one of those boxing movies. He laughed. That fucking guy. Look, I'm happy that he is Mr. Pride Parent. But we all know that he didn't care about those kids until they developed strong powers. That's not nice. If there is one thing he actually loves, it's his kids. I'm sure of that. He was a wreck after little Glenn passed. Red wanted to dig more into Glenn, but she strove to seem casual. I don't know what you do about him. I guess he's very, very intrigued about all this. More so than I expected. I thought he'd be more focused on his own work with Green Life. Veronica shrugged. It's not like our witchcraft is exactly the same as druid magic, but I suppose in the older spells from the old world there's probably some crossover. Mythic Celtic origins and all, but I don't know. Jacob said, he's a tiger dad with Stephanie. Like I said, I'm glad that he supported her through her transition, but it seems like it's also put a lot of pressure on her. That must be hard for her, Red added. What does she do for work? Does she help her mom with that jewelry business and designing her collections? He cackled. Jewelry business? Oh, God, you mean that little store in the village where Mara plays businesswoman? Veronica hit his arm. He rolled his eyes and said with faux sincerity, Gosh, I'm so sorry. That was very unkind of me. Veronica said, Stephanie has a real job. Oh, God, now I'm starting. You'd think I'd put vodka in this lemonade. I swear I didn't. No, Stephanie works as a marketer in New York City. That's why she's so close to Tess and Bree and those cousins. Mara hates that. Jacob! What? She's the bitch who fucked over Mom. A strong burst of magic shot over the yard as the wind blew. Jacob's baby awoke and started to cry. Red pointed toward the center of the rose garden as a massive beast appeared. All she could process was how green it was. It looked too big to be real. She jumped up from her chair, reaching for her elemental magic and turning on her spirit gaze. Jacob, run the baby inside. The beast was bigger than a cow with the muzzle of an Irish wolfhound. It reared up on muscled canine haunches and sharply clawed paws scratched at the air. Dirt exploded under its feet when it landed on all four paws again. Its shimmering fur shifted between a mossy green and a brilliant white in the sun. A coiled green tail swished behind it, knocking over rose bushes. Its red ears lay flat as it snarled toward the house. A single bark exploded over them like a sound grenade. Fuck, it's a Kuseith, Jacob said before sprinting inside with his crying child. No, Veronica said, rising beside Red. It's a Cyanubbian. Doesn't matter, Red murmured, because either way they were in trouble. She summoned her full strength. The giant canine growled toward the children in the yard. Its paws raked at the ground, sending big clumps of sod behind it. The kids stood frozen and crying while Fred the groundskeeper ran toward them with the Aunt Petunia look-alike. The ginger-haired cousin looked so familiar to Red, but she didn't have the bandwidth to wonder about the other woman. There wasn't anything more important than shielding the children. The beast barked again toward Fred and the kids. It's a death omen, Veronica said, tears in her eyes. If it barks 3 times, you can die of fear. Not today, Red gritted out before she yelled toward the dog. Hey, big boy, look at me. Veronica gasped. What are you doing? Get the kids, Red said before running toward the beast. Her plan was stupid, but she needed to give the other adults space to grab the children. The daggers strapped to her ankles would be as useful as butter knives against the beast. Not even her mother's ring was much protection. In the corner of her eye, Fred and her cousins herded the kids toward the sunroom. Come here, doggy. The beast snarled at her, pawing the ground like it was readying itself to charge. Its eyes glowed crimson. Foam frothed from its giant jaws and sharp canine teeth. Red slapped her thigh. She needed to distract it for as long as she could. Yeah, that's it. We can play fetch. Come on. Growling, the beast whipped around. A spectral mark, like a brand, marked its flank. The spiky symbol reminded Red of something she saw on a demon once. That demon had nearly wiped out a trailer park in New Mexico and a squad of hunters before a Native American shaman saved her and Vic. The beast growled before charging for Fred and the kids. Red whipped out her air magic like a lasso, wrapping the hardened air around its neck. The strength of the beast pulled her forward even as she tried to dig her heels in the lawn. Invisible fire hit her aura. She cried out from the pain. The beast slipped from her to run down Fred. He screamed as the giant paws slammed him into the lawn. Shit! Red said as she reformed her leash and jerked the beast back. Sweat poured down her face. Honing her focus, she forced a barrier like a muzzle on its snout before it could bark again. How the fuck did she banish it? Hopefully the other witches had an idea. Veronica and the other cousins, big and little, ran into the house. Fred lay deadly still on the grass. A terrible hush fell over the yard. The beast faded into mist. Red nearly fell over as the pressure on the invisible leash vanished. Silence reigned in the yard. Was it the beast gone, or was this the calm before the storm? Where the hell did it go? A third bark rang out. Glass shattered from the turret room on top of the house. The green beast burst from the roof and vanished in a white-green glimmer. Who was in that room? Chapter 23. August 1st afternoon, Laurel Wick, Pennsylvania. The St. James estate. Red sprinted to Fred, lying prone on the grass, and checked his pulse. He was still alive. The claw marks on his back had ripped through his workman's overalls, but the heavy-duty fabric took the brunt of the damage. Thank the goddess. She carefully angled his head for easier breathing while he lay on his front. You're going to be fine, Fred. Is Tiffany okay? He asked weakly with a pained grunt. She was just with me. She wasn't sure which cousin that was, but she didn't burden him with her confusion about the abundance of relatives. You're the only one who was hurt in the yard. Determination hardened his voice. Go! Protect Tiffany! You're the one who needs help. Stay here and don't move, she urged. He needed bandages and first aid pronto. A hospital visit would be better. The small one in the village was luckily experienced in mystical attacks. Who else needed an ambulance? She yelled to the house, We need first aid. Damn it, they probably couldn't hear her over the crying children. She rushed into the sunroom where Veronica comforted the kids. Someone had to care for the groundskeeper. She needed to discover the extent of the carnage inside the house. If only she had her hunter's kit on hand, then she'd really feel prepared for the beast's possible return. Keep the kids here, Red said, then pointed at her other cousin, the one who looked like Petunia. Was that Tiffany? It couldn't be Aunt Karen's oldest daughter unless she had a miraculous glow-up. Tend to Fred. Call for an ambulance, too. Veronica asked, Where are you going? It looked like Clifford, the big evil dog, tore through the upstairs, Red said, already running into the gallery hallway. There wasn't time to linger. She didn't know if the beast would come back. What the hell was it? It looked like a creature from Celtic folklore. Why had it come here? More importantly, who had it come for? Running up the stairs, she passed Bree, Tess, and a few other startled cousins awakened from afternoon naps. She ordered, Protect the kids in the sunroom. What is it? Bree asked, pulling off a bright pink sleep mask. I think we just got hit by a Q-Seth, Red said, not pausing. Gasps followed her down the hallway. Tess exclaimed, The Great Hunt? Red hoped not. Even a coven like this would tremble before the Great Hunt. Many European cultures had myths about a terrifying chase of legendary hunters running down their prey. Sometimes it was evildoers, sometimes it was anyone who hadn't taken shelter. Rarely were there hunting dogs off leash and alone. Where was Glenn? A druid like him would know a lot more about Celtic lore than she did. Suspicion curled around her. The wards on the family property should have set off an alarm. It would have taken time for even a Q-Seth to breach their defenses, and it just appeared in the rose garden. Who had sent it? How had it gotten onto the estate? The manor had a number of turret rooms, but the highest one was Junie's domain. Red had never been allowed in it. The family grimoire was kept there under the greatest protections. Nothing should have broken into it, not easily at least. That big canine seemed to have teleported inside. Though the legends did say the Q Seath had superpowered speed. Had it climbed up the house? Everything looked completely normal, from the landscape paintings of the village on the walls to the neatly vacuumed rugs in the corridors. She followed the stairs up, then jetted down a hallway, following her third eye and her witchy senses where mystical energy was the strongest. A door at the end pulsed with magical power. She wished again she had her hunter's kit. It didn't have the kind of firepower that could battle the great hunt with ease, but it was like a security blanket. Right now, she wanted some comfort. This had been a long fucking day, and it wasn't even dinner time yet. She raised her hand, summoning more magic, hoping she could blow down the magically sealed door. The door burst open to reveal a dusty and bloody Karen. Worry made her gaunt face seem even more thin. She waved Red through the threshold. Come, I need your help. Junie is hopefully still alive, Red said, following her up the spiral staircase in a run. She's breathing. The Q Seath pummeled her before she banished it. How did it get in? We were changing the wards. Every month we do maintenance. This month we started it early because of all the guests coming. Red asked, Who would have known that? Every coven home has regular maintenance, but no one but possibly the immediate family could have known that we'd be weak now. I don't even think my daughter knew that we were working on that now. A chill stuck Red to her core. Either someone was monitoring them closely or they had inside information. Karen led her into a circular room that looked somewhere between a laboratory and a witch's cupboard. Junie lay in the center of a pentacle. She looked too pale and almost shriveled. Her chest weakly rose and fell with labored breath. She didn't stir at their entrance. Red asked, Did it take the grimoire? No, it went straight for Junie like an assassin. She released a lot of mystical energy. She might as well be in a coma right now. It shouldn't last long. That's something, at least. She got off better than Fred. What happened to him? Karen asked, rushing to the gaping hole where only half a windowsill and some crumbling bricks remained in the half-demolished wall. She glanced down at a fallen, broken family portrait of herself and her sisters as little girls with Abigail. Fear tightened her expression. He'll be safe at the hospital, she murmured quietly, as if to herself. Should Tiffany go too? Why would her oldest daughter go with him? Red wondered, not sure if she'd even seen that particular Tiffany yet. She noted the strange comments, but simply replied to her aunt's first question. He was clawed by the beast. The others are tending him now. Where is the most secure room that we can keep Junie in? Karen grimaced. You're looking at it. Great, Red said, sighing and rubbing her face. She put her hands on her hips and shrugged. Where else is safe? Hopefully with an intact roof. We should have some options. I didn't see any interior damage on my way here. The basement vault, then. It's where the grimoire is. Red glanced at the empty reading podium on the edge of the sacred circle. I thought it was always kept here. That's what people think, but Junie keeps it moving. She likes to lock up the best china and other valuables when we have visitors anyway, so she relocated it last night. Did she tell anyone that? Aunt Karen frowned as if realizing the implication instantly. She didn't even tell me until this morning. Help me carry her. I can use air magic to make a stretcher, Red said, visualizing the design in her mind before commanding the air to her will. Junie rose to waist height and hovered between the two witches. Let's go quickly before the cousins see this. I sent them all to the sunroom to protect the kids. Good idea. Red concentrated on holding Junie above the railing and navigating her still form around the curves of the spiral staircase. Ambulance sirens echoed in the distance. She ignored everything to maintain control of her elemental magic. Karen walked behind her on the stairs. When they reached the bottom landing, she said, Air, huh? Your mother was talented in water, but you're more like Petunia. There is something you should... She froze, face falling blank before she blinked rapidly as if reawakening. What were we talking about? Red studied her closely. This was the second time it seemed like her aunt had a brain glitch. Are you okay? We were talking about elemental magic. I'm fine, just tired. I call fire and earth mostly, but Junie taught me ceremonial magic. Karen directed Red to a hidden doorway behind a curtain and pushed a button disguised as a flower in the wallpaper. The door opened to an elevator. They put this in when my grandfather needed a wheelchair. Junie never liked us using it because she thinks we need the exercise of going up and down these stairs, so she hid it. Yeah, that tracks. Red resisted the urge to drop the mean old witch. Instead, she angled the invisible stretcher vertically to fit into the elevator while keeping Junie pinned safely upright. This would have been a challenge even a year ago, but she'd made concentration and magical practice a daily routine. Karen regarded her with mild interest and pushed the elevator button. You're good. Not that good. I had the beast on an air leash when it escaped me. That's when it attacked Fred and nearly got that one cousin who looks like Aunt Petunia's mini-me. You mean my daughter Tiffany? Is she okay? Aunt Karen said, panic coloring her voice. That was Tiff? Red asked, surprised by her older cousin's model-like looks. The Tiffany she had been thinking of had been a funny-looking kid from her orthodontics headgear to her perpetual runny nose and the pink lip licker's dermatitis around her mouth. She was totally sweet, but her awkward stage had started early and lasted long into her teen years. Yeah, she's fine. Oh, thank God, Karen said, making the Catholic sign of the cross on her chest. Red blinked as it felt like her brain glitched. She'd seen at least 3 impossible things today, from the appearance of a mythic beast rare even among supernaturals, to the discovery of Helena's photo, and the defeat of the most powerful witch on the East Coast. And yet, her aunt's small motion of religiosity surprised her the most. Was Karen a Catholic? Karen froze as if she'd just realized what she had done. Don't tell anyone. Yeah, totally, bro, Red said without thinking. She'd met other folks who practiced both magic and Christianity. It wasn't uncommon at all in the U.S., but the St. James family coven had always been aggressively pagan. Even her mother, Brooke, had drawn the line at church when she had first thrown herself into making them blend into mundane society and charm. Sorry I called you, bro. I don't know why. Don't worry about it, dude, Karen said with extra emphasis on the word dude as the elevator opened. Red cracked a smile. Her mother had said Karen could be funny, but she hadn't experienced the other woman's comedic stylings before. This way. Karen led Red through a space that looked like a typical recreation room with a large TV by an oversized sectional couch, heavy oak entertainment center, and a foosball table. More family photos lined the sky blue walls. An old Pac-Man arcade game still stood in a corner, while the opposite corner had a dining table that could be loaded with all the pizza boxes needed for a movie marathon. A closed closet hid a shelf full of puzzles and board games. This had been the prime hangout spot as a kid when the weather had been rotten. Her aunt directed her into a hallway, to a door that Red had never remembered opening. It had always been locked as far as she could remember. The old doorknob had been replaced with a smart keyless one. Her aunt placed a thumb on the fingerprint scanner on the door handle before opening it. Overhead lights flipped on to reveal what looked like a large safe room with a recessed niche with full pantry shelves of canned goods. Cots were stacked in the corner, and folded blankets covered a floral sofa along one of the white walls. Karen glanced at her. Remember this room if we have another emergency. Veronica can unlock the door if you can't find another longtime resident of the house. If the Kusith comes back, take the kids here. And you think Junie will be okay here? Karen nodded. This place can withstand a nuclear blast. She only needs some time to restore her energy. There are crystals built into the ceiling to help her recover. Red whistled low, impressed at the sight of the rounded, smoothed crystals of every color embedded in the ceiling. White quartz, amethyst, onyx, and even precious stones like emeralds glimmered in the light. The stones seemed to hum with energy. Yeah, I think I'm getting a buzz. Then let me clear off the sofa quickly. We'll put her on it. This used to be in her parlor. She'll be comfortable. I bet she'll be ready to join us for Lammas later. Red nodded before helping her aunt clear the blankets away. She let Karen do most of the work while asking the older woman questions that she already knew about the great hunt to distract her. When Karen's back was turned, Red took off her ring with the tracker in it and put it on her great-grandmother's finger. The old biddy was a crank, but she had already lost one matriarch in the family. This one would stay on her radar. Soon enough, she lowered Junie onto the sofa. "So, Aunt Karen, what do we do now?" She gestured for Red to follow her out of the safe room before she secured the door. "I need to do research in the family library. You should get Veronica. Send her my way, my son too. Jacob is a registered nurse, specializing in magical medicine, and can care for Junie. I'll text them, but who knows if they're checking their phones in the chaos. We'll get to the bottom of this." "Are you sure you don't want my help? It wouldn't be my first time investigating a spooky critter." "No, it's Lammas. Enjoy the holiday." Red nodded, sensing it was a nice way to tell her to butt out of family business. Karen still didn't trust her. It was fine. Red didn't trust anyone in this house. The mark on the Q-Seath wasn't an accident. It was a summoner's mark. Someone had commanded it to invade the estate. Which one of these witches had done it? Chapter 24. August 1st afternoon, Laurelwick, Pennsylvania, the St. James Estate. Red returned to the ground floor of the family home with her cell phone in hand. Christoph had called her, asking if she needed help. It was a decent test of her magical earring that beamed her emotions to him. She had assured him quickly she was fine, yet she wasn't sure if it was a lie or not. He had vampires waiting on standby in the village, but if they had to deal with the great hunt, she didn't know if his backup would matter. When she had gotten that warning note at her hotel in Wilmington that something was happening soon, she hadn't expected it to be the great hunt. The loud conversation of confused relatives echoed through the hallways in the wake of the beast's attack. Magical energy permeated the air from all the witches on high alert. If anything attacked again, it wouldn't catch them unaware. Had that beast attacked her grandma in Delaware? It would have been powerful enough to scare even Abigail. No, it wouldn't have fit in the room, or gone unnoticed. She was still reeling, unsure what to make of everything she'd seen. Some patterns were beginning to emerge, but she didn't want her first suspicions to harden into certainty. Her first instinct was that Junie was a big enough asshole to inspire an assassination attempt from anyone. It wasn't due to lack of interest that Abigail was appointed her representative to the High Council of the Global Covens. No one would ever mistake Junie for a diplomat. Glenn and Karen stood out as possible suspects. He would have had the most knowledge of Celtic lore and rites to make it possible to summon a beast for the great hunt, while she had spent years tormented by Junie as a personal assistant. Neither had made the best impression on Red. However, there was simply too much happening, too many new revelations, from learning more about her cousins' adult lives to reconsidering who her mother's sisters truly were, not to mention the state of the house and the possible enemies they faced. It would have been easy to jump to conclusions, but Red had learned the hard way, through many investigations, that first impressions were often illusions. And this time, the stakes were personal. The emotional baggage she carried into this house made her even more cautious. She wished Vic had come with her. He had a way of cutting through the bullshit like no one else, but unfortunately, he was entangled in his own family saga now. She shot him a quick message to see if he had heard anything about druids summoning the great hunt before. Red made her way to the front yard, to the place where the beast had first emerged. She hadn't seen Veronica on the way, but she had stopped another cousin, Bree, to pass along Aunt Karen's message. Thankfully, Fred and Tiffany had already gone to the hospital. She still didn't understand why Tiffany was the ideal one to go with the groundskeeper, but it was a small mystery in the grand scheme of things. Ambulance sirens still dimly echoed from the road down the hill to the village. The whole thing had happened so fast. When the creature appeared, Red's priority had been lassoing it and leading it away from the children. She hadn't had a chance to study it closely, other than noticing the summoning mark on its flank. Now, walking around the rose bush, she searched for any lingering signs, sigils, runes, or hex bags that might explain why the beast had been drawn to the garden. Some witches and mages could summon beasts and monsters through ritual alone, simply by visualizing a location. But more often than not, the process required an object, an amulet, a runestone, or something imbued with magical energy, placed at the site to act as a beacon. Aside from the giant footprints, Red saw nothing in the bushes to suggest someone had placed a magical object here. That only deepened her concern. Her family's coven was powerful, but even the clan's matriarchs typically needed an anchor for summoning a great beast, especially on the grounds of the family estate, where protections and wards made hostile conjuring nearly impossible without permission. Which brought her back to her most worrying suspicion. Either someone inside the house had access, or someone very powerful had forced their way in. A Celtic beast would have triggered every alarm if it had barreled in on its own. There was something else that troubled her. These weren't ordinary creatures that mages could trifle with. This was a hound from the Great Hunt, a creature that had run alongside the Celtic gods of old. Not exactly something you picked up at a pet shop. This kind of beast had sentience. It could think. A mark might bind it to someone's will, yes, but those bindings could be broken. Was it here on purpose, or had it broken free? That led her back to her first question. Why here? A dark possibility tugged at her. Had Junie summoned the beast herself? Junie was one of the few people who not only lived in the house, but also knew the estate's wards intimately. She had the power, more than enough, to summon a demon dog, and the beast had attacked her. It wasn't uncommon for summoned magical entities to attack whoever dared to disturb them. Could Junie have summoned it for another purpose, perhaps to target an enemy, only for the beast to turn on her instead? If she was in a struggle for control of the clan, she might have wanted firepower. Her daughters, Calliope and Abigail, would be the most likely to want to strong-arm their mother into retirement. They had been knocked out of the competition right before the ceremony. Was Junie trying to finish the job of securing her power base? It wasn't unheard of for the kings of yore to take out grasping heirs. If that theory was true, had someone else taken advantage of Junie's proximity and knowledge? Maybe someone like Aunt Karen, Junie's apprentice, who'd been in the room during the attack. She might have discovered the nefarious plot and taken the risk to set the beast on its conjurer. Red hadn't seen her aunt in action, but she had to have some power to secure her position. Supposedly, Junie had stepped in front of Karen to protect her, or simply took the lead in the battle as the leader of their coven rightly would. It was hard to say. Red hadn't been there, and she was hesitant to take any one person's account, whether of the attack or of life in this coven, as absolute truth. A text message vibrated her phone. Vic's reply. No smart druid would risk summoning it. Some legends say that the high demon lords have bound Kuseith into their stables. Some dark witches have tried to leash those beasties too. Usually they just kill their summoners, Red wrote back. Thanks. We just had one trash the rose garden. My great-grandma chased it off. Shit, I shouldn't have left you, he wrote. She instantly felt terrible for writing to him. He had his own dangers to worry about. Don't sweat it. We have a whole coven here. I'll update you later tonight. A dune buggy rolled up to Red with a mechanical growl. In the driver's seat sat Aunt Mara, wearing a camo hat and oversized sunglasses. Despite her pink blouse and embroidered capris, she seemed ready to rumble. A duffel bag full of regular hunting gear like safety goggles and an orange visibility vest sat open in the back as if it were packed in a hurry. She cut the engine and looked at Red with a determined expression. Hey, I heard you've got hunting skills. Demons, monsters, that kind of thing. It's on my resume. Well, get in with me. I want to check out some of the weak spots in the wards around the estate. See where that beast could have gotten in. Your eyes will come in handy. Sure, Red replied, but it seemed like it appeared right in the rosebush, out of thin air. Yeah, Mara said, shifting into gear. But if it's a dog from the Great Hunt like they say, then it would have the ability to teleport over short distances, or move so fast people think it teleported. At least Glenn says so. There are a couple of places in the wards where the magic sigils on the fortified pillars have been wearing thin over the years. Where is Glenn? With Karen and the nerds in the library. I can't wait for them to cross reference lore. Come with me. Let's check the pillars out. Sure. Red climbed into the passenger seat, and Mara drove like she wanted a speeding ticket toward the estate's open gate. The family home had a gated yard, but the land it sat on was vast, sprawling over an entire hill that overlooked the village. As a kid, Red had loved exploring the grounds. She and her cousins would spend hours in the creek, hiking the trails and playing in the dirt. Mara steered them off the manicured grounds, through the gate, and onto one of Red's favorite trails leading into the woods that surrounded the house. Over the roar of the engine, Mara called out, "Can you tell me what you saw?" Veronica wasn't much of a help, and even if Tiffany didn't go to the hospital with the landscaper, she is nearsighted even with her Coke bottle glasses. Were there two Tiffany's in the family that Red didn't know about? The one she saw didn't have glasses. She needed a family tree printed out to keep these people straight. Mara yelled over the engine. "I know I'm more like Naomi Campbell than G.I. Jane, but I want to figure out if something else might be coming to attack the house." Red shouted back her version of the story of the first part of the attack. Mara handled the buggy with surprising skill. For someone who gave off a girly, high maintenance vibe, she didn't even blink when mud splattered her clothes or leaves tangled in her hair. As they passed a weathered stone pillar half hidden in the trees, she slowed down and interrupted Red's story. "Use your senses. What do you see?" It would have been an unusual request from most witches or coven members, but Mara didn't seem to have any magical abilities of her own. Maybe her third eye was too weak to trust. Red didn't comment on it. She just turned on her spirit gaze to examine the glowing protection runes on the stone pillar. The sigils seemed strong, no damage. "Let's roll on then," Mara said, driving on. "Okay, back to your tale." Red continued, breezing past the part where Junie had been attacked. She made it sound like the old woman had merely chased the Cusith off and needed a lie down, not that she'd had to be carried away. It wasn't clear why Karen didn't want that detail shared, but maybe she wanted to get ahead of any leaks to the outside world. Red figured something else was going on between the two sisters. She didn't want to get in the middle of it, even though she planned to keep an eye on the tension, just in case it spilled over into the rest of the family drama. When Red finally finished recounting her story, Mara was quiet. Then she nodded once and muttered, "Shit. I had a feeling something like this could happen to Junie, especially with that damn Grimoire Keeper ceremony coming up. People like to fight over that kind of thing." Red said nothing, just kept a sympathetic expression on her face, hoping Mara would keep talking. When her aunt didn't, she gently prompted, "It must be difficult for you, since Stephanie seems to be in the competition." "It's not a prize," Mara sighed. "And no, I don't want my Stephanie anywhere near this. This is not the kind of spotlight she needs to be in, no matter what Glenn says." Red mulled over how it seemed like no one in her aunt's little family unit besides Glenn wanted the grimoire for Stephanie. Did he just want his daughter to succeed, or did he want to be the power behind the throne? She held that observation to herself as her aunt drove them to examine other pillars. They passed by a few without a sign of any gaps in the magical fence. Mara brought the dune buggy to a full stop, shut off the engine, and stepped out. She motioned for Red to follow, then pointed to a pillar by a few beech trees. It blended in with the light gray bark of the beeches. "Come look at this. What do you think is going on with this pillar?" "Every once in a while, I get a feeling. Intuition, I guess. Whenever I've gone hiking here, this area has felt off. I've talked to Karen about it, but who knows?" Red stepped closer, peering at the pillar with her witch sight. The sigil on it was completely broken. There was still a lingering trace of magic, but the structure of the spell had been slashed apart, like someone had cut a hole in barbed wire fencing. She scanned ahead to another nearby pillar poking out from a patch of milkweed and pointed. "Yeah, that one's broken too." Mara shook her head. "This would be about the right size for the Q-Seath, wouldn't it?" Red nodded. "Yeah, big enough that damn near an elephant could come through. Whoever sent that thing our way, this would have been the perfect place to breach the land without triggering any of the alarms. Damn it, Mara muttered. Nobody listens to me. I told Karen. I even told Junie. But they don't take me seriously. Why not? Red imagined that the lack of magic could be a factor, but it seemed like Junie respected Mara more than Karen. She gave a dry laugh. Oh, I go blonde. I try to take care of myself. I like girly things, and I can't do magic. Of course, they're not going to care what I say. In this family, if you can't cast a spell, you're worth nothing. That doesn't seem very fair. It is what it is. She gestured for Red to get back in the dune buggy, already texting with her thumbs moving at a teenager's speed. When Mara noticed Red watching her, she smiled and said, Just letting Glenn know so he'll tell Karen. I'll leave out the I told you so. Red chuckled. Yeah, probably for the best. Mara smiled back, her expression softening. I feel bad you got here and haven't had even a little fun. First, you had to deal with Karen, who, considering how she felt about your mom, isn't exactly the warmest welcome. Then you had to talk to Junie. What do you mean? How Karen felt about my mom? I guess I should have said that better, Mara replied. I mean, I love Junie. She's my grandmother, but she's from a different generation. Maybe that's a cop-out since her sisters weren't like her. Maybe she's just her own kind of person. The way she ran the house when we were kids. She turned us into rivals. She believed in competition. Your mom was against Karen, me against Petunia. Did Abigail try to stop it? Mom tried, but she worked a lot on coven business with the Global Council, Mara said and sighed. Hell, there are still days I catch myself being mad at Petunia, and that's dumb. We were kids. She's dead. It's not her fault our grandmother turned us into her own version of the Hunger Games. That sounds like it was rough on you. Mara shrugged. Not just me. I don't know if it was quite like that between your mom and Karen, but I always figured that's why your mom left the family to travel the world as soon as she could. I had no idea, Red said softly. Her mom had never told her about any sibling rivalry. It would explain why Brooke didn't have the best relationship with her sisters, though. Mara waved a hand like brushing away a fly. Old family history. That's not what I wanted to say. Honestly, the opposite. I just wanted to say, it stinks that you haven't had any fun since you came back. Just doom and gloom. I was hoping for board games and maybe some wine. Mara chuckled, scratching at her head before pulling a bit of dried mud from her hair. You should come home to something better, like a party. We're still planning one tonight, if we can fix all this. What we found today should help. Mara smiled. Hey, have you ever driven one of these things? Something like it, Red said. Not quite this model, though. Well, hop in the front seat. I'll show you how to handle it, and then the best track's on this hill. Red grinned. They had delivered the most important information they had, and neither were invited to participate in the investigation or defenses. It wasn't like they had to rush back. Okay, let's do it. They sped off, tearing down the hill along the best dirt paths, laughing as the motor roared. They took a winding back route to the house, getting thoroughly muddy along the way. By the time they returned, both of them were smiling and covered in dust. Red had to hold back happy tears. This is exactly what I'd hoped for when I came back. She threw her arms around Mara and hugged her tightly. Thank you. I don't know. I've missed being part of a family for so long. This is what I was hoping it would feel like. Mara clapped her on the back. Don't worry about it. I don't know where you're staying, but if you need shampoo or anything, I've got some really good stuff from New York. Red smiled, grateful that she hadn't gotten any mud splattered on her clothes or hair. Quick thinking with her air magic kept her clean. No, I'm good. I packed everything. I'll just go to my Jeep and collect my stuff. What about you? I'm going to check in with Karen and see how Junie's doing, Mara replied. Stephanie just texted me. Glenn's left for a Green Life meeting at Lake Adeo. I guess that's why he hasn't messaged me back. He's such a company man. Red noted the disappointment in her aunt's tone. but didn't think offering sympathy would be appropriate or welcome. There was something tougher about her aunt than evident at first glance. I'll check in with her, too. Don't worry about it. You're the guest here. Go clean up. If you're hungry, go grab whatever you want from the kitchen. Junie isn't there to police the food. All right, Red said as she got out of the dune buggy next to her Jeep. She waved goodbye as her aunt drove away. Her smile dimmed as she looked at the hunter's kit in the back seat of the Jeep. There was a hole in the magical fence. What else might slither through it? Chapter 25. August 1st, late afternoon. Laurelwick, Pennsylvania, the St. James Estate. Red closed her Jeep door with her hip, then took a sip of a warm energy drink before adjusting her grip on her hunting kit. After a 5-hour car ride and everything else that had happened today, she needed a quick jolt. It wasn't healthy, satisfying, or even cold, but the spare energy drink had felt like a godsend when she spotted it in the Jeep's cup holder. It had to get her through until nightfall. She went through the back gate of the yard, feeling like she had just finished a work break. At least she could catch her breath on the long walk over the lawn. Soon enough, the jolt of caffeine put the pep back in her step. She had only been at the family estate for a little under 4 hours, but it felt like a week. And the off-roading with Aunt Mara had been the highlight of the day. She didn't expect another one until she found a real clue about her Grandma Abigail's whereabouts. So far, all she'd found was conflicting stories about family drama. At least she had a break in the mystery around Helena. Christoph had sent her a short message that he'd have his people searching the Foxfire Academy school records. Fingers crossed he'd find something soon. Despite the distance, she still felt his love for her. She wished she could hold him right now. He always knew how to keep her calm. Her anxiety inched up as she drew closer to the manor. A circle of cousins dominated the area around the rose bush. Aunt Karen led them in a ritual. The energy surged from the witches to loom over the house. Mara had already told them about the break in the mystical fence, so they must have that repair on the docket, too. Veronica stood on the patio by the sunroom, watching the proceedings with a grim expression. Hey, Red said, patting her shoulder before setting down her hunter's kit. How are you holding up? Fine, Veronica said, mouth twisting like it very much wasn't fine. My mom wants my power in reserve, but it feels frustrating to not help. I bet Karen just wants you to be safe. They have a lot on their plates, especially with the break in the fence that Mara and I found. You found what? Veronica furrowed her brow like it was brand new information to her. Yeah, Mara asked me to go off-roading with her to check the perimeter. I guess to have someone else's third eye on the case, Red said, slowing her speech as she sensed Veronica's confusion. Had Mara not passed on the info? She should have beaten Red to the yard. Glenn should have forwarded the text message, too. Or was Karen keeping that information close to the chest to keep the family calm? They weren't the most transparent bunch. Ever since Red had arrived, she'd been gathering her impressions of the family like dropped puzzle pieces. Too bad she didn't have a bigger picture to guide her as she tried to put it all together. It'd be easy to jump to conclusions, but she tried to stay a neutral observer. Vic had drilled that into her head. She'd follow his instructions for now. Red continued. She messaged Glenn so he could pass it along when we were on the hill. Oh, Mom probably just hasn't had a chance to tell me yet. Veronica nodded before clearing her throat. Red wanted to ask if Mara had rolled by already, but her cousin interrupted her thoughts. I know you haven't really had a chance to catch up with anyone yet, but it was nice how you tried to comfort Stephanie. She told me after she came back from the village. The subject change was abrupt, but Red rolled with it. I wanted to check in on her. I was kind of dragged away from everybody by Junie and your mom, and it seemed like people had scattered to the winds earlier. Don't worry about that, Veronica said. Earlier, everybody was just kind of napping or lying low or getting their rooms together before dinner and the festivities. You'll see everyone once we can just focus on the Lammas fun, so don't worry, you haven't missed out on opportunities to visit everybody and figure out what they're up to. Red sighed as social anxiety crept in. There are certainly a lot of folks. Are there more people here than at the cousins' lunch? I know it's probably a little overwhelming. Maybe a little bit of a break before talking to everyone would be a good thing. But yeah, you're not wrong about the abundance of relatives. I kind of came here expecting to check in on Grandma. I thought I'd come too early for any family reunion, but I guess I walked into the thick of things. Veronica laughed. This is not even the usual thick of things. Trust me when I say that you arrived on a freaky day. You'll see. Once everybody shows up for that damn grimoire thing, then we can settle down and get to the fun stuff. All the good food, that's the thing to really be here for. You'll see some of our Pittsburgh cousins. Now those girls can cook. Oh, really? Will I know the Pittsburgh crew on sight? I know it sounds like I've had amnesia and I can't get into it, but honest to God, it kind of feels like I have. And everyone looks so old, no offense. You're a spring chicken. But everyone is still a kid in my mind. It kind of makes it hard to know who's here or who I should expect. I know you don't have to explain this to me. I imagine this is all very strange. But yeah, remember those four very sweet girls who were always baking pies with their mom? They're second cousins. You can see them next to my mom in the sacred circle, Veronica said, discreetly pointing them out. Okay, Red said, recognizing her second cousin Carol, who made some memorable food back in the day. I remember pies. Now I look forward to them. Good. You should. This will be a very good time. I know with all the mayhem that seems far-fetched, but I swear. Red turned to Veronica. Can I ask you something? Off topic. Sure. When I appeared in the backyard talking to Glenn, you didn't seem super surprised. Like, did your mom tell you about me? Because I saw her in Wilmington and she told me not to come. Other people, like Glenn and some cousins, seemed shocked, a little suspicious when I arrived, which I get. But you kind of rolled with it. Veronica looked serious. Yes, she kind of did. She warned me that if I saw a very long lost cousin, someone I wouldn't expect, to tell her immediately. I mean, it's weird around here, but it must be really weird to see me. Veronica nodded. It was. Your funeral was really sad and I mourned. Yet, I had this feeling. This is going to sound strange, but it makes sense now. At the time, I remember my mom having these secret phone calls. She'd go off by herself, and honestly, I was a nosy little kid, so I always wanted to know what she was up to. And once or twice, I followed her. On the phone, she said the name Deli. You know, that little pet name she had for your mom? Red didn't know what to make of that new information. Her mom had kept in contact with someone in the coven? What else had she kept from Red? I kinda do. At first, I thought maybe she was talking about the city in India or something. But no, I don't know anyone else with that nickname. It made me wonder, was my mom still talking to yours? I didn't have any proof, nothing that said they're alive. But I had this feeling that if it was such a big secret, I couldn't spread it. I just kept it to myself. You never felt dead to me, just gone. It's not like my funeral had an open casket, or so I was told. I wasn't invited. There's been a lot of death in my family, like with my dad. Veronica nodded. I saw him in the coffin with my own eyes, and then we heard about your other grandparents. But when it happened, I didn't really think twice about not seeing a body. Maybe Abigail was just sick of seeing bodies. But hearing my mom say Deli on the phone, that's when I got suspicious. So yeah, I guess part of me always wondered when you and your mom would come home. I finally did. Veronica reached over, taking Red's hand gently in hers. And I'm so happy about that. I can only guess why you left. My mom said something about a curse, but she didn't go into detail. I wish she had. I don't know why we couldn't have broken it. Whatever it was, maybe we did. It's not like Abigail or Junie or my mom tell us everything they do. In fact, you could argue they don't tell us half the shit they should. Am I right? Red chuckled. Yeah, you're right. But the laughter faded as Red considered something else. So Brooke had still been in contact with Karen for sure, and probably Calliope. What a big fibber her mom had been. She had made it seem like they couldn't talk to anyone, but obviously she had. How long had they communicated with each other? Karen had mentioned she and her mom had been hidden really well, but it seemed like she didn't know Red had been kidnapped by Maxwell and Brooke had been killed in the fire. Did Karen and Great Aunt Calliope just think they'd gone even deeper underground? That must have really hurt them. Red remembered a detail from the Bard case files about the house fire that killed her mother. A mysterious elderly woman in a veil had come to the funeral without speaking to anyone. Had that been Calliope? She discreetly pointed toward Tiffany in the sacred circle and said what had been on her mind since she saw the other woman with Fred earlier today. Tiffany is back from the hospital. Doesn't she look like Aunt Petunia? Veronica put a finger to her lips. Shh. That's another family thing we don't talk about. You probably don't recognize my older sister. One day after college, Tiffany turned pretty. Does she ever wear glasses? Nope. Red frowned, trying to sort through all the secrets in her head. Her Aunt Petunia had died as an older teenager. She'd never met her. Squinting, she wondered if she was wrong, but when Tiffany had been standing close to Fred, she looked kind of like him. How is Fred? He's at the hospital, but will be fine. He'll have a scar for sure. Red shifted her glance away from Tiffany, feeling like a creeper, and realized that she wasn't the only peeper. Glenn was watching her and Veronica through a second-story window with Stephanie by his side. Why did he look at Red like he hated her? He'd liked her well enough at the Blood Summit, but not anymore since they were family? Red sighed before she turned to Veronica, asking, "Is it too early to drink?" "Oh, gods, no. Let's make an Aperol spritz." Red grabbed her hunter's kit and followed Veronica inside the sunroom and down a thin corridor that they always called the shortcut to snacks when they were kids. It ran parallel to the gallery hallway, created for servants to discreetly move around the manor house. As far as Red could remember, the manor hadn't any live-in housekeepers or cooks, but Abigail once told her that before the 1930s, there had been plenty. They passed the closed door to the grand dining room before reaching the open door to the spacious kitchen. The massive room had 2 fridges, not including the smaller beverage one with a glass front, an island counter that fit 2 sinks. A copper range hood glowed in the light over the industrial-sized oven. Red took one of the 6 stools on the far side of the island. She set her hunter's kit down, but kept it in easy reach. Veronica grabbed 2 cocktail glasses from a dishware cabinet painted a soft green like the cupboards over the wall counters. "It's a shame that you weren't around for my college years because I was a hell of a bartender. I was going to Bryn Mawr and working at an absolute dive in Philly that my mother still doesn't know about when Paris Hilton came in. Or I thought it was. Grab the Prosecco in the wine fridge and I'll tell you the best drag queen story." "I'm all ears," Red said as she hopped to obey. She was in stitches before Veronica had finished the drinks. They clinked glasses as her cousin settled into a stool next to her. "So, that drag queen fooled the cops into thinking it was a private party?" "Thank God, because none of us had real IDs." Red sipped her drink, savoring the expert cocktail. "You're a real bad girl." "Don't tell my mom." Veronica glanced toward the open door to the main hallway. Heavy footsteps echoed into the kitchen. "Do you hear that?" Stephanie burst into the kitchen, her blue dress fluttering behind her, with Glenn at her side. "Where is Aunt Karen?" Veronica glanced at Red before standing to face the newcomers. "Conducting a ritual to fix the warding. Why?" "My mom was attacked!" Veronica gasped. "What happened?" "We think it was a psychic attack," Stephanie started to say. Glenn pointed at Red and yelled, "This all started happening when she arrived." Red wanted to groan. She had finally had some fun and something else had to happen. Couldn't the universe let her finish a cocktail? Chapter 26. August 1st, late afternoon, Laurelwick, Pennsylvania, the St. James Estate. Glenn pointed an accusing finger at Red. Ramrod straight in a business suit, he narrowed his eyes at her like he was the prosecutor and she was on trial. "She's just here to start trouble." "Pardon?" Veronica said, one hand on her hip and an Aperol spritz in the other. Her incredulity filled the kitchen. She hasn't been alone since she got here. If it wasn't for her, a demon dog would have run down the kids. What are you talking about? Dad, Stephanie pleaded, red-faced with embarrassment. Relax. I will not be silenced. Red sipped her Aperol spritz before setting it on the island counter. No, I want to hear your theory. Veronica crossed her arms, glaring at her uncle. I'm all ears, too. This started when she arrived. No, actually, it started before in Wilmington. I saw her there on the day that Abigail went missing. At a vampire summit, he said the last part, as if it was the centerpiece of a murder case. She's probably been plotting to get the grimoire for years. Red stood from her stool. You were at the vampire conference selling timeshares or something. I was doing freelance magical security. Besides, I didn't even know you or Abigail would be in town when I signed on to that gig. I don't care about the grimoire. Liar. Red talked over him to throw the blame right back at him. What I find interesting is that a beast from Celtic folklore was summoned onto this property while a druid is in residence. Additionally, the hound knew where the grimoire was usually held. Not today, of course, because Junie moved it. So, how about that coincidence? Stephanie recoiled. Are you accusing my dad? Red didn't spare her cousin a glance. She kept her gaze locked on the druid. No, I'm just saying it is a bigger coincidence than my grandmother inviting me to a family reunion. Glenn sneered at her. Oh, because you have such a good relationship with Abigail? Yes, especially since we reconnected last spring. She wanted my help in Wilmington to investigate the death of her sister, Calliope, the same one who was refusing to accept a land buyout from Greenlife so they could build a pricey resort. Speaking of which, Mara mentioned that you're supposed to be at a Greenlife meeting near Foxfire Academy in New York. He adjusted his hunter green tie. A bead of sweat dripped down his temple onto his cheek. I delayed my business trip because of the current circumstances. If I wanted to attack Mara, I would have done it when we were in the forest checking on the sigil pillars. Instead, we had a delightful time catching up. Does she know that you're accusing her niece with this nonsense? No, she is in bed, resting. Red knew she had him on the outs. He thought she'd fold like a beach chair. What a fool. He obviously hadn't done any research on her like Junie had. She said coldly, Then maybe you should be with your wife. That should be the most important thing to you now. Veronica stepped between the two. Everyone cool down. Red, how about you take your bag and get settled in your room? Stephanie, let's go see your mom. Glenn, find my mom outside. Stephanie nodded, surprise fading from her face. She sent two uneasy glances at Red before leaving the room first. He stepped to Red, raising that same damn finger at her nose. I have my eye on you. You're going to get that finger out of my face, she said, picking up her Aperol spritz again and taking a leisurely sip. It would be easy to break her cocktail glass on his head. Veronica nodded urgently. I'd do it. She has knives. Glenn sneered again before turning on his heel and stiffly walking out of the kitchen and into the servants' hallway. Veronica released a long breath. All right, that was tense. Is that true about Great Aunt Calliope? Yes, when I was in Wilmington, I went to her property with her apprentice, and there were Greenlife representatives ready to negotiate a sale. Red finished her drink before setting it delicately on the counter. She didn't know if she should mention everything else that happened in Delaware. Veronica seemed trustworthy, but she might tell someone who wasn't. Thanks for the spritz. You should see what's up with Mara. I will. You go cool off in your room. I'm sorry about him. That's not the kind of welcome you should have today. No, but I didn't expect much. There is a reason my mom left. Not that I know it. I wish she was alive to tell me the details. But she told me enough that I have enemies here. That's not true. We're family, Veronica said earnestly. Red didn't want to argue. She had the feeling that Veronica was a little too experienced with family fights for this to be the first time. Of course, let me know if I can help with Mara. I'll just be in my room. I will. Red patted her on the shoulder as they left the kitchen for the grand corridor. Family photos lined their silent walk to the stairs. An oversized framed photo of Mara in the 1980s with some hair metal babes caught Red's eye. Mara gave smoldering eyes to the camera, while a striking olive-toned face of a teenage beauty half cropped out of the picture somehow still overshadowed the rest. That one had a supermodel's presence. Red said, "Is that from Mara's music video?" "Yes, I think she was in her 20s then. I wish my mom had a chance to do stuff like that when she was young," Veronica said wistfully before gesturing to Red to go up the stairs with her. "Come on, I have to hurry. Keep your door open in case I yell for you. Whatever happened with Mara can't be so serious that Glenn can dilly-dally with an argument, but I'd like your muscle on call anyway." "You got it," Red said. The two cousins climbed to the first landing of the staircase where Veronica left her to continue the ascent. Red touched her earrings, trying to draw strength from her connection with Kristoff. Her family didn't seem to trust her, and she knew some were lying, but at least she had his complete faith in her. It hurt to know that even vampires like Arno and Delilah respected her abilities more than her coven. She found her guest room and cleared a cloying teddy bear with a pink neck bow off the dresser top to make room for her hunter's kit. Thankfully, she had a spare outfit in it if she needed one. Her overnight bag was still in her Jeep in case she needed a quick getaway. "Hey, girl," Tess called from the open doorway with Bree by her side. "Was there yelling downstairs?" "Was it that loud?" "We were eavesdropping, accidentally, I swear. We wanted coffee. Then we heard the war brewing in there," Tess confessed in her Long Island accent, pronouncing coffee as coffee. Short, she barely reached her tall sister Bree's shoulder, but both had the same red curly mop of hair. She asked eagerly, "What happened? We mostly heard Uncle Glenn." Bree jerked her thumb over her shoulder. "We got White Claws in our room. Come on." "My other drink was interrupted, so why not?" Red said, more eager for gossip than she let on. Bree and Tess had been nosy since they were little, always quick with the dirt. Unlike Veronica, with her peacemaker routine, or Stephanie glued to Glenn, or Jacob dripping bitterness, these two were far enough from the mess to talk without an agenda, and close enough back on Long Island to have heard it all. For once, having a flock of cousins might actually work in her favor. Every guest room had a skeleton key left in the lock. Red twisted hers shut and yanked it free, slipping it into her pocket. Tess's curious look was all the opening she needed. People like Bree and Tess couldn't resist filling silence with secrets. All Red had to do was bait the hook. "Glenn wants to blame me for all the problems today. I'm not giving him a chance to go through my bag." "So, that's what happened?" Bree asked, shepherding Red into the large guest room with 2 beds and an ensuite bathroom. The two sisters were across the hall from her. Weirdly, a laundry hamper stood upside down over a teddy bear like a mini jail. A large coach purse lay on top of the hamper. Red pointed to the odd display. "What's up with that? Is it a teddy prison or an art installation?" "It's complicated, but you're the news of the day that I'm interested in," Bree replied, sitting on the bed. Tess opened a small cooler and tossed a mango White Claw to Red. "Tell us everything." Red cracked open her can before sitting on a puffy chair in the corner, facing the sisters on the bed, and ran through the highlights before ending with, "And then I told him to get his finger out of my face. What's his fucking deal? He's asked me about that damn grimoire like 3 times today." Bree lifted a hand tipped with long pink fingernails and rolled her eyes. "Of course he did. Okay, listen, he was buzzing around us with that same bullshit yesterday. We have a good thing going for us with our supernatural night nail salon where we can be moisturized and flourish in our own lane. We don't need that crapola." Tess tapped her can against her sister's. "Amen. Like, can I be real for a second? You practically come back from the dead and we all should just be happy. I've watched you today. You've been minding your business. But that's Uncle Glenn for you. He is like one of those overbearing stage moms when it comes to Stephanie." "Don't get me wrong," Bree interrupted. "She's a beautiful girl. We're happy that she had her butterfly moment. We're allies, yada yada, but let's be serious. He's just happy that he has a girl to be in the running for power." Tess leaned forward, excited to share more dirt. You remember my mama, Nora? Well, she teleported to the hospital when Mara gave birth to those twins. She said you've never seen a man less excited to have sons. I think he is confused and thinks this is Game of Thrones, but everyone knows that Junie won't give up that book unless you pry it from her dead talons. Besides, Aunt Karen would be the one. She's shoveled enough crap over the years. Red nodded. Yeah, I don't envy all that quality time with Junie. The sisters giggled before Tess asked coyly, Is the old woman okay? Karen waved away everyone's questions. Our mama is still stuck in traffic trying to get here, but she demanded a report. Red didn't know why Nora was driving when the older witch could teleport, but maybe she didn't want to waste the magical energy. I went up there to her workroom and she looked rough, but she's okay. Just 1,000,000 years old and drained from chasing off that devil hound. Karen didn't want my help in figuring out who summoned the thing. Summoned? The sisters shrieked at the same time. Yeah, it had a summoning mark on its ass. There is a hole in the wards on the hill. Security has gone downhill here, it seems. Red shrugged, sipping her white claw. It's why I offered to help. Tess wagged a long purple nail. Oh no, Aunt Karen is too uptight to let you do a thing, Bree added, and paranoid too. Not sure why. Tess continued with a glare at her sister for interrupting. That teddy bear in Hamper Jail. It's a nanny cam. She has one in all the guest rooms like one of those Airbnb creepers. A few months ago, I got something like that, but a plant, when someone kept stealing my damn Greek yogurts out of the work fridge. It was Sylvia, the dirty hoe, who only still works for us because she is a wizard at lash extensions, but that's beside the point. This same model is on that website. Bree nodded. It's like that movie Sliver around here. You know, the one with Sharon Stone and Billy Baldwin when he was cute. The landlord had all the cameras around the apartment building in the movie. It's like that. We put the purse on it so Karen can't use elemental magic to put that damn spy cam back into place. I thought she did fire and earth. Bree shook her head. The lady is a triple threat. She has a touch of the air element, too. Red took a sip of her white claw, trying to think of a reason for Karen not to have told her that. Was it intentional or an oversight? Tess shook her head sadly. It wasn't like this at the last reunion. Karen needs to eat more than almonds, Bree said, pursing her lips. She is the worst when she does these crash diets. Just get on Ozempic like a normal person. That's all I'm saying. Is that why she seems pissed at Mara? Red asked, thinking of the weird vibes between them when she first arrived. Those two wouldn't warm up to each other even if they were cremated together, Tess said dryly. Why would they? Bree asked. Mara is the favorite, even though Karen has to do everything around here. Junie didn't even give Karen a bigger suite, even though that chick is practically the housekeeper. The old lady is too cheap to have live-in help for this big house, even though we all know she's loaded. I think they have some random relatives who still live in the village to play maids once a week. But it's all Karen and Veronica, really. Only Jacob got to escape to his own house down the street. Red remembered that Karen mentioned the longtime residents, but she didn't know the specifics. Who lives here? Junie, of course. Abigail, Veronica, Karen, and Mara's crew, of course, Bree replied. No, Tess said. Stephanie has her own place in the city. New York, I mean. Remember her swanky pad in Manhattan? I think Mara somehow convinced Junie to pay for it. The goddess only knows how she got that cheapskate to pay for that and their other place in the village. You don't think that Glenn's sales job with the Druids can pay for all that and their vacation house in Maine? Bree nodded knowingly. Don't forget the jewelry store below their village apartment, too. Red thanked her lucky stars that she finally found the cousins to chat up about the family dirt. What about Tiffany? What is her deal? Also, can I say that she got pretty? What? Tess said, surprised, as Bree made an incredulous face. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong Tiffany. Or are there two? I'm thinking of the one who looks a lot like late Aunt Petunia. Oh! The sisters said at the same time, exchanging knowing glances. Bree nodded. Mom talked about that once with Karen, but swore us to secrecy when we overheard her. We see old Tiff differently than you. That's all I can say. Tess said cheerfully, "It's nice she's pretty to outsiders. Not that you're an outsider, but you get what I mean." Red really didn't get it. She took another drink, wondering if she should drink so fast on an empty stomach. All she'd had since noon was an energy drink. Vic had ensured that she had a decent tolerance when she was his intern, so she wasn't too worried. "Are you going to stonewall me about that like Veronica did?" "Oh, she wouldn't say a peep about that. She's too busy trying to get everyone to play nice together. Her mom would hate it," Tess said. "And we all know that Veronica does whatever her mom says, not Jacob. That white boy is sassy. I don't mean that in a gay way." "Sure," Red said, confused. "Not about Jacob's sexuality. He'd been a heartbreaker since they were kids." The sisters had been very candid before, so this cryptic act didn't suit them. Bree tapped her long nails on her white claw can. "You never wondered why Tiffany is so much older than Jacob and Veronica?" "And looks like Fred?" Tess asked with a giggle. Red raised an eyebrow. "Is that why Karen isn't married to what's-his-face anymore?" Bree barked out a laugh. "Did you have amnesia? You don't remember that epic divorce story? Former Uncle Vern probably still curses the St. James name." Um, Red actually did have a bout of amnesia, but she'd gotten past that. "No, Bree, I think that happened after she left." Tess put a hand to her chest. "Ooh, that was a big thing. I've never seen our grandma so mad at yours." Virgie, the goddess rest her soul, was ready to strike Mara down that day. "What happened?" A scream ripped through the house. Red jumped up and opened the door. Another scream echoed down the hall. It came from upstairs. She ran toward the commotion with the sisters on her heels. There wasn't time to grab her hunter's kit, so she hoped she didn't need it. They rushed up the stairs to the third-floor hallway. Blood spurted in a thin stream out of the third open door on the right. Bree gasped, "Oh shit, that's Aunt Mara's room." Had Mara been attacked by something not so psychic this time? Red summoned her magic as she jogged to the door. She prayed that her aunt was all right. Did the family curse come to finish someone off again? Chapter 27. August 1st, late afternoon, Laurelwick, Pennsylvania, the St. James Estate. Red ran into Mara's room and gasped. "Oh, God!" Mara was on the floor, writhing in a white sundress, choking on her own blood. Broken glass and blood glittered on the floor. A gaping hole in the bay window allowed the ritual chanting from the witch's circle on the back lawn. The smashed window immediately reminded Red of the one at Great Aunt Calliope's place. What had broken into the house? The image of the mystery photo delivered to her in Delaware flashed in her mind. Mara was in it. Was it actually a warning the twins were in danger? Late afternoon sunlight caught on the shards, momentarily distracting Red from the carnage. She quickly pulled herself together and rushed to her aunt's side, reaching out to help. As she activated her third eye, she caught a glimpse of a strange aura surrounding Mara, but it vanished as soon as she focused on it. Mara collapsed fully. Her eyelashes fluttered before her eyes closed. Blood stained her chin and white dress. "Are you okay? Oh my God!" Red knelt beside her and looked around, panicked. There were no other signs of magic in the room beyond a protection sigil on the ceiling. A fat lot of good that it had done. "What happened? All this blood ... Mara said weakly. "I don't know. I started coughing, so I wanted to get water in the bathroom, but before I could, I started coughing so bad. There was so much blood." Bree and Mila burst into the room. The sisters asked, "What happened?" Red replied breathlessly, "We need to get her checked out. I think it was a psychic attack. There was some kind of energy around her. I didn't recognize it. She needs real help from a mage doctor." Tess nodded. "Where's Jacob? He can patch her up before we ship her out." "I'm checking," Red said, rising to her feet and heading for the hallway. "Call an ambulance?" Bree crouched by Mara and took her hand. "I can get her to the hospital quicker. We just gotta lift her." "I can do that," Red said, "but maybe we should get her checked out by Jacob first, to make sure it's safe to move her." Tess said, "You watch her, Bree. Throw a punch if you have to." Red didn't think a fight would help. Maybe firewood if they found a hex bag around here. She hadn't sensed anything in the room, however. After running through security protocols at the Vampire Summit, she had fully practiced her witchy radar for bad mojo. The broken window didn't seem coincidental. It reminded her too much of the one at Calliope's house. Red and Tess jogged into the hallway and found Jacob, holding a black nursing bag with Stephanie and Veronica on the stairs. "What's going on?" Jacob asked. Red replied, "Mara's lost a lot of blood. She was—" Tess interrupted. "It's like the exorcist in there. I thought her head was going to spin all the way around." Veronica gasped and grabbed Stephanie's hand. They rushed into the room, with Jacob following at a calmer pace and holding his black nursing bag. He knelt beside Mara, dropping the bag by her feet before he opened her eyelid, not too gently, then snapped his fingers in front of her face. "Mara, are you with us? Can you move your neck or your feet?" Yes, she said weakly as he took her wrist to monitor her pulse. "I can move." Stephanie sat beside her mother tearfully. "Mom, what happened?" "I told Red. I don't know. You left with Veronica to find Jacob when Glenn went somewhere. I was alone. Then there was so much blood." Red pulled Tess and Bree aside. "Can one of you take the teddy bear from your room and bring it to the hospital to watch over Mara? We'll want a nanny cam in her room." Tess nodded. "Of course." Bree echoed the sentiment softly as she wrote a text message frantically on her phone. "I can't believe Mom is stuck in traffic when all of this is happening." Red spread her magical senses out again for one last sweep of the room. If something had hexed Mara, it would need either a hex bag in one of her personal spaces or a personal effect. It was harder for a mage to psychically attack someone with a lock of hair as a spell anchor, when there were so many protection spells actively being strengthened. The room was clean. Could there be a hex bag at Aunt Mara's jewelry store that she could have touched? Some had a delayed trigger. That would be the simpler and more discreet choice to avoid the wards around the family estate, unless the attacker was among them. "Hey," Red said, wincing from delivering even more bad news. "Shouldn't someone look for Glenn? I hope he just wandered to the kitchen or something, but considering the day, ... Veronica's eyes widened at Red's words. She nodded. "I'll go look for him." Jacob stood and wiped his hands on his pants like he desperately wanted to wash them. "I think she's safe to move. Her heart rate is fine. The pupils aren't dilated. Her aura is normal." Stephanie twisted her blue dress skirt in her hands nervously. "Does anyone know where Great-Grandpa's old wheelchair is?" "I can use my air magic to make a stretcher," Red offered. "That way we can lift her comfortably." Tess groaned. "This day is so traumatic." "We just have to take care of each other right now," Red said. Veronica nodded emphatically before she rushed from the room to look for their uncle. Jacob shrugged, disinterested. Stephanie looked like she was about to cry. Red knelt again beside Mara. "Okay, Aunt Mara, just relax. Don't fight me on this. I've done it before. You'll be totally fine." She visualized the stretcher carefully, ensuring it would be soft and stable, nothing like the harsh, rushed spell she'd used when moving Junie. Mara was still somewhat conscious, which made it all the more important to keep things gentle. Her aunt hovered, as if on an invisible plank to waist height. "Jacob," Red said, "come with me and keep an eye on her. Where is the elevator hidden on this floor?" He replied, "Behind the tapestry of the triple goddess." "Good. We'll take it to the ground floor. Bree, you'll want to get your car and meet us at the front door." "I'm off," Bree said, jogging out the door. "Tess," Red added, giving her a significant look, hoping she remembered the nanny cam. "Grab her purse and whatever else she needs." Tess saluted her. "Got it." Red levitated her aunt out of the room with Jacob behind her. At the threshold, he patted Stephanie's arm. "Sorry, kid." "Please take care of her," Stephanie said. "If she wakes up, tell her that I will come to the hospital once we find Dad." "Totally." "Good luck," Red said before guiding the air stretcher toward the elevator hidden behind the tapestry. The stretcher was easier to navigate than she thought. Mara seemed to have fallen into a faint. I hope she's okay. Jacob stared down his prominent nose at Mara, then checked her pulse again without enthusiasm. She'll be fine. Red noticed his lack of warmth, but didn't say anything. A figure appeared in the corner of her eye, walking down the hallway. Glenn. Where the hell had he come from? As she and Jacob waited for the elevator, she tried to not seem like she was eavesdropping. Stephanie marched over to her father, frustration boiling over. Dad, where were you? Mom was just attacked. She was bleeding. This was a physical manifestation of evil. Look at the floor by her bed. I was in the bathroom, then went to the kitchen, Glenn said, clearly flustered. Trying to find a supplement for her. Stephanie put her hands on her hips. It took that long? Well, I also had to stop and clean up something. I thought a bath would be good, so I was drawing water. Oh my God, Dad, that's not what she needed right now. She's going to the hospital. I'll take her, Glenn offered. She's not going to fit in your tiny sports car, Stephanie scoffed. They're putting her in Bree's SUV. Well, I'll follow behind then. Red didn't trust the sincerity in Glenn's voice, but said nothing as she and Jacob walked into the elevator. She held the door from closing. Do you need a lift, Stephanie? No, Dad and I are gathering Mom's stuff. We'll see her soon. Red gave her a thumbs up before allowing the elevator to close. She would have bet her Jeep that Glenn had been lying. Stephanie seemed close to hysterics. The stress of the day must have been too much for her. There was only one person who seemed unaffected. Jacob looked bored, even as he kept a hand on Mara's shoulder. Hell of a family reunion, Red commented dryly. He laughed. It's looking up. The elevator doors opened. As they stepped out, Tess caught up, her giant purse over one shoulder with a teddy bear's head poking out of it. Bree's already pulling the car around. Thanks, Red replied. I appreciate it. Okay, Jacob grumbled. Let's get her out there. They emerged through the front door just as Bree's massive SUV rolled up. She leaned out the window. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad I had this thing cleaned when I dropped the kids off with their dad for the weekend. Okay, get her in the back. There's plenty of room to lay her down flat. Tess opened the back door. Load her up. Red helped guide the stretcher. She murmured, It's okay, Mara. They'll take care of you. It's only 5 minutes to the hospital. Mara took Red's hand. Thank you. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come in. You're going to be all right, Mara. Red gave her hand a reassuring squeeze before slotting the invisible stretcher inside and lowering her aunt to the back seat's cushions. She closed the door with a wave. Tess, call ahead, she added, so they'll have a wheelchair ready. Of course, Tess said before hopping into the front seat. As the SUV pulled away, Red turned to Jacob. She arched her eyebrow. I'm glad you helped, but is she actually going to be okay? You didn't seem very present. Jacob rolled his eyes. Red, I did help. Mara's going to be fine. She's just dramatic. You know, probably trying to get attention. Red blinked. His disdain jarred her. That's not really nice? Jacob shrugged. You sound like Veronica. It's not that I don't care about patients in general. I just don't particularly care about that patient. Why? Jacob glanced sideways at her like he couldn't figure out if she was stupid or not. Because that hooker is the reason my parents' marriage fell apart. She slept with my dad, ruined my mom's life. Red froze. That added a whole new angle to whatever the hell was going on in this house today. She had suspected something like it, but the confirmation still stunned her. Oh, wow, I didn't know. No one talks about it, Jacob said flatly. My mom doesn't exactly go around telling people her twin sister's a homewrecker, and the worst part, it was... Before Red could respond, her phone rang. She checked the screen. It was Great Aunt Calliope's number. I want to hear the rest of this story, but give me a sec. This is from Aunt Callie's landline. He raised his eyebrows in shock. Great Aunt Callie? She's still dead, right? I think so. Red shrugged. She was walking proof that this family was full of surprises. Hey, what's up? Zell's voice crackled through the phone line. Red, I'm glad you convinced me to take your number. I need your help. I just found a druid manipulation charm by the front gate. It's powerful. It broke my protection amulet. I need help checking the property. Red frowned. She had seen one in action, but she played ignorant. A druid manipulation charm, what are they like? You know how old school love spells push you toward obsession so subtly that you think it's your own idea? It's that kind of compulsion. These fuckers are sly. They don't push you toward the main goal. They shove you toward the thing that will lead you to their outcome. Like the gold digger who wants the house and the boat, so she makes sure you cheat with a stripper to break the prenup. Her hands are clean and you look like shit in front of the judge. You get me? I can imagine, Red said. That kind of underhandedness made her rethink the affair that broke up Karen's marriage. She couldn't understand why Glenn would stick around Mara after that. However, if he had arranged the whole thing so he could fracture the coven and have a guilty wife who was easier to manipulate, then a little cuckolding would pay off in spades. Red frowned as she thought of Karen's little brain glitches. She had seen others under memory manipulation spells have similar effects. Had someone toyed with her memories? The manipulation charm used on the vampires at the summit had been nearly undetectable due to the other spells used on the hotel. A charm used at the St. James Manor could blend in with the other magics in the air. Do you think they have left other hexes for you, Zell? Oh, yeah. One time we thought they left something that made me throw up and cry my own blood. I had to get my truck specially detailed after that. Red glanced back at the house, wishing that she hadn't left Glenn out of her sight. What kind of manipulation charms and hexes did that druid have at his disposal? Zell, I'm not in town, but I can connect you with my boyfriend who can send a team to help you. You might not like vamps, but they've got a vested interest in keeping your land druid free. I doubt they want to pay to go skinny dipping. Fine, do your thing. Are you with the St. James Coven? Yep, having family fun, Red said dryly. Good luck. The only one I ever liked was Glenn Jr. You're swimming with sharks, Zell said before hanging up. How the hell had Zell met the late Glenn Jr.? Red opened her mouth to ask Jacob when Karen burst out the front door. Karen pointed to the front gate in a mild panic. She rubbed her hands compulsively like a nervous mouse. The caterers are going to be here soon. I didn't even think to cancel. Can someone direct them to the picnic area for our Lammas dinner? I'm still finishing up the ritual. Yeah, I help you, Mom, Jacob said with a sad yet fond look at his mother as she rushed back inside. We're still doing llamas? Red asked, not quite believing that the holiday would still go on as planned. You know my mom. She's always trying to make this family happy. Are you with me? Maybe, but I want to check on Stephanie first, Red said, jogging to the front door. Red didn't like how each new clue went back to Glenn. She pulled out her phone to text Kristoff a question about Glenn's rank and power within the Druids along with Zell's request. Manipulation charms would explain how Junie had looked on his little family so kindly, spending freely on them while having everyone think it was Mara's influence. It might even explain why Karen stuck around to be the house manager. Was Glenn trying to get revenge on an adulterous wife and steal her family's land to gain the approval of his bosses? It was a hell of a motive. If she was right, she was going to kick that guy's ass. Chapter 28. August 1st, early evening, Laurelwick, Pennsylvania, the St. James Estate. Red walked down the portrait hallway. The photographed and painted eyes of her family followed her every step. Each one had their own secrets. She twisted her heirloom ring on her finger, wondering what her mother knew. Would she finally discover the most important secrets tonight? Stephanie and Glenn huddled together in an argument at the foot of the stairs. She whispered in urgent tones. His scolding voice carried down the hall. You took one of those damn pills. You can't drive. Stephanie pointed at Red. She can give me a ride to the hospital. Red nodded, surprised to be put on the spot. Sure. Stephanie gestured toward the other end of the hallway toward the kitchen. Can we grab a water bottle before we go? Sure, I have my keys, so I'm ready to go whenever you want. Red walked past Glenn without a glance to catch up with Stephanie, who stomped loudly in the hall with her blue dress fluttering behind her. Are you okay? I'm fine. It's just been a stressful day. We've just got to focus on my mom. They walked down the hall, and as they passed the group photo of Mara and the other models in that hair metal video, Red tried to lighten the mood and pointed at the photo. I know how we can cheer up your mom at the hospital. We can remind Mara of her MTV days. It might cheer her up. It usually does. Just don't remind her of the girl on the left. She is still annoyed that Grandma didn't fully crop that one out of the picture. I think that girl stole her original part in the video. Mom always told me that one cast a spell to get the lead, Stephanie said before ducking into the kitchen and emerging with a pink bottle of sparkling water. Mom loves this stuff. She'll need some comfort for sure, Red said, but she didn't think that was their most pressing concern. I checked out her room, and I didn't feel a trace of a hex bag or curse in there. It's possible for someone to accidentally touch a hexed object, then not experience the hex until later. Think of it as a delayed trigger. Can you think of any place that she could have come across a hex? Maybe her jewelry store? It has a protection charm on it, Stephanie said, oddly guarded and wary. I think the shop was broken into and vandalized 2 weeks ago, so maybe it's possible, but that's a long delay. Not necessarily. Can we go search her store after we visit her? Maybe we can jog her memory at the hospital. Stephanie shook her head like the suggestion pained her. I'll ask the mage doctors at the hospital what they think before we jump to conclusions about delay triggers. Then I can search the store with my dad. Are you sure? I have lots of experience with mystical security. Stephanie smiled tightly as if she were trying to hide her annoyance. Listen, I appreciate it, but I can handle it. Besides, I don't actually need a ride there. I'm fine. The place is like 10 minutes away. My dad is just being overprotective like usual. Red nodded slowly, accepting the brush off. She had to remind herself that no one here understood her badass past as a demon hunter. And yet, it was weird that Stephanie didn't even think about delegating the jewelry store investigation to ensure it got done. If not Red, then someone else in the house. Most mage doctors would have recommended a quick sweep of a patient's personal spaces and belongings anyway. Sure, just let me know what I can do to help. I will. Thanks, Red. Bye. Good luck, she said before she trotted down the hall and disappeared. Glenn joined Red before sighing. She's driving, isn't she? Red shrugged. Try to catch her, I guess. He stomped off after his daughter. This family was weird, Red decided. She went off to rejoin Jacob, who at least had a normal person's reaction to things, except for his phase of wearing buckets on his head as a kid. Red discovered him on the back lawn in the middle of a flurry of caterers. Tables were being moved, buffet trays clamped shut and arranged with precision. She scanned the crowd for Aunt Karen, but only saw someone who might have been her in the distance talking to Cousin Tiffany. Then again, Red wasn't sure. There were so many Gingers at this family reunion, it was easy to lose track of one. It made her appreciate Aunt Mara's aggressively bleached blonde hair even more. Red waved at Jacob, who gave her a stressed smile. Hey, dude, how can I help? You look like you're sweating over here. He wiped his sweaty forehead. Yeah, my mom's usually the best with this kind of stuff. I think I've got everyone arranged, but I need someone to yell up the stairs to the guest rooms that dinner won't be ready for another 30 to 40 minutes. Just don't give them a reason. If you tell them why, they'll start asking questions. Just say you don't know. It'll be easier. Got it, Red said. I'll come right back. If you think of something else, let me know. She jogged into the house, cutting through a side door that led into the servants' hallway by the dining room. From there, she wandered into the guest hallway and called up the stairs. Dinner's gonna be late. Can anybody hear me? There was a pause before someone shouted back, Okay, I'll let everybody know up here. She ducked into the kitchen and grabbed a bottle of water for Jacob before heading back outside. Hey, Jake, what else do you need done? Here's some water if you don't need anything else. Oh, shit, yes. I definitely needed water. Thank you, he said, taking the bottle gratefully and taking a long drink. He pointed toward 3 bags under a tree. There's a little bit of trash that was bagged up over there. It's not heavy, just plastic wrapping. Can you put it in the garage where it'll be collected and sent off to the dump later on regular trash day? Okay, sure, she replied, turning toward the garage. As she walked, a realization struck her. The voice that had answered her from upstairs had been Stephanie's. When did Stephanie come back? Or had she never left to go see her mother in the first place? Lost in thought, Red reached the carriage house garage. Through a dusty window, she spotted someone moving near the trash, Glenn. He deposited a pink trash bag on the ground and stared at it for a moment before stuffing it into a plain grocery store bag crumpled in the corner by the bin. Why was he trying to hide the trash bag? It didn't seem like a case of necessary double bagging because the original bag had looked light, more than half empty. Red waited until Glenn exited through the back door of the garage before taking the long way around with her own trash. She placed her assigned trash bags into one of the large bins, then turned back to the pink bag Glenn had left behind. Rummaging through trash wasn't the grossest part of demon hunting, but it was on the list. Still, she might find something useful. Demon investigations often ended up in places less glamorous than libraries and shadowy forests. Just as she steeled herself for whatever might be inside the bathroom-style trash bag, her phone rang. Red quickly hid the pink bag behind a standing toolbox for later inspection, just in case someone wandered in and wondered why she was holding it, then answered her phone. Hey, what's up, babe? She walked out of the garage to the open driveway so she could see if anyone was eavesdropping. It was all clear besides a caterer carrying a bag of unshucked corn. She forced her shoulders to relax and took a deep breath. Thankfully, Kristoff's calm presence radiated through their mystic bond. My darling, Kristoff replied, how are you? Her shoulders relaxed at the sound of his voice. God, she wished he were here. In a whirlwind even before the caterers arrived. You? I'm rushing between meetings, but I had an update about Helena, the time-traveling girl in the photograph. Her real name was Araceli Jimenez. She was from Merida, Mexico, in the Yucatan Peninsula. Red kept her voice hushed, knowing he could hear her even if she whispered. You mean from the Jimenez Coven? They might as well have a permanent seat on the High Council of the Global Covens. They are also very wealthy, well-connected, and are sworn to protect a cursed cenote that supposedly leads to hell. They are guardians of another one of the backyards to hell, Red murmured to herself. It was something they shared with the St. James Coven. Just like your Aunt Calliope, Kristoff said grimly. It can't be a coincidence. It gets better, or worse, from another perspective. In the 1980s, Araceli was listed as a casualty when her ski cabin burned down during a vacation in Aspen, Colorado. The fire was described as an explosion just like the one that torched your house. She closed her eyes, trying not to imagine it. The spell that kidnapped her through time burned through a 3-bedroom, 2-story farmhouse in less than 30 minutes. A small ski cabin would have been obliterated by that spell. They were still able to find the bodies of a school friend and chaperone who were with her. No sign of Araceli. Little did they know that she was already stuck in the Victorian age. With me, Red said, mourning the poor girl. She had gotten more psychological scars than she could count, but she got out alive at least. Araceli had her magic stolen, then was turned into a zombie. That's what I thought, so I took the liberty of ordering my people to run some more facial recognition searches. Remember when we were on the trail of Maxwell and trying to discover any artifacts of his conspirators in your kidnapping? One arrived after you went to prison. My best archivist discovered an Atkinson Company's Revenant inventory, complete with photos, which she dutifully scanned for our convenience. I'll have the facial scanners determine if there was another time traveler among the zombies. You're the best, babe. I know. So are you. Even my brother said so, and he's stingy with praise. I wish I could sweet-talk you more, darling, but duty calls, he said, before a joking tone entered his voice. Try not to flirt with any of the caterers. Be safe, she said, making herself smile as Veronica jogged toward her with a wave. Red exchanged I love yous with Kristoff and hung up. Not for the first time here, she wished he had come with her, even if to just hold her hand while she faced the ghosts in her family tree. Veronica grinned at her. Was that your boyfriend? Yeah, I miss him, Red sighed. But he has to work this weekend. What's up? We're going to make corn dollies soon. Want to help me with the kids' craft table? Sure. Red tried to remember the last time she interacted with a human child. Great. I need to grab some more glitter in the house, but I'll meet you in the yard. Veronica gave her 2 thumbs up as she jogged backwards toward the house. Don't worry. It will be fun. I'm sure it will be a glitterific time, Red said, musing about how long the sparkles would stick to her. She didn't know how Veronica stayed so cheerful, but somehow the feeling was infectious. Maybe it would all work out. Maybe they would find that it was an outside conspiracy, and this was really just a nice family burdened by curses. Curses they could eventually break. Red walked from the garage toward the backyard, forgetting completely about Glenn and the trash bag as her mind swirled with Kristoff's update. It was clear that one of the time travel victims had been connected to her twin aunts. The trouble was knowing who was culpable and to what degree. She had a sinking feeling of suspicion that she would hate what she'd find out next. How could she bring up the subject of Araceli to either Aunt Karen or Aunt Mara? It would be strange to ask them about a dead classmate from 40 years ago, unless someone else like Calliope had already taken the time to investigate. Then the real culprit would know she was on to them. She stopped and flicked through her phone's gallery to the pictures of the maps she had taken in her great-aunt's workshop. Sure enough, there was a blue pin in Aspen, Colorado, in the color code signifying a house fire involving a witch. Maybe she could make it sound like she'd learned the name from snooping at Great-Aunt Calliope's house. Frowning, she reflected that someone had killed Calliope, and it might not have just been for her land, but for what she knew. Red returned to the cluster of catering activity on the lawn. Grills had been set up where a cluster of men stood examining meat with excitement as if they had hunted it themselves. A distant sigh from her second cousin Rufus carried over the dim. I should have set up my smoker here yesterday and made brisket ... At the center table were Aunt Karen and Uncle Glenn, laughing as he rubbed her shoulders. They were acting a little too chummy. From the beginning, Red had seen the two as suspects who had the most to gain from the curses, deaths, and disappearances that had plagued the family. She hadn't considered they could be accomplices. Chapter 29. August 1st, early evening. Laurelwick, Pennsylvania, the St. James Estate. Red and Veronica manned the children's craft table, though Red clung to it like a sailor gripping the mast in a tempest. The kids seemed ready to hop onto the chairs, the table, and each other at will. Her cousin hadn't taken no for an answer when Red tried to bail out of craft time. She was a demon hunter, not a nanny. The glitter Veronica had brought rained down more on the children than on the corn husk dolls they were supposed to be decorating. Her cousin didn't seem to mind, even though her yellow dress sparkled with a rainbow of glitter. Red had taken the job of assembling the corn husk dolls so the smaller kids could decorate them with glitter, buttons, ribbons, fuzzy pom-poms, and googly eyes. Folding the corn husks came easily. Her hands remembered the motions from countless llamas festivals during her youth. A silly part of her wanted to make one for Kristoff. She touched her earrings, hoping he could feel her mellowness and take comfort in it. Lammas, a traditional pagan Celtic harvest holiday, had been fully embraced by the St. James Coven. The picnic tables were covered in orange and brown tablecloths. Green and yellow streamers crisscrossed above, strung between decorated poles. Citronella tiki torches doubled as mosquito repellents and mood lighting. Though the sun hadn't yet set, the festive glow was already in full effect. Crafting like a kid during a long summer evening at her grandmother's estate stirred happy old memories. It was hard to believe that only this afternoon they had been attacked by a mystical beast. The bouquets of heather and myrtle adorning each table added to the nostalgia. Each bouquet was wrapped in ribbons, adorned with crystals, citrine, peridot, and tiger's eye, bringing a soothing energy to the scene, much like the drifting smoke from the grill. The barbecue had been commandeered by male cousins like Jacob and Rufus, a second cousin from Pittsburgh in a trucker hat that she vaguely remembered was an ace with water magic. Red hadn't had the chance to see exactly what they were cooking. The children demanded her full attention. If she turned her back for a moment, she'd end up with another pair of googly eyes stuck to her shirt. Still, her stomach rumbled at the scent of meat smoke in the air. She knew Lammas feasts well: barbecue, beer, and lots of bready carbs. And someone had mentioned blackberry pie. She thought she saw a few pies being carried in earlier, each one massive enough for a toddler to nap on. The peaceful atmosphere on the estate made it almost possible to forget everything she'd uncovered that day. But as a demon hunter, she knew better than to let her guard down, especially around children armed with glitter. Still, she decided to set her concerns aside for now. Veronica smiled and leaned toward her. Red, I bet you're hungry. I don't think you've eaten anything today. Go line up for food. I'll find someone to help me hold down the glitter fort. Red glanced at the crafting mess. The once tidy table of crafting supplies organized in plastic tubs and jars had become awash in sparkles and ribbons. I think we've made enough corn dollies for now. A chorus of tiny, whiny protests rose immediately. Fine, fine, Veronica said in a laughing surrender. We can keep going a little longer, but seriously, Red, go grab a plate. Thanks, Red said, standing up and picking the googly eyes and felty bits off her clothes. I'll do that. The buffet line was already forming. She noticed that the caterers were actually local cousins who ran a small catering business. They had just begun removing the lids from the serving trays when something zipped past Red's face. A cornhusk doll hovered in the air above her, then zoomed toward a boy in pool shorts. He caught it midair and laughed, immediately drawing a smiley face on it with a marker. Red marveled at him before asking Veronica, "Did he do that?" Veronica nodded. "Yeah, he's early for his talent to awaken, but he must be a quick study." "Really? Will the other kids start levitating stuff?" "Some parents put magical mittens on their kids," Veronica explained, "to keep them from using magic too early. But more people are going with teachable moments instead of the old ways." Red tilted her head, checking the kids' glue and glitter-covered hands. "Magical mittens?" Veronica chuckled. "Oh, you don't remember? It's kind of a cutesy way of saying a spell to throttle and limit a kid's full magical talent until they're mature enough to handle it. You don't really want a toddler running around who can start fires with their mind, you know what I mean?" Red nodded slowly, grateful that the kids hadn't started a magical fight over the markers and fabric scraps. "Okay, that really makes me realize how dangerous that craft table actually was." Veronica laughed. "Yeah, well, you did great. Nobody died, did they?" Red shook her head and mumbled under her breath, "Not today." She clapped Veronica on the shoulder and made her way toward the buffet table. Everything smelled fantastic. She tried not to eye the food too suspiciously, but a thought crept in. If someone, or something, was trying to take out members of the family, a poisoned buffet at a reunion would be a fast and efficient method. Bree and Tess approached her with matching cranky expressions. Red waved and met them halfway. "Hey, how'd it go at the hospital? Did you see Stephanie there?" Bree replied, "She was arriving just as we were leaving. We didn't get much of a chance to talk." Tess interrupted abruptly. "She said she wanted to be alone with her mother." Bree flipped her hair over her shoulder, her long nails catching the sunlight, the gesture sharp with unspoken judgment. "Yeah, so I figured since we weren't exactly wanted, we might as well go where the food's waiting for us." She sniffed toward the buffet, lifting her chin. "Which St. James did it? One of the local ones?" Red shrugged. "I think so. They're the ones with the catering company. From what Veronica told me, Karen likes to hire people in the family whenever she can." Bree nudged Tess. "Oh, look, it's Carol. Don't worry about the food, then." "Oh, good," Tess said. "Then it should be decent. I know you probably think I'm super judgmental, but what can I say? I'm a kitchen witch. I have high standards." Bree turned toward the tray of plates. Let's pick around, see what they've got. Red, have you eaten anything today? Red shook her head. I had a lukewarm energy drink for lunch. Tess put a hand to her chest in horror. Oh my God. They didn't even feed you? Good Lord. No wonder you didn't come to the last few reunions. Come on, let's make you a plate. Red leaned toward her and whispered, Tess, if you're a kitchen witch, can you tell if the food's been messed with? I mean, I'm a little worried. Something's already tried to kill us today. Tess laughed. I can tell. Don't worry. Whether it's a curse or E. coli, I'll know. Red exhaled in relief. They approached the buffet together. Tess pointed out her favorite dishes and gave commentary like a food critic. Bree made sure Red didn't hold back. Don't be shy. Oh my God, you haven't eaten all day and you drove here from Delaware. Fill your plate. How much magic did you use fighting that giant dog thing anyway? The best thing about Carol's cooking is that she makes sure it's extra fortified for witches to promote energy regeneration. After this, you'll feel like you could do a magical marathon. Okay, you don't have to tell me twice. Red followed the Long Island sisters to a free table and dug into her food with gusto. She hadn't realized how hungry she was until the first bite hit her tongue, then it felt like she hadn't eaten in a week. By the time Red had inhaled her meal, the other two women were only halfway through their plates. She sat back and wiped her mouth, an idea beginning to form. Did your mom, Nora, go to Foxfire Academy with my mom and her sisters? Tess nodded, while Bree said, Yes, we all did for at least a year. I think my mom went all 4 years with the twins. Red leaned in with a hushed voice. Could you text her if she remembers Araceli Jimenez and the tennis team? And what gossip was there? Just don't tell anyone else. Why? The sisters said, eyebrows raised in anticipation. I was investigating Great Aunt Calliope's place before I came here, and that name came up. I want to know why the old lady was interested. There might be a connection with how the Jimenez coven were guardians kind of like Calliope was. Did someone else die? Bree whispered before gasping. Does this have anything to do with Glenn Jr.? What do you mean? Glenn Jr. was going to be Calliope's apprentice, take over someday as well, you know, Tess said. My mom told us not to spread it around what old Callie was really doing, but we all know she wasn't just a grumpy lesbian hermit. I mean, she was, but also more. She was a lesbian? Bree asked, surprised. Tess rolled her eyes. Oh no, she was just such good friends with that lady Frankie that they were roommates for decades and adopted a kid together, like normal heterosexual people so often do, Bree. I had no idea. I thought she was one of those asexual folks that you hear more about these days. It makes sense now that I think about it. Red said, You two really are a fountain of information. Tess grinned. I'll grab us some White Claws, then really tell you some stories. As she left, Red admired the newly made bonfire beyond the picnic tables. She knew, but hadn't really thought about it, that Zell was a cousin too. This family seemed bigger every time she blinked. Bree elbowed her. Jacob is walking toward you like he's ready to take a swing at you. Shit, Red muttered, turning around. Jacob dropped into Tess's empty seat, aggressively glaring down his eagle nose at Red. He crossed his arms over his green shirt. Hushed and angry, he said, Veronica says you're a demon hunter. You're investigating the family, aren't you? Because of everything with Calliope and Granny Abigail, huh? Red prepared herself for defense. I just want... He interrupted. I'm in. Bree grinned. Me too. I've listened to a lot of true crime podcasts. I'm ready. Let's bust this case wide open. Red froze, uncertain if this helped her or would blow up in her face. Maybe she should have stayed at the kids' table. Chapter 30. August 1st, early evening, Laurelwick, Pennsylvania, the St. James Estate. Red took a White Claw from Tess with a nodded thanks. She still wasn't quite sure of this plan for Jacob, Tess, and Bree to help with the investigation. They were her cousins, but how much did she really know about them? A 15-year estrangement from this side of the family didn't exactly build trust. Not that she really trusted most people. She felt stuck because it had been less than a week since Great Aunt Calliope had been murdered, and nearly 24 hours since Grandma Abigail went missing in action. There wasn't a whole lot of time to bond or do trust falls. Jacob folded his arms over his chest. I told you I'm ready to join the investigation. What was your next move? She took a gulp of her drink. It probably would piss him off if she told him that her next move was to suss out if his mom was a killer and or kidnapper. She hadn't told them about all her visions or the mystery delivery that pointed toward the twins. You're not going to like it. I asked Tess and Bree to ferret out old dirt. Then I was going to search Mara's room again to find out which room she and her twins had when they were teens. He glared at her. You mean to investigate my mom too? Red lifted her hands up in surrender. I don't mean nothing by it, I swear. I get the feeling that this shit started long ago. Why? Jacob asked in annoyance at the same time as Tess and Bree, who just sounded intrigued. Because of what I saw at old Calliope's farmhouse. Maybe you and I can talk about this on our way to the rooms? Not in the middle of a family reunion where everyone can eavesdrop? Tess furrowed her brow, pouting. And what are Bree and I supposed to do? What you do best. Find the hot gossip. Or, well, in this case, the cold tea, Red said, shrugging as she thought of something else. And I wouldn't mind looking at a certain hospital room with that camera you planted. Do you know where the security room is? Jacob shot a shocked glance at the Long Island sisters. You know about the monitoring room? Bree rolled her eyes and clicked her long acrylic claws together. Of course, cuz. He shook his head as if he shouldn't have been surprised. The key code is 061986. Red blinked at the number. She guessed. That was your mom's high school graduation date, right? Yeah, so? Just another coincidence. Let's go. Act natural, she said, standing up with her beer. It'd be hard to tell him that it might be another clue that his mom might still be living in the past from her passwords or how she dealt with her old grievances. She spoke louder, but not unduly loud to Tess. We're going to smoke some trees and take a cousin walk. Be right back. Jacob sighed before he whispered, I get drug tested at work. I don't, she said, and led him from the barbecue area and the picnic tables toward the manor house. He opened the sliding glass door of the empty sunroom, and they walked silently inside, and then out into the grand hallway lined with family photos. So, there isn't anyone inside the house. No one can hear us. Are you going to give me the scoop? Red kept walking as she checked out the hallway with her third eye, only detecting the usual protection sigils. She spread out her witchy senses in case there was a lurking aura. They were truly alone. As they approached the small framed photo of Aunt Karen and Mara with their high school tennis team, she pointed out the pretty, petite Hispanic girl in the center. That girl died tragically before she graduated. For some reason, Great Aunt Calliope had that old case still on her radar and her work desk, along with other cold cases. I want to know why. Is that it? No. I accidentally did an ancestor channeling spell which led to some very weird visions. Like many family curses, this started in childhood. I'm not sure why I was shown what I was shown, but it must mean something. Let's start with Mara and Glenn's suite. You can't just leave it at that, Jacob said, exasperated. Red pointed to another picture on the wall of her mother, his mother, Aunt Mara, and their late Aunt Petunia as little girls in white dresses. She had seen the actual taking of this photo in the 1960s in her vision. An aura of evil had hung over one of the twins. She still wasn't sure if it was his mother or Aunt Mara, nor if it came from the little girl, or was an outside curse. On top of that, she also wasn't sure he wouldn't fuck up her investigation to save his mama. Do you know which twin is your mom in that picture? No, the photo is kind of blurry. My mom has a little mole under her eye, and Mara doesn't. Why? Because there was a curse hovering over one of them in my vision, and I don't know which one, Red said, skirting the truth. Jacob nodded as sadness overcame his expression. It must be my mom. She's been the doormat of this family for years. I think she was only happy at Foxfire Academy in her whole life. When she was a student? Maybe, but I'm thinking of when she was a teacher there and we lived on campus. He smiled and continued walking toward the staircase to the bedrooms on the upper floors. I don't remember that. You mostly visited here when it was summer break or on holidays. That's when we came too. She was next in line to be the headmistress, I think. We'd almost escaped from under Junie's thumb. Even Fred the groundskeeper came too. Mom poached him to work at the academy. I still don't know why he returned shortly after we did, but he's a good dude. Loyal to my mom. Red nodded, lowering her face as they climbed the stairs, as if concentrating on her footing. Really, she was trying to keep the judgments off her face. His older sister Tiffany looked a lot like Fred. She hadn't realized the deep connection to Foxfire Academy. It made her think again about Uncle Glenn and Aunt Karen working together. Why would Karen sell off the campus where she'd been so happy to land developers? What had brought her back home again in the first place? Jacob and Red reached Aunt Mara's suite on the third floor where she had so dramatically spewed blood like it was a scene in The Exorcist. A scan with her witchy senses didn't reveal anything besides the normal wards and sigils like before. Do you see anything with your spirit gaze? Spirit gaze? You talk like Grandma. Everyone under 75 calls it a third eye. And yes, the room is clear, just like before, Jacob said, smirking at her. I've been told that sometimes I have an old-fashioned diction. That's a story for another time. The place seemed cleaner than when they had carted Mara out earlier that day. A stained towel marked the spot where the blood had splattered the wooden floor, and a thick piece of cardboard covered the broken window. That was the only sign of the earlier disarray. Is it weird that someone made the bed? Red asked. I get why the broken glass was swept up, but why take out the trash and make the bed? There was a lot of mayhem today. Call me a slob, but if I didn't bother to do it when I got up, I certainly wouldn't do it if my wife went to the hospital. Maybe it was Stephanie. Hey, wait, how do you know the trash was taken out? I saw Glenn take a small pink trash bag to the garage bins. I hid it behind one of the standing toolboxes to dig through it, but then I got distracted by a phone call and an update. Jacob made a disbelieving face. I've never seen Uncle Glenn do a lick of housework in my life, and I lived here in the manor with that sleazy druid for years. Red chuckled. Not a Glenn fan, I see. Nope. I'm going to text Bree and ask her to find that trash bag. Go ahead, Red said as she ducked into the tidy bathroom and confirmed that Glenn hadn't replaced the trash bag in the small bin by the toilet. It backed up Jacob's opinion of the other guy's cleaning habits. Curiously, the bathtub was completely dry. Hadn't Glenn said he'd attempted to draw a bath for Mara? Another lie. What other falsehoods would she discover? The counter was bare, except for an impressive line of men's skincare. She opened the mirror to find only male hair care products, including some minoxidil to fight hair loss in the hidden shelf. That was odd. Mara contoured herself a full face of makeup like she was trying to look as different from her twin as she could. Her bleached hairstyle wasn't possible without some serious products. Where was her stuff? Red walked to the closet and found only menswear. Where does Mara keep her stuff? Jacob put his phone in his pocket. She turned her childhood room into a dressing room with costumes and wigs like she was Cher. You know how she does community dinner theater? She always brings her own wardrobe. Where? It's down the hall by my mom's old room, Jacob said, leading her out into the hallway. He stopped at an open door to a darkened room before flipping on the light switch inside. This is my mom's old room. Now it's her gym. He sounded oddly depressed about it. Spartan with white walls, only a modest flat-screen TV marked one wall. A few yoga mats were rolled up in one corner by a rack of dumbbells. Visible to the third eye, a sigil for health and beauty dominated the ceiling. Red opened the closet door to find it automatically turned on the lights to reveal standing mirrors on each side and a weight scale on the floor. Framed photos of skinny models from the 1990s were on the walls. Her dismayed reflection stared at herself, staring at Kate Moss. What fresh hell was this? She picked up a pocket notebook with a cardstock cover hidden under one of the mirrors. Dates and numbers. July 2nd, 49.2 kilograms. July 3rd, 49.19 kilograms. July 4th, 49.18 kilograms. filled the lined pages in tiny columns. The data went back a few months. It must be a weight tracker. Aunt Karen must have preferred kilograms because it made her feel smaller. Not that she needed the help. Jacob took the book from her angrily. Damn it, she said she had stopped this. She better not have stopped the therapy. How long has she been like this? Forever. She managed to not push her obsession onto us kids, but even you must see how small she is. Last spring, she seemed to be doing better. She'd gotten to a healthy weight. Then in the last couple of weeks, she started shrinking again. He rubbed his eyes, his expression falling into sorrow. Red held her tongue as anger surged through her. Just today, Great-Grandma Junie had taunted Karen about being a chubby child. What an old bitch. Jacob said, They say this kind of disordered eating can stem from someone feeling powerless and trying to take control of at least one area of their life. Pity rolled over Red. Why did Aunt Karen feel so powerless? She hovered her hands over the framed pictures, but didn't feel any trace of mystical energies. Aunt Karen was losing weight the hard way. This room was perfectly mundane and super depressing. Let's go, it's clear. Okay, he said sadly. His phone rang in his pocket. He checked the screen. It's my wife. I told her to take the baby and go home when that demon dog attacked. Give me a moment. Sure. She went out into the hallway to give him some privacy. The skunky smell of marijuana tickled her nose. It made her miss Vic suddenly. She followed her nose to a closed bedroom down the hall and opened the door. Popping her head inside, she squinted in the gloom of the ambient lighting to see Aunt Karen's petite silhouette on a balcony. This must have been her bedroom in the mansion. Neat as a pin, nothing was out of place in the minimalist gray bedroom, from the white king-sized bed to the wooden rocking chair in the corner with a gray pillow precisely centered on it. It wasn't a cheerful room, but the scattered pillars of rose quartz on the bedstand and bookshelf gave off calming vibrations. A small altar and sitting pillow along a wall held more soothing crystals. It must have been Karen's only sanctuary. Red joined her on the balcony. Karen puffed on a thin joint before glancing at her with a sigh and putting it out. She clutched something in her other hand. You caught me, trying to relax and discover my appetite. Jacob will fuss over me if I don't eat. If I'm anxious, then I really can't have a bite. After a day like this, we all could use a toke, Red said, shrugging. It's been rough on you, huh? This was supposed to be a perfect family reunion. You always try for perfection, huh? Someone must hold this family together. You're probably wondering where Junie is. I assume she is either napping or making a child cry somewhere. Karen giggled before it turned into uproarious laughter. Red grinned. She hadn't been that funny, but maybe it was the combination of the pot, or just the fact that she doubted anyone sassed Junie either to her face or behind her back. It was good to hear her aunt laugh for once. What else are you holding? Karen held out a wooden doll, a little bigger than her hand, intricately carved with leaves surrounding a wise face. The artisan must have been very skilled. It was the Green Man, a pagan figure symbolizing the cycle of nature. My grandfather made this for me. He said whenever I felt sad to hold it and feel brave again. Red reached out to the face, amazed by the skill. She hadn't met her great-grandfather. What kind of man was he? As her fingers touched the wood, her knees buckled and she dropped into a faint. Chapter 31. August 1st, early evening, Laurelwick, Pennsylvania, the St. James Estate. Sunshine dazzled her eyes, creating a warm haze over the spring-green lawn. Chirping birds serenaded her. Happiness lulled her as she leaned back in the porch rocking chair. Gray-haired and wizened, her father rested in his wheelchair. He looked almost as if sleeping. A little voice told her he wasn't her father, but she ignored it like the buzzing of the bees on the flowering rose bushes by the porch. A smiling red-headed child ran to her father. Her pink skirt fluttered around her as she twirled in excitement. "Grandpa, look what I can do!" He perked up. "Little Karenina, what is it, sweetie?" Karen knelt in the grass and waved her hands over the earth, her tiny voice pronouncing a Latin phrase with remarkable accuracy. Dandelions popped up under her palms. She grinned with glee. "See? I made the flowers grow." Father lifted his spectacles from his pocket and put them on. My word, you did, Karenina. Calliope. Look at this, he said, looking back at the porch. She realized that he meant her. Was she Calliope? No, that wasn't her name. Or was it? Lifting up from her chair, she walked to the porch rail for a better view of the flowers, mind too hazy to understand why she didn't recognize her own name. She was Calliope. That was right. Father smiled lovingly. This tot melded ceremonial and elemental magic. How did she even learn Latin? The little girl said with a child's eager pride. The groundskeeper said it to the roses, Grandpa. I remembered. He ruffled her hair before handing her a wrapped butterscotch from his brown cardigan pocket. You're a very clever girl, Karenina. Enjoy a sweet. I'm very proud of you. Karen bobbed into a small curtsy and took the candy. Thank you, Grandpa. I want to be a great witch like Grandma one day. Study hard and you might even be better. Calliope nodded and chimed in. I haven't seen a kindergartner this advanced before. The other twin, Mara, approached with a face more sour than a lemon. Her pink dress matched her sister, but her expression grew dark like a thunderstorm. She stomped over the dandelions. Her heel grounded them back into the soil. You made weeds. Calliope frowned. She had seen this kid's temper before, but Abigail hadn't believed her that this one was a brat. Father scolded, Now, Mara, that wasn't nice. Apologize to your... No, Grandpa, I want a sweet too, now. Sorry, my dear, but I only had one in my pocket. Mara glowered at the old man. A surge of magic crackled in her aura. Ugly like hate, it was powerful, too powerful for a child. He gasped, clutching his throat as he slumped in his wheelchair. Wheezing, he strained for breath as if it was being stolen from his lungs. His limbs jerked violently. He lurched sideways from his chair onto the grass. Karen cried, Stop, Mara! Mara only stared at her grandfather like he was another dandelion she decided to squish. White-hot anger flowed through Calliope, whipped along by fear. She summoned her magic. Would she have to use it on the child? Karen pushed the candy into her twin's hand. Here, take it. Mara snatched the butterscotch and ran into the tree line of the forest around the yard. Calliope rushed to her father and lifted him into the wheelchair. He held onto her arm, staring after the fleeing child. His voice came out in a worried whisper. Watch that one, Cal. She's a bad girl, Karen said sadly, looking between her grandfather and the crushed dandelions. She's more than that, Calliope said before the world snapped into darkness and she was red again. Red gasped, blinking up at the ceiling. Karen, now a gaunt-faced adult, and Jacob knelt at her side, staring down at her. He held her wrist as if checking her pulse. She asked, What happened? You fainted, Karen replied. No, what happened to your grandfather after Mara stole his breath? That day she crushed your dandelions. Shocked, Karen leaned back from her. How do you know about that? I just saw it. Red rose to her feet on trembling legs. She wasn't sure which ancestor was guiding her. Maybe it was a few of them, but it was clear what they wanted her to know now. Where is Mara's old room? Take me there. This way, Jacob said, a thread of fear in his voice. He guided her down the hallway to the room next to Karen's exercise room. He tried the doorknob. It's locked. Red summoned a column of air magic and blasted the door open. It slammed on the wall, bouncing back at her. She stopped it with the flat of her forearm. The door sagged on its hinges. She marched into the room, ignoring the surprised muttering behind her. Clothes racks lined the floral wallpapered walls. A vanity dominated the corner. The open closet hosted a bevy of wigs on mannequin heads. A quick scan with her third eye revealed protection sigils, but she wouldn't be satisfied until she searched every inch. Check the closet and the behind the racks, even the pockets of the clothing. What are we looking for? Jacob asked. I don't know, Red admitted before she eyed Karen. Even from a young age, you knew Mara was a bad girl, didn't you? Only your grandfather believed you. He tried to protect me, Karen said before holding her hand to her mouth like she'd be sick. And you've tried to protect the family ever since. How long has Mara been fighting against the magic mittens Calliope put on her? How did you know that? Just a guess, Red said. But she'd bet a fortune that Calliope had never stopped keeping an eye on Mara. Had she collected enough evidence to reveal Mara as a villain? Is that why she'd been killed? Red searched the vanity, opening drawers and pushing aside the cosmetic containers. Bending over, she checked the underside of the vanity's countertop. A few faded band stickers looked back at her. If we don't find anything here, we need to check the jewelry shop. What do you think we'll find? Karen asked. Red glared at her. Anger wrestled with desire to stay calm. She wasn't upset with Karen. The poor woman had probably been duped for years or worse by Mara. They had both been lied to by Brooke, and it could be the deaths of them today. My mother hadn't protected me from a curse. She'd protected me from the truth, that Aunt Mara was the curse. Oh, Jesus, Karen said quietly, her eyes wide like she couldn't believe that someone had finally said what she had sensed for years. Red couldn't imagine what Karen had gone through. It must have felt like the world had gaslighted her. Mara could be so charming and fun that strangers and acquaintances might never see her bad side. It's how she'd managed to fool them all. Her mask had obviously slipped more and more as she aged. Maybe it's why Calliope decided to act now. Damn it. The poor woman had died trying to expose the truth. Frustrated tears blurred Red's vision. Every time I begged my mom to explain, she'd let me believe in shadows instead of monsters in our family. And look at what's happening now. How much do we not know? Karen shivered, rubbing her arms. Guilt clouded her expression. Be kind to your mother. She pulled you out of here. You could say she did better than me. I stayed with my kids. Her phone buzzed in her pocket, slicing through the suffocating tension. She answered, Christoph? Oh, darling, I can feel your rage from here. Hopefully my news can help you. I think I found the second witch who was kidnapped with you. She was called Fatima by the necromancer, right? Red hadn't expected this twist. She'd been hoping for news of Abigail, someone who could finally explain what the hell was wrong with Aunt Mara. Yes, who was she really before she died? Jamila Hamsi. We're still finding out more, but we matched her face to a model active in... Was Jamila Hamsi in music videos in the 80s? Red asked. A startled gasp drew her attention back to her aunt. What is it, Karen? That's the girl Mara hated, isn't it? They were models together. She disappeared in the 1980s. I'm afraid she's long dead, Red said. The words tasted like ashes. It was another ghost for Mara's ledger. Had Brooke known, or had she learned too late, just like Red? After generations of silence, maybe they'd both been victims in the end. Christoph asked urgently, What's happening? Please, darling, tell me. Keep your people on alert for my Aunt Mara. It could get ugly tonight. I gotta go. I'm not sure if I'll have time to call until everything is over. Be safe. Don't take off your trackers. I put the ring on my great-grandma. Let me know if it leaves the house. Love you, Red said, dropping her head and rubbing her eyes. I love you too, he said as she hung up the phone. Through their mystical bond, she felt his devotion. Unfortunately, all he would feel from their bond was her anger, betrayal, and hate. A ball of dread grew in her stomach. As she opened her eyes, she stared at the floor, trying to get her bearings. She squinted at nearly invisible scratch marks on the floor by the vanity's legs. Someone had rubbed dark varnish on the marks, but the grooves remained. Jacob demanded, What does this mean? Red knelt by the vanity and touched the floor grooves. They were deeper than at first glance. There were matching ones by the back vanity legs. Someone has moved this vanity back and forth a lot. Help me move it, Jacob. They pulled the vanity back, scattering the hairspray cans and lipstick tubes on its surface. Directly behind the mirror was an oval-shaped patch of wallpaper lighter than the surrounding wall with a nail in the center as if something had been hanging there for years. Red hovered her hand over the blank space. A sickening aura lingered under her hand. Something dark and putrid. It was all too familiar. She couldn't be right. It couldn't be what she thought it was. Her mind thundered with Zell's words. Calliope told me she'd seen the signs of a high demon lord's manipulations. Red knew the name of one that Maxwell Baldacci served, Apollyon, the Destroyer. She pointed at the blank space where something foul had once polluted the house. Evil was here. Where did it go? Karen shook her head and held up a roughly carved wooden sigil. I don't know, but this cloaking sigil fell from the vanity. I've never seen one so powerful at this size. It's how she hid that vile thing, Red said, so mad she could spit. They had to get to Mara. Whether her aunt was tricked or a willing minion, she might be doing a high demon lord's bidding. Jacob's phone vibrated in his pocket. Shit, he said as he pulled it out and answered it. Before he could say anything, Bree yelled through the phone line, Where are you two? We searched that trash and found an empty blood bag. What the hell does that mean? He cursed. I knew the blood on Mara felt too cold to be fresh. It was a fake out. She wasn't cursed. Bree, go to the basement to find Junie. Keep watch over her. Don't let anyone, especially Mara, in there. What? Bree squawked before he hung up on her. Red sighed. We need eyes on Mara. Is she even still in the hospital? Where's Glenn? He helped her stage that scene and hid evidence. What else is he doing? Karen nodded, jogging to her bedroom. I have a camera on her in Fred's hospital rooms. I assume you made sure one of my teddy bears went with Mara. Red and Jacob followed her out into the hallway, but she rushed ahead into her bedroom and grabbed an iPad from her dresser. Red asked, Why are you spying on Fred? There's a reason why the Cuseath went for him first. Red asked, What do you know? Karen turned the tablet, swiping through the interface before showing them a security monitoring app. She tapped on a stream link labeled Hospital 2. A grainy video of Fred sleeping in his hospital bed popped up. Thank God, he's okay. Tiffany isn't with him, right, Mom? Jacob asked, before cursing when Tiffany walked into the camera's view with a bottle of water. Damn it, she went back to the hospital. Why is he in danger, Karen? Red demanded, frowning at both of them. You know something, don't you, Jacob? I swore never to say anything. Then let me guess, is there a reason why Tiffany looks so much like Fred? Karen gaped at her. You can see that, but she has a glamour. Maybe you included me in that glamour years ago, but you obviously updated it since I left town, right? Red crossed her arms. She had a feeling it must have been a powerful spell that could fool most people, but needed periodic refreshing. Her own mother had put a strong glamour on her once upon a time to protect her identity as a teenager. I can take shots in the dark about this, but it's quicker if you tell me. Jacob chewed on his lip nervously while his mother tapped the iPad screen urgently, bringing up a stream labeled Hospital 1. A video popped up of a hospital room with a figure sleeping on their side in bed, covered completely with a blanket. Karen murmured uncertainly, Maybe Mara is still sleeping. Red sighed when she realized they wouldn't spill the beans. She popped out with her most provocative guess. Is Tiffany your love child with Fred, Karen? Jacob grimaced, glancing at his mom. Karen scowled at her. No, I've never touched Fred. Red sneered, trying to be as obnoxious as possible to force a confession. How far would she need to push her aunt before the truth came out? She had another guess that she thought was right, but she wanted confirmation. So you carried him from here to the academy and back again because you're BFFs? Or did someone ask you to? Don't cop an attitude with me, Missy, Karen said in her most auntie voice. Jacob glanced helplessly between the women before he whispered, She's Petunia's kid. Karen snapped, Jacob! She's halfway there, Mom. Red nodded as another puzzle piece from one of her visions fell into place. Was Petunia the mysterious fourth figure in her vision in Wilmington? Had her late aunt been trying to protect her only child from beyond the grave? The family's ancestors seemed to be rising to guard the family now. Something big and evil must be around the corner. What was Mara planning? Fred was the boy that Petunia snuck out to see when she was a teen. My mom covered for her, but Mara found out. She was jealous, wasn't she? She always wanted everyone's attention, especially the boys, Karen admitted, nervously rubbing her thin hands together. They put the magical mittens on her again when she started casting love spells. Fred fought it off and told my mom. He loved Petunia too much for a love potion to stick. I don't think Mara ever forgave either of them for that. That's why I think she ... Red felt sick all of a sudden as she had another horrible guess. Did Petunia die in childbirth? No one would ever tell me exactly how she passed, only that she was sick. It was a few days afterwards. She ran off to Great Aunt Calliope's home before she started to show. I had gone off to college in Bryn Mawr and no one had seen me in months, so I pretended the baby was mine. Your mother helped me and Calliope with the glamour spell so Tiffany would look more like me. I didn't think Mara had anything to do with Petunia's death then. Calliope did, Red asserted. She always knew what kind of witch Mara was. Did Abigail know? Karen dropped her head, as if the weight of the family had finally become a burden she couldn't bear. She knew Mara had a difficult personality, so she had her go to therapists, take medications, get diagnosed, and it seemed like the solution for a long time. But they didn't take off the magic mittens. Red gritted her teeth. By that point, it seemed unnecessary to suppress her. Sometimes children can flare with power, then have it fade as they grow. She didn't seem to have much power. At Foxfire Academy, she bumbled through her spellwork and potions classes. She never could remember how to do a ritual. She found something with real power, Aunt Karen. It doesn't matter if she was an F student, Red said, suspecting that Mara was a better actress than anyone had noticed. Or maybe she had coaching from a dark source. Jacob, call Bree. We need to know if Junie is in fighting shape. I think Calliope was ready to reveal Mara, and now she's dead. We could be next now that we know the truth. The lights cut out, plunging the hallway and the bedrooms into darkness. An evil presence brushed against Red's aura. Thumping footsteps echoed in the corridor. The sound rushed toward them. Red shivered as she realized it was coming from above her. The lights burst on again. Stephanie skittered on the ceiling in a torn blue dress. Her long limbs moved unnaturally like a hunting spider. She stared at them with completely black and unblinking eyes. A foreign evil suffused her aura. Hissing, she lunged to attack. Chapter 32. August 1st, evening. Laurelwick, Pennsylvania, the St. James Estate, Stephanie hissed. Her black eyes turned a glowing crimson as evil pulsed from her aura. Red dipped down to grab the knife from her ankle holster. She summoned her magic at the same time. If her cousin wanted a fight, she'd give Stephanie one. Jacob gaped at his cousin on the ceiling, seemingly frozen in shock. Stephanie leapt down on him. Shadows covered her hands. Her fingernails transformed into claws. She slashed at his chest. Red knocked into her before Stephanie could touch him. Channeling air magic, she pinned Mara's daughter to the wall. A band of solidified air wrapped around Stephanie's torso. Red raised her knife. "Don't kill her," Karen yelled. "She's possessed." "I know. I wasn't going to kill her. Just rough her up a bit." Stephanie screeched like a rabid animal, struggling against the invisible bonds. Red fortified her magic while gritting her teeth. Damn it, she needed her hunting kit. "I'll hold her while you get the demon out." Karen ran into her bedroom and came out with holy water and sage. She tossed the herb bundle to Jacob before splashing her niece with the water. The Latin chant rolled off her tongue with fluid ease. Her son lit the sage, recovering his senses, but his pale face hadn't lost the tinge of fear. Stephanie flailed her arms and kicked her legs, screaming. Red echoed Karen's Latin chant. It was a Christian exorcism, but she'd done it plenty of times with Vic. She held an image in her mind of her friend's complete faith. They would need it. She hadn't seen a person so taken over by evil in a long time. Karen restarted the prayer. Sweat dripped down her face. The blackness slowly left Stephanie's eyes. She fell limp in her bonds. The evil didn't leave her aura until they repeated the exorcism again. Finally, the malignancy disappeared from the air. "You can let her go, Red," Karen said. "I think we should tie her up." "Red," her aunt said in a single word warning. Sighing, Red obeyed, but kept her magic close to seal the other woman in a magic cage if necessary. Her heirloom ring helped her focus her power and keep from overextending herself. Stephanie slumped to the ground. Her head bobbed as she blinked up at them in a daze. My mom. You have to stop. My mom. She is crazy, Red snapped. Yeah, we know. Where is she? I don't know, Stephanie cried. Tears streamed down her face. I was at the hospital, and we argued because I had found it at her shop. I told her to burn it. Then I blacked out. Red knelt beside Stephanie and shook her roughly by the shoulders. A cord of anger twisted inside her. Somehow she already knew what Stephanie had found. Goddess. She wished to be wrong. Was it a wooden mask? Jacob pulled Red away. Stop it! What's wrong with you? She knew, Red gritted out, heat rising behind her eyes. She blinked away angry tears. Crying, Stephanie nodded. She pulled out a phone from her pocket. Yes, it was. I took a picture of the altar. It was horrible. Evil. I couldn't believe that it was in her basement. Red shivered with rage even as she forced herself to be patient as her cousin fumbled with her phone. Even at a distance and an angle, she recognized the picture of the mask on the screen. Maxwell had the same demon totem on the wall in his diabolical workshop. A cold sweat shuddered through her body. That evil stain in Mara's room was so familiar. It was a feeling that Red would never forget, could never forget. It was a harbinger to the darkest period of her life. The betrayal stabbed her in the gut. Stephanie showed them the phone screen with the mask, then swiped to show the grisly altar with a skull in the center. I'm sorry, I tried. Red spit out. That's why you didn't want me to search her jewelry shop. You knew I would find that shit. I thought I could make her stop. At first I thought it might have been Dad's. I don't know. They've both been so weird. He wanted me to be the grimoire keeper, and I guess I never actually knew what she wanted. She wanted my mom dead, and she got it. Jacob caught Red as she lunged forward and threw her back. Fucking hell, what are you doing? Red stopped her fall with her palms. Her magic rushed to her, begging to unleash her rageful whims. Breathing heavily, she tried to beat back her atomic fury before it clouded her mind. How could she even explain to them what this all meant to her? Her history was bloody and complicated even before she mentioned time travel. Maxwell and a cabal had kidnapped her, Araceli Jimenez and Jamila Hamzi, to steal their magic. For years, Red had unraveled the plot and the players in the conspiracy, but she had never figured out who one mystery figure was. The person who had been on the other end of the timeline. The one who had picked the girls. After she had picked off Maxwell's allies, she thought this chapter of her life had closed. Her theory had been Maxwell conferred with his past and present selves. He had enough magical relics that perhaps he had a mirror to see into the future. Now she knew it was her own fucking aunt. Maxwell and Mara worshipped the same high demon lord. Was it Apollyon the Destroyer? Whoever it was, the high demon must have spurred her to action once the stars and planets aligned for Lammas. These dark beings were said to be closer to gods than the minor demonlings that roamed Earth. Time and space were no barrier to their power, even if they couldn't manifest in this dimension. Other men and monsters were simple playthings to them, some legends said. They could wait millennia for a scheme to unfold. What if one had brought a warlock with a grudge against the St. James witches and the most unhinged witch in the coven together to weaken the guardians of different portals to hell? She was going to kill Mara, slowly, carefully, painfully. Mom, Jacob said, eyeing Red with concern. I think she is hyperventilating. Stephanie scooted along the wall, away from her. Is she going to kill me? Karen knelt beside Red and patted her shoulder gingerly like she was afraid her niece would bite. Breathe normally. No, Stephanie, Red said, a deadly calm in her voice. I'm not going to hurt you. Stephanie blanched even paler. Jacob gulped and helped her up, holding her like he needed the comfort too. He said, Now I'm scared. Karen put a firm hand on Red's shoulder. Talk to me, honey. I told you how a warlock killed my mother, Red said, looking beyond Karen into the distance. Too many terrible memories flashed in her mind's eye. Her torturous past roared in her ears. It was Mara who pointed us out to him. She sent Jamila and Araceli to the slaughterhouse, too. I would have died, too, if not for chance. After what happened to me afterwards, I almost wished I had died with them. Grandma did a spell to ease my memories, heal my mind, but I never totally forgot what those jackals did to me in that hell, the place that Mara sent me to. Painful understanding flashed across Karen's face. That's why Calliope and I couldn't sense you and Brooke anymore. I was too far away, Red whispered. She gritted her teeth until it hurt. Your little sister was burned alive in a house fire. Jacob gasped. Fuck, why? Why did she do it? I didn't know, Karen said, a sob escaping her. Red rose to her feet. Concentrating, she reached out with her power to the hunter's kit in her room. A distant thud echoed from downstairs. The duffel bag of hunting supplies flew to her. She grabbed it with one hand. I'm going for her. No one gets in my way. Stunned silence answered her demand. An elevator opened with a gentle ding in the hallway. Stephanie jumped, shrieking at the interruption. Bree stuck her head out, her brow furrowed when she spotted them. Jesus, what happened to you guys? Forget it. Junie is missing from the basement and shit is going down in the backyard. Red ran inside the elevator and jabbed the button for the ground floor. She didn't hold the door for the others. It closed in Jacob and Karen's faces. Bree stared at her up and down. Okay. You know you're creeping me out, right? Red creeped herself out right now. Right. So, my mom got back to me, and apparently Aunt Mara didn't like Araceli because I guess that other girl was like the tennis champ queen or something. So fucking petty, Red muttered, shaking her head as she unzipped her duffel for easier access. At least when Maxwell tried to kill me, he thought he had a good reason for it. He thought he was saving the world. Don't get me wrong, he's a villain, but he had a higher purpose for his bullshit. Who? What? Red shrugged again. How did she explain that a high demon probably put false apocalyptic visions in a warlock's head to convince him to take down the St. James family? It was a twisted spiral through time that only a high demon lord would manipulate. You missed a lot of shit upstairs, Bree. I guess so. You'll want to evacuate the family. I'm going to fuck up Aunt Mara. It'll be a mess, Red said as the elevator opened. She ran out before Bree could answer. Shit! Bree's exclamation echoed behind her. Red rushed into the sunroom and out the shattered sliding glass door into the yard. Damn it! Her aunt had already made a play. Was it because the demon lord asked her to, or because she knew the jig was up? Her coven huddled by the house, clutching each other in fearful clumps. Their magic glowed in their auras. The hot warning glow of fire washed over her. The heat paled beside her own anger. A tower of flaming picnic tables and chairs burned where the party had been. Mara hovered over the giant bonfire in a flowing black dress like she was ready for their funerals. Her bleached blonde hair streamed around her joyful face. The demon mask hung around her neck. Red dropped her open duffel bag and called an axe into her hand. It was time for this bitch to suffer. Chapter 33. August 1st, evening, Laurelwick, Pennsylvania, the St. James Estate. Red strode toward the blaze. Her fury was hotter. Every vein in her body seemed to boil with hate. The heirloom ring on her finger vibrated as if eager to fight. Mara would pay for what she'd done. The orange glow of the giant bonfire cast a hellish hue over the lawn. Mara giggled as she hovered over the destruction. Her dark dress made her seem like a malignant raven swooping overhead. The fun wine ant act had fallen. A wooden mask hung around her neck, and its ruby eyes glittered. She pointed at her shocked relatives huddled together by the manor wall. This is your harvest. You think that you can cross my warding? None of you can escape what's coming to you. Neither can you, Red yelled out. She switched on her third eye. Demon darkness swirled around her aunt. That amount of dark power humming through her veins would make most witches act wild and impulsive. Mara already had 5 pounds of crazy in a 1 pound bag. Red had to use that instability to her advantage. Mara gestured to the unconscious crone at the foot of the fire. You think I won't kill Junie? Junie lay so close to the flames that her skin was pink from the heat. So her aunt took a hostage to cow the rest of the family? She had no idea who she was dealing with now. Red scoffed. I don't give a shit. Do it. Mara boggled at her. What? I will. That old bag coddled your psychopathic ass for too long. Red didn't wait for a reply. She launched her axe, propelling it on a jet of air, straight for Mara's stomach. A gut wound hurt like hell. It was time for her murderous ambitions to crash land. They'd bag and tag her for old-fashioned coven justice. Red wasn't gunning for a quick death for this miserable psycho. She wanted her to suffer. Her aunt dodged, barely avoiding the axe head. The blade sliced her on the side. She cried out, Ow! What the hell? Red grinned as Mara's dripping blood crackled in the fire. This was the fight she had wanted for years. It felt like justice to use her mother's ring against the relative who had betrayed them both. Mara slammed her fist down, sending magic into the fire. The energy beamed toward Junie on the ground. A spurt of conscience forced Red's hand. She summoned her air magic. Quicker than Mara, she tugged Junie out of the way. She sent her great-grandmother flying toward the house in a gentle arc. A scramble of relatives caught the old witch. It was more than Junie deserved. Red wasn't a bad guy, but she wasn't feeling overly charitable now. Revenge pushed her more delicate emotions aside. See, you do care, Mara said triumphantly, swooping down the ridge of the fire like a surfer on a wave. I don't want anyone to interrupt us, Red said with deadly certainty. I know what you did to my mom. Mara chewed her lip and shook her head. I didn't do anything, but she did. She bullied me, trying to steal my husband. You should have seen him flirt with her. Sure, and Araceli Jimenez stole your tennis trophy. Cheaters and thieves so often projected their crimes on others. Accusations were like their confessions. Red silently summoned a set of draggers from her bag. Anger whipped up her power. The air seemed to beg for her to wield it like a sword. The fire whispered lovingly to her. She felt the water in the pool behind the house. Even the earth rumbled for her. Every element called to her. She'd never felt so powerful. Araceli cheated every chance she got. She really did. You don't understand. I was the best player on the team. I could have gone to the Olympics. Then Jamila Hamzi stole your place in the music video. You had to get rid of her too. That's not how it went. I was the best dancer at the modeling agency in Los Angeles, Mara pouted. I tried to be her friend. She stabbed me in the back and slept with the lead singer to be the video vixen. Everyone is just out to get you, Auntie. Red smirked mockingly before rocketing the daggers at the mask around Mara's neck. Was it the source of her power? The other witch dived and cleanly avoided the blades. She drew a fireball from the flames and shot it at her niece. And now you're picking on me too. Red grabbed the fireball, forcing it to her will, and lobbed it back. She tried to coax more fireballs from the inferno, but it resisted her. What did Stephanie do to you? Why did you put that demon in her? I would have given her the stupid grimoire. She just had to go poking around my things. I told her it was dangerous. It was her own fault, Mara shouted. The flames roared even higher under her. Veronica, her sundress charred as if she already tried to intervene in the conflict, yelled from the sidelines and pointed behind the fire. Red, stop pissing her off. She has the kids hostage. Mara crossed her arms. I'm not a monster. They will be fine if everyone stops picking on me. A chill cut through Red's hot anger. She ran halfway around the edge of the fire to where her cousin pointed. The bigger fire obscured a ring of flames around a cluster of crying kids holding each other. They had been so rambunctious and joyful when she had crafted with them earlier. Red had found them intimidating but super cute. She couldn't let anything happen to them. The poor things must be traumatized already. Their tears reflected the inferno. The precocious little boy who had sent his corn dollies flying earlier lay sprawled on the ground by the others. He must have tried to fight back. His little chest rose and fell with the telltale sign of life. Red's anger returned in full force. She pressed the center of her rosebud pendant necklace that Kristoff had given her in Wilmington to summon backup. A team of speedy-souled vampires could rescue the kids if she failed. Those innocent little faces put this fight into perspective. If she pushed this narcissist too far, the collateral damage could be unthinkable. Let them go, Mara. This is between you and me. Red, I barely know you. That one statement hit like a kick in the chest. At least Maxwell had treated their grudge match as a real grudge. It made her even more angry that even an evil warlock had treated her with more respect than her own aunt did. Did this witch think she could brush Red aside like an afterthought? They had spent summers swimming, barbecuing, and off-roading together. Mara had been the fun one, the one who had taught them how to put on makeup. She had loved her aunt, yet Mara had still sentenced her to a decade in hell. Did you even know what happened to me and my mom? You really need to let the past go. Red could have clawed that bitch's eyes out. She reached deep for her magic. You're going to learn today. You're the reason she died. You're the reason why we had to run away. You did it all. Shut up, I'm your aunt and you'll listen to me, Mara shrieked, eyes narrowing with frustration. She glanced at the other relatives like they were an audience in a play that had gone off script. Obviously, she'd gotten her way so often she didn't know how to deal with some pushback. The circle of fire around the kids rose higher. She spat out, "They'll end up like my stupid sister if you don't." Mara gasped at her words as if she hadn't meant to say that part aloud. Then you do know, Red whispered. A part of her had wondered if maybe Mara hadn't known what happened when she vented her grievances to Maxwell's demon lord. That fragile hope shattered. Her magic leapt to be used. It was time to get rid of her aunt's leverage. Red threw a fireball at Mara's demon mask to distract her. This is between us! Her aunt threw herself out of the fireball's path with a screech. Not the mask! Red called to an element that had never been her ally. Tonight it came to her like a devoted champion. She summoned the water from the pool in the side yard. A thick stream raged like a river around the house and circled the fiery cage around the children. The water smothered the flames. Run! She ordered the kids. The children screamed and bolted like startled deer to their parents. An older teenager carried the unconscious boy. The fire illuminated the fear on their small faces. Hey, this isn't how it's supposed to go, Mara yelled. Waves of fire rolled off the inferno toward the kids. A wall of earth jumped to meet the flames in a clash. Karen's voice rose over the din. Mara, stop this. Red ran around the giant bonfire to see her other aunt side by side with Jacob and Veronica. Each glowed with earth energy. Their power created a mighty barrier against the flames. Matching resolve marked their expressions. The cousins and kids rushed into the house with Bree and Tess urging them inside. Power surged through the house wards like the full coven threw its weight behind it. Green lightning zigzagged over the manor. A mighty shield went over the family home. Red sighed in relief. They were finally safe there. If someone could wake up Junie, then they could really make it a true fortress. She summoned another stream of water to put out the fire. The inferno roared and grew, turning the water into a hot cloud. Damn it. Her aunt's magic protected her infernal flames. Red needed a new strategy. Karen shook the ground as she took the yard under her command. She said with quiet finality, This ends now, Mara. I'm just getting started. This is my harvest, the big Lammas feast. You have no idea what they promised me. I'll finally get what I deserve. Fearful worry flashed across Karen's face. Behind her, Stephanie rushed out of the sunroom in her tattered dress and yelled, What did they promise you, Mom? Everything! Red yelled, Run! She'll take down the house if she can. Mara groaned and whipped around in midair toward Red. Geez, can you butt out? She glanced at her sister and jerked her thumb toward their niece. This one is obsessed with me. Come down, Mara, Karen said, her practiced patience fraying around the edges. I like it up here. I've got the best view. Jacob called out, We can bring you down and make you pay for this, you old Botoxed hag. Hag! Mara's expression darkened. A whip of fire slammed into Jacob, thumping him against the house. Her arm shot out like a conductor directing an orchestra's crescendo. Another streak of fire slapped Veronica backwards onto her brother. Keep your spawn in line, Karenina. Don't touch my kids, Karen said, and a pillar of earth rose like a hammer to slam down on the bonfire. Like Tiffany? Mara said, her voice filled with a brat's false cheerfulness as they pulled a mean prank. Karen and her earth hammer froze. What about Tiff? You won't like what will happen to that little bastard if you get in my way. Or Fred. Not that I even like him anymore. He's the real hag, the man aged like an old apple. Red yelled, Go to the hospital. I can take care of this witch. Alone? Karen said, conflict clear on her face. Jacob grabbed her arm. Mom, please, Red is super scary. She can do it. Veronica held her phone to her ear. Tiffany isn't picking up my call. I won't be alone soon, Red promised. Kristoff's backup might have to break through the wards around the estate, but they'd get here. Then Mara would have to deal with her and some SWAT team vamps. Of course, she was pretty certain that Bree and Tess were already marshaling the coven to grab every relic and amulet they could find to go on the offensive. Hopefully, they were starting a binding spell. It would take time to prepare to contain this kind of destructive power. Neither will I, Mara declared. Her aura turned pitch black with demonic energy. How much had she borrowed from her High Lord Master? I have powerful friends. I have beef with them too, Red said. She wouldn't budge an inch until she saw her mother avenged. It was time to get answers. Hopefully, it would distract from Karen, Jacob, and Veronica escaping to the hospital. She noticed them slip away in the corner of her eye, then put them out of her mind. This fight was finally how it should be, between her and the witch who'd sentenced her family to death. What happened to my dad and his parents? Was that your curse too? Ugh, now I have to talk to you. Go find Tiffany. You were so curious about me before. Let's have a little exchange. Tell me what happened to my dad, Russell. I'd rather swat you like a fly. Your stalker act is old, Mara said, wrinkling her nose. An arm of fire flew at Red in a fiery punch. Red jumped back and whipped air at Mara, scratching her face. Tell me what you did to my dad. Nothing. I did nothing, Mara said, swooping down like an annoyed raven. Russ was a goody two-shoes. I knew he had a little crush on me. All the boys do. His mother didn't need to mouth off at me when I finally gave him a moment of my time. Red winced. So that is why her grandparents had died? Because her grandma Goldberg had scolded Mara. You killed them? I haven't killed anyone. My friends know when I'm mad. They don't like it. All I do is tell them who my problems are and where they are. It's not my fault what happens next. If people were nicer to me... Red launched a dagger straight at the mask hanging over Mara's heart. It must be the source of her borrowed power. She wanted this witch brought down to earth. Mara swatted the dagger away. Why do you keep blaming me? I can't help how people treat me. This is victim blaming, you know. Isn't that what you millennials say? A fireball drove into Red's stomach. The force carried her a few meters back and dropped her on her ass. She only barely managed to neutralize the flames before it burned her. Her ribs twinged with pain. Still not fully healed from her car accident, but she had too much adrenaline to care. Haven't you ever taken responsibility? Don't get me started. I'm from the generation that had to take care of themselves. You have no idea what I've had to deal with. Cry me a river. Your mom had a job and your grandma was a bitch. Get medicated already. Red jumped up and reached with her magic for Mara's power mask. A neon yellow sports car sped past Red. The brakes squealed to a stop. Glenn hopped out in a sport coat and jeans. White and green druidic symbols marked his forehead. Mara, get in the car. Mara groaned. Damn it, Glenn. You're supposed to be at the fucking hospital with Tiffany. We have to go. The cavalry is on the way. I have the grimoire. Forget everything else, baby. Stephanie ran to her dad. Red had nearly forgotten about her. What the hell was wrong with that side of the family? Dad, you're in on her plan too? Baby girl, it's all for you. But it's time to go. I'll still make you the grimoire keeper, I promise. I have it. Don't worry about anything, sweetheart. Glenn tugged his daughter toward the back seat of the sports car. Red put her hands on her hips. You really think I'm going to let her go? Glenn murmured a strange guttural phrase. Powerful earthy magic burst from his aura. Finally, he seemed like a druid. Vines wrapped around Red. He glared coldly down his nose at her. I'm taking my family now. Red fought against the thick, thorny vines. The vines sapped her elemental powers. Fucking druid magic. Was she really going to have to see her aunt skip out and get off scot-free again? Chapter 34. August 1st evening. Laurelwick, Pennsylvania, the St. James estate. Red strained against the vines, pulling her to the ground. The damn things were too tight on her ribs. Sweat ran down her brow, mixing with the soot and dust from the fire to sting her eyes. She had been so close to taking down Mara. The demon power was making her aunt act irrationally. Soon Mara would slip up. All Red had to do was destroy that mask. Glenn would ruin everything. Stephanie struggled in her father's arms. Dad, this is crazy. The coven will hunt us down for sure. Green Life will protect us when I offer them the land they want, he assured his daughter, patting her face like she was a scared dog. Come on, honey. Red would have debated whether his druid bosses would have approved this mess. He acted like a desperate criminal trying to stay one step ahead of the police. How far would he get if he managed to drag Mara away? Not even a mile if Red could help it. Mara levitated over the towering bonfire. Her black dress swirled above her red-bottomed Louboutin heels. Flaming picnic tables and Adirondack chairs crackled and burned in fire below her. One chair crumbled, popping embers like fireworks into the heated air. The rampaging witch glowered at her husband. Glenn, you had one fucking job. Make sure Fred died. He hurt my feelings. I will later. Stop nagging, Glenn snapped before he blanched pale under his druidic face paint, as if he hadn't meant to speak out of turn. What about Tiffany? You were supposed to take care of her, Mara grumbled, lips puckering into a bratish pout. Red narrowed her eyes as the vines tugged her to her knees. Had her aunt really ordered Tiffany's death but couldn't even say the words? She groped for the remaining knife strapped to her left ankle. Could she cut through these damn vines? They both got my vine special. It'll take a while for Karen to break them out. Let's go. This is what I get for relying on you. You know how I hate when people disappoint me, Mara said, her tantrum gone from nagging to a grim finality. A switch seemed to flip behind her eyes. She had eyes like a rabid wolf that just decided to bite. It feels like betrayal. And you know what happens to betrayers? Like when Glenn Jr. ratted me out to Virgie. What? Glenn glared at his wife. A terrible understanding gleamed in his eyes, and he pushed his daughter roughly into the back seat of his car. What did you do to our son? Oh, he never liked me, and you know it. It's unnatural for a boy not to love his mother, to betray her. His voice broke with tortured emotion. What did you do to my boy? Red shook her head as her fingertips finally touched her dagger handle. Poor Glenn Jr. She knew what Mara must have done. She gave his name to her demon friends. Glenn raised his hands, weaving sigils in the air. You sacrificed him, you malicious harpy. How could you? I gave you everything. I even forgave you for that love spell on fucking Vern of all people. I used those manipulation charms to ensure Karen forgave you, then on Junie to pay for your lifestyle. All of these years? Mara sneered. You wanted my inheritance and the St. James prestige, so you wouldn't be a middle management druid forever. The vines disappeared from Red and hurtled toward Mara. Glenn roared, I'll have your head for this. Mara waved a dismissive hand. Her flames crumbled his vines to smoke. I want a divorce. Glenn screamed and charged at her. Lightning struck from the sky to dance around his hand. He leapt, vines erupting from the ground to carry him aloft, with a thunderbolt raised like a vengeful Zeus. Fire rained down on him in crushing blows that pummeled him into the grass. The heat wave rolled over the lawn. He sizzled where he lay. The onslaught didn't end until he was ash. He didn't have a chance to dodge it. The fire sucked back into the greater inferno. Damn it, Glenn, Mara said, peeved. Is that what you really wanted? Red couldn't stop staring at the charred remains. Stephanie's weeping echoed over the yard. This was Glenn's last and probably bravest moral stand against his wife. It was a bitter, quick end. Mara clenched her fists. She shook her head as if trying to shake off the weight of accountability. This is what a narcissist crash out looked like when it had some demonic power behind it. Why do you people make me do these horrible things? That wasn't what I wanted. I only want to be nice to you all. I just wanted to dance and sing and be a model or an actress. Why does everyone always have to get in my way? Red pulled herself together, rising to her knees. Jacob and Veronica didn't know that Mara used a love spell to break up their family, essentially raping their father. Karen must have kept that pain and shame to herself, or a manipulation charm stole her will to reveal it. Now the family secrets were laid out on the lawn alongside Glenn's ashes. Red summoned her magic, flexing her energy to make sure that it was all still there. The druid's spell had dissipated as soon as his vines had, but her determination had only grown. I was always nice to him, Mara grumbled, floating to the ground for the first time. She stomped in a circle. I was the one who gave him everything. I gave my kids everything. Why do these things keep happening to me? Red rolled her eyes at the whining. This was a mess of her aunt's own making. Stephanie cried out from the driver's seat as she reversed the car. Dad was going to get you out of here. You're on your own now. Great, Mara said sarcastically. I don't need you either. Red lifted an air barrier to protect the car in case there was another rain of fire. She breathed a sigh of relief when Stephanie reversed the car, sending sod flying behind the tires. Now, it was just the two of them in the witch's duel. The revving of the motor warned Red just in time to jump out of the way. She somersaulted to safety on the grass. Her bruised ribs warned her not to do it again. Gasping, she couldn't take her eyes off the sports car speeding past her. Oh, fuck. Her cousin was going to get herself killed trying to run over Mara. Red shot a lasso of air after Stephanie. Could she pull her cousin out before she hit the fire? Stephanie zoomed the car toward her mother with a cathartic scream. She hunched over the wheel, grim determination on her face. There wasn't a second of hesitation. Mara didn't blink either. A cascade of fire descended on the car. Her bleached hair blew back from the force of the blast. Stephanie bailed out of the car. Flames swarmed her. She rolled on the grass to put herself out. Red's magic grabbed her cousin at the last second before the car exploded. A car mirror rocketed over her head. She tried to smother the flames on Stephanie even as she tugged her cousin behind a shield of air for them both. Her strained focus couldn't manage it both. The inferno licked toward her face. It was only inches from her nose. Blessedly, water dumped over Red and Stephanie. She glanced at the sunroom door. Her cousin Rufus gave her a thumbs up. She catapulted Stephanie toward him, yelling, "Catch!" Jesus Christ, Red muttered as she stood. This fucking family! The smoke cleared around Mara, who dusted herself off angrily. This is a new dress. Time to die now, Red said, the rage returning as her shock faded. This gambit is done. You again! Mara stomped the ground. Look, I didn't do anything to your mom. We were friends. I loved her. I was the one who took care of her at school and made sure no one was mean to her for being a nerd. It's not my fault how everything ended. Is this the point where you ask me to spare you? Red asked, crossing her arms. A stunning realization flowed through her as she studied the other witch's face. Mara wasn't lying to stay alive. Her eyes were wide with innocence. She believed her lies. If there was a polygraph test around, she would have passed. What did I actually do to you? Mara asked with a childlike simplicity. Because how I remember it, I was the only one who made sure you had fun at this reunion. How I remember it, I was the one who told my mom to let your mom run off with a poor archaeologist and keep paying their bills so they could go to France and play in the dirt. I sent you the best presents. I was the one who made sure that you didn't look like a frump and actually got a makeup kit. I was the fun aunt. Yeah, you were the coolest when I was a kid. And now I know who you really were. The mask is off now. No, the mask is on now. Mara pulled the demon mask over her face. The ruby eyes beamed with crimson light. Darkness swirled around her. Great black wings unfurled from her back. She shot in the air, her dark dress fluttering. The red soles of her shoes seemed stained in the blood she had spilled over the years. Mara flew like a gigantic vulture around the house. Her bleached hair looked radioactive in the moonlight. The ruby eyes of the mask beamed onto the ground like searchlights. As the crimson light landed on Red, she couldn't move. Oh, fuck! Red sweated, trying to reach for her magic. A thick wall seemed to separate her from her power. Goddess, it felt just like when Maxwell stole her magic. The warmth of her magic sputtered out. She shivered from the cold. Yelling to the others in the house, she warned, "Don't let the light touch you. It takes your magic." A blow like a battering ram slammed into Red's side. Her fragile, nearly healed rib fractured loudly in her ears. She collapsed in a heap with a whimper. It hurt so bad. She touched her earring, trying to tell Kristoff through their mystic bond without words that she loved him. Could she still fight now so she could see him again? Mara laughed as she circled above. Now you know how it feels to have those damn magic mittens on you. They grew tighter and tighter over the years until I couldn't even feel my power anymore. My friends were the only ones who would release me. Red crawled toward her duffel bag of hunting supplies. Each movement felt like agony. Fuck, fuck, fuckity fuck. Mara landed lightly like the angel of death. She strode to Red with prim princess steps, then kicked her stomach roughly. Look what you're making me do! Admit what you've done. Red gritted out in a gasping breath and grabbed Mara's leg. Whatever happened, you made it happen. You all did. Mara reached toward the fire. A bolt of fire in the shape of a sword flew to her hand. She raised it up. Bone-white hands appeared over Mara's head. A metal garrote shined between them. In a flash, the hands came down and wrapped the garrote around her aunt's neck. Delilah Burns popped her golden blonde head over the rogue witch's shoulder and grinned as she choked her prey. Did you miss me, Red? Delilah. Red couldn't stop her mouth from falling open in shock. The petite vampiress in muddy military fatigues might have been the most welcome sight that she'd seen in ages. You're here. Of course, we're like family, Delilah said with a posh little shrug. She seemed utterly at ease, even with a gagging witch in her arms. Let me kill this bitch and we can catch up. Red didn't know whether to ask her to do it faster or if they could take Mara to a black site and torture her for a while. She felt a pang of conscience at the thought. It wasn't a big pang. She was more like the vampiress than she wanted to be. Maybe Delilah was right. They were like family. Chapter 35. August 1st evening, Laurelwick, Pennsylvania, the St. James Estate. Half a dozen vampires in SWAT helmets and gear surrounded Mara in a semicircle. Mud and blood stained their military fatigues. What had they fought to get here? They raised assault rifles at the masked witch. The giant fire reflected off their closed black visors. Red grinned in relief. Was this the cavalry that Glenn had tried to warn Mara about? They were just in time. Her magic returned to her in a snap. Thank the goddess, they were enough of a distraction to her hellish aunt to break her spell. Delilah smiled wickedly at Red. Say goodbye to your aunt. Mara gagged, turning her head to catch a glimpse of the vampiress who choked her. Her mask slipped, hanging crooked on her head. Pained recognition flashed across her face. You. A loud crack thumped through the air. Delilah rocketed backwards, disappearing into the distant forest. Fire shot out of the inferno like the tentacles of an octopus and grabbed the assault weapons of the SWAT team. Their rifles melted in their hands. The molten metal pooled at their feet, causing the vamps to jump. Another crack thundered in the yard. The SWAT team flew backwards into the trees surrounding the estate. Mara rubbed her neck, the mask askew on her face. She glared at the direction Delilah had flown off in. That bitch rejected me from her rinky-dink little modeling agency when I first went to California. Red rolled her shoulder, readying for the fight again and summoning her power for a final stand against Mara. Her returned magic soothed her pained rib. She quipped, "I guess she doesn't know talent when she sees it." "Obviously not," Mara said, missing the sarcasm. She nodded seriously. "Another agency snatched me up, of course." Red gripped the air in two whips, striking Mara around the head, then the mask. Mara screamed as she conjured a flaming shield to block the blows. "Not the face!" Red whipped the air at Mara's ankles, knocking her off her feet. She barreled into her aunt in a footballer's tackle. They smashed to the ground. Pain rippled across Red's rib cage again. She cushioned her hands with air to protect them from the evil of the wooden mask and grabbed the mask to rip it off Mara. "This ends!" The mask vibrated, sending little earthquakes up Red's arms. Mara headbutted her. The force hit like a metal baseball bat, slamming Red's head back. Rainbow sparkles burst in her vision. She tumbled aside. Her brain rattled in her skull. The manor walls and the inferno swirled above her. Gasping, she fought against the vertigo. She couldn't stop now. Red stumbled to her feet. Her knees shook, knocking together. Blood dripped into her eyes. She tried to conjure both magic and sarcasm, but settled for summoning a dagger to her hand. How much fight did she still have in her? She didn't know. All she knew was that Mara would get every ounce she had left. She swiped the dagger at Mara in a feint while calling for fire. Her aunt would die like Brooke St. James did. It was as close to justice as Red could do. Blue light flashed like a thunderbolt beside the dueling witches. Red held up her hand to block the light. Through her fingers, she thought she saw 3 figures emerge from a portal. Sweet Demeter, please let this not be Mara's demon buddies. "Mara," her grandmother sighed in disappointment. Abigail St. James in a ripped Chanel pantsuit stood shoulder to shoulder with flannel-clad Calliope St. James and a woman in a leopard print blouse who looked like an older version of Brie and Tess. It must have been their mother, Nora. Abigail asked sorrowfully, "What have you done, my girl?" "Mama," Mara whimpered in fear, "you're supposed to be—" "Dead," Calliope grumbled, finishing the sentence as she raised a sword that shined with sacred blessings. She pointed her blessed blade at the mask. A rippling rope of white-hot light shot from the sword tip towards the mask. Mara somersaulted to the side. Her body jerked into the motion as if she wasn't quite in control. She trembled as she stood. "Stop, Mama. Don't let her." Abigail winced. "What if she is possessed?" "She ain't," Calliope growled. In a flash, Mara conjured her fire sword again. She lunged at Calliope and Abigail. Nora, the third witch with Calliope and Abigail, touched their shoulders. Blue light flashed again. The 3 disappeared in a blink. The fire sword swiped the air where they'd been. "Damn it," Mara cursed. The 3 witches appeared behind her. Abigail wept silently as she stepped toward her daughter. She chanted a binding spell. "I bind you, Mara, for the good of the coven, for the good of the world, ... The other 2 joined her chant. More voices from inside the house echoed the words. "If your power to harm is like fire, I now extinguish that power completely. It burns no more. Your coven binds you." "No, stop! You can't!" Mara screamed. She reached for the giant bonfire that wavered and shrank. Red joined the chant as the coven repeated it. "I bind you, Mara." Mara shook her head as crimson light shot from the eyes of the mask. Was it protecting itself? The beam focused on Abigail. Red jumped and pushed her grandmother out of the way. Pain racked her body. A cold sweat drenched her from the exertion. Guttural moans erupted from Mara as demon wings unfurled from her back again. She leapt, shooting up into the sky above her waning inferno. With fervent hate, she called out, "I'll summon my friends." Abigail wilted in Red's arms. She turned toward her sister. "Callie, I don't know if I'm strong enough to do what needs to be done." Calliope gritted her teeth. "I know, I'll do the deed. You already hate me. Nothing will change." Red clutched her broken rib with one hand. Shit. She studied the sky as churning black clouds suddenly appeared overhead. Lightning pierced the inside of the growing storm. The scent of evil, sulfur, and demon spawn grew in the air. Was the destroyer coming? She warned, "Do it now, Calliope!" Mara swooped down. The mask had grown, consuming her entire head, leaving no trace of her face. Its wooden veneer had softened as if turning into skin the color of dark purple ochre. The ruby eyes blinked. Black pupils emerged from the center. She had given herself fully to the demon lord. The crushing weight of evil hung over the yard. Foul like putrefaction it seemed to ooze from Mara's aura. Evil rolled over them like a landslide of corruption. Red felt every spark of joy or happiness smothered, leaving hopelessness and filth behind. She didn't know if she'd ever feel clean or safe again. Would she ever feel the sun again? She bit back a fearful whimper. "I'm a harbinger." A deep, dark voice emerged from the demon mask, or did the sound appear in Red's head? Goosebumps rose along her arms. It wasn't her aunt's voice. The sound of crying children drifted from the manor. Nora visibly trembled and dry heaved like she was going to be sick. Even that tough cookie Calliope had broken out in a pale sweat. Red opened her third eye to examine the demon. A bruised purple aura, spiked and dripping with malice, outlined Mara. It grew ram's horns that shifted into elk antlers before twisting into unholy shadow hybrids. Her third eye hurt to witness the transformations. The demon lord spoke again. Each syllable stabbed Red's ears. She sought my aid most eagerly. The winged creature that was her aunt and something more circled like it was deliberating on its first victims. Red huddled closer to her grandmother. She didn't think it had even fully manifested, yet it still felt so powerful. How could they fight this? I had no need to seduce or cajole her. A mere child, she called out to me. She already knew what I demanded in return for her desired baubles and trinkets. Young Mara commanded the negotiation. How precocious she was, the demon lord said with a dark chuckle that assaulted their ears like nails on a chalkboard. My black crusade never had such a willing ally. Abigail cried out, "Lies!" The demon lord spoke with a low, sibilant tone, yet each word hit like a drum. Silence. With tiny hands, she slaughtered an orange tomcat on your father's grave to summon my minion. The cat you named Claude, the one you so loved. You put signs up in the village square for its return, didn't you, Abigail? Grandma Abigail trembled in shock. Red held her hand tightly before she glanced at Calliope, who nodded in grim confirmation. Callie whispered, "I found the bloody paw." So impetuous was the little miss who demanded my minion for an audience. How could I not indulge the young witch? "Why, Mara," Abigail begged, with bone-deep sorrow. "Even within me she cries out about what she wants, how much she yearns. I promised her the acclaim of a crowd, the fealty of lovers, and the terror of her enemies. What did you offer her? Love, compassion, pleas for her to share toys with her sisters?" The demon lord laughed again, shaking the earth with its grim mirth. "And no, you sentimental fool, I can guess your futile rationalizations. She was sound of mind and body. She demanded to join me even when I warned her it would require the death of you all." Red squeezed her grandmother's hand in solidarity before she realized a horrible truth. The demon lord was stalling. It wanted to distract them. Was it weak in this state? Did it know that they could finish it off if they rallied once more? She whispered, "It's trying to manifest itself. The sleeper will awaken, and a red dawn will sweep this wretched world in a tempest." "Never!" Calliope yelled to the beast and shook her sword at it. Power radiated from her aura. Was she preparing for another strike? "Feeble guardian, your prisoner will consume you first." "Horse feathers," Junie grumbled. In a faded green bathrobe, she stepped between Calliope and Abigail, leaning on her yew cane. A purple cigarette perched on her lip. The matriarch of the family looked as gray as her disheveled hair, but her fierce frown locked on the demon beast above them. The yellow lens of her glasses made her eyes seem golden like an eagle's keen gaze. She muttered, "That wretched girl has truly bungled it." Red held back her shock at the old woman's arrival. A spark of hope ignited within her. Her great-grandmother didn't seem to give a shit who the demon was a lord of. She looked annoyed, like someone had awoken her from a good nap. Junie grabbed the sword from Calliope. She raised it along with her cane to the sky with a firm incantation in a language that Red had never heard before. A white river of energy poured from her. "Begone, crone!" the demon lord sputtered as its corrupted aura shrank. "Ah, hush," Junie said without dropping the thin purple cigarette on her lip. Calliope held her palm up toward Junie. Her energy flowed toward the matriarch to join the White River. Abigail did the same. Nora copied her. Each glowed with power. Red allied with her clan. She threw every ounce of power she could toward the war effort. Junie directed the awe-inspiring power in a silent spell that rivaled anything any of them had ever seen before. Cleansing energy bathed over Red. It washed away the vile evil coating her skin. She could remember goodness again. Her heart swelled with hope. The entire coven cast their own individual light, sharing their magic with the aged grimoire keeper. Light spread over the yard like the most brilliant sunrise. The might of the St. James family rivaled the sun. In a spiral of shuddering wings, Mara plummeted to the ground. Her inferno shrunk as she fell, leaving the manor dappled in moonlight. She landed in the pile of ashes that used to be her husband. The mask, returned to its original size, bounced off her beautiful face. Junie hobbled on her cane to the wooden mask. Its ruby eyes glinted like a warning. She chopped it in half with the sword. The wood crumbled into pieces before bursting into black flames. She held her cigarette between two long fingers, then spit on the embers. Taking a long draw on her smoke, she studied Mara's prone body thoughtfully. "And what to do with you?" Red held her breath. Was the demon still in her aunt's body? Demons could possess corpses? Could evil take her over again? A heavy sigh escaped June's aged frame. She flicked her cigarette into the dying bonfire embers, then tossed her cane to Calliope. Her sword rose before anyone could take a breath. She swung the sacred blade down on Mara's neck. It cut clean through the bone. Abigail cried out, covering her mouth with her hands. "No, goddess, no." She buried her face in Nora's leopard print shoulder. Junie looked back at her with a withering glance like Abigail was having an embarrassing tantrum in public. "It's done." Mara's body combusted into green flames as if to punctuate the remark. The eerie flames gave off no smoke or light. She dissolved like mist in the strange conflagration before the fire disappeared as suddenly as it appeared. Red nodded her thanks to the matriarch. The battle had been hard fought, but no one else knew how long she had been fighting this war. Through time and around the world, she had fought bitter campaigns they couldn't imagine. It finally was over. She'd uncovered the mystery surrounding her family. They had defeated the curse. It had taken more lives than maybe Red could even guess. Yet her mother was finally avenged. It was a victory, but she still couldn't stop her tears. They had all lost so much. Junie stared at the moon before she cast her determined gaze over her coven. "I tried to make you stronger," she announced with a curious finality, and stuck the sword tip into the ground. It stirred up the ashes around her slippered feet. "Mother, what do ... Calliope started to ask before she faltered into silence. Junie reached upward to the sky for a long moment. A thick black leather book manifested above her before landing gently in her hands. She looked at it more lovingly than she had her own children. Then her eyes rolled back and she crumpled to the ground. Even as she fell, she didn't let go of the grimoire. Nora teleported to her in a flash of blue light. She knelt down to take Junie's wrist gently in her hand. Sighing, she said, "The grimoire keeper is gone." Red bowed her head in respect. The old woman had earned the title. She had died a warrior witch's death. Only a fool could doubt the steel in her soul. The coven streamed out of the manor to surround the fallen matriarch. Calliope and Abigail held hands beside their mother's body. Red staggered closer to one of the fiercest witches that the St. James Coven had ever produced. No one had kept the grimoire for so long. For nearly a century, Junie had commanded a powerful dynasty. It shouldn't have been a surprise that only a demon lord could bring her down, and she'd made sure it went to hell first. This was the end of an era, it was the beginning of a new one. Chapter 36. August 1st, late evening. Laurelwick, Pennsylvania, the St. James Estate. Red lingered at the back of the crowd that had gathered around Junie, leaning against the manor. Her ribs throbbed, her head throbbed, and she felt completely drained from the battle. Yet somehow a sense of peace washed over her. It had been an emotional journey to uncover painful secrets buried deep in her family history. The skeletons had finally been unearthed. The generational curse had been broken. Red yearned for a bed. Her body ached, but she couldn't stumble inside yet. There was still someone she needed to talk to. She wasn't surprised when Delilah appeared at her side. The vampiress reached up and plucked a leaf from her own hair with an annoyed expression. She crossed her arms. "Is that witch dead? Because I swear I'm going to kill her for damn near kicking me halfway out of this county." "She's gone. And thank you for coming. You had great timing." Red didn't know how to articulate how grateful she was for the intervention. Delilah offered a slight curtsy that shouldn't have seemed so graceful in mud-spattered military fatigues. "I never miss my cue. When Christoph told me you were going alone into what could only be described as both a family reunion and a suicide mission, yeah, I agreed to help." "Why?" Red still didn't understand why a big city maven would want to come to this part of the sticks. Delilah smirked. "Because I don't want anybody tormenting you unless it's me, of course." Red shook her head, managing a weak smile. "Some things don't change." Delilah raised an eyebrow. "No, some things do. I saw a bit of your battle while we fought in the forest." "What did you find there?" "Let's just say you people have a mess to clean out there. Worry about it tomorrow. I'm impressed. You've grown powerful. We had a hard time getting through the wards and hellspawn around this estate, but from what I saw, I don't think you needed that much help." Red shrugged, then winced at the pain. "I'm not sure about that. I feel like crap." Delilah tilted her head as a wistful smile curled at the corner of her mouth. "Well, you know there is a cure for that." "A cure for what?" Red asked, but she had a feeling that she wouldn't like the answer. "For what ails you? That silly little thing called mortality." Red covered her jugular instinctively. "Thanks, but no thanks. I'm okay." Delilah rolled her eyes. "I know. If anyone's going to get you, it's going to be your man. I'll let you two crazy kids figure it out. Looks like you don't need me here, and I'd rather not make small talk with your relatives. Gord is waiting on the outskirts of the village with a helicopter. See you later sometime." Red didn't know how her found family was just as crazy as her real family, but their dysfunction was more functional than she gave it credit for. "I'll let your man know how everything shook out." Delilah turned and waved lazily. She disappeared into the gloom as if she'd never been there at all. Aunt Karen rushed toward Red with a concerned expression. "Honey, are you okay? You're very pale. And are you hurt? My God, you're bleeding." Clutching her side, Red grimaced. I felt better. I think I broke a rib again." "Oh, sweet Jesus. Let's get you inside," Karen said before calling out, "Jacob!" Red gave her a tired smile. "Is Tiffany okay? What about Stephanie?" Karen nodded. "She's fine. Thanks to you distracting Mara, the coven inside the manor was able to start the binding spell. And those of us at the hospital got to Tiffany in time. Nora teleported to the emergency room with Stephanie and brought me along when she returned. Everyone will be okay. Thank you, Red." "I'm just happy to," Red began, but her words trailed off as her eyes rolled back. Darkness closed in around her, and she felt herself collapsing into Aunt Karen's arms. That was the last thing she remembered until she awoke in a warm bed, soft morning light casting golden beams across the blankets. Jacob sat beside her, his hands hovering just above her chest, murmuring a healing spell. Veronica rested her hands on his shoulder, lending him some of her power. He smiled when she stirred, but didn't interrupt the chant. Heal this warrior witch. Let the power of the coven's love mend her pains and cure her illnesses. Dot, dot, dot. Red closed her eyes again, letting herself sink into the comfort of safety. And for the first time in what felt like days, she let herself rest. She was among family, after all. Red woke to the sharp scent of nail polish remover. She sniffed, rubbed her nose, and slowly opened her eyes. The room felt too bright, and her neck and head throbbed as if she'd slept on rocks. She touched her rib cage, grateful that it didn't hurt. Turning over under the soft down comforter, she squinted toward the source of the smell in the corner of the large, airy room. Tess and Bree sat at a table in matching pink leopard print tank tops. A basket of nail polish supplies rested between them. Was there a plastic hand and foot there, too? Red pinched herself to see if this was a weird dream and felt the slight sting. All right, then. They were really painting the nails of fake body parts. A glance out the bedside window revealed the backyard looked like a demolition derby had rolled, though. It confirmed she was still at the family home. Red smiled in bemusement. This was definitely an upgrade from her last room. They had given her a suite. An adjoining bathroom door stood cracked open, letting in more light. Maybe nearly dying to save the family came with perks. She sat up and reached for the water cup on the nightstand. Tess and Bree let out a joyful gasp, startling her enough to nearly drop the cup. "Oh my God, you're awake!" Tess exclaimed, pushing away the plastic foot. "We thought you were going to sleep all day." Bree waved the plastic hand with green nails at her. "Your boyfriend tried to make a video call with you, but we had to pick up your phone and tell him you were still sleeping." "Christoph called?" Red croaked before drinking more water to ease her throat. She touched her earrings, grateful they were still there. Her beloved seemed slightly nervous through their bond, but perfectly fine. Thank God, he was doing better than her. She felt dehydrated like a mummy. Her head swam a bit before she could refocus on her cousins. "Yeah," Bree said. "Somehow he got Aunt Karen's number and asked her." Red rubbed her aching head. "What day is it?" "You've only been out a day and a half," Tess said. "Jacob had to fix your ribs. You were completely drained. A hot mess." "Sounds about right." Red pointed at their random body parts. "What are you guys doing?" Tess shrugged, tapping the foot on the table. "We didn't want you to be alone, so we figured we'd hang out, do some nail art, and wait to see if you woke up. When you feel like it, we can hook you up with some wicked badass acrylics." "That's cool," Red said, certain that the fake nails wouldn't last a week with her line of work. Christoph had promised they'd go on vacation. She certainly needed one. Bree asked, "Do you remember everything? Jacob wasn't sure if you would. You really overdid the magic, girlie." Tess chimed in. "We're grateful, of course. I remember the fight and everything, but what was going on in the house during that time?" "Our mom teleported ahead," Bree said, walking over to the bed and sitting on the foot of it. She leaned forward with gossipy glee. "We had no idea what she was doing, but we had some clues it had to be big since she totally lied about driving here. I called her out on that BS. She forbade us to say anything. It was only when she arrived in the middle of the mess and told us to prepare the biggest binding ceremony ever that I even understood what her crazy ass was up to." Tess joined her on the other side of the bed. "That's our mom. She's an original gangster. Anyway, thank God you were distracting Mara. Most witches would have noticed what we were doing." Red nodded, regretting the action when it felt like her brain rattled in her head. "Yeah, that makes sense. But how did she end up with Abigail and Calliope? And how is Calliope even alive?" "Oh, girl, you look a little faint now. You need a tan in the worst way." "Bree, I've got a headache, but I have a lot of questions too." Abigail appeared in the doorway in a white blouse and tan slacks. Was there a hint of grief in her gaze? She was too patrician to reveal much. She smiled at the Long Island cousins. "Why don't I finish the story?" Calliope stuck her head in and added gruffly, "Scram! We don't need you two telling all our business. And take that stinky polish with you." "Fine. Tess sighed and grabbed her basket of nail art supplies. Aunt Calliope, we're going. Bree flashed the universal call me sign toward the bed. Red waved them off. Later, girls. Abigail shut the door. Cal, in blue flannel and jeans with ink-stained hands, dragged the chairs from the table to the bed. She looked like the opposite of her prim and proper sister, but their bone structure marked them as sisters. Their powerful auras did too. On closer examination, a bruise or two on their faces and arms indicated that they'd had their own battle somewhere. Red had been sick of being out of the loop before she even left Delaware. Where the hell were you, Grandma? I was searching all over the mid-Atlantic. We were supposed to meet after breakfast. Abigail nodded, sheepish. Oh, honey, I wish I could have met you. We had such a nice dinner. Calliope cut her off. That's my fault. I thought the job would be less complicated. That's how assumptions can make an ass out of you, I guess. Red lifted herself more upright in bed. The pillows and the blankets were calling her to rest more, but she had to get the full scoop. She had earned that much. You were supposed to be dead. I went to your funeral. I was nearly dead, Calliope said with a casual shrug. Then I wasn't. Mystical trance. Not my first rodeo. You just scared everyone for kicks, then? Calliope raised an eyebrow like she hadn't expected the sass. The first thing I did after recon was contact Zell in a dream. I had her fake my death and then send you that photo at the hotel to warn you. Geez, so that was you? Red rolled her eyes. That really freaked me out. Your mom asked. It was like a family reunion on the other side, I tell you. Both Brooke and Petunia wanted to protect their girls. Red blinked back sudden tears. Her mother really had been looking out for her. Old grief seized her heart. Thanks, Mom. You were a real lifesaver. She wiped her eyes. Zell could have called me. I told her to be discreet. Not that I told her much. If someone's trying to kill you, might as well let them think they succeeded. The flies come out to smell the shit after all. Abigail pursed her lips at the crude phrasing, but nodded as if it was more or less correct. It took time for Zell to return from Ontario, and we needed help from a medium in Wilmington to keep contact with Calliope. She kept bouncing between here and the beyond. Very annoying. But I saw your mom, Petunia, my father, all bored and ready to help with our shenanigans. They enjoyed vanquishing a few vampires, I think. It took a minute for me to get the hang of acting like a poltergeist. All Abby did was bitch about it. Abigail groaned and covered her eyes. She recovered her decorum with a deep breath. Just as we were trying to get her out of the trance, we had demon activity from the backyard of hell. Demon minions everywhere, Calliope confirmed with a grim nod. It was a lot. Otherwise, we would have returned by Lammas to stop everything earlier. I already knew who killed me, or at least tried. Abigail's face tightened. She looked down at her folded hands in her lap. Red wanted to bring her into a big hug. If she thought her legs would carry her, she would have. Calliope softened and patted her sister on the shoulder. It'd be a hard pill for anyone, Abby. When we laid out the clues, it was obvious. But who would have guessed at that moment? I even thought that I'd been too paranoid. Like usual, I wasn't, but still, a woman without magic, medicated and in therapy for years, supposedly stable and well-liked. Don't blame yourself. You came around. Abigail blinked, surprised. Thank you. Calliope sniffed, turning away. Don't get sappy. It took you a dog's age. We had to stop those idiots from awakening that damn fallen angel. Red sat up straighter, ignoring the fatigue that crept over her. Wait, that part was real? Calliope nodded. It's been our family's pain in the ass for generations. We don't spread that news around. It stays with the Grimoire Keeper and the Guardian. This kind of thing with Mara had happened a few centuries before. Fewer people died this time around. You're lucky that we're even telling you, Missy. Abigail added, Each generation, the responsibility passes from master to apprentice. Glenn Jr. was supposed to be the next. Calliope sighed, a shadow of grief crossing her face. We still have to keep the line going. Luckily, Zell is on the ball. Red frowned. She was sure Zell could handle herself, but she didn't understand why this was their burden. Why us? None of your business, Calliope grumbled. Abigail smiled tightly before saying unconvincingly, We're concerned citizens. Red groaned before rubbing the nape of her neck as a headache started to bloom. Oh, sweet Christ! That mermaid and angel who fell in love. It was a story you told me as a kid. We're the descendants. Abby, Calliope scolded as Abigail winced sheepishly and started to lie. Oh, heavens, no! That's not. I read a book that the Brotherhood of Bards and Heroes locked away, and it had a little passage about how most powerful covens trace their lineage to beings some would call angels. And it's been a fucking problem ever since, Calliope muttered before she eyed Red suspiciously. You're looking pale. I'm great. Bullshit. Fine, Red admitted. I really overdid it. Abigail nodded sympathetically as if she already knew. Most of the coven limited their contribution to that spell. You didn't. A fool's move, Calliope said. But hey, we got results. I guess so. Red leaned back onto her pillows. Her eyes fluttered shut, but she forced them open again. But what about Kristoff? Where is... Sleep claimed her before she heard the answer. She didn't dream, but she felt her mother's presence closely. It felt like a hug. It felt like love. Red woke again, this time alone. Her overnight bag and hunting kits rested neatly on the floor beside the bed. She sat up slowly, surprised to feel more energized than she had even before arriving at the estate. Jacob must be a hell of a magical doctor. God damn, she muttered, stretching her back and neck. What did they give me? She dressed quickly in jeans and black top, then peered out the window. Faint music drifted from outside. Was it coming from the front yard? She slipped on a pair of flip-flops and padded downstairs, past the portrait gallery and out the front door. A full-blown family celebration awaited her. Dozens of picnic tables spread over the glass. At least 100 witches laughed together, gossiped in little cliques, or waited in line at a buffet that stretched from the veranda to a marble fountain. A potato sack race had taken over the driveway, with both children and adults bouncing along the pavement. Aunt Karen stood at the edge of the driveway crowd, watching with a happy expression. Red walked over to stand beside her aunt. Hey! Karen turned with a bright smile. She looked younger, not from a spell, but from genuine peace radiating outward. You must be hungry. We've still got food from the barbecue. I know Jacob's been taking care of you. Shots, magic, all that. But you could probably use something more. Red rubbed her rumbling stomach. Oh, goddess, please, now that you mention it. Karen led her to the buffet table. Red piled her plate high with baked macaroni and cheese and wings. Even her aunt helped herself to a plate, adding a generous slice of cake. They sat down together at an empty table surrounded by family. A few curious relatives glanced their way, but Red ignored it. Between bites, Red asked, You look great, happy. Are you stoned? Karen laughed. Not yet. I have to wait until my mom is distracted. Even at my age, I don't want to get caught. Did something happen? What did I miss? Karen ate her cake joyfully before she nodded. Stephanie is doing well at the hospital. Jacob has healed her burns. She shouldn't have a single scar. We laid Junie to rest too. Oh, you missed the grimoire ceremony. Abigail's taken over. I've been officially relieved of my full-time duties as an assistant. Wow, Red said. How do you feel about that? Karen chuckled. I love my family, but I could use a break. I think I'm going to take a vacation. Veronica and I want to do a whale watching tour in Maine. What about after that? I heard my old position at Foxfire Academy is open. It feels like the time to get back into the classroom. That's fantastic, Red said, smiling. Karen gave her a secretive grin. That's not the only thing you should be happy about. Red paused, frowning as she heard a helicopter approaching. It grew louder by the second. Is that coming from the backyard? Karen shrugged mischievously. I don't know. You'd better go see. Red jumped up and joined the growing group of curious relatives rounding the house. In the backyard, a helicopter touched down on the grass. Even before the passenger opened the door, she knew who it was. It was the person she wanted to see the most. Christoph jumped from the helicopter, pulled off his helmet, and grinned at her. How? How the hell is he here? Red said, laughing as she walked toward him. Surprise made her heart jump. She couldn't believe it. He was in the sunshine, and he wasn't on fire. How was this possible? Karen trotted beside her. It's not forever. But we all chipped in to give your boyfriend a little something, as a thank you for sending those vampires to help. Don't know if anyone told you, but there were other minor demons in the woods last night. That vampire SWAT team took them out. You called them at the right time, didn't you? Red nodded, but she was so awestruck at seeing Christoph that she couldn't speak. Karen sighed. I wish they'd cleaned up the bodies too. I've been calling magical waste disposal services nonstop. But still, they did us a favor. Our family always repays what we receive. Look at the amulet around his neck. Red's gaze zeroed in on the orange gem glinting from a chain on Christoph's chest. But she couldn't stand still any longer and ran to him. She remembered seeing him in the sun when he was alive, but had nearly forgotten how it lit up his hair and made his eyes sparkle. He was beautiful. She threw herself into his arms and kissed him fiercely. Darling, he murmured, smiling as they pulled apart. He glanced over her shoulder at the crowd. Hope you don't mind that I crashed your party. Ooh, a loud voice that could only be Bree carried over the curious murmurs of the crowd. He's handsome! Red giggled at the outburst, but could only agree. I'm willing to bet you didn't crash it. Karen invited you and probably told you to land in the backyard so you wouldn't ruin the front lawn. Exactly. I wanted the front yard for the wow factor, but she said the grass was already trashed back here. That sounds like her. He glanced nervously at the helicopter. I wasn't sure what to bring to a human barbecue. Didn't know if I got it right. You brought you, Red said, running her hands through his hair, delighting in how the sun brought out the golden threads in his dark blonde locks. That's enough. Christoph grinned before he broke away to hop into the helicopter and pull out a bottle of wine before he returned to her side. He lifted it to reveal the label. A shy expression came over his face. Yeah, humans say that, but they don't always mean it. I brought wine. There is a box of this vintage in the copter. Think that'll cover it? Because I can order a truckload. And maybe a charcuterie board? Humans love charcuterie, I think. Red chuckled. It's plenty, babe. Are you sure? Nervousness broadcasted from him through their bond. He was too cute. She reached for his hand and tugged him gently toward the crowd. Her heart felt so full. She had her beloved and her coven in one place. The future had never seemed so bright. Come meet my family. Epilogue. August 8th morning, Laurelwick, Pennsylvania, the St. James Estate. Each picture unlocked a new happy memory for Red as she flipped through the small photo album. Her heart sang to see the smiling faces of her parents. She took Abigail's hand as they sat together on a sofa in the empty sunroom. Thank you so much, Grams. This means more than I can say. Thank your Aunt Karenina. She collected these photos and kept them safe all these years. She's always been a thoughtful girl, Abigail said before her smile faded. Deep sadness welled in her eyes as she studied a photograph of Brook Street James, waist deep in medieval ruins, at an archaeology dig. Red gently squeezed her grandmother's hand. She couldn't imagine what Abigail was feeling. Shame over what Karen had endured, regret for her late daughters Brooke and Petunia, or the bitterness of losing Mara. Of course, grief over Junie, too. Maybe it was all of it. Loss had battered her grandmother too often. Are you okay? Of course. A stiff upper lip is required for a woman like me. Hopefully your generation will see more joy than mine did. Abigail wore her patrician demeanor like armor. A hint of pride warmed her eyes as she turned the page before she sighed with fond nostalgia. Look at this one. It's of your mother and a trophy when she won the elemental games at Foxfire Academy for her advanced use of water magic. She recreated the rose window at Strasbourg Cathedral. I believe she was inspired by our replica on the east wing by the pool. Red giggled, touching the photo through its transparent sleeve. She has such 80s hair. Oh, I wish I could use water magic like that. I've only pulled it off twice, and both times were panic moves. I guess I just don't have the gift. Poppycock, you are a St. James witch. Practice makes perfect. Your mother put in the hours, and I can train you. Really? Vic wandered in, looking lost. He wore a new Def Leppard t-shirt and jeans. His mullet even looked freshly trimmed. Red smirked. He was clearly trying to look good for Tess. He frowned. This isn't the kitchen. I keep getting turned around in this house. Abigail smiled. Young man, you arrived at the right time. I will require an assistant coach. Me? What is this track and field? I thought the cousins went off to that festival in the village square. I was going to. No, we are training a witch, and since you've done wonders with my granddaughter in demon hunting, I believe you shall be the best help, Abigail said lightly before she squinted at him. Especially since my coven teleported you here and helped you with that little bit of hocus pocus for your wolf hunt. Red shrugged at him. Resistance was futile. When Grams decided something, it happened. The sooner he hopped in line, the sooner he could flirt with her cousins. He nodded and put his hands up with a laugh. Don't strong-arm me, Abigail. I owe you one. Come now, children, Abigail said as she rose straight-backed in her white slacks and matching blouse to make a beeline for the backyard. Red followed, smoothing her green halter top and jean shorts. She grinned at the sight of Kristoff sunbathing in black swim trunks on a plastic lounger. Abigail's anti-sun charm around his neck gave him a precious few more days to bask, and he clearly meant to wring out every second. Kristoff sat up, sliding his sunglasses down. How are my favorite ladies? Vic, ready to get some sun on those guns? He flexed his bicep with a grin. Vic squinted at him. Did you start drinking early? Nope. Just some sunrise yoga. Kristoff's smile widened. It was a beautiful morning. Vic shot Red a skeptical look. She nodded solemnly. Then he went hiking. Didn't you see the flowers he left in the sunroom? Abigail confirmed. They were lovely, but now we must focus. Kristoff, would you care to join us by the pool? Our little witchlet shall train her water magic skills. I never say no to a little TLC by the POOL. Vic pointed at Kristoff. Okay, now I know he is drunk, or it's Xanax. Red laughed. He is stoned on sunshine. Kristoff bounded over, scooping her into a spinning kiss. It does feel like being high. Is this what humans mean when they say vacation vibes? Abigail strode ahead. Step lightly. I want Red to make progress before lunch. Do you really think that I can, Grams? Today is the Lion's Gate. It's powerful astrology. We have the full force of the Leo season to fuel you. Hope swelled inside Red. If her grandmother believed in her, then why couldn't she do it? She had practiced her elemental magic diligently since she regained her magic. Few could beat her when it came to air magic, and she was getting better with fire, too. Kristoff held her hand, swinging her arm as they walked behind Abigail and Vic, who conferred together like generals preparing for an offensive. A green shale fence, the same stone as the manor house, surrounded the poolside. As they passed through the gate, Kristoff pumped his fist in the air. You'll do fantastic today, babe. Thanks, honey, Vic said in a falsetto before yelping when Kristoff swatted him. Boys, Abigail warned, no horseplay by the water. The in-ground pool of the St. James estate shimmered over its pale pink liner. The ground around it was paved with gray flagstones. A few thatched cabanas shaded the right side of the pool, and a diving board dominated the north end. Kristoff grinned at it. Darling, watch me dive. He blurred with vampire speed to the diving board. Watch me! Red laughed to see him so excited. His happiness was contagious. I am. Vic raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms while Abigail politely watched as Kristoff performed a dive into the deep end. Grams encouraged him. That was nicely done, dearie. Okay, Vic said, rubbing his hands and turning to Red. All right, intern, the pool's full of water. Do something with it. Maybe not all of it, Abigail said before she launched into an explanation about how Red needed to concentrate on her own magic before calling to the water element. She added, Water is skittish, dearie. It will slip away if you let it. Coax, don't grab. Red nodded. She cleared her mind as she so often did during her meditation sessions, then summoned her magic. Warm, welcoming, and ready, her power sprung to life for her. She reached out to the pool water, using her mother's ring to hone her focus. Murmuring to herself, she said, Come on, come on. And nothing. Zilch. She frowned at her grandma. I can't even feel it. Vic growled toward Kristoff, who splashed in the deep end. Hey, you're riling up the agua, dude. Kristoff lifted his hands in apology and winced. Sorry. Try again, sweetie, Grandma Abigail said softly. You've mastered the air. This isn't dissimilar. Red took a deep breath and returned to her center of focus. Her mother's face rose in her mind. Brooke had protected her throughout the ordeal before and during the family reunion. Maybe she was looking down on her daughter. Mom had been a pro with water, Red thought. I can be too. She tried again and again and again until the sun rose to midday in the sky. Sweat dripped down her face. She bit her lip, holding back her curses. Vic and Abigail watched her from under a shaded cabana. Intern, he drawled. You gotta stay loose. I see you all clenched up like you're holding in a fart. Loosey-goosey. Abigail pursed her lips in disapproval of his phrasing. Crudely said, but it is apt, dearie. Kristoff floated on an inflated pink unicorn and kicked over to Red's side of the pool. Babe, I can sense your frustration through our bond. Let it go. Today is for fun. You have a lifetime to do this. But I want to be like my mom. I want to do this for her. Kristoff tipped up his sunglasses. Do it for you. She loved you either way. Red sighed, glancing over at the stained rose window in the manor, which overlooked the pool. Her mother had always loved that Gothic feature on the house. Once her father had sketched it for Brooke as a little gift. It had been framed in their house in charm. A gentle breeze washed over Red. It felt soft like a hug. Peace fell over her. Somehow she knew her mother was with them now. She connected to her magic, then asked the water to join her like a friend. The power seemed to take her by the hand. A thin stream of water rose from the pool to dance like a gymnastics ribbon in the air. She gasped. Abigail nodded with a proud smile. I see so much of your mother in you. Vic threw a fist bump in the air. Finally. Kristoff clapped so vigorously he fell off his unicorn. That's my girl. Red knew she could do more. She summoned more of her magic to mold the levitating water into a blooming rose shape. Her mother had recreated the rose window before to win the elemental games. Maybe she could too. The water elongated into the petals and stem. Joy erupted in her. Oh, goddess, the water was listening to her. I'm doing it. Hell yes, Vic crowed, just as his phone rang. The sudden interruption stole Red's focus, and the petals started to fall. Red couldn't control it. Oh, shit! The water slipped from her, exploding in all directions to soak her down to her underwear. She spun around with a wince. Abigail wiped the pool water off her unfazed face while Vic spat on the ground. He muttered, I think I drank some. Sorry, guys. Kristoff climbed out of the pool and hugged her tight. Babe, you did it. Indeed, Abigail said, patting her on the back. Now, I think you have earned a good lunch. Red's stomach growled in reply. Magic was the best cardio, and she'd been at it all morning. She grinned. Vic, are you coming? Vic shook his head as he read his phone screen. Let me make a call first. LaShawn just sent me some Wolfpack gossip. I'll be right there. Abigail said, Don't be late for lunch. I will be preparing it myself, and you need more meat on your bones, son. I need to change first, Red said. I'm soaked. Kristoff lifted her up into his strong arms. I'll race you to your room. Let's take the sunniest path. Red giggled at his enthusiasm and held on tight to his neck. She nuzzled his cheek before he sprinted out through the pool gate. Her heart brimmed with joy and love. She had controlled water without anyone being in danger, and it had been fun too. With the sun shining so bright, everything felt perfect. With Kristoff's love, Vic's loyalty, Abigail's pride, and her mother's spirit watching, she had never felt so lucky. Sneak peek of a Witch Moon Rising, Midnight in Tucson. Vic hunkered down behind the silver Airstream RV. Bullets whizzed around him. He knew he had to get out of here, but his ride was on the other side of the trailer. He was running out of ammunition. And fuck those bastards sideways. They had shot his van, the Millennium Falcon, full of holes. The fuckers had tracked him down to an RV park outside of the Saguaro National Forest in Tucson, Arizona. A witchy charm in his van could help him, if only those assholes stopped shooting for a minute so he could get it. He didn't know how long he could outrun them to get behind the steering wheel. With each bullet that screamed past the trailer, it seemed more and more like his number was up. He pulled out his cell phone, where he had already half dialed Red's number. Her cousin could teleport him out. It was time for some kind of backup. He rang her number. It went straight to voicemail. Shit balls, Vic shouted into the phone. Kid, I need your help. They tracked me to Tucson. Come as soon as you can to the... Another bullet whizzed by. It hit the asphalt near his leg and ricocheted up into his phone, knocking it painfully from his hand. Fuck, he muttered. How the hell am I going to get myself out of this one? 5 minutes ago, he'd had two choices, run or start shooting. He should have chosen the first option. The adventure continues in Witch Moon Rising. Sign up for the series newsletter at sammyvalentine.com and get access to a hidden library of bonus stories, deleted chapters, and alternative point of view scenes. About the author. Sammy Valentine is an urban fantasy writer who grew up in the desert and now wanders in search of Wi-Fi and coffee. Formerly a mild-mannered librarian, she had a quarter-life crisis and shook everything up. She started working in an LGBT homeless center, shaved some of her head, and got really into tarot. After realizing that her goal in life was to get out of her small town and she only made it 30 minutes up the highway, she filled a bag and left. That was a few years and a dozen countries ago. She currently lives in Brazil with her love and lots of houseplants. Find reader goodies, sign up for the newsletter, and get the full reading order for the series at sammyvalentine.com.